Kindergarten. Li Qingran. Sure to, I wish to eat meat. Mu Chenshi, all right. University. Mu Chenshi. Let's move out of the school. Li Qingran. No, my father won't agree. Someone calmly remarked, but your mother has already consented, and your father must heed her. Li Qingran, in a frenzy, exclaimed, when did you call my mother again? Yay, I can finally go to school with my brother. Li Qingran joyfully clapped her tiny hands. Yes, from now on, little Ran will go to school with me every day. Li Qingfeng affectionately ruffled Li Qingran's hair. Ah, I truly cannot comprehend this troublesome girl. While other children cried to avoid kindergarten, she insists on attending, Li's mother remarked, exasperated. Li's father chuckled. Little Ran has always been attached to Xiaofeng, let them be. The Li family consisted entirely of boys. Li Qingran's uncle had 2 sons, and her aunt had 1 son. When Li's mother became pregnant, everyone eagerly anticipated a girl, however. Li Qingfeng's birth left the entire Li family disappointed. 2 years later, when Li's mother was pregnant again, she miraculously gave birth to a daughter, igniting excitement throughout the Li family. Everyone clamored to name her, and ultimately, Grandpa Li declared, let her be named Li Qingran, from the Qing generation, as time passes. Thus, the name of little Li Qingran was firmly established. As the sole daughter of the Li family, little Li Qingran was showered with affection, treated with utmost care, as if she were a delicate treasure. However, she was not without her challenges from a young age. She exhibited a spirited nature. In the eyes of the Li family, her lively demeanor was merely that of a spirited child, which left her mother feeling somewhat helpless. This time, she insisted on attending kindergarten, crying daily, despite being 2 months shy of turning 3. Eventually, Grandpa Li, feeling sympathetic, declared, go ahead, I'll enroll you. Thus, little Li Qingran successfully entered kindergarten. On her first day of school, Li's mother brought little Li Qingran and Li Qingfeng to the kindergarten for enrollment. Li Qingfeng, being 3 years older, went to the pre-kindergarten class. Before leaving, he cast a worried glance at his sister, only to find her fixated on the slide in the playground. He departed with a heavy heart. Confused, little Li Qingran was then guided by her teacher to class 1. Upon entering the classroom, it was abuzz with noise. Teacher Dai clapped her hands and announced, class, let's quiet down. We have a new student joining us today. Let's welcome her with applause. Okay, came the chorus of high-pitched voices, accompanied by scattered clapping. Little Li Qingran observed the group of children and, swallowing her nervousness, bravely stood behind the teacher's desk to introduce herself. Hello, everyone. My name is Li Qingran. I am 3 years old, and I am very happy to be here. All right, let's have classmate Qingran sit beside classmate Mu Chenshi, shall we? Mu Chenshi, lost in thought, quietly glanced up without responding. Hee, classmate Mu Chenshi has given his silent approval. Teacher Dai awkwardly interjected. Chapter 2. A first encounter at kindergarten. At long last, lunchtime arrived, and Mu Chan was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, grateful to escape the incessant chatter of his classmate. To his surprise, however, Li Qingran eagerly took a seat beside him and cheerfully exclaimed, sure to. I'm sitting next to you again. Mu Chan paused momentarily, pretending he did not hear her. All right, children, please eat quietly. Everyone must finish their meal, otherwise, you won't earn a little red flower, the teacher instructed. Yet, Li Qingran needed no prompting from the teacher. She immediately dove into her meal the moment she sat down. After a short while, she noticed that Mu Chan still had several pieces of ham left in his bowl while he was solely consuming plain rice. Feeling a pang of envy, she feigned concern and asked, sure to, why aren't you finishing your food? My mother says that children who don't finish their meals aren't good kids. Hearing her words, Mu Chan glanced up at her briefly before returning to his rice. Noticing his reticence, Li Qingran decided to take matters into her own hands. Without further ado, she seized the ham from his bowl, wearing an expression of benevolent intent. Mu Chan could only watch in silent astonishment. He did not mind, as he disliked the ham anyway. Meanwhile, Li Qingran, pleased that he showed no signs of anger, calculated in her mind that if she sat next to him at every meal, she would enjoy more meat daily. She promptly declared, sure to from now on. I can help you finish the food you don't like. With that, she planted a greasy kiss on his clean cheek, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. At home, a simple kiss would earn her compliance from her brothers. However, the fastidious Mu Chan was left stiff with shock, unable to wipe away the kiss. His face contorted with distaste as he sat there, unable to eat. Li Qingran, bewildered, pondered if she had done something wrong, for every time she kissed her brother, He will be delighted. Pouting slightly, she felt a bit wronged. After their afternoon nap, the children spent the remainder of the day in class. At long last, the end of the day arrived, and Mu Chun was more eager than ever to pack up his belongings and prepare to leave, relieved to finally escape the bothersome presence beside him. Just then, Li Qingfeng came to fetch his sister, and as Li Qingran clasped her brother's hand, she reluctantly bid Mu Chun farewell, saying sure to goodbye. See you tomorrow. As she was pulled away by her brother, Mu Chun stood still, his lips twitching in confusion. Were they even acquainted? On the way home, Li Mama walked behind them, and Li Qingfeng curiously inquired, Xiaoran, who was that boy just now? Li Qingran beamed and replied, his name is Shurtu. He is my desk mate. He is so nice to me and even shared his meat. He is my new friend. Li Qingfeng promptly asked, is he nicer than your brother? With a playful glint in her eye, Li Qingran responded, of course, my brother is the best. Li Qingfeng affectionately ruffled her hair, pride evident in his demeanor. When Papa Li returned home, he immediately scooped up Li Qingran and showered her with kisses, making her giggle uncontrollably. After a bath, she cuddled her stuffed doll as she drifted off to sleep, her thoughts lingering on how she would ensure Mu Chun spoke to her the next day. Surely, with her charm, no one could resist her. Chapter 3. A second encounter at kindergarten. The following morning, Li Mama escorted Li Qingran and Li Qingfeng to the kindergarten gates. Li Qingran promptly released her mother's hand, joyfully waving goodbye before skipping into the kindergarten while holding her brother's hand. After dropping her off at the classroom door, Li Qingfeng returned to his pre-kindergarten class. Excitedly, Li Qingran approached Mu Chun, greeting him with a cheerful, sure to, good morning. Mu Chun cast her a cold glance, but finally responded with a nonchalant, delighted that he had acknowledged her. Li Qingran beamed, thinking to herself, how can anyone not like someone as adorable as me? When mealtime arrived, Li Qingran once again took her place beside Mu Chun. After quickly finishing her breakfast, she stared intently at him as he leisurely consumed his meal, setting aside the food he disliked. With her big round eyes glimmering, she cautiously extended her spoon into his bowl. When he showed no reaction, she felt relieved and scooped the unwanted food into her own bowl. Thus, they collaboratively polished off a bowl of rice. After finishing their meal, Li Qingran left a greasy kiss mark on Mu Chun's face, gazing at him with an endearing expression. Mu Chun stiffened and glanced at her before retrieving his handkerchief to wipe his face. Please don't kiss me again. My mother says only my future wife can do that, he said, attempting to sound serious, though a hint of blush crept onto his fair cheeks. Oh, then can I be your future wife? Li Qingran asked innocently, pondering if this meant she could eat his food in the future. Mu Chun stared at her, perplexed by her naive enthusiasm. Normally, his father would eat what his mother disliked, for she was his wife. Now, if Li Qingran ate the food he disliked, did that mean she was his wife too? After much contemplation, Mu Chun eventually nodded in agreement. Li Qingran clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, hooray, I am Shitu's wife now. Feeling bashful, Mu Chun lowered his head, realizing he now had a wife and that his father could no longer tease him. Then, can I eat your food in the future? Li Qingran and Kidatsufli. Mu Chun nodded, saying yes you can. Li Qingran's face lit up with a silly grin, relieved that she would no longer have to worry about going hungry. Seeing her happiness, Mu Chun felt an inexplicable joy himself. He had just begun attending kindergarten and had yet to make friends. Li Qingran was his first friend and now his wife. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Li Qingran pulled a large white rabbit milk candy from her pocket, hesitating for a moment before offering it to Mu Chun. This is my favorite candy. I want you to have it, she said sweetly, believing that this would make it easier for her to enjoy his food in the future. Oblivious to the significance of her gesture, a blissful Mu Chun accepted the candy, already planning what gift he would give her the next day. Chapter 4. You are mine from now on. The morning passed swiftly, and soon it was time for lunch. Having come to terms with his feelings, Mu Chun was no longer as aloof. During lunch, he allowed Li Qingran to help herself to the dishes in his bowl without displaying any signs of displeasure, much to her delight. Clearly, being his wife was a wise choice. She could enjoy meat by clinging to his leg. After lunch, as the children settled in for a nap, the teacher guided them in drawing. Li Qingran watched Mu Chun with admiration and exclaimed, sure to, your drawing of the house is beautiful. Mu Chun paused, taken aback, and replied, it's just okay. Do you want to learn? Without hesitation, Li Qingran nodded eagerly. I want to learn. As Mu Chun sure wrestled with his thoughts, he circled around Li Qingran, gently grasping her small hand to teach her with meticulous strokes. In no time, a beautiful drawing emerged. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Qingran impulsively planted a kiss on Mu Chenshi's cheek. Stunned for a moment, Mu Chenshi gazed at her radiant smile, a peculiar flush creeping onto his face. This time, he did not recoil. When school ended that afternoon, Li Qingfeng arrived at the nursery to find his younger sister. Upon spotting him, Li Qingran joyfully leaped into his embrace, turning back to Mu Chenshi to say, "See you tomorrow, sure to." With that, she took her brother's hand and left. Mu Chenshi watched this scene with a slight frown, feeling a surge of displeasure. Who was that boy? Why was he so close to her? His mother always forbade her husband from being too close to other women. Should Li Qingran not also maintain distance from other boys? The following day, as Li Qingran rushed into class, she greeted Mu Chenshi enthusiastically. "Good morning, shirt." To her surprise, Mu Chenshi ignored her, engrossed in his own activities. Pouting, Li Qingran took her seat. Throughout the morning, every attempt she made to converse with him was met with his indifferent responses. It was not until breakfast that she could no longer contain her curiosity. "Sure to, what is wrong? Please don't ignore me." Mu Chenshi finally glanced at her, slowly inquiring, "Who was that boy who picked you up yesterday?" Li Qingran paused, then replied, "He's my brother." "Oh, sure to, I forgot to tell you. My brother is also at our kindergarten, but he's in the preschool class." "Brother?" Mu Chenshi echoed. Li Qingran nodded affirmatively. "Yes." Mu Chenshi replied nonchalantly. "Oh." Li Qingran immediately asked, "Are you still upset, sure to?" "I'm not upset," he insisted. "Then why have you been ignoring me this morning?" Mu Chenshi stubbornly retorted, "My throat feels uncomfortable." During breakfast, in an attempt to make amends, Mu Chenshi offered Li Qingran some ham from his bowl. She stared at him, astonished, then beamed joyfully, resembling an adorable little hamster. Unable to resist, Mu Chenshi asked a rather childish question. "Cough, Ran, who do you think is better, me or your brother?" Li Qingran was taken aback, then looked up at him. "What's the matter?" "Nothing. No one has ever called me Ran before. My parents, grandparents, and brother all call me Xiao Ran." Mu Chenshi. "What is your focus?" "Well, I shall call you Ran from now on." "Yay, I have another name now," Li Qingran exclaimed cheerfully. Mu Chenshi pressed on. "So, who do you think is better?" Without hesitation, Li Qingran replied, "Of course it's sure to. He shares his meat with me." "I'm sorry, brother, but for the sake of meat, I must betray you this once. I truly don't understand why boys always ask such questions." Hearing her answer, Mu Chenshi nodded in satisfaction and transferred an egg from his bowl to hers. Li Qingran took a big bite, evidently delighted by Shidu's gesture. Breakfast soon passed, and Li Qingran felt this was the most satisfying meal she had enjoyed since starting kindergarten. In the morning, the teacher taught the children how to fold paper boats. While Li Qingran struggled with many tasks, she excelled in crafts. Once she had mastered the skill, she presented her folded boat to Mu Chenshi as if offering a treasure, gazing at him with admiration. He feigned indifference as he accepted it, then discreetly tucked the paper boat into his pocket like a cherished possession. At lunchtime, true to his word, Mu Chenshi shared his beef with Li Qingran, causing her face to bloom with joy. Meanwhile, a chubby little boy sitting next to her, captivated by her adorable eating habits, attempted to ingratiate himself, saying, "Xiao Ran, can I share my beef with you?" Li Qingran glanced at Mu Chenshi and waved her hand. "No, thank you. You eat it yourself." It was far better to cling to Shidu's side. The disappointed boy sulked as he continued to eat. Mu Chenshi cast a satisfied glance at Li Qingran, who looked back at him with a silly grin, striving to prove her loyalty. The afternoon passed swiftly, and as usual, Li Qingfeng arrived at the nursery to find his sister. With open arms, he awaited her embrace, but she merely glanced at him before taking his hand. Confused, he felt a bit lost. On the way home, Li Qingfeng tentatively asked, "Xiao Ran, why didn't you hug your brother today?" "Oh, I forgot." Li Qingran replied earnestly. "Sure to is still here. If he sees me, he might get upset." Li Qingfeng. That excuse seems rather insincere. "Well, what if you hug me now?" He opened his arms. "I have a big white rabbit candy in my pocket." In an instant, Li Qingran enveloped him in a hug, cheerfully declaring, "Brother, Xiao Ran likes you very much." Li Qingfeng felt like a loyal dog. However, after receiving the candy, Li Qingran tucked into her pocket and chirped, "I'll bring it for sure to tomorrow." "Sure to?" Li Qingfeng asked, puzzled. "My good friend, Li Qingran smiled. He even shares his meat with me. Li Qingfeng nodded, deep in thought. The next morning, after class, Li Qingfeng stealthily approached the nursery, waiting for Li Qingran to head to the restroom. He approached Mu Chenshi with a fierce demeanor, warning him, "You better watch out and stay away from my sister," he threatened, raising his small fist. However, Mu Chenshi merely lifted his gaze slightly, his indifferent expression aggravating Li Qingfeng even more. He contemplated grabbing Mu Chenshi by the collar, but just then, he noticed Li Qingran storming into the classroom. Fuming, as he stood frozen in place, Li Qingran's voice rang out, "Brother, what are you doing? How can you bully Shirtu?" Embarrassed, Li Qingfeng turned to see his furious sister standing right behind him, prompting him to release Mu Chenshi. Li Qingran glared at him before rushing to Mu Chenshi's side, inquiring, "Shirtu, are you okay?" Meanwhile, crafty Mu Chenshi, who was perfectly fine, feigned a pitiful expression, intensifying Li Qingran's concern. "Aren't you going back?" she scolded her brother. Feeling wronged, Li Qingfeng walked away, casting a worried glance back. As he did, he caught sight of Li Qingran leaning close to Mu Chenshi, blowing air near his neck. Almost instinctively, Mu Chenshi raised his eyes, offering a nonchalant gaze in Li Qingfeng's direction. This only deepened Li Qingfeng's frustration, prompting him to turn away. Li Qingran, puzzled, asked Shirtu, "Why did my brother want to fight you?" Mu Chenshi, keeping his composure, replied, "How should I know? Perhaps he just dislikes me." Li Qingran eyed him suspiciously. "Really?" Mu Chenshi nodded, choosing not to elaborate. Poor Mu Chenshi remained oblivious, unaware that Li Qingfeng harbored a grudge. Consequently, this incident would lead to numerous obstacles in Mu Chenshi's pursuit of Li Qingran, as he would later face the trials set forth by his future brother-in-law. That afternoon, as Li's mother arrived to pick up the two little ones from the kindergarten, she noticed Li Qingran storming ahead, while Li Qingfeng trailed behind her. Looking dejected, curiously, she wondered what had transpired between the two. Had they quarreled? The journey home was silent, and upon entering their house, Li Qingran did not utter a single word to her brother. That evening, as soon as Father Li returned home, Li Qingran rushed to him with a look of grievance, exclaiming, "Daddy, my brother bullied me today. He even hit my best friend at kindergarten." Upon hearing this, Father Li was infuriated. How dare that rascal bully his own sister and resort to violence? He intended to give him a good thrashing, but Li Qingfeng, sensing the impending doom, promptly fled, darting around the house. Meanwhile, Li Qingran secretly reveled in the situation, thinking, "Humph, let's see if you dare to bully Shirtu again." After a sound beating, Li Qingfeng, unable to hold any resentment towards his sister, attributed all blame to Mu Chenshi, harboring even greater animosity towards him. With the passage of seasons, the annual spring sports day at kindergarten was upon them once more. The usually quiet Mu Chenshi had never been fond of sports, while the exuberant Li Qingran eagerly signed up for several events. Reluctantly, Mu Chenshi, who was somewhat reserved, agreed to participate in the events Li Qingran had chosen. By the end of the sports day, he felt utterly exhausted, while Li Qingran continued to bounce around as if nothing had happened. Mu Chenshi felt a twinge of discontent. How could her stamina surpass his? How would he protect her in the future? Feeling a bit melancholic, Mu Chenshi impulsively asked his mother to enroll him in a taekwondo class, intending to enhance his physical strength through weekly training. His mother, unaware of his true motivation, mistook his newfound enthusiasm for socializing as a sign of him becoming more outgoing and happily registered him for the class, oblivious to the fact that his intention was to protect his future wife. A few days later, it was Mu Chenshi's birthday. For the past couple of days, Li Qingran had been mysteriously preparing a birthday gift for him, thinking he was unaware. However, Mu Chenshi had noticed everything. How did Li Qingran find out about Mu Chenshi's birthday? Just a couple of days ago, he had inadvertently mentioned it several times in her ear. That morning, Li Qingran joyfully approached Mu Chenshi, saying, "Shirtu, happy birthday." She then mysteriously pulled out a beautifully wrapped gift box from her backpack and handed it to him. After he accepted it, she urged him to open it quickly to see if he liked it, watching him with eager anticipation. With a slight smile, Mu Chenshi opened the box to reveal a neat arrangement of origami, airplanes, little boats, paper cranes, and various other figures taught by their teacher, along with a few scattered white rabbit milk candies and a card that read "Happy Birthday, Shirtu," written in a whimsical mix of Chinese characters and pinyin. Mu Chenshi's heart fluttered. These were all meticulously prepared by her. Li Qingran, her voice laced with nervousness, asked, "Sure to. Do you like it?" Without hesitation, Mu Chenshi replied, "I like it very much. Thank you, Ran. These origami pieces are beautiful." Li Qingran beamed with pride, of course. "I folded them all myself. It took me several days." Seeing Li Qingran's joyful smile, Mu Chenshi became serious for a moment and said, "I'm truly happy. Ran. Will you celebrate every birthday with me from now on?" He fixed his gaze on her intently. Innocently, Li Qingran immediately agreed, "Yes. I will be there for each of your birthdays." At that moment, she was blissfully unaware that her casual promise was taken to heart by Mu Chenshi, who would hold her to it for a lifetime. Hearing her response, Mu Chenshi's eyes sparkled, and his lips curved into a smile. From that day forth, Mu Chenshi underwent a transformation, his attitude toward Li Qingran shifting entirely. Occasionally, he would bring her little snacks, which only deepened her attachment to him, and the two spent every day inseparable. As seasons changed and 2 years swiftly passed, both Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran advanced to preschool. Mu Chenshi had grown taller and stronger, becoming increasingly handsome, the object of admiration among the girls at kindergarten. Yet, in his eyes, there was only Li Qingran. He reserved his smiles solely for her, while becoming increasingly aloof with others. In contrast, our poor Li Qingran, having been persistently indulged by Mu Chenshi over the past 2 years, transformed from an adorable, chubby little girl into a rather plump child. The other children began to express their disdain and exclude her, yet oblivious Li Qingran paid no mind, content to play exclusively with Mu Chenshi. He, however, found her even more endearing, appreciating her soft and plump physique. Mu Chenshi was delighted that others did not like her, as it ensured her constant company, prompting him to feed her even more, aiming to make her even plumper. It was evident that Mu Chenshi was quite the schemer, employing a nurturing strategy typically seen in college boys even at such a young age. Other envious boys, misunderstanding the situation, would pity Mu Chenshi for being stuck with a chubby girl, entirely unaware that he relished every moment. Throughout these 2 years of indulgence, Mu Chenshi would often emphasize to the innocent Li Qingran, Ran, you must stay by my side every day. I will feed you meat and plenty of white rabbit candies." With her mind solely on the treats, Li Qingran would sincerely promise, "Sure to. I will always be with you." Each time she declared her unwavering loyalty, Mu Chenshi felt a surge of satisfaction, transforming his demeanor from aloof to warmly affectionate, calling her Ran repeatedly, eager to share all his meals and snacks with her. He gradually grew more at ease, confident she would always remain by his side, and sometimes even imagined a future where she would truly be his wife. In a daily routine filled with sweetness, Mu Chenshi found immense joy with Li Qingran. The sly boy would often tease her, and on this particular day, feeling bored, he observed that everyone else was engaged in their own activities, leaving him and Li Qingran unnoticed. He lazily retrieved a white rabbit candy from his bag and gently called out, Ran, would you like some candy?" Li Qingran, hearing this, quickly lifted her head from her book, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him and the candy. A bit shyly, she nodded. Mu Chenshi, noticing her eager expression, smirked and slowly unwrapped the candy, but, under her watchful gaze, calmly placed it in his own mouth. Li Qingran looked at him in disbelief, wondering, what's going on today? Is he really eating the candy himself? Seeing her look of dismay, Mu Chenshi chuckled and asked, Ran, do you want some candy? She eagerly nodded, and he leisurely produced another candy from his pocket, waving it teasingly in front of her. With her eyes gleaming, Li Qingran gazed at the candy in his hand. Amused, Mu Chenshi asked, "Do you really want it?" "Yes," she replied enthusiastically. "Then compliment me. If I'm happy, I'll give it to you." Mu Chenshi watched her, suddenly putting the candy away again. "What's going on, sure to? Are you just playing with me?" Li Qingran pouted and sweetly said, "You're the best, sure to. Ran really likes you." However, Mu Chenshi showed no intention of handing over the candy, prompting her to continue, "Sure to. You're the handsomest. You're the best looking in kindergarten." 2 minutes later, feeling parched from her own words, Li Qingran lowered her head, feeling dejected. "Sure to. Do you not like me anymore? Why won't you give me the candy?" As Li Qingran lowered her head in despair, Mu Chenshi unexpectedly presented her with a piece of candy he had peeled. Startled, Li Qingran promptly took a bite and offered him a silly smile. Mu Chenshi felt as though his heart had melted, gazing at her with a slight upward curve of his lips. Unbeknownst to them, a little girl in the class who harbored a crush on Mu Chenshi had been watching them intently. She clenched her small fists and thought to herself, Li Qingran, just you wait. I won't let a chubby girl linger around Mu Chenshi any longer. Before long, it was lunchtime. As Mu Chenshi served meat into Li Qingran's bowl, he gently coaxed her. Ran, will you compliment me once a day from now on? Confused, Li Qingran asked why. Mu Chenshi explained. Only by praising me can you prove your affection. Daza, Li Qingran nudda aurigit. I'll remember. With that, she fixated on the meat in her bowl. Noticing her distraction, Mu Chenshi sighed in resignation, deciding to seek another opportunity. Go ahead and eat. I'll give you all the meat from my bowl. Li Qingran eagerly nodded, sweetly saying, Thank you, sure to. You're so kind. Immediately, she buried herself in her meal. Watching her, Mu Chenshi felt warmth spread through him. This was perfectly fine, and he hoped it would never change. Chapter 9. Sweet Daily Life 2. After lunch, it was time for a nap. Mu Chenshi's bed was adjacent to Li Qingran's. She swiftly shed her clothing, climbed on her bed, flashed a sweet smile at Mu Chenshi, and closed her eyes, falling asleep almost instantly. Mu Chenshi lay on his side, gazing at her serene sleeping face, a smile gracing his lips. Observing that their classmates were also asleep, he leaned in and gently pecked Li Qingran's lips. They felt so soft. Whenever he watched her eat so heartily, he often wondered if her mouth was different from others. It seemed so, as her lips were softer than his. With that thought, he closed his eyes and drifted into a contented slumber. 2 hours later, the life teacher came to wake them. Upon hearing a voice, Li Qingran immediately awoke and instinctively turned her head to glance at Mu Chenshi. To her surprise, he was smiling in his sleep, his lips curved in a charming way. Li Qingran found herself mesmerized, reluctant to wake him for fear of disrupting this beautiful scene. After 2 minutes, Mu Chenshi finally opened his eyes, spotting Li Qingran gazing at him with admiration. He couldn't help but flash her a charming smile, softly calling, Ran. Li Qingran felt a rush of embarrassment and quickly scrambled to put on her clothes. Mu Chenshi chuckled at her flustered retreat, wondering if she was shy. After emerging, Li Qingran informed the teacher that she needed to use the restroom and hurried off, completely unaware of the little girl stealthily following her. When she finished and attempted to exit, she discovered the door was locked and she was alone inside. She tugged at the door desperately, calling out, Is anyone there? I'm locked in the restroom. Teacher, sure to. Unfortunately, no one responded. The little girl outside, hearing her cries, merely smiled to herself, thinking of, Everyone is in class at this hour. No one will come to your rescue. Li Qingran. Let us see who will save you now, always clinging to Mu Chenshi. With that, she turned and left. Li Qingran continued to call out, but no one came. Eventually, her voice grew hoarse, and she slumped against the door, muttering sure to. Meanwhile, after changing, Mu Chenshi returned to the classroom. When several minutes passed without Li Qingran's return, he began to worry and decided to seek out the teacher. At that moment, Yang Lily approached him, saying, I saw Li Qingran being called away by the principal. Mu Chenshi sat back down, thinking perhaps the teacher had summoned her for some reason. Yang Lily smirked, for she was the one who had locked Li Qingran in the restroom. After another 10 minutes, with Li Qingran still absent, Mu Chenshi could no longer contain his anxiety and left the classroom in search of her. Inquiring with the teacher, he learned that Li Qingran had not been called away at all. The teacher, alarmed, began searching the premises, eventually asking the life teacher, who confirmed that Li Qingran had gone to the restroom. The teacher was puzzled, wondering why it would take so long. Hearing this, Mu Chenshi rushed towards the restroom, knocking urgently on the door, calling out, Ran, are you in there? Chapter 10. I'm sorry, I'm late in a daze. Li Qingran thought she heard someone calling her. Upon listening more closely, she recognized Mu Chenshi's voice and instantly became alert. She banged on the door, shouting, Sure to, I'm in here. Hearing her anxious and slightly hoarse voice, Mu Chenshi felt a pang of sympathy. Don't worry, Ran, sure to is outside. You'll be out soon. Yet, upon hearing his voice, Li Qingran felt even more wronged and burst into tears. Outside, Mu Chenshi's heart ached at the sound of her sobs. Regretting not seeking her out sooner, he continued to comfort her. Soon, the teacher arrived and immediately called for the janitor. The janitor grumbled as he opened the door. I definitely didn't lock it. Some mischievous child must have thought the restroom was empty and locked it. The teacher replied, Indeed, children these days are far too naughty. We must report this to the principal and educate them. Such dangerous incidents must not happen again. Mu Chenshi, hearing their conversation, remained silent, his expression darkening. Finally, the door swung open, and Mu Chenshi rushed inside, enveloping Li Qingran in his arms, guilt-ridden as he whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Li Qingran did not respond, merely sobbing softly. Mu Chenshi, distressed, wished to lift her from the ground, but being just a 5-year-old boy, even with 2 years of taekwondo training, he lacked the strength to carry her, especially since she was a little chubby. After several attempts, he finally took her small hand and led her back to class. In truth, he was much stronger than his peers, yet he never considered that Li Qingran was too heavy. He always felt he was simply too weak. Upon returning to class, their classmates were astonished. Moments ago, they had been discussing Li Qingran's disappearance, but seeing Mu Chenshi's solemn expression silenced them instantly. Especially the girl who had locked Li Qingran in the restroom, who felt guilty and couldn't look up. Li Qingran, upon returning to the classroom, remained sullen, prompting Mu Chenshi to resort to his secret weapon. He peeled her a piece of white rabbit candy. After consuming 5 pieces, Li Qingran finally smiled at Mu Chenshi and eagerly resumed reading her storybook, occasionally flashing him goofy grins. Seeing her cheerful demeanor, Mu Chenshi relaxed slightly, but his mind was preoccupied with the incident, convinced it was no mere accident. Suddenly, he recalled the girl who had deceived him into believing Li Qingran had been called by the principal to prevent him from searching for her. Scanning the classroom, he noticed that girl had her head down, appearing fearful. She must be feeling guilty. Mu Chenshi fixed his gaze on her, his eyes filled with cold resolve, for she had dared to lock Li Qingran in the restroom. In the afternoon, as school was dismissed, the teacher personally escorted Li Qingran to the garden gate, continuously apologizing while explaining the events of the day to Li's mother. Li's mother, assuming it was merely a misunderstanding typical of children, did not pursue the matter further. Li Qingran, with her carefree nature, also believed it was merely an accident caused by someone inadvertently locking the door, and thus, she chose to remain silent. Consequently, this incident was quickly forgotten by her. Chapter 11. No longer will you be bullied by others on their way home. Li's mother rewarded Li Qingran with a lollipop for her generous spirit, which delighted her. As she held the lollipop, she daydreamed about how she would boast to Mu Chenshi at school the next day, eager for his praise, feeling quite pleased with herself. Meanwhile, Mu Chenshi, after watching Li Qingran being picked up by her mother, did not rush home, but instead made his way towards the principal with his backpack slung over his shoulder. That night passed without dreams, and the following day, Li Qingran arrived at school with renewed enthusiasm. Upon reaching the kindergarten, she hurriedly recounted the embellished events of the previous evening to Mu Chenshi, adopting a pose that sought his commendation. Mu Chenshi, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, finally understanding her foolishness was inherited. Ultimately, he took Li Qingran's hand and earnestly apologized for the previous day's incident, vowing never to let anyone bully her again. Li Qingran reassured him, saying it was merely an accident, not his fault, and it wouldn't happen again. Mu Chenshi, gazing at her innocent smile, hesitated to reveal the truth, deciding that it was better for her not to know such unpleasantness, especially since he believed it would not occur again. When young Lily arrived at class that morning, she had returned to her usual self, laughing and playing with others. However, it wasn't long before the principal summoned her, followed shortly by her parents. It turned out that Mu Chenshi had informed the principal that the previous incident was not an accident, but rather a deliberate act. Initially skeptical, the principal found it hard to believe that a child could harbor such malice. Yet, Mu Chenshi's cold response urged her to review the surveillance footage, assuring her that the kindergarten was equipped with cameras. If she failed to investigate thoroughly, it would reflect her irresponsibility regarding the safety of her students. Eventually, the principal succumbed to her curiosity and reviewed the footage, leading to a chilling revelation. She witnessed young Lily stealthily trailing Li Qingran, and upon seeing her enter the restroom, she promptly locked the door, displaying a sinister smile that was far from innocent. The principal's heart sank, and she summoned young Lily and her parents, revealing the findings and showing them the footage. Young Lily was horrified and broke down in tears, while her parents reprimanded her. Although the principal felt sympathy, she refrained from intervening, believing such behavior warranted discipline. She delicately suggested to young Lily's parents that the kindergarten might not be suitable for their daughter. Embarrassed, they decided to withdraw young Lily from school. Yang Lily's departure became a topic of discussion among the classmates for a few days, but eventually, the chatter subsided. Li Qingran paid little heed, as she was not particularly close to Yang Lily and assumed she had transferred to another kindergarten due to family matters. As long as Mu Chenshi remained, she was content. With a sweet smile in his direction, she brightened his day, causing him to feel a flutter of affection. And he smiled back, satisfied with the principal's efficiency in resolving the matter, thus sparing him further trouble. Chapter 12. Farewell days passed in this manner. And as the new year approached, the kindergarten prepared for winter break. However, Li Qingran felt unusually glum and lacked her usual cheerfulness, causing Mu Chenshi great concern. He gently inquired about her distress, asking if she desired sweets, promising to bring her some the next day. Li Qingran shook her head in response. Mu Chenshi's heart sank. If even sweets could not cheer her up, he pressed further, asking what the matter was. She sighed, lamenting that with the holiday approaching, she would not see him for a while. Mu Chenshi, bemused yet empathetic, reassured her that winter break was only a few weeks long and school would resume soon, allowing them to spend time together again. He offered to give her his phone number, encouraging her to call him if she missed him during the break, promising to answer. Upon hearing his comforting words, Li Qingran felt a bit reassured and promptly requested his number, carefully tucking it away in her pocket before resuming her cheerful demeanor. Finally, the day of the winter break arrived. As she kissed Mu Chenshi goodbye, she reluctantly went off to find her mother, while he watched her retreating figure with a tender smile. Unbeknownst to them, this farewell would last for 9 years. After returning home, Li Qingran enjoyed 3 days of unbridled joy, completely forgetting her intention to call Mu Chenshi, leaving him anxiously waiting by the phone, fearing he would miss her call. Meanwhile, Li Qingran's household was bustling with activity, but she remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in watching cartoons. Eventually, she noticed the commotion and inquired about the packing, wondering why their belongings were being placed into bags and why their home appeared increasingly barren. Her mother, feeling a pang of guilt, explained that they were organizing their clothes for convenience and that the items were being replaced with new ones. She exchanged a knowing glance with Li Qingfeng, who quickly interjected, suggesting they take Li Qingran out to buy her favorite candy. Delighted, she eagerly grasped his hand and left the house, momentarily forgetting her questions. In truth, the need for secrecy stemmed from Li's father being reassigned to the headquarters in the capital, where Li Qingfeng's transfer application had already been processed, making Li Qingran's transition to a new school seamless. Although this was a positive development, Li Qingfeng insisted on keeping it from Li Qingran, fearing she would create a fuss. Thus, the entire family conspired to keep the move a secret, leaving Li's mother on edge, worried that Li Qingran might catch on. Li Qingfeng, however, was pleased with the prospect of moving, relishing the idea of separating his sister from Mu Chenshi, whom he blamed for a recent altercation that had resulted in punishment for himself. He felt triumphant at the thought of the boy being removed from Li Qingran's life. Chapter 13. Farewell Part 2. Li Qingfeng remained determined to keep Li Qingran in the dark about their move. She continued to enjoy her carefree days, blissfully unaware of the changes in her life. Meanwhile, Mu Chenshi, waiting in vain for her call, regretted not requesting her phone number, realizing that if he had, he could have reached out to her. As the Li family had nearly finished their preparations, that night, Mr. and Mrs. Li, along with Li Qingfeng, took advantage of Li Qingran's slumber to carry her into the car and set off for the capital city. When Li Qingran awoke the next morning, she found herself in the vehicle, initially believing it to be a dream. Rubbing her eyes, she realized it was indeed reality, her face reflecting sheer panic. Li Qingfeng calmly stated, "Our family is going on a trip. Are you excited, Ran? Confused, Li Qingran asked, "But why leave at night?" Mrs. Li swiftly interjected, "It's less crowded at night, making it more convenient." She then exchanged a knowing glance with Li Qingfeng, who added, "It will take a while to arrive. So why not have some bread? There's your favorite coconut bread here. Oh, and plenty of white rabbit candy." The mention of food instantly brightened Li Qingran's mood, causing her to cast aside her worries. The entire family let out a collective sigh of relief, and Mr. Li discreetly increased the car's speed. By afternoon, they arrived in the capital, with Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, and Li Qingfeng all in high spirits, while Li Qingran remained perplexed. Isn't this just a trip? Why is everyone so happy? However, 3 days later, Li Qingran sensed something amiss and, with a solemn expression, asked her mother, "Why haven't we returned home yet?" Unable to conceal the truth any longer, Mrs. Li confessed, "Little Ran, We have moved. We will now reside in the capital, and you will attend kindergarten here. Initially stunned, Li Qingran's surprise quickly morphed into fear, followed by a torrent of tears. Mrs. Li was taken aback, while Mr. Li and Li Qingfeng rushed in to comfort her. After a lengthy bout of crying, Li Qingran, exhausted, pulled out a crumpled note from her pocket, sobbing, "I want to call Shirtu. I want him to take me home." Li Qingfeng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation. Despite his efforts, Ran still yearned for that troublesome boy. He quickly devised a plan, saying, Ran, it's already past 10 o'clock. Mu Chenshi might be asleep. It wouldn't be polite to call now. Why not wait until tomorrow morning? Li Qingran found his reasoning acceptable and ceased her tears, cheerfully preparing for bed, saving her energy to call Shirtu the following day. Chapter 14. Farewell. After Li Qingran fell asleep, a slender figure stealthily entered her room, rummaging through her belongings. Indeed, it was Li Qingfeng, who had risked the late hours to find the phone number that would sever the ties between his sister and Mu Chenshi. However, despite his thorough search, he could not locate it. Suddenly, he cautiously approached Li Qingran, only to discover the note clutched tightly in her hand, leading to an exasperated sigh. After considerable effort, he finally pried the note from her grasp and quickly exited the room. The following morning, the Li family was awakened by Li Qingran's cries. Remembering her intention to call Mu Chenshi, she had risen early only to find the note missing. In despair, she sat on the floor and wept loudly, lamenting, "I will never see Shirtu again." Mr. and Mrs. Li, along with Li Qingfeng, rushed to her side, finding her in a state of utter desolation. Mrs. Li, filled with concern, asked, "My dear, what is wrong? Please tell me." Li Qingran remained silent, continuing to cry, murmuring about the lost note and her inability to find Shirtu. Li Qingfeng, observing his sister's woeful state, felt a pang in his heart, but resolutely refrained from returning the note. He quietly sat beside her, offering comfort, while their parents stood nearby, bewildered. Throughout the new year, Li Qingran remained in a state of melancholy, incessantly mentioning Mu Chenshi. The vibrant fireworks, delectable food, and captivating cartoons did little to lift her spirits, as her entire holiday was overshadowed by the sorrow of parting from him. Li Qingfeng, ever present by her side, felt increasingly justified in his earlier decision to keep them apart, realizing the profound impact Mu Chenshi had on his sister. While the Li family endured a disheartening holiday, the Mu family fared even worse. Mu Chenshi spent the entire winter break in a sullen mood, his face perpetually dark, leaving his family in a state of trepidation. Even their small dog would avoid him, fearing his ire. Yet, some were oblivious to his mood. On the second day of the new year, Mu Chenshi's aunt and uncle brought his cousin, Huang Jialan, to pay New Year's respects. Huang Jialan, a year younger than Mu Chenshi, had always been attached to his cousin despite Mu Chenshi's consistent rejections and disdainful demeanor. Upon arrival, Huang Jialan eagerly sought out Mu Chenshi, oblivious to the latter's foul mood. "Chenshi, cousin, I also signed up for Taekwondo. Let us spar." Mu Chenshi replied through gritted teeth, "Sure, let's spar." To the training room. Although Huang Jialan sensed a chilling undertone in his cousin's response, the excitement of sparring overshadowed his apprehension. Meanwhile, the adults in the living room exchanged glances, silently wishing Huang Jialan good luck. Chapter 15. A thunderbolt. Mu's mother watched her oblivious son with exasperation, wondering how he failed to notice Mu Chenshi's foul mood. She could only hope he wouldn't be too badly beaten. Huang Jialan, brimming with excitement, changed into his Taekwondo uniform and followed Mu Chenshi into the training room. 10 minutes later, Huang Jialan emerged, bruised and battered, with Mu Chenshi trailing behind, his mood evidently improved. Seeking solace, Huang Jialan looked to his parents for comfort, only to find them pretending not to notice his plight. Despite his injuries, Huang Jialan returned the next day, undeterred and even more enamored with his cousin. As the winter break came to an end, Mu Chenshi finally allowed himself a smile before bed. Silently plotting how to confront Li Qingran upon returning to school for not calling him throughout the holiday, he vowed to ignore her, depriving her of meat for 3 days to teach her a lesson. Content with his plan, Mu Chenshi closed his eyes, satisfied, while peace reigned in the Mu household. The Li family remained in turmoil. Li Qingran protested vehemently against attending her new kindergarten, her once bright eyes swollen from crying. Mr. and Mrs. Li were heartbroken, and after much effort, they finally coaxed her to sleep, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes. On the first day of school, Emotions ran high. While Mu Chenshi eagerly anticipated reuniting with Li Qingran, she wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting that she would never see Shi again and fearing the absence of his companionship. As her worries deepened, tears flowed unbidden. Mrs. Li, perplexed, wondered how changing schools could cause such distress. Mu Chenshi, brimming with excitement, waited in the classroom all morning for Li Qingran to arrive, but as time passed, he could no longer contain his curiosity and approached the teacher to inquire about her absence. The teacher, astonished, replied, "Aren't you two the best of friends?" She moved away and transferred schools. Transferred? Mu Chenshi was taken aback. Where did she go? I'm afraid I cannot say. The teacher shook his head and resumed his work. Mu Chenshi, looking utterly dejected, left the office and returned to the classroom, still in a daze. After a while, he approached the teacher to request a sick leave, awaiting his mother to take him home. Throughout the journey, Mu Chenshi's complexion remained pale. Li Qingran's departure struck him like a bolt from the blue. He was lost in his own world, unresponsive to his mother's inquiries. Upon reaching home, he silently retreated to his room and locked the door behind him. In an instant, he threw himself onto the bed, and soon the room was filled with the sound of his heart-wrenching sobs. His mother, anxiously listening from outside, knocked incessantly on the door. Mu Chenshi was typically a reserved child, rarely displaying emotion. He hadn't cried since he was 2, so today his outburst was bewildering. He buried his face in the blanket, weeping uncontrollably as if oblivious to the world around him. Half an hour passed, and the cries gradually subsided. Chapter 16. A life alone. Mu Chenshi continued to hide his face beneath the covers, reminiscing about the moments he shared with Li Qingran. That little deceiver had taken advantage of his kindness. After more than 2 years of feeding her, she had simply vanished. He felt as though his efforts had been in vain. He had even saved his pocket money, intending to buy her snacks, but now she had abandoned him. The more he pondered, the deeper the ache in his heart became. Meanwhile, Li Qingran was reluctantly taken to a new kindergarten by her mother. Overwhelmed by the unfamiliar surroundings, she was surrounded by strange faces, devoid of the comforting presence of Shi. Tears welled up in her eyes without her realizing. The other children in the preschool saw Li Qingran not as a pretty girl, but as a chubby child, and neither the boys nor the girls paid her any attention. She sat there all alone. After a while, Su-Yang entered the room and immediately spotted Li Qingran sitting in the corner. He strode over to her, calling out in a teasing manner. Li Qingran, seemingly oblivious, remained lost in her thoughts. Su-Yang felt a twinge of irritation. He was considered quite charming, well-liked by his peers, and, as the class heartthrob, he was accustomed to attention. He wondered why this chubby girl was treating him with such indifference. If it weren't for being in the same class and the obligation from their fathers to look after her, he would have ignored her entirely. Despite having visited her home during the new year, where their parents encouraged them to play together, she had hardly acknowledged him. Thankfully, her brother was amiable and had asked Su-Yang to look after Li Qingran. Yet, it seemed she did not require his attention, lost in her own world. Su-Yang shrugged and left to find his friends. Li Qingran remained at the kindergarten, isolated throughout the morning. When lunchtime arrived, she finally came to her senses, lining up with the teacher for a meal. Upon seeing a few morsels of meat in her bowl, she thought of Mu Chenshi, wishing he were there to share with her. As the thought crossed her mind, tears brimmed in her eyes again, but she fought to hold them back, fearing the ridicule of her classmates. Su-Yang, seated across from her, observed her pitiable expression, her round face furrowed in distress, resembling a lost little kitten. Unable to resist, he transferred some of the meat from his bowl to hers. Li Qingran was momentarily stunned by the unexpected addition, then looked up to find Su-Yang gazing at her intently. For the first time, she offered him a smile, breaking her usual silence. Su-Yang, taken aback by her swift change in demeanor, found it amusing. Unlike him, who was preoccupied with thoughts, Li Qingran felt a surge of joy at the sight of food, even if it didn't compare to her time with Mu Chenshi. Nonetheless, it was a welcome distraction, and she eagerly began to eat. Chapter 17. A Life Alone. Part 2. After a while, Su-Yang sneaked another glance at Li Qingran, finding her eating demeanor surprisingly endearing. She appeared far more pleasant than her usual aloof self. She was so focused, her expression suggesting she was savoring a gourmet meal, which whetted his appetite. Before long, he resolved silently to no longer look down on Li Qingran, vowing to treat her as a true friend and to share food with her whenever she felt down. Su-Yang glanced at her again and then returned to his meal. for the first time appreciating the kindergarten food, which no longer seemed so unpalatable. Once Li Qingran finished her meat, she looked up at Su Yang, wanting to inform him her bowl was empty. However, seeing him so content, she hesitated to interrupt him. In the past, Shirtu had always shared his food with her. Yet here was Su Yang, offering only a single piece. It was disheartening. After the nap, Li Qingran sat in her seat, lost in thought once more. Su Yang unconsciously took a seat beside her. During the new year, I heard from the adults that you didn't want to come to school. Why didn't you want to come? It's nice here, with so many kids to play with. Li Qingran glanced at him and murmured, because Shirtu is not here. What did you say? Speak up. Su Yang, unable to hear her, pressed for clarity. Li Qingran lowered her head and softly replied, it's nothing. I have no friends in class. Seeing her pitiful expression, Su Yang contemplated before saying, then I'll be your friend, okay? I'll play with you from now on. Li Qingran regarded his somewhat ingratiating demeanor and recalled Mu Chenshi's kindness. Comparing the two, she sighed, realizing Shirtu was irreplaceable. Su Yang thought she was pondering his offer, so he waited attentively, unaware that her mind had drifted elsewhere. After a moment, Li Qingran returned to reality and noticed Su Yang still watching her, causing her to feel a bit guilty. She smiled sweetly and said, sure, then we are friends. Su Yang felt a rush of excitement and replied, then I'll call you Sharon from now on, okay? Li Qingran nodded, thinking for a moment before responding. Then I'll call you Xiaoyang. Su Yang beamed, of course, Xiaoran. With a new friendship blossoming, Li Qingran's spirits lifted as she chatted and laughed with Su Yang. Meanwhile, poor Mu Chenshi remained at home in despondency, unresponsive to his mother's calls, curled up like a wounded hedgehog beneath his blanket. He lingered in memories of his moments with Li Qingran, reflecting on whether he had fallen short in any aspect. Perhaps if he had been a bit kinder, she might not have transferred away. He regretted not always giving her 2 pieces of candy instead of 1 when she asked, or not letting her play instead of insisting she sleep during nap time. But now it was too late. She was gone. Chapter 18. A solitary existence, Mu Chenshi seemed to have succumbed to a state of obsession, constantly reflecting on how he had not treated Li Qingran well enough at the time. Had he been more considerate, she might not have transferred. His greatest regret was that he had only provided her with his home phone number and failed to ask for hers. Had he done so, he could have called her during the winter break, learned the reasons behind her transfer, and perhaps even accompanied her. However, lamenting now served no purpose. When Mu's father returned home in the evening, Mu's mother immediately expressed her concerns about Mu Chenshi's state. With a furrowed brow, Mu's father walked directly to his son's door and knocked firmly, saying, Chenshi, what's going on? Please talk to Dad. Don't isolate yourself in there. You're growing into a young man now. This will not resolve any issues. If you need help, I'm here. Please come out. Upon hearing his father's words, Mu Chenshi felt as though he were in a void, remaining silent. The statement that he was not resolving anything sent him into a spiral of despair, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, soon transforming into loud sobs. Startled by the sound of his son's cries, Mu's father reflected on how silent Chenshi had always been, rarely engaging with others. Since the age of 2, he had not shed a tear. What kind of torment had he endured to weep so heartbreakingly? After a moment of contemplation, Mu's father turned and left. After dinner, Mu's mother noticed that Mu Chenshi had still not emerged from his room and grew anxious, exclaiming, why hasn't he come out yet? Mu's father calmly replied, you know how stubborn he can be. He must come to terms with this on his own. Mu's mother sighed softly, offering no further comment. Thus, Mu Chenshi remained locked in his room for an entire day and night, refusing to eat or drink. The following morning, Mu's parents approached his door quietly, only to discover that he had opened it at some point. They tiptoed inside to find him curled up in a tangle of blankets, seemingly having just fallen asleep. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and he appeared restless, mumbling ran ran in his sleep. Mu's mother, leaning in closer, asked in confusion, who is Ran? Mu's father simply shook his head and said, let him sleep. He needs it. We'll step out for now. You should inform his teacher of his absence today. Mu Chenshi slept soundly until evening, emerging for dinner looking utterly drained. However, his parents, understanding his state, refrained from questioning him. The dining table was enveloped in an eerie silence, and the meal passed without a word exchanged. After dinner, Mu Chenshi returned to his room, closing himself off once more, while Mu's mother watched his retreating figure, sighing in resignation. Meanwhile, Li Qingran's spirits began to lift in the company of Su Yang. When she returned home after school, she greeted her parents with a smile. Upon learning that Su Yang had been the one to uplift her, Li Qingfeng found himself favorably inclined towards him, deeming him far preferable to the boy named Mu Chenshi. Chapter 19. This boy is not bad. With Mu Chenshi as a point of comparison, Li Qingfeng had a notably positive impression of Su Yang. This boy was far more amiable than that troublesome lad, and he grudgingly allowed Su Yang to spend time with Li Qingran. Li Qingfeng said to her, "This boy seems quite decent. You can be friends with him." Li Qingran, distracted by her snacks while watching television, replied absent-mindedly. After the animated series concluded, she suddenly inquired, "Brother, after we moved, did you happen to see a note of mine with the phone number for Shirtu's family? I remember holding on to it, but it mysteriously disappeared." Li Qingfeng, feeling a pang of guilt, stuffed a piece of orange into his mouth, feigning ignorance. "What note? I haven't seen it." Li Qingran scrutinized him, asking, "Did you really not see it? How could it have just vanished?" He laughed nervously. "I truly haven't seen it." "Oh, look at the time. You should go take a shower and prepare for bed." After giving him a few more skeptical glances, Li Qingran eventually went to bathe. Li Qingfeng, watching her leave, breathed a quiet sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "That was close, almost got caught." He took a large gulp of water to calm his nerves. Meanwhile, Li Qingran fell into a deep sleep, filled with confusion. The next morning, after being lovingly dressed by her mother, Li Qingran was sent off to kindergarten, with Su Yang by her side. Gradually, she emerged from her earlier melancholy. However, Su Yang's constant presence drew envious glances from his former admirers, though Li Qingran, accustomed to such attention during her time with Mu Chenshi, felt unfazed. During lunch, however, Su Yang focused solely on his own meal, neglecting to share any meat with her. This minor slight left her feeling a tad discontented, but she quickly dismissed it, reminding herself that Shirtu was incomparable. She buried herself in her own food, and the day passed slowly. In the morning at kindergarten, Mu Chenshi sat alone, cold and indifferent. The girls in his class were delighted to learn of Li Qingran's transfer, relishing the notion that the little chubby girl would no longer monopolize his attention. Each girl was eager to approach him, yet none wished to be the first to break the ice. Eventually, one girl was reluctantly pushed forward, her expression a mix of excitement and shyness as she approached Mu Chenshi. He coldly replied, "Go away. That's not your seat. Why can't I sit here?" Li Qingran has already left, the girl retorted, slightly annoyed. Mu Chenshi remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon her, exuding an oppressive aura that compelled her to turn away, sobbing as she fled. The remaining girls, witnessing this, hesitated to approach him, only grumbling about how Li Qingran, despite transferring, still managed to influence Mu Chenshi. Eventually, they departed in disgruntlement. Mu Chenshi glanced at the vacant seat beside him, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he murmured, Ran, this seat will always be yours. Should you ever return, it will be waiting for you." He then fell into a reverie, recalling the myriad moments they had shared in that very spot. Chapter 20. Yearning Mu Chenshi was completely absorbed in his memories. After a while, upon regaining his senses, he felt a wave of bitterness wash over him, his being suffused with profound sorrow. Turning to his books, he found himself unable to focus on a single word. Unbeknownst to him, his actions were being observed by a classmate, Wang Yaxin, who harbored feelings for him. Clenching her fists in frustration, she thought, "Li Qingran, how can you be so insufferable? Even after transferring, Mu Chenshi's heart remains solely yours. How could you enter his heart and then abandon him? Just look at him now, it's all your fault." Wang Yaxin seethed with jealousy, vowing to remember Li Qingran. Far away in the capital, Li Qingran sneezed several times, pondering who might be thinking of her, convinced that Mu Chenshi must be missing her as well. Poor Li Qingran was oblivious to the fact that she had unwittingly earned the ire of another girl, who would later bring her considerable trouble. At her new kindergarten, although Li Qingran was slowly regaining her spirits, her life had become significantly more austere. Without Mu Chensh's support, she faced daily struggles, often having to guard her bowl of meat against Su Yang's attempts to snatch it away. Alas, Su Yang is truly detestable. It was only after growing familiar with him that I realized the extent of his shamelessness. I never expected to indulge in his food. Merely not having him steal my own would be sufficient. Yet he has an insatiable penchant for pilfering my belongings, justifying it as aiding my weight loss. On that first day in kindergarten, I was sorely mistaken about him, When he offered himself a piece of meat, he must have been out of his mind. Each time Su Yang snatched something from me, Li Qingran would seethe in indignation. However, after nearly half a year of such days, I noticed a tangible transformation. I was losing weight at an astonishing pace. It turned out that Mu Chenshi had been providing me with an abundance of food daily, which had previously transformed me from an adorable girl into a chubby one. Now, after several months of a reduced meat lifestyle, I had reverted from being a little chubby to a big-eyed cute girl. With this newfound beauty, my disposition brightened considerably, and I garnered a plethora of friends. Whenever I played with other children, Su Yang would stand nearby, dripping with envy, claiming that he had seen my potential from the start. During the times I was ostracized by others, he was the only one who played with me. Now that I had many friends, he felt abandoned, constantly reminding me of my past as a little chubby girl, incessantly calling me by that name. Each time I heard him say this, I would chase him around the classroom in a fit of rage, regretting my choice of companionship. Despite having many friends now, I never forgot about Mu Chenshi. In my heart, he would forever remain my closest friend. I often reminisced about him, each memory tinged with sorrow, and on several occasions, I could not help but cry. Su Yang frequently mocked me for having a few days each month when I was downcast, behaving as if I were under some spell, suddenly aloof, and even shedding tears, despite him having done nothing to provoke me. At such moments, I would roll my eyes at him and sorrowfully retort that he simply did not understand. Su Yang would then shrug in exasperation before turning to find someone else to play with, leaving me to wallow in my melancholy alone at my desk. Chapter 21. Transformation 1. Li Qingran gradually became increasingly beautiful and vivacious, while Mu Chenshi grew ever more indifferent. He had never been fond of conversing with others, yet many children were drawn to him due to his handsome appearance. However, now, they hesitated to approach him, fearing that his chilling demeanor would freeze them in their tracks. Thus, he became a solitary figure in the classroom, shunning interaction and establishing impenetrable barriers around himself. Time slipped by, and before long, both Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran graduated from preschool. After the summer vacation commenced, Li Qingran implored her mother for permission to spend the summer in Anxi. After much coaxing, Li Mama finally consented. Upon learning this, Li Qingfeng immediately declared his desire to join, and without hesitation, Li Mama agreed. Much to Li Qingran's chagrin as she rolled her eyes at her brother, who feigned ignorance. The following day, Li Mama escorted the siblings to the train bound for Anxi, where Grandpa Li awaited their arrival. Due to the short distance, Li Mama had purchased soft seats, and once aboard, Li Qingran promptly leaned against Li Qingfeng's shoulder and fell asleep. Li Qingfeng, left with the responsibility of watching over their luggage, dared not blink. At last, when they reached their destination, Li Qingran turned and dashed off, leaving Li Qingfeng to struggle behind with their belongings. Upon exiting the station, Li Qingran spotted Grandpa Li at the forefront of the crowd and sprinted toward him. Upon seeing her, Grandpa Li immediately opened his arms and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Li Qingran beamed and exclaimed, "Grandpa, I'm back. I'm spending the summer in Anxi with you and Grandma." Grandpa Li's face lit up with joy as he replied, "My little treasure, stay as long as you like." After a considerable struggle, Li Qingfeng finally emerged from the crowd, ready to greet Grandpa Li. However, Li Qingran seized the moment to tattle. "Grandpa, my brother bullies me at home, steals my snacks, and won't let me watch TV. He has made me cry several times." Upon hearing this, Grandpa Li erupted in anger, scolding, "You little rascal, how dare you bully your sister? Think you've grown wings, do you? Instead of learning good behavior, you've taken to mischief. Why can't you just stay home and behave?" Li Qingfeng stood helplessly by, unable to defend himself, fully aware that had it not been for the crowd, Grandpa Li would have surely given him a sound thrashing. He had grown accustomed to this treatment, knowing that Li Qingran had always been the darling of the family, while he was merely an afterthought. As he silently observed the two of them walking away, a deep sigh escaped his lips, and he begrudgingly dragged their luggage in pursuit. Along the way, Li Qingran and Grandpa Li chatted and laughed, while Li Qingfeng trailed behind with his heavy suitcase. Upon arriving home, it seemed that Grandma Li noticed only Li Qingran, warmly welcoming her inside and completely ignoring Li Qingfeng, who was left to carry the luggage. She hurriedly fetched snacks and drinks for Li Qingran, prompting Li Qingfeng to offer a wry smile before retreating to his room with the suitcase. "Xiaoran, were you tired on the journey? Your grandpa should have picked you up." Grandma Li inquired kindly. Chapter 22. Transformation 2. Li Qingran cast a glance at Li Qingfeng, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she feigned exhaustion. I'm so tired. My brother Wu Ti let me sleep on the train and made me watch the luggage while he slept. I was so hungry, and he didn't buy me anything to eat, claiming he had no money. I almost starved on the way. As she finished, her stomach audibly grumbled in agreement. Hearing this, Grandpa Li's anger flared, and he seized a broom, chasing Li Qingfeng around the house. Li Qingfeng, unable to contain himself any longer, shouted at Li Qingran in exasperation. You little brat, are you addicted to making false accusations? When did I ever treat you so poorly? You're such a little liar. Grandpa Li, incensed by Li Qingfeng's retort, quickened his pace, and the broom struck Li Qingfeng, who yelped in pain. Help. Save me. Li Qingfeng was at a loss for words. He couldn't believe how vindictive Li Qingran had become. Ever since she suspected him of stealing her phone number, she had been seeking revenge. He had refrained from defending himself out of guilt, but this little princess was becoming increasingly brazen. He had never made her watch the luggage. She had fallen asleep as soon as they boarded the train, while he had kept an eye on their belongings. As for not letting her eat, she had slept throughout the journey, refusing to wake up no matter how much he called her. Now, she was turning the tables on him, and with their grandparents doting on her, they were unlikely to believe him. He knew he would have to take the blame. Poor Li Qingfeng was left battered and bruised by Grandpa Li, who threatened him further until he begrudgingly apologized to Li Qingran. Fuming, Li Qingfeng redirected his ire toward Mu Chenshi, thinking that had Mu not given Li Qingran his phone number, she would never have held a grudge against him. If he hadn't stolen it, she wouldn't have sought revenge, and he wouldn't have been punished so severely. He didn't acknowledge the foolishness of stealing Li Qingran's phone number. Instead, he blamed all his misfortunes on Mu Chenshi, deepening his resentment toward him. Unbeknownst to Mu Chenshi, he had inadvertently offended his future brother-in-law, further complicating his relationship with Li Qingran. Such is the capriciousness of fate. After all the effort Li Qingran expended to return to Engshi, Mu Chenshi was taken by his father to the capital to visit his grandfather, causing their paths to diverge once again. As soon as summer vacation commenced, Mu's father insisted on taking Mu Chenshi back to the capital. Mu Chenshi was indifferent, for with Li Qingran gone, it mattered little to him where he went. Upon arriving at the Mu household, both Grandpa and Grandma Mu welcomed him with open arms, showering him with questions while completely disregarding his stoic expression. After narrowly escaping the clutches of Grandpa Mu and Grandma Mu, Huang Jialin was soon upon him again. Mu Chenshi, feeling exasperated, locked him outside the door, ignoring his heartfelt calls. As noon approached, Mu Chenshi had no choice but to open the door. The moment he did, Huang Jialin lunged at him, attempting to envelop him in a bear hug. Mu Chenshi deftly sidestepped, causing Huang Jialin to land on the bed, his face a portrait of sorrow as he lamented, Mu Chenshi, how could you evade me? You have truly wounded my heart. He theatrically clutched his chest, feigning injury. Mu Chenshi remained unresponsive, merely gazing at him, and eventually, Huang Jialin left in dejection. In Chapter 23, Changes, Mu Chenshi observed as Huang Jialin fled in dismay and then turned to the dining room for lunch. Throughout the meal, Huang Jialin cast melancholic glances at Mu Chenshi, who remained unfazed, calmly eating. The Mu family had grown accustomed to this. Huang Jialin seemed to thrive on torment, inexplicably drawn to Mu Chenshi, who was notoriously aloof and disinterested in socializing. Despite suffering numerous setbacks, Huang Jialin persistently clung to Mu Chenshi. Thus, it was common to witness Mu Chenshi's irritation while Huang Jialin trailed behind, either chattering incessantly or gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Most would have found such a situation intolerable, prompting admiration and sympathy from the Mu family towards Mu Chenshi. After lunch, Mu Chenshi retreated to his room. Huang Jialin, seeing him depart, hastily finished his meal and resumed his role as an eager companion. He returned to his room, retrieved his gaming console, and stealthily approached Mu Chenshi's door, pressing his ear against it. Hearing no sound, he knocked vigorously and called out, "Cousin, let's play a game together." Inside, Mu Chenshi frowned in annoyance, having barely settled down when Huang Jialin's incessant pestering began anew. He turned over in bed, feigning ignorance, but Huang Jialin continued to knock persistently. Eventually, Mu Chenshi, exasperated, opened the door and glared at Huang Jialin, who feigned ignorance and slipped into the room, excitedly claiming, "Cousin, let us play a game. My mom just bought me a new one." Mu Chenshi replied with a sardonic tone, "You wish to play, do you? Very well. But let me make this clear. If you lose, you must not show your face to me for a month." Huang Jialan hesitated, but soon reassured himself. He had played this game numerous times, while his cousin had likely never touched it. Confidently, he agreed. "But what if you lose, cousin? Surely, you must agree to a condition as well. Otherwise, it would be unfair." Mu Chenshi, gritting his teeth at Huang Jialan's audacity, responded, "If I lose, I will permit you to follow me around, and I shall accompany you in whatever you desire." Huang Jialan, caught up in the moment, eagerly accepted the terms, and the two began their game, each harboring their own thoughts. An hour later, Huang Jialan, in tears, clung to Mu Chenshi's leg, pleading, "Cousin, let's play one more round. Just one last game." Mu Chenshi calmly brushed him off, stating, "No more excuses. You've already lost 3 rounds. A deal is a deal. You must not appear before me for the next month." Huang Jialan persisted, feigning innocence. "Just one more game. I promise I won't cheat. If I lose again, I will leave immediately. If I don't, I'll be your little dog. Please, cousin." In a bid for a quiet month, Mu Chenshi reluctantly indulged him for one more game. 30 minutes passed without a word from Mu Chenshi, prompting Huang Jialan to silently pack his belongings, preparing to leave. In Chapter 24, A Twist of Fate, Huang Jialan reached the door, unwilling to concede. "In 30 days, I shall return a changed man, cousin. You wait for me." With that, he departed. Mu Chenshi, watching him go, sighed in relief, finally anticipating a month of peace. Meanwhile, Huang Jialan called his mother, expressing his desire to return home. Despite her confusion, upon seeing her son's reluctant expression, she understood he must have been outwitted by Mu Chenshi yet again, and thus she took him home without further discussion. After Huang Jialan's departure, Mu Chenshi settled into studying a year's worth of borrowed books from Grandpa Mu. Naturally intelligent and a quick learner, he swiftly grasped the material. In another part of town, Li Qingran struggled to return to the city, only to find herself continuously monitored by the insufferable Li Qingfeng, who, despite her numerous schemes to shake him off, remained by her side, infuriating her. One day, seizing an opportunity, Li Qingran persuaded her grandfather to take Li Qingfeng along when he went to play chess with friends, claiming she was weary of his constant presence. Grandfather Li readily agreed. As they prepared to leave, he turned to Li Qingfeng and said, "Little Feng, come with me. Chun grandfather mentioned his grandson has returned too, and you two are of similar ages, so I thought you could keep each other company." Li Qingfeng glanced at Li Qingran, insisting, "I don't want to go. I want to stay home and play with Xiaoran." Grandfather Li, raising his voice, reprimanded, "You little rascal, what's this? You're reluctant to go out with me?" Li Qingfeng responded, "Then let Xiaoran come too." Grandfather Li firmly stated, "Why would I bring her? Let her stay at home and play by herself. Now quit your chatter and get dressed." Left with no choice, Li Qingfeng glared at Li Qingran before reluctantly complying. He could only hope her antics would not lead them outside. Watching him leave, Li Qingran stuck out her tongue and then sweetly coaxed her grandmother, expressing a desire to go out and play. Unable to resist her charms, Grandma Li immediately took her out. Li Qingran headed straight for her old kindergarten, only to find the gates firmly shut. Suddenly recalling it was summer vacation, she realized her friend Shurtu would also be away. Gazing at the empty kindergarten, her vision blurred, and tears streamed down her face. Grandma Li, distressed, asked Xiaoran, "What's wrong? Please don't cry. Amidst Tartius, Li Vingran so bit, woo. I will never see Shurtu again. He will be on vacation too. What do I do?" Grandma Li, puzzled, inquired, "Who is Shurtu? Please stop crying. Whatever you want, Grandma will get it for you." Li Qingran, wiping her tears, lamented, "I can't find my Shurtu anymore. I will never see him again. I just want my Shurtu, not any other." In Chapter 25, A Twist of Fate 2, Grandma Li, bewildered by her granddaughter's words, eventually coaxed her with a plethora of snacks before bringing her home. Once home, Li Qingran sat glumly on the sofa, munching on her treats. By noon, Grandfather Li had brought Li Qingfeng and Li Qingran back home. As soon as they entered, Li Qingfeng made a beeline for Li Qingran. Noticing her red eyes as she sat on the sofa, he quickly turned to the kitchen to inquire with Grandma Li if they had also gone out that morning. Grandma Li confirmed they had, and curiously asked why Li Qingran had been sobbing uncontrollably outside the kindergarten. Li Qingfeng shook his head in silence and sat beside Li Qingran. observing her listless demeanor without uttering a word. Deep inside, he regretted his earlier actions, wondering if he had been too harsh. Little Ran had already cried countless times because of that troublesome boy, Mu Chenshi. He had merely intended to cut through the chaos swiftly, but had not anticipated the profound impact it would have on her, leaving her so heartbroken. With a sigh, he contemplated his remorse. Before long, Grandma Li called him for lunch. Despite his inner turmoil, Li Qingfeng refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead stealing glances at Li Qingran, who listlessly made her way to the dining room. In an effort to cheer her up, Grandma Li had prepared all of her favorite dishes. After lunch, Li Qingran managed to regain a semblance of her spirit and, unprompted, retreated to her room for some rest. Li Qingfeng, however, could not shake off his worry as he watched her. In the afternoon, when Li Qingran awoke from her nap, Li Qingfeng kept her company, fetching her snacks, pouring her water, and sharing jokes to coax a smile from her. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, Li Qingran asked, "Brother, did you do something to upset me?" Startled, Li Qingfeng stammered, "No, of course not. Why would you think that?" Li Qingran eyed him suspiciously. "Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? Do you have a guilty conscience?" Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, Li Qingfeng silently defended himself. "No, I just noticed you were feeling down today, so I wanted to cheer you up. You're overthinking it. Besides, I'm your brother. Isn't it only right for me to be good to you?" Li Qingran remained silent, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint the issue, ultimately deciding to forego further inquiry and enjoy his attentiveness. After dinner, Grandma Li bathed Li Qingran, who, after her first shower, obediently went to bed. Grandma Li praised her for being so well-behaved that day, to which Li Qingran quietly smiled without replying. Once back in her room, she lay on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Moments later, thoughts of Mu Chenshi flooded her mind, and tears streamed down her cheeks once more. "Stone, I really miss you. I went to kindergarten today, but you're already on break. Will I truly never see you again?" Clutching her blanket, she buried her face within, sobbing alone. Meanwhile, at the Mu residence in the capital, Mu Chenshi suddenly felt a pang of heartache, followed by an inexplicable sorrow filling his heart. He pressed his hand against his chest, recalling Li Qingran, which only intensified his pain. The name Li Qingran had become a taboo for him. Each time he thought of her, his heart ached. As summer vacation drew to a close, Grandfather Li took Li Qingfeng and Li Qingran back to the capital. Upon arriving at the train station, he instructed them to stay close while he called their father to pick them up. Li Qingran absent-mindedly munched on her biscuits, while Li Qingfeng scanned the bustling station out of boredom. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, and, as the person turned around, he was taken aback. Wasn't he that Mu Chenshi? What was he doing in the capital? Had he come to find them? Seeing him glance in their direction, Li Qingfeng quickly pulled Li Qingran down to crouch beside him. Caught off guard, Li Qingran asked, "Brother, why are you pulling me down?" Li Qingfeng promptly replied, "My shoelace came undone. I'm tying it." Li Qingran scoffed, "If your shoelace is undone, why pull me down?" She struggled to rise, but Li Qingfeng, sensing he was losing his grip, exclaimed, "Oh no, my stomach hurts, it really hurts." He feigned discomfort while clutching his abdomen. Concerned, Li Qingran looked at him closely and asked, "Are you okay? You should tell Grandpa." At that moment, Mu Chenshi turned his head towards their direction, scanning for a few seconds, but failing to spot the familiar face. With a self-deprecating smile, he thought, "Did I just hear Li Qingran's voice? Must be my imagination. How could I possibly run into her in the capital?" After finishing his call, Grandfather Li noticed the two children were missing and was about to call out when he felt something tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw Li Qingfeng and Li Qingran crouching at his feet like little thieves. Furious, Grandfather Li yanked Li Qingfeng's ear, pulling him up while scolding, "You rascal! What are you doing pulling your sister down? Do you know how worried I was?" Feeling guilty, Li Qingfeng did not resist and stood up obediently. Meanwhile, Li Qingran transformed into her brother's little protector, defending him. "Grandpa," he said, his stomach hurt really badly. Grandfather Li, upon hearing this, released his grip and eyed Li Qingfeng skeptically. "Is that true?" Li Qingfeng quickly shook his head. "No, it's fine now. It just hurt a bit earlier." Grandfather Li scrutinized him for a moment longer, then, satisfied that all was well, said, "All right then, let us go. Your father should be here soon." He took Li Qingran's hand and pushed the luggage, leaving without a backward glance, while Li Qingfeng silently trailed behind. As they walked, Li Qingran turned back to glance at him, and he sheepishly smiled at his sister. After a series of events, Li Qingran returned to their home in the capital, while Mu Chenshi returned to his home in Anxi. Once again, fate had conspired to keep them apart. Sometimes, it is said, even when two people are close in proximity, if the time is not right, they will remain unaware of each other's presence. A few days after returning home, both children enrolled in their respective elementary schools. Mu Chenshi had self-studied all the material from 1st to 4th grade over the summer, while Li Qingran had spent her vacation carefree and playful. Li Qingran enrolled in an elementary school in the capital, attending the same institution as Li Qingfeng. Mu Chenshi, on the other hand, enrolled in an elementary school in Anxi, and both were set to embark on new chapters of their lives at their new schools. On the first day of school, Li Qingran accompanied Li Qingfeng to the capital's elementary school. She was placed in grade 1, and after ensuring she was settled, Li Qingfeng left for his own class. Feeling anxious in this unfamiliar environment, Li Qingran soon managed to self-soothe, realizing that without Stone by her side, she would have to learn to be independent. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Hey, little Ran, long time no see." She turned to see Su Yang, who was grinning widely beside his desk. Her spirits lifted at the sight of a familiar face, and she smiled back. "Little Yang, it's been a while. Are you in my class?" Su Yang Biamed, "Yes. I'll be sitting next to you." Li Qingran eagerly replied, "Of course." And Su Yang cheerfully settled down, immediately launching into playful complaints about how heartless she was for not calling him throughout the summer, despite him having given her his home phone number. Li Qingran smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. She was typically reserved around people she wasn't very familiar with, displaying her playful side only with family, especially Mu Chenshi. However, observing Su Yang's demeanor, she felt assured that her future life would be far from mundane. After a few minutes, the teacher entered the classroom, a remarkably youthful woman who appeared to have just graduated from university. Slightly reserved, she addressed the students from the podium, saying, "Class, please settle down. I am a homeroom teacher for year 1-1. I, too, just graduated from university this year. My name is Lu Xiaoqin. You may call me Teacher Lu. I look forward to spending the next 6 years with all of you, and I hope we can grow and progress together." Does that sound good? Fresh graduates brim with enthusiasm, while the newly enrolled children, still somewhat naive, clapped fervently regardless of their comprehension. The classroom echoed with scattered, innocent responses. Seeing the students so engaged, Teacher Lu felt a surge of joy in her heart and continued, "As we are all strangers to one another, I won't assign seats just yet. For now, please remain in your current positions." The classroom buzzed with lively chatter, and Su Yang cheerfully remarked to Li Qingran, "Little Ran, that means we can sit together." Li Qingran nodded with a smile. Noticing the absence of objections, Teacher Lu added, "Now, let us proceed to select class leaders. Is there anyone who would like to volunteer?" The students exchanged puzzled glances, and when Teacher Lu observed their confusion, she randomly began calling names from the roster. Poor Li Qingran found herself inexplicably appointed as the study committee member. Su Yang, with a mischievous grin, teased her, "Hello, study committee member." Li Qingran rolled her eyes in silence, internally lamenting, "What is this nonsense?" After organizing the class leaders, Teacher Lu announced, "Since we are all unfamiliar with one another, I will call the roll so we can recognize each other's faces." Chapter 28. A new life too. Once attendance was taken, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Teacher Lu offered a few final remarks before leaving. The classroom remained somewhat restless as students chattered excitedly, each face glowing with the pride of being a new elementary school student. However, Mu Chenshi was not as cheerful. After being dropped off by his father that morning, he wandered aimlessly until he finally found his classroom. The moment he stepped inside, the air seemed to grow still. The once boisterous class fell silent for an instant, captivated by his aloof demeanor and striking appearance. Sleek black hair, handsome features, and an upright posture, exuding a cool aura that set him apart from his peers. His entrance commanded everyone's attention. Soon after, girls gazed at him starry-eyed, while boys shot him jealous glances. He chose a seat in a corner and sat alone. But the tranquility soon erupted into chatter once again. Moments later, a bold girl took the empty seat beside him. Without looking up, Mu Chenshi coldly asked, "Is there no other seat available?" The girl awkwardly retreated. Shortly thereafter, another handsome boy entered, causing the class to hush momentarily before the noise resumed. This newcomer had short, flaxen hair and striking features, particularly his captivating peach blossom eyes. He paused at the door for a moment, scanning the room. then confidently approached Mu Chenshi and plopped down beside him, grinning as he introduced himself. Hello, Yi Kai. I hope you don't mind if I sit here. But even if you do, it can't be helped. Mu Chenshi glanced at him without responding. He knew he couldn't remain alone. A classmate was inevitable. And this boy seemed tolerable. At least he was another male. Mu Chenshi gave a slight nod, indicating his lack of objection. Yi Kai, noticing this, cheerfully remarked, "Do you know why I wanted to sit next to you?" Mu Chenshi looked at him with curiosity. Yi Kai proudly declared, "Because you're good-looking. I thought I was quite handsome, but after seeing you, I reluctantly admit you're a notch above me. The others in class aren't appealing at all. Sitting with them would lower my attractiveness." Mu Chenshi remained silent. Yi Kai continued, "Moreover, they all seem rather dull-witted. You appear quite intelligent. I prefer to sit with someone whose IQ is on par with mine, lest they drag my intelligence down." Mu Chenshi. He felt exasperated, regretting his choice of seating. This boy was too eccentric. Was it too late to switch desks? Unbeknownst to him, Yi Kai was engrossed in his own self-congratulatory thoughts, lamenting, "Alas, I'm simply too clever for my own good." However, Yi Kai had indeed made an astute observation. Mu Chenshi's IQ was likely comparable, if not superior, to his own. In subsequent exams, Mu Chenshi consistently outperformed Yi Kai, relegating him to second place in the grade, and later, with the arrival of Nangong Jin, to third, which left him quite disheartened. Yet, those were tales for another time. Chapter 30. A New Life. For after delivering her remarks, Teacher Liu left without a backward glance, leaving Su Yang alone, sighing despondently amidst the mocking laughter of his close male friends and the concerned voices of his admirers. Eventually, he resigned himself to seeking out the teacher. Just before the class bell rang, Su Yang returned, looking utterly dejected. Li Qingran, unable to contain her laughter, trembled with mirth and finally asked, "Su Yang, what did the teacher want with you?" Su Yang rolled his eyes in annoyance, replying weakly, "You know perfectly well. What else could it be but to write a reflection?" His agitation caused his gestures to be somewhat exaggerated, prompting the language teacher to throw a piece of chalk in his direction. "Su Yang, please be quiet." Once again, Su Yang was called out, glaring at Li Qingran in resentment, but she merely shrugged, indicating her lack of involvement. After class, Su Yang slumped over his desk, motionless and lost in thought. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Qingran comforted him. "It's just a reflection. You don't need to act as if your life is at stake." Hearing this, Su Yang perked up, his eyes brightening as he prepared to speak, but Li Qingran interrupted. "You want me to write it for you, right?" Su Yang eagerly nodded. Li Qingran, with a teasing smile, replied, "You can only dream of that. You must handle your own affairs." Su Yang, feigning innocente, wrapped his arms around her in a bid for persuasion. "How about a pack of white rabbit milk candies?" Li Qingran's eyes flickered with interest, but she quickly regained her resolve, saying, "What if the teacher finds out?" Su Yang raised the stakes. "What if I add 5 chicken legs?" Li Qingran wavered further. The temptation was immense for a foodie like her. She pretended to ponder for 2 seconds before conceding. "All right, I can help you brainstorm. I'll read, and you write. Our handwriting is different, so it would be easier to detect if I write it." Su Yang gritted his teeth. "Then add 10 lollipops, and you write it." "Deal." Li Qingran raplia. "Tomorrow morning, payment upon delivery." In the face of delicious temptations, what mattered handwriting? These were hurdles easily surmountable. Su Yang couldn't shake the feeling that Li Qingran had set a trap for him to fall into. That evening, Li Qingran promptly wrote the reflection for Su Yang, reviewing it carefully before placing it into his backpack. This was a chance for a bounty of treats. Caution was essential. The next morning, Su Yang indeed arrived with a plethora of snacks to trade for the reflection. Li Qingran beamed like a blooming flower, repeatedly stating, "Next time you need to write a reflection, come find me. I'll give you a discount." Su Yang gritted his teeth and said, "Just wait." After speaking, he went to Teacher Liu's office to submit his self-reflection, while Li Qingran sat in her seat, counting her snacks, grinning like a cunning little fox. At Engshi Primary School, Mu Chenshi had also been in school for several days. He had already mastered the content in the textbooks. Consequently, these days had felt quite mundane for him. However, for Yi Kai, it was a different story. He felt as though he was drowning in despair. He had once believed himself to be the handsomest and smartest, strutting around like a lord. But ever since encountering Mu Chenshi, he felt his spirit had been deeply wounded, and his intelligence was constantly being crushed by Mu Chenshi's superiority. In the 31st chapter of this new life, he found himself utterly exhausted and had begun to doubt his existence, questioning why he had to sit next to Mu Chenshi. Now he finally understood the meaning of self-inflicted misery. Moreover, the school year had already progressed for over 2 months, and numerous exams had taken place. Yet annoyingly, Mu Chenshi consistently outperformed him despite never seeming to pay attention in class. He was always daydreaming. So how could he achieve such impressive results? It was utterly unfair. Due to these frustrations, Ye Kaiyu had been in a low mood for the past few days, speaking little to Mu Chenshi, which left Mu Chenshi feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Concerned for his deskmate, Mu Chenshi asked Ye Kaiyu if he was feeling unwell. Ye Kaiyu shot him a glare and turned his head away, ignoring him. Mu Chenshi thought, I don't believe I have offended him. Why does he look as if I have bullied him? After contemplating, Mu Chenshi reassured himself that he had indeed not provoked Ye Kaiyu and returned to his extracurricular reading contentedly. A few days later, Ye Kaiyu came to a realization. Mu Chenshi was simply peculiar. How could he compare himself to someone so strange? He felt that he was doing quite well. And apart from Mu Chenshi, no one was superior to him. He was still quite impressive in his own right. With this newfound clarity, he revived his spirits and greeted Mu Chenshi enthusiastically the next day, chattering away during class once more. Mu Chenshi suddenly found himself longing for the previous days of quiet. At least it had been peaceful. 2 weeks passed, and both Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran faced their midterm exams. To Ye Kaiyu's surprise, Mu Chenshi had finally begun to study. He had previously only read his extracurricular books, but this was the first time Ye Kaiyu saw him with his textbook. If he could score first in class without studying, surely his grades would soar even higher now. Sighing, Ye Kaiyu decided he should review diligently as well to avoid falling too far behind. Meanwhile, Li Qingran had also ceased her playful antics with Su Yang, dedicating herself to serious study, which made Su Yang feel inexplicably anxious. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, Isn't it just a midterm exam? Do you really need to be this serious? Li Qingran nodded earnestly. Yes, I must. My mother said if I score first in class, I can have braised pig trotters. Something I've longed for. Su Yang scoffed. Look at you so desperate for a bit of food. Is it really worth it? It's just pig trotters. Li Qingran replied seriously. It is worth it. You wouldn't understand the world of food lovers. My mother's pig trotters are incomparable. Afterward, she returned to her studies, appearing entirely different from the excited girl who had just spoken about food. Su Yang thought, fine, the world of food lovers is indeed beyond my grasp. I might as well enjoy myself. Fate is inescapable. Yet, he couldn't help but feel startled by the rapid change in her demeanor, almost believing he was hallucinating. Finally, the midterm exams concluded, and Li Qingran felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. She was confident about the exam questions and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, felt assured she would secure first place in class. The thought of indulging in braised pig trotters thrilled her. Su Yang, noticing her exuberance, asked with envy, Why are you so happy? Did you do well? Li Qingran beamed. As long as I do better than you. That's what matters. Days later, the results were released. Li Qingran scored 100 in mathematics and 98 in Chinese, taking first place in the class. Su Yang glanced at his own paper, 80 in mathematics and 75 in Chinese, placing 40th in a class of 50 students. He felt disheartened. Meanwhile, Mu Chenshi undoubtedly claimed the top spot in their class, and even the entire grade, with perfect scores of 100 in both subjects. Ye Kaiyu, coming in second in both class and grade, felt a lingering frustration, having missed the top score by just 1 point. As 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran were now in the 4th grade. Mu Chenshi remained unchanged, still aloof, still unapproachable, and still the top student. In contrast, Li Qingran had undergone considerable transformation over the years, coerced by her mother into studying Latin dance, playing the guzheng, and painting, all under the pretense of fostering good posture, cultivating a refined demeanor, and ensuring she possessed a skill for future employment. Li Qingran felt exasperated. Her mother's reasoning was always sound, and her resistance was futile. Consequently, her weekends were consumed, while other children attended tutoring classes. She was enrolled in a multitude of extracurricular activities. Yet, despite not attending any tutoring sessions, she still managed to be the top student in her class. Thanks to her academically gifted brother, who frequently used snacks to coerce her into studying, an approach that never failed. Not long after the start of the new school year, a transfer student joined Mu Chenshi's class. On that day, The homeroom teacher introduced the new student, capturing everyone's attention as whispers spread through the classroom. "Oh, another handsome boy." The teacher clapped the desk firmly, demanding silence, and invited the new student to introduce himself. Nangong Jin calmly approached the podium and said, "Hello, everyone. My name is Nangong Jin. I have transferred here from the capital and hope to make friends with you all in the coming years." "Thank you." The teacher nodded in approval, saying, "Now that Nangong Jin has finished introducing himself, I hope everyone will treat him kindly. He will sit behind Mu Chenshi, as we have 48 students in the class, and he will need to sit alone." Nangong Jin acknowledged the teacher and walked to take a seat behind Mu Chenshi. At that moment, Yi Kaiyu mischievously turned around to introduce himself, saying, "Hi, I'm Yi Kaiyu. Nice to meet you. My desk mate is Mu Chenshi." In the 33rd chapter, Nangong Jin smiled back. "Hello, I'm Nangong Jin." Yi Kaiyu, puzzled, asked, "Why did you transfer from the capital? It should be better there." Nangong Jin explained, "It's due to my parents' work. They moved here for their jobs, so I came along." Yi Kaiyu replied, "Oh, well, now that you're here, you're my buddy, and the three of us are the most handsome in class, equally matched in looks." After speaking, he patted Mu Chen's shoulder. Mu Chen turned his head and silently glanced at him, ignoring him. Nangong Jin, feeling a bit awkward, shot him a glance. Yi Kaiyu observed their reactions and felt a sense of futility, choosing to remain silent. Over the past few days, thanks to Yi Kaiyu's affable nature and thick skin, he had become good friends with Nangong Jin. However, it was evident that Nangong Jin's interest in Mu Chen far outweighed his interest in him. Mu Chen was perpetually aloof, which left Yi Kaiyu quite frustrated. Meanwhile, Li Qingran had become considerably more extroverted over the years and had improved her rapport with her classmates. Initially, many girls in the class disliked her due to her association with Su Yang. However, over time, they realized that her relationship with Su Yang was akin to that of good buddies, characterized by pure camaraderie rather than animosity. Gradually, they accepted her, especially given her academic prowess, pleasant appearance, and agreeable temperament, which endeared her to nearly everyone in the class. As the years passed, she ascended from class monitor to class president, managing her peers, making it unwise for anyone to cross her. 2 months sped by in the blink of an eye, and the midterm examinations loomed once more. Li Qingran was now unperturbed by the impending tests. They no longer fazed her. It was Su Yang who was now quite anxious, fretting about the exams and fearing his father's wrath if he did poorly again. Su Yang looked at Li Qingran with a pitiful expression, to which she retorted that her presence wouldn't help him, as she couldn't take the exam for him. Su Yang sighed, lamenting that if only he were as intelligent as her, he could breeze through the exam, even with his eyes closed. Li Qingran shot him a glare, insisting that her success wasn't due to luck, but rather hard work. She chided him for not paying attention in class and neglecting his assignments, suggesting he deserved his poor grades. Su Yang, in a huff, accused her of relishing his misfortune. Li Qingran playfully stuck out her tongue, embracing her role as the bearer of misfortune. Su Yang, with a sense of betrayal, remarked on her transformation, claiming she wasn't the same as before. Li Qingran, with pride, declared that everyone grows. Su Yang, finally finished with the exams, experienced the familiar mix of joy and despair. Li Qingran emerged as the top student again, while Su Yang returned home with a bruised face after being reprimanded by his father, only to be met with Li Qingran's teasing at school. Mu Chen once again ranked first in the grade, while Yi Kaiyu slipped from second to third, which left him feeling disheartened for a while. However, having learned from previous setbacks, he soon came to terms with it. Surprisingly, it was Nangong Jin who claimed the coveted second spot, which caught Mu Chen off guard. He anticipated Nangong Jin would excel academically. Despite Yi Kaiyu's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was quite diligent. The fact that Nangong Jin had surpassed him indicated his considerable capability. Yi Kaiyu, oblivious to the deeper implications, jovially draped an arm around Nangong Jin, playfully teasing him about being a hidden academic prodigy. Nangong Jin merely smiled in response. Yi Kaiyu continued to indulge in self-admiration, expressing relief that Nangong Jin wouldn't feel inferior knowing how well he and Mu Chen performed academically. He proclaimed their trio to be the embodiment of perfection, the epitome of male charm that others could not surpass. Both Mu Chen and Nangong Jin, unable to endure Yi Kaiyu's self-indulgence any longer, exchanged a knowing glance and departed together, leaving Yi Kaiyu to wallow in his fantasies. Eventually, he snapped back to reality and noticed they had distanced themselves, exclaiming in frustration. Meanwhile, Nangongjin, having only recently acquainted himself with them, had begun to understand their contrasting personalities. Yi Kaiyu was likable but excessively narcissistic, at times provoking the desire to give him a good thrashing. As they heard Yi Kaiyu's footsteps approaching, they quickened their pace, unaware that he had unknowingly drawn their disdain. On the other hand, fortune smiled upon Su Yang, as his physical education teacher recognized his athletic talent and recommended him for the school basketball team. Su Yang parents, having given up on his academic prospects, saw this as a potential avenue for his future, allowing him to pursue basketball training. Consequently, Su Yang was in high spirits, boasting to Li Qingran, who found his boastful demeanor quite nauseating, though she couldn't deny that basketball suited him well. As seasons changed, Mu Chun and Li Qingran entered middle school. Mu Chun, Yi Kaiyu, and Nangongjin remained in the same class, their bond strengthening into an unbreakable triangle. Mu Chun continued to maintain his aloofness, rarely engaging with anyone outside of Yi Kaiyu and Nangongjin. Yi Kaiyu, ever the carefree spirit, became increasingly flirtatious, charming numerous girls since the 5th grade, while Nangongjin remained gentle and kind, though he reserved his sincerity for Mu Chun and Yi Kaiyu, maintaining a respectful distance from others. Li Qingran, on the other hand, underwent a significant transformation. She had grown slender and graceful, shedding her former chubby appearance. Su Yang often teased her with affectionate jibes, calling her little chubby, much to her annoyance. Meanwhile, Su Yang had grown taller due to basketball practice, often teasing her about her height, leaving her without a retort. Li Qingran excelled academically, earning admission to the prestigious Daijing Middle School, while Su Yang, benefiting from his athletic prowess, also secured a spot there. Fate seemed to conspire against them, as they found themselves in the same class again, eliciting an eye roll from Li Qingran and a cheerful grin from Su Yang, who delighted in their serendipitous reunion. Li Qingran, exasperated, playfully smacked Su Yang's head, insisting he stop calling her little chubby. Meanwhile, Mu Chun and his friends were enrolled in Ongshi No. 1 Middle School, remaining inseparable, and quickly gained notoriety for their handsome appearances and stellar grades, drawing attention wherever they went. As the year drew to a close, the end-of-term examinations concluded, heralding the arrival of summer vacation. The students relaxed, shedding the weight of their studies. While packing their bags, Yi Kaiyu suddenly inquired about their summer plans. Nangongjin, while tidying his belongings, replied that he would be returning to Daijing to visit his grandparents. Yi Kaiyu then turned to Mu Chun, asking about his plans. Mu Chun responded coolly, indicating that it seemed his grandfather wanted him to undergo some military training. Nangongjin and Yi Kaiyu exchanged glances after hearing the news. It seemed that Mu Chen's grandfather held a significant military rank, and his uncle was still serving as a commanding officer in the army, making such arrangements unsurprising. After a brief moment, Yi Kaiyu excitedly declared, "I'm going to England this summer. My aunt is married over there. Hee, do you have anything you want me to bring back?" Nangongjin chuckled. "We're not girls. What cosmetics do we need? Just enjoy yourself." Mu Chun silently added, "You could bring something for your female friends." Yi Kaiyu glared at the two of them, feeling his good intentions wasted. Upon returning home, Mu Chun was promptly sent to the army by his grandfather, training alongside a group of new recruits. After the summer break, Li Qingran returned to Incity with Li Qingfeng. She continued her painting lessons daily, now studying sketching under a renowned teacher that Li's mother had managed to find. Li Qingran was genuinely interested in painting, dedicating herself to her studies. As for the Guzheng and Latin dance, she had completed her studies through 6th grade, achieving the highest level, so her mother did not force her to learn anything else. One afternoon, after finishing her calligraphy class, Li Qingran found herself wandering aimlessly on the street, eventually arriving at her former kindergarten. She stood outside the gate, observing that the kindergarten had changed little, though it appeared somewhat older. In Chapter 36, Growth 3, gazing at the kindergarten brought memories of Mu Chun flooding back. "It has been 7 years, Stone, are you well?" Li Qingran stood at the entrance for over half an hour, reminiscing about her moments with Mu Chun. Only when her legs grew numb did she snap back to reality, glancing back at the kindergarten one last time before reluctantly departing. Li Qingfeng noticed Li Qingran's sudden shift in mood and guessed she had visited the kindergarten again. He sighed quietly, admiring her unwavering devotion. Even after all these years, she still held on to thoughts of that boy. 2 months passed unnoticed. and the second year of middle school commenced. Both Nangong Jin and Yi Kaiyu were taken aback by Mu Chen's transformation. He seemed considerably more mature. The 2 months of military training had darkened his complexion, yet his fair skin meant he would soon regain his previous hue. Through his thin school uniform, hints of muscle were visible, a sight not typical for boys their age. The most striking change was his commanding presence, now exuding a palpable intensity. Yi Kaiyu playfully punched Mu Chen's chest, exclaiming, "Wow, brother, you've changed a lot in 2 months. Those muscles are impressive." He then jokingly groped Mu Chen. Stepping back, Mu Chen smirked, "Apologies, but my sexual orientation is quite normal. I'm not interested in men." "You got the wrong guy." Yi Kaiyu stared in shock before retorting. "Whose orientation is abnormal? I like women." Without arguing further, Mu Chen regarded him with an expression that suggested understanding, as if to say, "I get it. No need to explain. I won't judge you." Then, glancing at Nangong Jin, who immediately understood, Nangong Jin quipped, I didn't expect this from you. Don't worry, we won't judge you, but please refrain from making advances on your brothers, okay?" With that, Nangong Jin and Mu Chen left Yi Kaiyu standing alone as they headed to class. Moments later, Yi Kaiyu's cries echoed, "Mu Chen, you jerk, come back. Who has an abnormal orientation? You're the one who likes men." Realizing the curious stares from surrounding students, he quickly fell silent. The next day, rumors spread at school claiming Yi Kaiyu had a crush on Mu Chen, which led to a spree of breakups with his girlfriends, who insisted on supporting him and Mu Chen, proclaiming that true love transcends gender. Exasperated, Yi Kaiyu demanded Mu Chen restore his reputation. With a smirk, Mu Chen replied, "I didn't start the rumors. How can I clear your name? Are you really in love with me?" Yi Kaiyu was left speechless, feeling that Mu Chen's reaction was unnecessarily petty. After all, he had merely playfully touched him. Nangong Jin, rather than aiding his friend, seemed to revel in the drama. Yi Kaiyu shot a resentful glance at Nangong Jin, who shrugged innocently. In Chapter 37, Growth 4, the situation eventually resolved with Yi Kaiyu agreeing to do Mu Chen's homework for a week in exchange for an explanation that quelled the rumors. Once Mu Chen clarified the matter, the gossip ceased. Yi Kaiyu felt drained, while Nangong Jin chastised him. "You brought this upon yourself." Those unfamiliar with Mu Chen think he is aloof and unapproachable, but we know his true nature, cunning, sharp-tongued, and vengeful. Yet you still provoke him. It's no wonder you are in this predicament. Meanwhile, Qingran and Su Yang resumed their playful rivalry. One day, Su Yang, feeling bored, glanced at Qingran and said, "Hey, chubby girl, why are you only growing sideways? You keep gaining weight, but not height. You're still so short." Qingran shot him an angry glare, retorting, "I think you're just bored. Perhaps you should focus on how to lighten your skin." Having spent so much time playing basketball, Su Yang was tanned, while Qingran inherited her mother's fair complexion, often teasing him about it. Su Yang protested, "You're the one who's dark. This is a healthy tan. You wouldn't understand." He sighed, "Stop deceiving yourself. Those Sino-African relations are friendly now. Staying in China long-term isn't ideal. You should return to your hometown sooner rather than later." With that, she stuck her tongue out at Su Yang and quickly ran off, only to hear his frustrated shout, Qingran. Despite their constant banter, their friendship was strong. If anyone mocked Qingran, Su Yang would be the first to defend her, and vice versa. 2 years flew by, and both Qingran and Mu Chen completed their middle school examinations. On the day they received their report cards and graduation certificates, Mu Chen achieved an astonishing score of 668 out of 680. Yi Kaiyu and Nangong Jin scored over 650, which was commendable, yet still fell short compared to Mu Chen. After a while, Yi Kaiyu asked, "What do you guys plan to attend high school?" Mu Chen pondered and replied, "I'll be heading back to the capital, likely to Beijing No. 1 High School." Nangong Jin added, "My parents are also relocating back to the capital, so I'll probably join you there." Yi Kaiyu, considering this, smiled and said, "Well, if you're both going to the capital, then I'll have to go too. We can't break our trio. My parents are there as well." Both Mu Chen and Nangong Jin simultaneously retorted, "Who wants to go with you?" However, their smiles betrayed their true feelings. Yi Kaiyu, noticing their expressions, understood that their words didn't reflect their hearts. He merely extended his fist, saying, "Let us agree on Beijing No. 1 High School then. Whoever doesn't go isn't a true friend." Nangong Jin chuckled and also extended his fist, affirming, "See you at Beijing No. 1 High School." Although Mu Chenshi displayed a hint of disdain, he extended his fist, and thus the three of them reached an agreement. Li Qingran also performed exceptionally well, scoring 655 points, securing the top position in her grade at the Imperial Capital High School, and was promptly admitted to the prestigious Imperial Capital No. 1 High School. Su Yang was also successfully admitted due to his basketball prowess. Chapter 38. Reunion 1. After the high school entrance examination, there were no assignments, and everyone indulged in leisure. Yi Kaiyu traveled abroad again. Nangong Jin returned to the capital. Mu Chenshi was once again dispatched to the military by grandfather Mu. Su Yang trained with the basketball team, while Li Qingran and her brother Li Qingfeng, who had just completed their college entrance exams, went to the vast grasslands to unwind. During this exam, Li Qingfeng excelled remarkably, becoming the science top scorer in the capital, which left their parents beaming for days. 2 weeks later, Li Qingran and Li Qingfeng returned home, where their mother hosted a celebration at a hotel in the capital to honor Li Qingfeng's achievement, followed by a gathering with relatives and friends back in the city. Naturally, with such outstanding scores, Li Qingfeng applied to the nation's best university, Haishu University, located far away. However, amidst the congratulations from everyone, it was only Li Qingran who teasingly wished him that he could finally find a girlfriend, urging him to quickly find her a sister-in-law once he got to university. Enraged, he chased after Li Qingran to express his frustration. The high school curriculum was relatively demanding, so Li Qingran returned to the capital a month before the new school year to review Li Qingfeng's textbooks in advance. Yet, Li Qingfeng persistently flaunted his liberation from the ordeal, reminding her of her remaining 3 years. One day, unable to tolerate Li Qingfeng's antics any longer, Li Qingran exclaimed, "Are you not bored? Is this all you do?" With a beaming smile, he responded, "Well, it is rather dull, and I am your brother, so stop addressing me by name. It's quite impolite." "Ah, indeed, my dear brother," Li Qingran retorted sarcastically. "How could such a wonderful brother hide my phone number? You seemed so indifferent when I was upset." Immediately, Li Qingfeng felt guilty. It was his fault for getting drunk the previous week while dining with classmates, leading to an unguarded confession when she pried for information. Little did he know how persistent she could be. He lamented, as that night he had been left to sleep alone in the living room inebriated, while she had refused to speak to him for 3 days afterward. Alas, her sense of revenge was too strong. After a few days of silence, they resumed speaking, and he thought she had forgiven him. However, she reminded him sternly, "Li Qingfeng, do you not have a conscience? I was quite content before." Li Qingran fixed her gaze upon him, causing him to feel uneasy until he finally departed. Leaning back in her chair, Li Qingran felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She never anticipated that Li Qingfeng had orchestrated this entire situation, which left her utterly exasperated, especially since it had severed her connection with Mu Chenshi. I will not let this slide," she vowed silently. Little did the unfortunate Li Qingfeng know, the very tactics he devised against Mu Chenshi would ultimately be turned against him by his own sister. Time flew by, and soon Li Qingfeng was off to report to Haishu University, while Li Qingran's high school was about to commence. Before classes started, there would be a week of military training requiring all students to stay on campus. At this moment, Li's mother was busily packing Li Qingran's belongings, repeatedly reminding her of various precautions. Chapter 39. Reunion 2. In contrast, the forlorn Li Qingfeng was left to pack his luggage alone. Finally, overwhelmed by her mother's incessant chatter, Li Qingran raised her voice, "I've memorized everything. You need not repeat it." Her mother shot her an indignant glare. "This is all for your own good." However, she ceased her nagging. The following day, Li's father drove Li Qingran to school. After completing her registration with the homeroom teacher, she collected her military training attire and proceeded to find her dormitory. After helping her set up her bed, her father took his leave, since they had arrived early. Li Qingran sat alone in the dormitory, awaiting her roommate's arrival. The division of classes in high school was quite pronounced, especially at Imperial Capital No. 1 High School, the finest institution in the capital, which boasted a total of 22 classes in the first year alone. Due to her excellent academic performance, Li Qingran was placed in the elite rocket class, Class 1. The subsequent classes from Class 2 to Class 4 were experimental classes, while Classes 5 to 10 were regular accelerated classes. Classes 11 to 16 were parallel classes, and Classes 17 to 20 were art classes, while Classes 21 and 22 were dedicated to sports. Su Yang was assigned to Class 21. At long last, after much anticipation, Li Qingran's 3 roommates arrived. Once their beds were arranged and their parents had departed, the 4 girls introduced themselves one by one. Li Qingran spoke first. "Hello everyone, I am Li Qingran, and I attended Imperial Capital High School for middle school." Next, a fresh-faced girl beside her introduced herself. "I am Sun Fian from Experimental Middle School. I hope we can become good friends." The other girls smiled in response. The most vivacious among them, a girl with short hair, then chimed in, "I'm Zhao Yu, and I also attended Imperial Capital High School for middle school. I can be a bit clumsy, so I hope you don't mind." Afterward, she glanced at Li Qingran, saying, "I recognize you. You were the top student in our school, scoring over 650 points on the entrance exam, right?" Li Qingran was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled and nodded. Zhao Yu then exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, I'm sharing a dorm with a genius." The other 2 girls expressed their surprise, with Sun Fian chuckling. "You are quite the hidden talent." Li Qingran shyly lowered her head, and the last girl, who seemed more reserved, introduced herself. "I am Chun Xiaoma from the foreign language middle school in Wenshi, not from the capital." Zhao Yu remarked, "Chun Xiaoma, your name is lovely." Li Qingran and Sun Fian nodded in agreement, while Chun Xiaoma smiled shyly. Finally, the 4 girls headed to the classroom to gather. Meanwhile, Mu Chenshi and his 2 companions were also on their way to class. They had convened a day earlier in the capital and registered together that morning. Given their outstanding results, they were all placed in Class 1 and even shared a dormitory. However, due to Mu Chenshi's severe cleanliness obsession, he tolerated Nangong Jin and Yi Kaiyu, but was adamant about not sharing a room with anyone else. Thus, with some maneuvering from a Mu family and Mu Chenshi's exceptional grades, their dormitory ended up accommodating only the 3 of them. Chapter 40. Reunion 3. Meanwhile, the 4 girls hurried to their classroom when suddenly a robust arm draped over Li Qingran's shoulder, causing her to scream in fright. Turning around, she saw Su Yang grinning at her. Annoyed, she swatted his arm away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You scare me." Su Yang, still grinning, replied, "I just want to say hello since we won TB in the same class anymore. Don't miss me too much." Li Qingran kicked him away, retorting, "Get lost. I'm too happy for that." Su Yang chuckled as he walked away. The others, recovering from their shock, heard Sun Fian teasingly say, "Oh, is that handsome guy your boyfriend?" Li Qingran immediately shook her head. "Absolutely not. My standards are much higher. He is merely a good friend with whom I've grown up." After saying this, he raised an eyebrow and teased, "If you like me, I could introduce you." Sun Fian immediately refused. "No, I am not worthy of such a favor. You should keep it for yourself." Zhao Yu could not stop laughing at the exchange. But it was Chun Xiaoma who finally said, "Enough of the jesting. Let us hurry to the classroom. The bell is about to ring." The group quickly composed themselves and dashed towards the classroom. They managed to enter just before the teacher, and by then, the room was nearly filled. The 4 of them found random seats and settled in. Meanwhile, Mu Chenshi and his companions had already entered the classroom. Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin were engaged in casual conversation, while Yi Kaiyu eagerly watched the door, commenting on each newcomer. The 3 were oblivious to the commotion they caused among the girls around them, as if they had grown accustomed to it. At that moment, Yi Kaiyu suddenly perked up, nudging Mu Chenshi with his elbow, excitedly exclaiming, "Look at those beauties! I thought all the girls in this elite class looked like dinosaurs, but it turns out there are 4 stunning ones." Mu Chenshi furrowed his brow slightly, but glanced up with Nangong Jin. Upon seeing the newcomers, his gaze seemed to be riveted. It was indeed Li Qingran and her 3 companions. Mu Chenshi's eyes fixated on the slender figure among them, feeling a peculiar resemblance to the chubby face from his memories, and he momentarily froze. After Li Qingran and her friends took their seats, Yi Kaiyu withdrew his gaze and turned to Mu Chenshi, who appeared lost in thought. "What's wrong? Are you mesmerized by the beauties? Is there someone you fancy among them?" Mu Chenshi remained silent, casting a detached glance at Yi Kaiyu, who immediately felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the numerous times he had been at the mercy of Mu Chenshi's whims. He quickly fell silent. Mu Chenshi, however, was engulfed in contemplation. Could it be her? The resemblance was uncanny, though she had grown significantly slimmer since childhood. Uncertain, he suppressed his inner confusion. A few minutes later, a portly middle-aged male teacher entered, making his way to the podium. He clapped his hands and boomed, "Everyone quiet down. I am your homeroom teacher, Zhao Hong." Following was a string of mundane introductions. Perhaps feeling bored, Zhao Yu leaned towards Li Qingran and whispered, "Did you know we have a genius in our class?" He is incredibly impressive. Li Qingran, Puzlat, Rien, a genius. I haven't heard about him. Zhao Yu, sensing her ignorance, mysteriously continued. I heard from my dad that we have a super academic prodigy in our class who scored 668 in the high school entrance examination, ranking first in the entire school. When he joined, the principal couldn't stop smiling. Li Qingran's eyes widened in astonishment. 668? That is truly remarkable. Zhao Yu added, exactly. And he didn't even come from a school in the capital. He transferred from a city. I think his name is Mu Chenshi. Excitement surged in Li Qingran as she uncontrollably exclaimed, "What did you say his name was?" Zhao Yu, startled by her reaction, paused before answering. My dad said it's Mu Chenshi. Li Qingran slumped back in her seat, lost in thought. In city, Mu Chenshi. Could he be the boy from her past? At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhao, finally concluded his lengthy speech, clearing his throat and stating, "All right, I'll keep my ramblings to a minimum. Let us select the class officers to facilitate our upcoming military training. First, let us choose the class monitor. Li Qingran, would you please stand up?" The classroom fell silent. All ears on the teacher's inquiry, yet no one rose. Mr. Zhao prompted again. "Is Li Qingran here? Please stand." Zhao Yu quickly nudged the still-dazed Li Qingran, whispering, "The teacher is calling for you." Startled, Li Qingran immediately stood up, responding, "I'm here." Mr. Zhao regarded her for a moment, nodding. "Your previous teacher mentioned you were an excellent class monitor, so you will take on that role in our class." Li Qingran felt no doubt. After all, the Capital High School and Capital No. 1 High School were linked, so it was likely he knew her former homeroom teacher and had heard she had been class monitor. Besides, she had grown accustomed to being a class monitor since childhood, so she nodded in agreement without hesitation. Mr. Zhao waved her to sit down before continuing with the selection of other class officers. Meanwhile, Mu Chenshi was anything but calm. When Mr. Zhao called out Li Qingran's name, his heart raced as if it would leap from his throat. Finally, seeing the girl who had caught his attention earlier, he could almost confirm she was the chubby Li Qingran from his childhood. At that moment, his heart raced uncontrollably, and he felt a tremor of excitement. After nearly a decade, how could he not be thrilled to see someone he once thought he would never encounter again? Nangong Jin was the first to notice Mu Chenshi's unusual demeanor. Seeing him trembling, he immediately asked with concern, "Ah, sure, what is wrong?" Yi Kaiyu also noticed and looked worriedly at him, to which Mu Chenshi replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine." At the same time, he began to rein in his overwhelming emotions and the rapid beating of his heart, gradually regaining his composure. Finally, Mr. Zhao finished selecting the class officers, and Zhao Yu also secured the position of publicity committee member. Mr. Zhao then announced, "All right, everyone, take some time to chat and get to know each other. I'm going to fetch our class instructor." As soon as the teacher left, the classroom erupted into chatter. Sun Fian joked about wanting to cling to Li Qingran for support, while Zhao Yu chimed in. Only Chun Xiaoma smiled quietly, leaving Li Qingran feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the girls were chatting merrily, Li Qingran felt someone approaching her. She looked up to see a handsome boy with a somewhat cold expression. Before she could ask what he wanted, Mu Chenshi coldly stated, "Come with me." Without waiting for a response, he took hold of her wrist and led her outside. Li Qingran was bewildered, and her friends were equally astonished, while Yi Kaiyu looked utterly shocked, his mouth agape. Nangong Jin wore an expression of disbelief. Mu Chenshi, who typically shunned interactions with others, especially girls, was now pulling one out of the classroom, leaving them all flabbergasted. Once Yi Kaiyu regained his composure, he turned to Nangong Jin, exclaiming, "Jin, quick, tell me I'm hallucinating." As this scene unfolded, the classroom fell silent, all students watching with curiosity, except for one boy who clenched his fists in silence. Li Qingran struggled as Mu Chenshi pulled her along, but his strength was overwhelming. Once outside the classroom, he took her to an empty staircase and pinned her against the wall. With the students occupied in the classroom, Li Qingran glanced around the deserted staircase, swallowing nervously. Mu Chenshi leaned in closer, one hand braced against the wall by her ear, while the other firmly gripped her wrist, adopting a classic wall slam posture. His gaze was intensely fixed on her face. Feeling a sense of familiarity, Li Qingran's voice trembled as she asked, "Classmate, what are you doing?" "The teacher will be back soon." Mu Chenshi, even more irritated by her calling him classmate, closed the distance between them, his face inches from hers. Their noses were nearly touching, and Li Qingran could feel his warm breath against her face, causing her heart to race inexplicably. Mu Chenshi stared at her, asking classmate. Li Qingran, take a moment to truly discern who I am. As she gazed upon his handsome visage, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Suddenly, she recalled Zhao Yu's earlier words, and it seemed as though his face merged with that of Shi Tu in her memories. With uncertainty, she hesitantly inquired, "Are you Mu Chenshi, Shi Tu?" Upon realizing that she had finally recognized him, Mu Chenshi's expression gradually transformed from gloom to brightness. Observing his reaction confirmed her suspicions, and her anxiety morphed into elation. Shi Tu had arrived. Just as Mu Chenshi was about to speak, a cough interrupted their moment. Both turned to find Yi Kaiyu awkwardly watching them from the staircase. Flushing with embarrassment, Li Qingran promptly pushed Mu Chenshi away. Ye Kaiyu chaklit akardi, apologizing. I'm sorry to interrupt you too, but the teacher has arrived and sent me to call you back. I told the teacher that you both had stomach aches and needed to use the restroom, so please don't let it slip. Upon hearing this, Li Qingran dashed back to the classroom as if pursued by wolves. Meanwhile, Mu Chenshi remained in place, amusement lighting his face as he regarded Yi Kaiyu, who suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, convinced that if looks could kill, he would have perished 1,000 times over. Eventually, the two returned to the classroom one after the other. Chapter 43. Reunion 6. Teacher Zhao scrutinized the group, but said nothing, allowing them to enter the classroom. Once everyone was present, he clapped his hands and announced, "All right, now that we're all here, follow me. We need to gather on the playground. The instructor is waiting." With that, he led the way out of the classroom, which erupted into a flurry of whispers, all eyes on Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran. Mu Chenshi sat calmly, while Li Qingran's cheeks burned with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Zhao Yu, brimming with curiosity, pulled Li Qingran aside and asked, "Where'd that guy take you out for just now? I heard someone say he asked the top student in our class." Sun Fian and Qin Xiaoma also stared at her with intrigue. Blushing, she replied, "It's nothing. Let's talk about it later in the classroom." With neither of the main parties revealing anything, the rest of the students proceeded to the playground. Li Qingran quickly gathered her friends, leaving the classroom in haste. Mu Chenshi, observing her slightly panicked retreat, smirked, his eyes glinting with determination. Meanwhile, Yi Kaiyu continued to embellish the events that had just unfolded on the staircase, exclaiming excitedly, "You won't believe it. He just pinned that girl against the wall, their faces almost touching. I bet he was going to kiss her, but I interrupted them just in time." Nan Gongjin listened, astonished, and both looked to Mu Chenshi for clarification. He replied nonchalantly, "She's the one I've been searching for all along." With that, they understood. After years of friendship and hearing Mu Chenshi's childhood stories about the little chubby girl who had run away, they were delighted that he had finally found her. Resolving a long-held yearning, the trio hastened towards the playground. Once they gathered, the instructor began to organize them into formation. Standing at 164 centimeters, Li Qingran was not the shortest among the girls, so she was placed in the second row. Mu Chenshi, towering at 180 centimeters, naturally occupied the last row. Yet Li Qingran felt increasingly restless, sensing a burning gaze fixed on the back of her head. She knew precisely to whom it belonged. The morning stretched on as they stood in military posture, and just as Li Qingran felt her body aching from fatigue and hunger, the morning training finally concluded. After singing military songs at the cafeteria entrance, the instructor finally allowed them to enter. Li Qingran's eyes sparkled at the sight of the delicious food. However, her excitement quickly turned to disbelief. Seating was assigned based on grades, and since she and Mu Chenshi were both in the top 4 of the class, it meant they would share a table. She stood frozen, casting an awkward glance at Mu Chenshi, who appeared unfazed. Raising an eyebrow as if to say he was surprised by her academic prowess, unlike her foolishness in childhood. Infuriated, Li Qingran rolled her eyes at him. Observing their unreserved exchange, Yi Kaiyu and Nan Gongjin instinctively positioned themselves at 2 available seats nearby, leaving the remaining ones for the 2 of them. Mu Chenshi casually approached one seat, leaving Li Qingran with no choice but to stand at the other beside him. Chapter 44. I will not let you go again. Students from other classes gradually filled the cafeteria, and soon it was bustling with chatter as the instructor stood at the center delivering a speech. Li Qingran felt ill at ease beside Mu Chenshi, who turned to glance at her blushing face. Suddenly, he grasped her small hand resting by her side. She froze, feeling her heart race wildly, and anxiously scanned the room, relieved that no one appeared to notice them. However, Upon looking up, she found Yi Kaiyu and Nan Gongjin across from them, their expressions frozen in shock as they stared at their joined hands. Panic surged through her as she attempted to pull away from Mu Chenshi's grip. But his strength held firm. Growing increasingly anxious, she shot him a glare. Yet Mu Chenshi merely cast a light glance at Yi Kaiyu and Nan Gongjin, who instantly jolted, one staring at the ceiling and the other at the floor, exhibiting the classic nothing-to-see-here demeanor. Li Qingran was left speechless and resigned herself to letting Mu Chenshi hold her hand. At last, the instructor concluded his speech, and everyone sat down in unison. Mu Chenshi released Li Qingran's hand, and she immediately withdrew it, casting a resentful look his way. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Chenshi wore a playful smirk as he flashed her a grin. Frustrated, Li Qingran decided to ignore him and focused intently on her meal as the instructor commanded. Begin eating. Mu Chenshi observed her, noting that she remained unchanged from childhood. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of food, filling him with satisfaction. Just as Li Qingran began to indulge, she noticed a pair of chopsticks skillfully transferring several pieces of meat into her disposable food box, while simultaneously removing the pile of celery she disliked. Looking up, she saw Mu Chenshi concentrated on picking celery from his own box, and with a hint of affection, he chided her, "Eat up. Why are you still being picky-like when you were little, only wanting to eat meat?" Yet his tone bore no reproach. Overwhelmed with emotion, Li Qingran felt tears welling up. It had been years since anyone had treated her with such kindness. He was still as caring as he had been in their youth. Meanwhile, across the table, Yi Kaiyu and Nan Gongjin's jaws dropped in disbelief. Yi Kaiyu was on the verge of yelling, "This is way too biased towards romance. What about your aversion to girls? What happened to your cleanliness obsession? You never eat celery." Today, Mu Chenshi was out doing them all in wooing a girl. Nan Gongjin reflected on how the day's events had completely overturned his previous understanding of Mu Chenshi. Finally, the peculiar atmosphere of their lunch came to an end as Mu Chenshi turned to Li Qingran and instructed, "Come with me afterward." With that, he walked straight out of the cafeteria, prompting Li Qingran to hurriedly follow, signaling to Zhao Yu and the others that they should return to the dormitory first. Mu Chenshi led her to a small grove on campus before coming to a halt. Li Qingran, lost in thought, collided with his solid back, rubbing her nose, which had reddened from the impact, and questioned, "Why did you stop so suddenly?" Mu Chenshi, with an icy demeanor, halted upon reaching their destination. "I haven't even mentioned how you knocked my back in," he remarked. Chapter 45. I shall no longer let you go. Li Qingran, feeling somewhat guilty, hesitated before speaking. However, her words were swiftly interrupted by Mu Chenshi, who directly pressed, "Let us get to the point." Li Qingran, why didn't you inform me when you transferred schools? Why have you never called me? Li Qingran was momentarily at a loss for words, but after a moment, she explained with a hint of grievance, "I wasn't even aware of my transfer at that time. I was asleep when my parents moved us, and by the time I woke up, we were already in the capital. My brother stole the phone number you gave me while I was sleeping, and I didn't know until later. I cried for a long time. I even went back to the city to look for you several times, always returning to our old kindergarten, but I never saw you." Seeing her innocent expression, Mu Chenshi's heart softened. Reflecting on her childhood naivety, he realized she was the kind of person who would help others count money even if they sold her. He pulled her into an embrace and sighed softly. "I want to hold your past foolishness against you, but from this day forth, I shall not allow you to leave my side." Li Qingran leaned into his embrace, savoring his possessive words, feeling a sweetness bloom within her. They nestled together for a while until Mu Chenshi, breaking the tender moment, said, "Li Qingran, you need to lose some weight. My shoulder is going numb." Li Qingran immediately pushed him away, shooting him an indignant glare as she turned to leave. However, upon hearing Mu Chenshi's cheerful laughter, she realized he was teasing her, causing her to quicken her pace. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Chenshi's gaze deepened. "Li Qingran, from this day forth, I shall not let you go." Li Qingran dashed back to the dormitory, feeling as though wolves were chasing her. Upon lifting her head, she found Zhao Yu and her friends encircling her, resembling a tribunal. Li Qingran gulped nervously and said cautiously, "Please allow me a moment to rest before I explain." Zhao Yu, with a fierce expression, retorted, "No way. I've been holding this in all morning. You must tell us now." Feeling the pressure of their stares, Li Qingran reluctantly began, "Well, it's like this. We were childhood friends." 10 minutes later, after thoroughly explaining her past with Mu Chenshi, She finally took a large gulp of water. Chen Xiao and Mo sighed. Fate is truly remarkable. It's been nearly 10 years, and you two still managed to reunite. Sun Fei Yin expressed her envy. Oh, how I wish to have a scholarly childhood friend. Zhao Yu teased. Well done, Li Qingran. You must seize this opportunity. Li Qingran's face flushed at their teasing, and she hurried into the restroom, exclaiming, What nonsense are you all spouting? There's nothing between us. Zhao Yu and the others merely laughed heartily in the dormitory. Meanwhile, Mu Chenshi returned to his room in good spirits. Yi Kaiyu and Nan Gongjin exchanged glances, both eager yet hesitant to inquire. Mu Chenshi ignored them, smiling as he entered the restroom. Yi Kaiyu, in disbelief, said to Nan Gongjin, Did I just see that correctly? Mu Chenshi, the ice prince, actually smiled. Nan Gongjin replied incredulously, In all the time I've known him, this is undoubtedly the most expressive he has ever been. Chapter 46. I shall no longer let you go. When Mu Chenshi emerged from the restroom, Yi Kaiyu disdainfully remarked, Ah sure, you're such a good actor. You usually put on a serious facade, but when it comes to flirting, you have it all down pat. Mu Chenshi remained composed, so what? Ye Kaiyu, ekaspiratit, exclaimed Yu. You favor romance over friendship. It's truly unbearable. Mu Chenshi raised an eyebrow. If that's unbearable, what shall we do about it? Perhaps you should get used to it. Otherwise, you'll be subjected to daily torment. With that, he turned and lay down on his bed. Yi Kaiyu was left speechless, while Nan Gongjin sighed and patted his shoulder, offering consolation. Just accept it. We must adapt, or we'll be doomed to suffer daily. Ultimately, Yi Kaiyu lamented, This life is simply unbearable. After a brief nap, they engaged in routine training, and soon it was time for dinner. Li Qingran, having been teased by Mu Chenshi at lunchtime, was still sulking. Observing her demeanor, Mu Chenshi chuckled softly and leaned closer to her ear. Still upset? I'll give you an extra piece of fish tonight. Li Qingran shot him a glare. I want two. Mu Chenshi, with a tender gaze, replied, All right. As they dined, all the fish found its way into Li Qingran's bowl, leaving Yi Kaiyu speechless. Mu Chenshi cast a disdainful glance at him, and Nan Gongjin, as if to question why they hadn't tea finished yet and were still lingering. Yi Kaiyu felt 1,000 cuts to his pride, while the innocent Nan Gongjin hastily finished his meal. After dinner, Yi Kaiyu and Nan Gongjin tactfully departed, while Zhao Yu and her friends shamelessly left, casting knowing glances at Li Qingran, just as she contemplated pursuing them. Mu Chenshi firmly held her back, whispering, Let us go to the store later. Thus, Li Qingran obediently sat down, and Mu Chenshi, observing her prioritization of food as in their childhood, smiled faintly. A couple of minutes later, after Mu Chenshi leisurely finished his meal, they headed to the store together. Li Qingran's eyes sparkled at the sight of snacks. Mu Chenshi chuckled and gestured for her to take whatever she wanted. He would cover the bill. Li Qingran eagerly grabbed bag after bag. Mu Chenshi, seeing her arms nearly overflowing, shook his head in bemusement. Let us stop here for today. If you want more, we can come back tomorrow. Li Qingran nodded, satisfied, as they left the store together. While eating, Mu Chenshi quietly followed her, carrying the remaining snacks. Feeling a bit shy, Li Qingran offered him a chip, saying here. Mu Chenshi, noticing her hopeful expression, opened his mouth and bit the chip. Tastes good, doesn't it? Li Qingran exclaimed proudly. Having never tasted such snacks before, Mu Chenshi replied, It's mediocre. You should eat less junk food. It's not good for you. Li Qingran shot him a glare. Humph, I'll eat it myself. Thus, they continued their banter as they entered the classroom. Chapter 47. I shall no longer let you go inside the classroom. Zhao Yu and Yi Kaiyu had become quite familiar with each other due to Li Qingran and Mu Chenshi, gathering to exchange playful jabs about their romantic entanglements. They even reserved 2 desks for the pair. Mu Chenshi settled down with a pile of snacks, while Li Qingran rolled her eyes at Zhao Yu and her friends and took her seat. The entire class's attention gravitated towards them, filled with a mix of affection, envy, and jealousy. Only one gaze lingered on Li Qingran with a hint of sorrow. Before long, Li Qingran finished her chips, and the instructor along with the homeroom teacher arrived. Standing before the blackboard, the instructor announced, Tonight's task is to learn a few military songs. Are there any students with good handwriting who would like to write the lyrics on the board? The room fell silent, each student feigning indifference. Eventually, the homeroom teacher, unable to bear it any longer, prompted, How about the class monitor come up and write? Li Qingran silently expressed her frustration in her heart, rising to copy the lyrics. However, Mu Chenshi remained motionless outside, seemingly oblivious to her presence. In a fit of irritation, Li Qingran pinched his shoulder, prompting Mu Chenshi to feign a look of grievance as he gazed at her. Li Qingran whispered for him to move aside. Only then did Mu Chenshi leisurely shift his chair, an act witnessed by all. Li Qingran's cheeks flushed with shyness as she pretended to be composed, making her way to the blackboard to begin copying the lyrics. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhao, had been observing Mu Chenshi intently, surprised to discover that the seemingly indifferent academic prodigy had such a side to him. His eyes narrowed in intrigue as Li Qingran copied the lyrics. Her calligraphy, having been honed since childhood, was strikingly elegant and precise. The students below found her writing pleasing to the eye, while Mu Chenshi remained entranced by her back. After a few minutes, Li Qingran felt a twinge of fatigue in her arm and shook her right hand. Mu Chenshi noticed his gaze deepening, and then he rose. Striding to the blackboard, he took a piece of chalk from the podium, snatching the lyrics paper from Li Qingran's hands, and began to copy them with swift strokes. Li Qingran stood beside him in a daze, and Mu Chenshi glanced at her, saying, "You can step down now. I'll take care of the rest." Li Qingran, bewildered, nodded and returned to her seat, still in shock. The class buzzed with excitement. The girls gazed at Mu Chenshi with starry eyes, exclaiming how handsome he was. Yi Kaiyu and Nangong Jin gaped in astonishment, silently giving Mu Chenshi a thumbs up, thinking what a mouthful of dog food. Mr. Zhao observed Mu Chenshi's actions with satisfaction, nodding in approval. The only one in the class who remained unfazed was the stoic instructor, who mused to himself, This young man has decent handwriting." Meanwhile, the flustered Li Qingran, coming to her senses, blushed once more. She couldn't help but admire Mu Chenshi's handwriting, which was beautifully rendered in the slender gold font, a stark contrast to his otherwise modest demeanor. His writing exuded a boldness that suggested a fiercely proud character. Before long, Mu Chenshi finished, tossed the chalk into the box, and descended the podium with an air of indifference, raising an eyebrow at Li Qingran in a teasing manner. Chapter 48. I will not let you go again. Li Qingran shot him a look of exasperation and turned her head away. Mu Chenshi smirked subtly, acting as if nothing had transpired, and took his seat. Yi Kaiyu rolled his eyes at their interaction, muttering under his breath about Mu Chenshi's audacity. The instructor, noticing that the lyrics had been copied, began teaching the students a military song, redirecting everyone's attention to the blackboard. The juxtaposition of Li Qingran's elegant handwriting on the left and Mu Chenshi's flamboyant script on the right created an oddly harmonious visual. As Li Qingran's face flushed again, Mu Chenshi glanced at her rosy cheeks and smirked, thinking how easily she blushed. The evening's study session swiftly passed, during which Li Qingran endured several more playful jibes from Mu Chenshi, ultimately leaving with a flushed face and a pile of snacks he had bought for her. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhao Yu and the others eagerly pounced on her, ready to divide her treats, leaving Li Qingran feeling a mix of heartache and resentment. Zhao Yu, observing Li Qingran's disgruntled expression, laughed. "Are you still not satisfied? How much did you eat today? Even at dinner, you devoured twice as much meat as the rest of us." Li Qingran feigned interest in the ceiling, remaining silent. Zhao Yu continued with a grin. "Your little bamboo horse is quite considerate, isn't he? Today was, wow. The girls in our class were practically starry-eyed." Chun Xiaomon nodded in agreement and turned to Sun Fian, asking, "Xiaoyan, don't you think so?" Sun Fian reluctantly affirmed, "Yeah, I envy you, Qingran." Zhao Yu and Chun Xiaomon gazed at her with envy, while Sun Fian lowered her head, concealing a fleeting glimmer of jealousy in her eyes. Meanwhile, Li Qingran felt increasingly bashful under their scrutiny. Back at the boys' dormitory, Mu Chenshi was mercilessly teased by Yi Kaiyu, who scoffed, "What a heartless guy. You run off to help someone else with their luggage while making us do your heavy lifting. How shallow can you be?" Nangong Jin sighed in resignation, and the two ultimately complied, packing Mu Chenshi's belongings with a begrudging sense of duty. As Mu Chenshi escorted Li Qingran to her doorstep, he silently memorized her address before hailing a cab back to the Mu residence. Upon arriving home, he found Yi Kaiyu and Nangong Jin had just delivered his luggage, which was piled on their beds, accompanied by a note requesting their assistance in returning it home. Yi Kaiyu gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, Are you abandoning your bags? Mu Chenshi, without turning back, commanded bring them in. Leaving behind a fuming Yi Kaiyu and a resigned Nangong Jin, he entered the house. After they deposited the luggage, the two collapsed onto the sofa, with Yi Kaiyu shamelessly grabbing fruit from the table. Mu Chenshi glanced at him, stating coolly, "Those Haven tea been washed." Yi Kaiyu paused mid-bite, then defiantly took a large bite of the apple. Nangong Jin shook his head disapprovingly at Yi Kaiyu's childish behavior. Moments later, Grandma Mu entered, warmly greeting, "Ah, Xiao Yu and Xiao Jin are here." They quickly straightened up, politely responding, "Hello, Grandma." Grandma Mu had a fondness for the two, recognizing them as Mu Chenshi only friends. "Stay for dinner tonight, and I'll have the driver take you home afterward," she suggested. Yi Kaiyu exchanged glances with Nangong Jin, who diplomatically declined. "No thanks, Grandma. Perhaps next time. We still need to take our luggage back. We have to go to school tomorrow." Seeing that they indeed had a mountain of belongings, Grandma Mu refrained from insisting further, remarking, "Your bond from childhood is truly strong. Coming over with so much luggage." Yi Kaiyu and Nangong Jin both turned to Mu Chenshi, who merely smiled subtly without uttering a word. Grandma Mu then offered, "All right, I'll have the driver take you back." Yi Kaiyu and Nangong Jin simultaneously expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Grandma." Before leaving, Yi Kaiyu shot Mu Chenshi a disdainful glance, which Mu Chenshi pretended not to notice. During dinner, Mu Chenshi casually mentioned that he wished to rent an apartment near the school, as it was a bit far from home, and he preferred not to share a dormitory with others. After some contemplation, Grandpa Mu agreed, believing that it would provide him with more time for studying. Mu Chenshi smirked and added that he wanted a 2-bedroom apartment, as he would return home only on weekends. Grandma Mu, puzzled, inquired why he needed 2 bedrooms if he would be living alone. Mu Chenshi earnestly replied, 1 bedroom and 1 study. Grandpa Mu found this reasoning quite sensible and agreed, though Grandma Mu still felt it was somewhat strange. Mu Chenshi secretly thought that having 2 rooms would be much more convenient, and it would put a certain little scatterbrain at ease. Meanwhile, Qingran, dining at home, inexplicably shivered, sensing that someone might be plotting against her. The following morning, Qingran organized her backpack and descended the stairs, only to spot a familiar figure at the foot of the stairs. Hearing footsteps, Mu Chenshi turned and saw Qingran, immediately flashing her a bright smile that rendered her momentarily dazed. "What are you doing here?" she asked, bewildered. Mu Chenshi replied with a grin, "Waiting for you." Qingran nodded, still in a daze. Unable to resist teasing her, Mu Chenshi ruffled her hair and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet," she responded. "Neither have I. Let us grab something to eat after morning study." "Okay," she agreed. Mu Chenshi felt a wave of tenderness as he watched her innocently nod. She was still the same as she had been in childhood. When food was mentioned, she became quiet and obedient. Suddenly, he remembered something and cleared his throat to catch her attention. "Qingran, am I good to you?" he inquired. She seemed to ponder seriously before nodding yes. Mu Chenshi felt a slight relief and continued, "Don't I give you meat every day, buy you snacks, help you with your luggage, take you to school, and bring you home?" Qingran nodded, still somewhat dazed. Seeing that she was biting the bait, Mu Chenshi smiled and asked, "Do you think that's appropriate?" Confused, she replied, "What do you mean by appropriate?" Mu Chenshi's eyes darkened slightly as he clarified, "I mean, do you think it's appropriate for me to do so much for you?" Qingran thought for a moment and shook her head. "It doesn't seem appropriate. What should we do?" Mu Chenshi grinned mischievously. "I have a way to make it reasonable." "What way?" she asked curiously. "You could give me a title to make it reasonable," he suggested enticingly. Qingran looked puzzled. "Title? What do you mean?" Mu Chenshi sighed softly at her bewilderment, realizing she still had much to learn. For now, he was content to be by her side. After waiting for over a decade, what were 3 more years of high school? Everything could wait until after the college entrance examination. He gently ruffled her hair again, speaking in a tone that was both exasperated and affectionate. "It's nothing, let us go eat." Qingran nodded absently, not dwelling on his earlier odd behavior. Soon, the harsh sound of the class bell rang. After submitting her homework, she spotted Mu Chenshi leaning against the classroom door, waiting for her, which made her blush. She hurriedly approached him. "Are you done?" Mu Chenshi raised an eyebrow, and she nodded like a little chick pecking at grains. Noticing others in the classroom looking their way, she shyly tugged at Mu Chenshi's sleeve and whispered, "Let us hurry. It'll be crowded if we're late." Mu Chenshi smirked, choosing not to expose her shyness. But as he turned, he shot a warning glance at the other students in the room. Those who had been secretly watching immediately lowered their heads. It was breakfast time, and even though they quickened their pace, the cafeteria was still teeming with people upon their arrival. So many people, Li Qingran Siga, wishing she had come to eat first and submitted her homework later. Mu Chenshi frowned, about to say something when he suddenly spotted Yi Kaiyu chatting animatedly with a girl in one of the lines. Without hesitation, he walked over. Yi Kaiyu, engrossed in conversation with the girl next to him, was interrupted by a familiar voice. 2 servings of soup dumplings, please. Damn, are you shameless? Yi Kaiyu muttered as he watched Mu Chenshi retreating figure. You go find a seat. I'll get 2 servings of wontons. Okay, Li Qingran responded, her face flushed. After breakfast, they returned to the classroom together. As soon as they entered, Yi Kaiyu cornered Mu Chenshi, accusing him of being shameless. You're so brazen. Is having a little sweetheart so impressive? Prioritizing romance over friendship. Mu Chenshi glanced at him dismissively, boasting through his gaze. You wouldn't understand. You haven't experienced this feeling. Ye Kaiyu. So, was he to blame himself for not finding a partner in kindergarten? The first class in the morning was a math lesson with their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhao. He began by discussing class matters and suddenly announced, by the way, students, today marks the official start of classes, and I will be rearranging the seating. If anyone has personal opinions about the seating arrangement, you can come to my office after class, and I will consider it. After saying this, he discreetly glanced at Mu Chenshi, who met his gaze calmly. Mr. Zhao then pretended as though nothing had happened, clearing his throat before announcing. Also, the school requires each first-year class to create a blackboard newspaper about military training. This task will be assigned to Zhao Yu and Li Qingran. He looked at Zhao Yu and Li Qingran, both of whom nodded in acknowledgement. Finally, he clapped his hands on the podium, signaling, All right, let us begin class. Please open your math books and turn to the table of contents. We will first look at what we will be studying this semester. Before long, the morning passed swiftly. After school, as Li Qingran was about to leave, her collar was suddenly grabbed. Turning around, she saw Mu Chenshi standing behind her with a smirk. Li Qingran shot him a questioning look. Without saying a word, he pulled her sleeve and led her outside. After struggling unsuccessfully, she gave up. Upon exiting the classroom, the bustling hallway was filled with students. And Mu Chenshi finally released her hand. What are you doing? Li Qingran asked, smoothing the wrinkles in her clothes, her tone slightly complaining. I'm taking you home. Upon hearing this, Li Qingran blushed again, lowering her head and responding softly. Ashi. Yi Kaiyu dashed out of the classroom, grinning as he slung an arm around Mu Chenshi's shoulder. Going to eat? No, Mu Chenshi replied nonchalantly, shaking off his arm and raising his chin towards Li Qingran. I'm taking her home. With that, he took Li Qingran's hand and walked away without looking back, leaving Yi Kaiyu standing in a stupor. Damn, is it necessary to be this clingy? Yi Kaiyu grumbled as he walked off. Meanwhile, Mu Chenshi accompanied Li Qingran all the way to her building. And couldn't he help but pinch her cheek lightly? All right, go home and eat. Are you going back to school now? Li Qingran asked softly. Mu Chenshi raised an eyebrow. What? Are you inviting me to your house for dinner? Hearing this, Li Qingran shot him an annoyed glare and retorted, Of course not. Goodbye. With that, she turned and walked into the building. Mu Chenshi watched her flustered retreat, feeling his mood brighten considerably. She was just like before, when angry. She resembled a puffed-up little rabbit. Chapter 52. Childhood friends. For Li Qingran hurriedly ascended the stairs, leaning against the wall upon entering her home, taking small breaths to catch her breath. Upon noticing her flushed face, Li's mother inquired, Xiaoran, why is your face so red? Flustered, Li Qingran replied, Oh, I just ran up the stairs. I must be tired. What is the rush? Why are you running so fast? Li's mother retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Li Qingran squinted her eyes and cheekily stated, I'm not in a hurry for dinner. Always thinking about food. All right, go wash your hands, her mother instructed. With a chuckle, Li Qingran made her way to the bathroom, where she glanced at herself in the mirror, lightly patting her chest in relief. That was close. Almost got found out. She observed her rosy cheeks and recalled how Mu Chenshi had playfully teased her earlier, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Splashing some water on her face, she proceeded to the dining room. At dinner, Li Qingran devoured her food voraciously, prompting her mother to chide her, Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Sticking her tongue out at her mother, Li Qingran continued eating. After a moment of hesitation, her mother said, Xiao Ran, I need to tell you something. Only focused on her meal, Li Qingran casually asked. What is it? Her mother, with a hint of pride, announced, I've been promoted due to my excellent work and will be transferred to the company headquarters. However, it's quite far from home, so I won't be able to cook for you at lunch anymore. You'll have to eat at school. Li Qingran's expression turned to one of shock. Really? Her mother nodded, adding, but you can still come home after lunch, as school isn't too far. Li Qingran fell silent, gazing at her mother with a look of resigned acceptance. With her father even busier, it seemed she would indeed have to eat at the cafeteria. Her mother, sensing her discomfort, quickly added, you can still eat at home on weekends. Your brother can't even come home on weekends now. Li Qingran. After dinner, she retreated to her room, tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. For some reason, her thoughts drifted to Mu Chenshi. He had changed significantly since childhood, yet he continued to treat her with kindness. Perhaps they could still be like they were back then. Suddenly, she remembered how remarkable Mu Chenshi had become. Handsome and academically gifted, he had garnered the affection of many girls in their class. This thought stirred an inexplicable frustration within her. Turning over in bed, she found a mirror and scrutinized her own face. Well, I suppose I look decent enough. At least I'm fair-skinned, she mused. And my studies aren't too shabby. Mu Chenshi should prefer to hang out with me. Lost in her thoughts, she eventually drifted off to sleep. At 1:20, the alarm rang. Li Qingran groggily got up, still disoriented. Despite the brief nap, she had dreamt of her childhood with Mu Chenshi. In her dream, while they were both in kindergarten, he suddenly stopped playing with her, refusing to share his lunch or the big white rabbit candy he brought. Instead, he gave it all to other girls. In her dream, she cried in sadness, but Mu Chenshi offered no comfort. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. It was her mother's voice calling, Xiao Ran. It's time to get up. Got it, Li Qingran replied, patting her face and feeling a bit deflated. Chapter 53. Childhood Friends 5 at 1:30. Li Qingran hurriedly gathered her things and left. Upon descending the stairs, she spotted Mu Chenshi standing there and quickly glanced around to ensure no one was watching, allowing herself a sigh of relief. For reasons she couldn't quite fathom, she felt inexplicably anxious despite the absence of any real concern. Noticing her looking around nervously, Mu Chenshi approached and took her hand. Startled, Li Qingran instinctively pulled away, gazing at him in disbelief. What are you doing? She stammered. Mu Chenshi, undeterred, insisted there's no one else around. Li Qingran quickly evaded him, worried about how it might appear to others. She then declared, you don't need to walk me home for lunch anymore. I'll be eating at school from now on. Mu Chenshi's mood lightened upon hearing this. He had been concerned about how to bring her to his house for lunch. All right, he replied. I want to be going home for lunch either. We can eat together. As Li Qingran prepared to respond, Mu Chenshi interjected firmly. No refusals. She shot him a sideways glance, pouting in silence. His heart lifted at her pouty expression. As they approached their classroom, Li Qingran hesitated and cautiously said, I'll go in first, and you can follow later. Before Mu Chenshi could object, she dashed into the classroom. Watching her retreating figure, he felt a slight headache coming on. He stood still for a moment before turning toward the teacher's office. Upon entering, he found the homeroom teacher chatting with another instructor. He knocked on the desk to get Zhao Laosher's attention, who looked surprised before his expression shifted to one of understanding. Mu Chenshi got straight to the point, stating, I want to sit next to Li Qingran. Zhao Laosher was taken aback by his directness and playfully asked, why? You too. Cough cough. Dating may affect your studies. Mu Chenshi frowned, insisting, we aren't dating. I'm merely protecting my childhood friend from being taken away. He promised, I'll maintain my position as the top student in every exam, ensuring Li Qingran stays in the top 5. Zhao Laosher scrutinized him, asking, how can I trust you? I will deliver, Mu Chenshi asserted resolutely. Zhao Laosher was momentarily speechless. He had heard about Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran from Zhao Yu and was not the type to be overly strict. He found himself moved by the boy's conviction and felt a desire to support their bond. If their academic performance improved, that would be even better. In the classroom, Li Qingran said disk, just moments ago, Mu Chenshi had taken her hand downstairs. They had grown up. This wasn't like their childhood. What did Mu Chenshi mean by that? Xiao Ran. Zhao Yu, having appeared beside her, called out twice. Noticing her lack of response, she poked her shoulder. Li Qingran snapped back to reality, looking at her friend in confusion. What's wrong? Nothing at all. Chapter 54. She is my girlfriend. One in conclusion, he nodded at Mu Chenshi, saying, I understand, and I hope you can fulfill your promise. Mu Chenshi, pleased with the agreement, replied, Thank you, teacher. He then turned and walked back to the classroom. Zhao Laosher stared at his departing figure, lost in thought. Years later, he would still vividly recall the confident face of that young boy and his steadfast gaze filled with hope for the future. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate and the dedication one person can have for another. After entering the classroom, Li Qingran waited a while, but didn't see Mu Chenshi arrive. Just as she was about to go look for him, he strolled in with an unhurried demeanor. Li Qingran eyed him skeptically, wondering if he was truly obedient to her request or up to no good. As their eyes met, Mu Chenshi raised an eyebrow in her direction, causing her to blush and quickly lower her head, silently scolding him for being so improper. She then focused on her homework. The first class of the afternoon was English, during which the teacher called on Mu Chenshi to read aloud. Li Qingran found herself once more immersed in the captivating timbre of Mu Chenshi's voice. His enunciation was impeccable, steeped in the essence of British English, prompting even the English teacher to commend him. With a soft sigh, Li Qingran thought to herself how truly exceptional Mu Chenshi was. Zhao Yu, noticing Li Qingran's dazed gaze fixed on Mu Chenshi's retreating figure, playfully nudged her and whispered, Hey, snap out of it. Startled, Li Qingran shot her a glare, while Zhao Yu stifled a laugh. The first class passed swiftly, and the second class was physical education, igniting a sense of excitement among the students. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingran announced to Zhao Yu and the others, I'm now with Mu Chenshi. Zhao Yu and Chun Xiaomao were initially taken aback, but a knowing smile soon spread across their faces as they exclaimed in unison, Congratulations. Are you treating us? Meanwhile, Sun Fian regarded Li Qingran with a look of surprise before forcing a smile and offering her own congratulations. Li Qingran, blissfully unaware of the underlying tension, continued on, while Zhao Yu and Chun Xiaomao exchanged glances, sensing an unusual current between them, yet chose to remain silent. During physical education, after some warm-up exercises and laps, the teacher allowed them free time. Zhao Yu urged Li Qingran to treat them to ice cream, and Chun Xiaomao joined in, while Sun Fian claimed she wasn't feeling well and opted out. Just as Li Qingran was about to protest, Zhao Yu and Chun Xiaomao whisked her away. Observing their hurried departure, Mu Chenshi shared a few words with Yi Kaiyu and Nangong Jin before quietly following them. Upon arriving at the shop, Zhao Yu and Chun Xiaomao unabashedly selected the most expensive ice creams. Li Qingran winced at the thought of the cost, when suddenly someone approached her from behind and grabbed several ice creams, subsequently telling the vendor, We'll pay for these together. Zhao Yu and Chun Xiaomao gazed at him in astonishment, and Zhao Yu quipped, Mu, this should be Li Qingran treating us. Mu Chenshi simply replied, casting a glance at Li Qingran, whether she treats or I do, it amounts to the same. He then paid and gently pulled the blushing Li Qingran away, leaving Zhao Yu and Chun Xiaomao grinning behind them. As Li Qingran felt her cheeks flush, she let Mu Chenshi lead her along. After a moment, she snapped back to reality, exclaiming, Why did you pay? I was supposed to treat them. Mu Chenshi chuckled, responding, Whether you treat or I do is inconsequential. Besides, they're your good friends. It's only right that I treat them to ice cream. Li Qingran bashfully protested. What do you mean only right? With a smile, Mu Chenshi said nothing further and guided her to the playground to find Yi Kaiyu and Nangong Jin. From a distance, Yi Kaiyu spotted them and remarked to Nangong Jin, Oh no, here comes more dog food. When Mu Chenshi approached, he offered his ice creams to them. Yi Kaiyu, feignen horror, exclaimed. You didn't fish these out of a trash bin, did you? It's a rare day you bring us food. Mu Chenshi retorted impatiently, If you don't want them, I'll toss them. No, I'll take them, Yi Kaiyu hastily replied. Nangong Jin smiled and remarked, It seems we've benefited from someone else's kindness. Casting a knowing glance at Li Qingran, Mu Chenshi, feeling possessive, positioned himself in front of Li Qingran and coldly stated, Just know that. He then turned to Li Qingran and introduced, These are my good friends, Nangong Jin and Yi Kaiyu. If I'm not around, feel free to reach out to them without hesitation. Li Qingran, blushing, nodded at them and shot Mu Chenshi a warning glare before turning to rejoin Zhao Yu and the others. Yi Kaiyu, with a teasing grin, remarked, You don't seem very popular. Mu Chenshi shot him a frosty look, causing Yi Kaiyu to promptly fall silent. After physical education class, Li Qingran and her friends made their way back when they encountered Su Yang, who was headed to the playground for his PE lesson. His face lit up upon seeing her, and he casually draped an arm over her shoulder. Li Qingran, accustomed to his antics, swiftly retaliated by elbowing him in the stomach, causing him to recoil in mock pain. "Ouch, you brute!" he exclaimed, clutching his belly. Li Qingran, feeling triumphant, retorted, "That's what you get for being handsy." With that, she turned her back and followed Zhao Yu and the others, while Su Yang's classmates joked, "Is she your girlfriend? She's got quite the temper." Su Yang quickly denied it. "No way. She doesn't even resemble a girl." Sun Fian, walking with Li Qingran, glanced back at Su Yang, her expression contemplative. After the fourth study period, Mu Chenshi approached Li Qingran's desk and tapped lightly, saying, "Let's go eat." Li Qingran glanced at Zhao Yu and the others, responding, "I'm going with them." Zhao Yu, spotting Mu Chenshi, chimed in with a smile. "Mu, shouldn't you treat us to a meal? After all, we're Li Qingran's family." Li Qingran, taken aback, shot a fierce glare at Zhao Yu, who feigned ignorance, still smiling at Mu Chenshi. After a moment's thought, Mu Chenshi replied earnestly, "Indeed, let us all go together." Zhao Yu's face brightened as she eagerly grabbed Chen Xiaoma, with Sun Fian quickly following suit. Yi Kaiyu and Nangong Jin also joined, insisting that Li Qingran treat them to a meal. Mu Chenshi merely glanced at them and allowed them to tag along. A lively group made their way to the cafeteria, where Yi Kaiyu and Nangong Jin chose the priciest items. Li Qingran watched in dismay, feeling the pinch of their choices, but refrained from voicing her concerns, instead warning Zhao Yu and the others, "You better be reasonable and not choose anything too expensive." Zhao Yu rolled her eyes dramatically and said to Mu Chenshi, "You should take a good look at Li Qingran's demeanor. She's quite stingy. Who's really in charge here?" Mu Chenshi gave Li Qingran a reproachful glance and said, "We'll go with the flow. I can afford this little amount." He turned to Zhao Yu and the others, adding, "Order whatever you like. My wallet is still under her authority." Zhao Yu shot a triumphant look at Li Qingran before pulling Chen Xiaoma away, with Sun Fian following closely. Li Qingran gazed at Mu Chenshi with an expression of grievance, to which he chuckled and ruffled her hair, promising, "I'll buy you some meat later." During the meal, laughter filled the air, with Yi Kaiyu and Zhao Yu, seemingly instant friends, unable to stop chatting. Sun Fian, observing, casually inquired, "Li Qingran, who was that boy who put his arm around your shoulder during PE? You seem quite close." She glanced at Mu Chenshi, noting his deepening frown, and resumed eating innocently. The table fell silent, with Zhao Yu and Chen Xiaoma exchanging worried looks towards Sun Fian, while Nangong Jin and Yi Kaiyu observed Li Qingran with interest. The atmosphere around Mu Chenshi grew noticeably tense. Li Qingran, seemingly oblivious, replied nonchalantly, "Yes, my childhood friend, just a good buddy. Didn't I mention that before?" Upon hearing her explanation, Yi Kaiyu and Nangong Jin exchanged thoughtful glances towards Sun Fian, while Zhao Yu's expression darkened and Chen Xiaoma remained silent. Mu Chenshi's demeanor softened slightly. Feigning calm, Sun Fian replied, "Oh, did you? I must have forgotten." The atmosphere at the table turned awkward, but eventually, Yi Kaiyu and Zhao Yu managed to steer the conversation to a lighter topic. After dinner, Yi Kaiyu and Nangong Jin returned to the classroom, while Zhao Yu and Chen Xiaoma took Sun Fian with them. Mu Chenshi then took Li Qingran for a stroll on the playground. On their way back to the classroom, Zhao Yu could no longer contain herself and sternly confronted Sun Fian. "What did you mean by that? Li Qingran already explained her relationship with that boy during military training. Why do you have to ask in front of Mu Chenshi?" Sun Fian continued to smile innocently, claiming, "I truly forgot. My memory is rather poor." Zhao Yu attempted to say something further, but was restrained by Chen Xiaoma, who calmly addressed Sun Fian. "You must remember this. It would not be acceptable to behave in such a manner again." Sun Fian nodded in silence. Meanwhile, on the playground, Li Qingran closely observed Mu Chenshi's expression, which remained dark and brooding. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she inquired, "What is the matter? Why do you look so glum?" Mu Chenshi, with a hint of coldness, asked, "Who is the boy you mentioned earlier?" Li Qingran, puzzled, replied, "Which boy?" Suddenly enlightened, she exclaimed, "Oh, you mean Su Yang? He is my childhood friend, a classmate from the kindergarten I attended after transferring to the capital. Our fathers are good friends, and we are merely good buddies." Mu Chenshi's expression softened slightly as he asked earnestly, Are you certain he is just a good friend? Li Qingran nodded solemnly, asserting, of course. In my eyes, he is no different from a girl. At this, Mu Chenshi's mood brightened, and he smirked. That's fine. But you must not allow him to be too familiar with you in the future. Li Qingran sighed. I understand. That guy is incorrigible. Suddenly, as if discovering a new continent, she looked at Mu Chenshi and asked, Were you just feeling jealous? Mu Chenshi, suddenly serious, replied, Yes, I am indeed jealous. I dislike you being intimate with other boys. Li Qingran was taken aback by his earnestness, her heart fluttering sweetly as she blushed and responded, I understand. Just as they were about to return to class in a blissful mood, Su Yang, playing basketball on the field, spotted Li Qingran from a distance and sprinted over, shouting, Chubby girl. Li Qingran froze momentarily, glancing awkwardly at Mu Chenshi, whose previously bright expression darkened once more. Su Yang atam det tu embrat Li Qingran. But she swiftly dodged and hid behind Mu Chenshi. Mu Chenshi narrowed his eyes at Su Yang. Su Yang belatedly noticed the strikingly handsome boy standing beside Li Qingran, who was tall and slightly fairer than he. He then asked, Chubby girl, who is he? Li Qingran opened her mouth to explain, but Mu Chenshi interjected, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and firmly stating, She is my girlfriend. I am her boyfriend. Su Yang's mouth fell open in disbelief, while Li Qingran feigned a cough and introduced, This is Mu Chenshi. Turning to Mu Chenshi, she added, And this is Su Yang, my childhood friend. After a moment of shock, Su Yang regained his composure and silently questioned Li Qingran with his eyes. Blushing, she nodded. Su Yang paused, then remarked to Mu Chenshi, Buddy, or were you thinking to choose her as a girlfriend? She is quite the tomboy. Apart from being a girl, she hardly resembles one. Li Qingran shot Su Yang an angry glare, while Mu Chenshi frowned, saying in my eyes, Ran is the best girl. She is the perfect girlfriend. Hearing Mu Chenshi's words, Li Qingran beamed with pride at Su Yang, then pulled the astonished boy aside, fiercely whispering, You better keep your mouth shut. If my parents or my brother find out about this, you're finished. Su Yang, feigning innocence, replied, Then how about a little hush money? He continued, If you want me to keep quiet about all the times you almost got your parents called in because of your mischief which I helped you with, just let me know. Li Qingran glared at him, and Su Yang exclaimed, Wow, Li Qingran, you're really prioritizing a boy over your friends. Truly a woman's heart is the most dangerous. Li Qingran remained silent, glaring at him, while Mu Chenshi grew increasingly annoyed at their whispered conversation and urged Li Qingran to hurry. She complied. Chapter 58. She's my girlfriend. 5. Li Qingran turned back to Su Yang, threatening, I mean it, if you dare spill the beans, I will definitely tell your parents. Su Yang, looking defeated, muttered, Fine, you win this round. He walked away, looking dejected. Li Qingran cheerfully approached Mu Chenshi, who asked irritably, What were you discussing with him for so long? Li Qingran replied with a smile, Nothing much. I just told him to mind his own business. Mu Chenshi, still frowning, questioned, Mind his business about what? I am indeed your boyfriend. Seeing his genuine annoyance, Li Qingran glanced around to ensure they were alone, bit her lip, and playfully clung to Mu Chenshi's arm, saying, I just didn't want him to accidentally spill the beans in front of my parents. They would never approve of me dating so early. Mu Chenshi felt elated at her closeness but maintained a stoic demeanor, responding, Do you think I embarrass you? You're making me feel quite hurt, Ran. Are you ashamed to be seen with me? We have established our relationship, after all. Li Qingran quickly clarified, No, it's just that I'm uncertain if my parents will allow me to date. She then added, gritting her teeth, But my brother must never find out. He will do everything to interfere. He even hid the slip of paper with your number from me back then. It seems he doesn't like you much. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenshi's expression darkened slightly. It appeared her brother was not fond of him, and he could not recall having offended him. Mu Chenshi pulled Li Qingran along as they walked, smirking, Well, for now, that reason seems plausible. However, a son-in-law must eventually meet the parents. Li Qingran blushed fiercely at his words, feigning anger as she retorted, What nonsense! We haven't even established anything yet. Mu Chenshi, with a confident grin, replied, It's only a matter of time. Li Qingran, flustered, broke free from his arm, exclaiming, If you keep talking nonsense, I won't pay you any attention. Mu Chenshi observed her flushed cheeks, his expression full of amusement, but remaining silent. As soon as Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran entered the classroom, Zhao Yu immediately began to tease them with raised eyebrows. Li Qingran pretended not to notice, while Mu Chenshi calmly returned her smile. Zhao Yu, with a playful glint in her eye, asked Li Qingran, did something scandalous happen between you and Mu Chenshi just now? Your face is all red. Li Qingran, exasperated, replied, oh please, what nonsense are you asking? Besides, if something scandalous had occurred, it would be a secret, and I wouldn't tell you. Zhao Yu was left speechless, and after a moment, she sulked. Indeed, proximity breeds familiarity. Being around your academic genius has certainly improved your eloquence. Li Qingran Prudliufa, turning her back on Zhao Yu. Suddenly, Zhao Yu, with a mischievous grin, teased, is it because you've been engaging in mouth-to-mouth conversations with Mu Chenshi that your eloquence has improved? Li Qingran, outraged, shouted, Zhao Yu, you little vixen. She then grabbed a book from the desk and hurled it at her. Chapter 59. She's my girlfriend 6. Zhao Yu playfully dodged the flying books and, after a brief moment, shamelessly sat beside Li Qingran, saying in a low voice, Xiaoran, we need to create a blackboard newspaper during evening study today. Your writing will be crucial. I can handle the illustrations. Li Qingran shot her a disgruntled glance and replied sharply, I know. The evening study consisted of an English class, with the first period dedicated to an examination and the second to self-study. As the second period commenced, Zhao Yu, wearing a flattering expression, said, Qingran, look, I've gathered all the materials. Just copy them down, and we can start with the layout. 10 minutes later, Li Qingran could no longer contain herself and quietly asked Zhao Yu, what on earth is this drawing? Zhao Yu beamed with pride and declared, this is our class instructor. Li Qingran Rubit had Forehat. So, it's just a stick figure? I truly can't see how this represents the instructor. Zhao Yu chuckled awkwardly, but then asserted, I say it's the instructor, so it is. It's impressive enough that I can draw like this. Besides, I have no idea who in our class can actually draw. Li Qingran regarded her for a moment, then couldn't help but snatch the colored chalk from Zhao Yu's hands, softly stating, let me take over. Zhao Yu looked on, half convinced, and 5 minutes later, she felt an overwhelming urge to hug Li Qingran's leg, eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, this is amazing. You've hidden your talent well. It's truly lifelike. Li Qingran, with a hint of pride, lifted her chin and replied, of course. Ive practiced. After some time, Li Qingran became fully immersed in her creative process. Some classmates began to take notice, turning to watch her work. Mu Chenshi also glanced her way, and, at that moment, she captivated everyone's attention. Her artwork was so vivid that it elicited admiration for her exceptional skill. The evening study soon came to a close, and everyone busied themselves packing their bags in preparation to head home. Once Mu Chenshi had organized his belongings, he stood in front of Li Qingran, waiting to escort her home. Li Qingran looked up at him and softly said, you don't need to walk me home. I live nearby. I can manage on my own. Mu Chenshi's expression darkened slightly as he replied, I've rented a place near the school. I'm not in a hurry. You should hurry up. Seeing that he was determined to accompany her, Li Qingran said nothing further and playfully stuck her tongue out at him. Meanwhile, Sun Fian, who sat behind Li Qingran, watched their interaction with jealousy, clenching her fists and bowing her head in silence. Once Li Qingran had finished packing, she and Mu Chenshi exited the classroom together. Sun Fian observed their departing figures, her eyes burning with uncontainable envy. She then glanced around the nearly empty classroom, staring intently at the blackboard illustrations Li Qingran had created. As soon as they stepped outside the school gates, Mu Chenshi nonchalantly took her hand, startling Li Qingran, who immediately tried to pull away. He said in a low voice, it's so dark, no one will see us. Li Qingran, had no choice but to let him hold her hand. Upon reaching the entrance of Li Qingran's building, Mu Chenshi still did not release her hand. Confused, Li Qingran looked at him, and he teasingly remarked, since I walked you home, shouldn't you give me a goodnight kiss? Li Qingran's cheeks turned crimson as she indignantly retorted, pervert. Chapter 61. Don't be shy too at that moment. Zhao Yu approached her, whispering, Qingran, the blackboard illustrations you did last night have been erased. Li Qingran, noticing the clean slate where her chalk drawings had once been, felt a surge of anger and demanded, who did this? Zhao Yu shrugged helplessly, I don't know. It was like this when I arrived this morning. Mu Chenshi's expression darkened as he asserted, there are cameras in the classroom. Let us just go to the discipline office and ask a teacher to check the footage. The classmates exchanged glances, but no one stepped forward to admit wrongdoing. Sun Fian also lowered her head, a hint of panic visible on her pale face. Li Qingran, seeing that no one was willing to confess, said sternly, "If the person responsible doesn't come to me privately, I will check the footage. It's not a huge deal, just disappointing to see one's hard work tarnished. If no one steps up before this morning, I'll have to take further action. And it won't be pleasant for anyone." With that, she strode toward her seat, and Mu Chenshi, maintaining a serious demeanor, silently returned to his own. The morning study period passed swiftly, and Mu Chenshi approached Li Qingran, saying in a low voice, "Let us go have breakfast." Li Qingran, looking dejected, replied, "I don't feel like eating. I have no appetite." Mu Chenshi leaned closer, asking, "Then come eat with me. I haven't had breakfast yet." Li Qingran nodded and stood up to leave with him, while Sun Fian glared at their intimate departure, her teeth clenched in frustration. At that moment, Zhao Yu and Chen Xiaoma approached her, with Zhao Yu demanding, "You erased Qingran's blackboard illustrations, didn't you?" Sun Fian feigned innocence. "No, why do you ask?" Chen Xiaoma, holding back an irate Zhao Yu, said, "Someone mentioned you were the last to leave the classroom yesterday, and your reaction today is very suspicious. If you don't confess, we'll review the footage." Zhao Yu retorted angrily, "You've been acting guilty all morning. Stop pretending." Sun Fian, feeling cornered, snapped back, "I never begged to be her friend. That was her own delusion. She is not pure. She is foolish." This infuriated Zhao Yu, who felt compelled to lash out. But Chen Xiaoma pulled her back and coldly addressed Sun Fian. "We know you like Mu Chenshi, but he only has eyes for Qingran. That is not her fault. Your underhanded tactics to retaliate against her only reveal how narrow-minded and despicable you are. From this day forth, we are no longer friends." With that, they walked away, leaving Sun Fian staring after them, her heart heavy with discontent, before slumping down in her seat, pale and defeated. Chapter 62. Don't be shy 3. After Zhao Yu was pulled away by Chen Xiaoma, she continued to grumble, and Chen Xiaoma replied coolly, "Let Qingran discover the truth for herself. That way, she'll remember the lesson and learn not to trust others so easily." Zhao Yu sighed, but nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the cafeteria with Mu Chenshi, Li Qingran was irresistibly drawn in by the delicious aromas wafting from the food stalls. Realizing she hadn't brought any money, she looked at Mu Chenshi with an innocent expression. He smiled indulgently and asked softly, "Are you feeling better?" Li Qingran nudda uwadianli. "Are you hungry again?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow. "I'm hungry," Li Qingran said, looking at him with admiration. Mu Chenshi smirked slightly and asked, "What would you like to eat?" Li Qingran scanned the cafeteria, finally pointing to the dumpling stand. Without hesitation, Mu Chenshi strode toward it, and Li Qingran happily followed. After a satisfying meal, she patted her stomach contentedly and returned to the classroom with Mu Chenshi. Sun Fian looked at Li Qingran, whose face was beaming with a smile, gritted her teeth, and then approached her, saying, "Qingran, accompany me to the restroom." Without giving it much thought, Li Qingran nodded and left the classroom with her, while Mu Chenshi's gaze darkened as he watched Sun Fian's retreating figure. Once outside the classroom, Sun Fian pulled Li Qingran into a stairwell, abruptly releasing her hand. Li Qingran, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong? Weren't you going to the restroom?" Sun Fian regarded her coldly and stated, "The illustrations for your blackboard report were done by me." Li Qingran was taken aback. "Why? Did you do it accidentally?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Sun Fian's icy tone. "Li Qingran, I simply cannot stand your pretense of innocence, acting as if you know nothing. It genuinely irritates me." Li Qingran's eyes began to redden as she asked sorrowfully, "Why?" "Because I like Mu Chenshi too," Sun Fian retorted fiercely. "And every time you get so close to him, flaunting your relationship in front of me, I feel envious." Li Qingran opened her mouth, but remained silent. Sun Fian continued, "Now that I've made my feelings clear, I no longer need to pretend to be your good friend. If you want to tell the teacher about the blackboard report, go ahead. I don't care." After saying this, she walked away, leaving Li Qingran standing alone. After a moment of daze, Li Qingran returned to class, her spirits low. Upon entering the classroom, Mu Chenshi immediately noticed her red-rimmed eyes and approached her with a frown, asking what happened. He cast a displeased glance at Sun Fian. Li Qingran shook her head and softly replied, "It's nothing." She then returned to her seat, lost in thought. The second class of the morning was mathematics. When teacher Zhao entered and saw the blank blackboard, he frowned and inquired, "Has the blackboard report not been completed?" "The school will be checking for evaluations tonight. The class fell silent, no one speaking up. Li Qingran stood and said, "I'm sorry, teacher. I will finish it by noon today." Teacher Zhao nodded, signaling her to sit down. Li Qingran composed herself and sat down, completely disregarding the various expressions of her classmates. Calmly opening her textbook. In that moment when Li Qingran stood up, Sun Fian had anticipated that Li Qingran would reveal the truth, leading to her reprimand by the teacher. To her surprise, Li Qingran said nothing about her and took all the blame upon herself. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Sun Fian bit her lip, a twinge of guilt rising within her. Mu Chenshi observed the scene with a solemn expression, casting a deep glance at Sun Fian. The morning passed quickly, and by noon, most students had left the classroom. Li Qingran remained seated, and Mu Chenshi approached her, tapping on her desk, urging her to eat. Li Qingran shook her head. "You go ahead, I'll finish the illustrations for the blackboard report." Mu Chenshi frowned. "Finish your meal first, then come back to draw." Li Qingran stubbornly shook her head. "I want to finish it first." Mu Chenshi looked at her for a moment before sitting in the seat beside her, saying, "Then I'll stay with you. We will go eat once you finish." Li Qingran hesitated for a moment before saying, "You don't have to stay with me. Go eat first." Mu Chenshi remained silent, merely watching her intently. After a few seconds, Li Qingran surrendered. "All right, let's go eat first, and I'll return to draw afterward." With a resigned expression, Li Qingran looked at him, and Mu Chenshi finally relaxed, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Let's go." Due to the delay, the cafeteria was already crowded, so they exited the school and found a restaurant to dine in. After their meal, Li Qingran was preoccupied with thoughts about the blackboard report, urging Mu Chenshi to hurry. Under her intense gaze, Mu Chenshi calmly finished his meal. Li Qingran immediately urged, "Let's go back to class." Mu Chenshi grabbed her arm, saying nonchalantly, "No rush. Let us rest for a moment." Li Qingran replied anxiously, "No, it took 40 minutes before. We don't have time to rest. If you want, you can rest by yourself. I'll head back to school first." Mu Chenshi didn't let go and continued, "It's fine. We have enough time. I'll ask Yi Kaiyu to help you with the illustrations." Li Qingran bit her lip, conflicted. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Can he even draw? He can. And he enjoys drawing, Mu Chenshi said with a smile, narrowing his eyes. If he can help, he would be thrilled. Li Qingran looked at him skeptically. He then took out his phone and called Yi Kaiyu. "Hey, what is up?" Yi Kaiyu's lazy voice came through. Mu Chenshi replied in a low tone. "Come to school now and help Li Qingran with the blackboard report illustrations." Yi Kaiyu immediately exclaimed, "What? Are you kidding me? After all those years of learning to draw, you want me to help with a simple illustration for a blackboard report?" Mu Chenshi frowned. "No, it's not just about the illustrations. It's..." Yi Kaiyu continued to resist. "So, will you come or not?" Mu Chenshi cut him off, and Yi Kaiyu, sensing Mu Chenshi's displeasure, shivered slightly. Remembering his previous failures in resisting Mu Chenshi and the dire consequences, he quickly agreed. "All right, I'll head to school right now." Hearing Yi Kaiyu's reluctant agreement, Mu Chenshi's expression relaxed, a satisfied smile forming. "Just make sure it's of high quality." After ending the call, Mu Chenshi turned to Li Qingran with a smug nod. Li Qingran, feeling a bit embarrassed, asked, "Is that really okay? We not mind?" Mu Chenshi smirked. "It's fine. You don't need to be polite with him." He then took her hand and started walking back to school. Li Qingran pulled him back, confused. "Aren't we not going back to school?" "Why are we going back? My house is in the opposite direction." "Yes, we're going to my house," Mu Chenshi replied calmly. "What?" Li Qingran exclaimed. "That is not appropriate. I should just go home." "No need. My house is right next to the school, and there's no one home." Mu Chenshi continued to hold her hand firmly. Li Qingran hesitated, whispering, "It's even worse if there's no one home." "What did you say?" Mu Chenshi asked, looking at her. Li Qingran quickly shook her head. Nothing. "All right," Mu Chenshi said, pulling her along as they continued forward. He glanced at her slightly flushed cheeks and subtly smiled, thinking to himself how she was truly a little fool for believing he hadn't heard her. In no time, they arrived at Mu Chenshi's apartment. He unlocked the door, and Li Qingran hesitated at the entrance, reluctant to step inside. Mu Chenshi turned back, pulled her in, and retrieved a brand new pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet. "These are for you. Change into them," he said calmly. Li Qingran glanced down at the pink slippers she was wearing and the blue ones he held, realizing they were a matching couple's design. Trying to appear nonchalant, she changed into the slippers and diverted the topic. "Your house is empty?" Mu Chenshi nodded and walked to the water dispenser, filling a cup and handing it to her. This place is rented just for me. I usually live alone. A cleaning lady comes to tidy up on weekends. Li Qingran took a few sips of water and nodded, acknowledging his explanation. Mu Chenshi then said casually, "Give me your key." "Huh?" Li Qingran asked, puzzled. "Your key?" Mu Chenshi reiterated calmly. Without thinking, Li Qingran took her key from her pocket and handed it to him. Mu Chenshi swiftly attached her key to a keychain from a drawer. Li Qingran stood by, utterly flabbergasted, and asked in a daze, "What are you doing?" Mu Chenshi returned the key to her, his thin lips curving into a smile as he said, "This is an additional key. Please keep it for me." Blushing, Li Qingran replied, "You could just leave the key at home. Why give it to me?" Mu Chenshi replied nonchalantly, "In case I'm not home, you can come over directly." With that, he took her hand and led her to the door of a room, opening it and saying, "You will stay in this room from now on." Li Qingran shot him an incredulous glare. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who wants to live here?" Mu Chenshi chuckled lightly. "In the future, you won't be going home for lunch. You can rest here instead. It's closer to school, allowing you more time to relax." Li Qingran shook her head. "That's not possible. I prefer to go home." Mu Chenshi feigned disappointment. "Oh dear. What about all the snacks I bought? I don't eat these things." He then opened a storage box in the room, revealing it to be brimming with various snacks that she particularly liked. Li Qingran's eyes widened in surprise, captivated by the sight. 2 seconds later, she suddenly said with a serious expression, "Oh no, that's too wasteful. I'll stay and help you finish them, just to save." Mu Chenshi squinted his eyes and smiled, not exposing her pretense. "Thank you for helping me out." Li Qingran responded confidently, "No need to thank me. This is what I ought to do. You should rest for a while. I'll come and call you later. Feel free to take those snacks," Mu Chenshi said with a slight smile. Blushing, Li Qingran nodded. Soon after, Mu Chenshi left, closing the door behind him. Once he was gone, Li Qingran sighed in relief, slowly sitting on the bed to survey the room. It was neither too large nor too small, predominantly decorated in shades of pink, exuding warmth. The room featured a comfortable bed, a spacious wardrobe, a simple desk, and a large storage box filled with snacks. She noticed there was no air conditioning or heating, and she couldn't help but wonder how she would survive the winter without freezing. Suddenly, she shook her head, chiding herself for thinking too far ahead, and redirected her focus to the bed. The bedding was pink with a pattern of Hello Kitty, which made her hair stand on end. "What kind of taste does Mu Chenshi have? This is so girly and not suited for me." Suppressing her discomfort, she pulled back the covers and lay down. 40 minutes passed swiftly, and Mu Chenshi got up. After tidying up, he noticed Li Qingran still hadn't stirred. He walked to her room and knocked on the door, but there was no response. Frowning, he opened the door and found her peacefully sleeping, wrapped in her quilt, a faint smile gracing her lips, appearing serene and gentle. Mu Chenshi approached the bed, admiring her sleeping face, before slowly leaning down to plant a soft kiss on her rosy cheek, a satisfied smile adorning his face. He gazed at her bright lips. Just as he was about to lean in closer, Li Qingran unexpectedly turned over, startling Mu Chenshi and causing him to freeze momentarily. A flicker of guilt passing through his mind. With a resigned smile, he gently shook her shoulder, whispering, Ran, it's time to wake up." After several calls, Li Qingran finally stirred, yet remained drowsy and reluctant to rise. Observing her sleepy demeanor, Mu Chenshi leaned closer to her ear, his lips curling. "If you don't get up soon, I might just kiss you." Upon hearing this, Li Qingran was jolted awake, clutching her quilt with wide, misty eyes, pitifully saying, I'm getting up. Mu Chenshi nodded in satisfaction. "Hurry up. I'll be in the living room waiting for you. It's already 1:40. With that, he exited the room and washed 2 apples from the fridge. Li Qingran hurriedly slipped on her slippers, smoothing out her wrinkled clothes, letting her messy hair down, and walked out to ask Mu Chenshi if he had a comb. Mu Chenshi was momentarily taken aback by her disheveled appearance, then pointed towards the bathroom. Li Qingran rubbed her eyes as she entered the bathroom, quickly tying her hair into a ponytail, washing her face with cold water before emerging. Mu Chenshi handed her an apple, which she accepted without hesitation, taking a large bite. "Let's go to school," he said softly. Li Qingran nodded, and together they stepped outside. As they walked, they chatted casually. Suddenly, Li Qingran asked, "Why does Ikayu listen to you? You told him to draw illustrations, and he just went?" Mu Chenshi smiled. "He's my brother. We were classmates in elementary and middle school. Besides, you're my girlfriend, so you are also considered his sister-in-law." making it only natural for him to do this. Upon hearing him refer to her as sister-in-law, Li Qingran's face flushed crimson as she looked at him, exclaiming, "What sister-in-law? Stop saying such nonsense." Mu Chenshi, seeing her shy demeanor, felt a surge of teasing emotions. "Aren't you my girlfriend? I'm older than him, so it's only right for him to call you sister-in-law." He reached for her hand, but Li Qingran swiftly evaded, somewhat fiercely stating, "We're at the school gate now. Behave yourself." With that, she strode ahead, while Mu Chenshi regretted that his apartment was too close to the school. Upon entering the classroom, they found the unfortunate Yi Kaiyu just finishing the class bulletin board. He had just placed the chalk down when he turned to see them enter, internally complaining about their impeccable timing. With a bright smile, he greeted Li Qingran. "Oh no, sister-in-law, are you satisfied with the bulletin board?" He wore an expectant expression, seeking praise. Li Qingran had initially intended to thank him, but her expression soured instantly at his words, replying coldly, "It's passable. I see you truly love drawing. I'll mention this to the homeroom teacher. You'll be responsible for the illustrations from now on." With that, she ignored him, casting a fierce glance at Mu Chenshi before returning to her seat. Mu Chenshi looked at her innocently, thinking, "I certainly didn't teach her that." Yi Kaiyu felt confused by her reaction, pondering if he had somehow offended her. He then turned to Mu Chenshi, seeking affirmation. Mu Chenshi raised an eyebrow, walking past him while muttering, "It seems I've truly riled her up this time. I might need to appease her later." He shot Yi Kaiyu a disgruntled glance. Yi Kaiyu thought, "What have I done to deserve this? I feel utterly out of place." He sighed, realizing Li Qingran was indeed Mu Chenshi's girlfriend, as they shared the same cold demeanor, showing no mercy. The method of turning against him was truly a case of the student surpassing the master. Feeling increasingly aggrieved, he decided to wash his hands at the sink, only to encounter Nangong Jin, who greeted him enthusiastically. "Ayu, why are you here so early today? Why is it that he can comfortably take a nap at home while I am toiling away here in the middle of the day? And yet I have not even settled him properly?" As Nangong Jin watched Yi Kaiyu's departing figure, he touched his nose, pondering whether he had inadvertently offended him today. What was going on? It felt as if he owed him 2 million. With a puzzled expression, he entered the classroom. The afternoon passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the class meeting during the 4th period on Monday. As soon as teacher Zhao entered the classroom, he noticed the completed bulletin board and promptly praised Zhao Yu and Li Qingran. This only darkened Yi Kaiyu's expression further. Teacher Zhao droned on about class matters, but the students, lethargic and disinterested, barely listened. Eventually, he changed his tone and announced, "All right, let us rearrange the seating. I have prepared a new seating chart, so listen closely to find out who your new deskmate is." Upon hearing the announcement, the students straightened up, attentively tuning in. Teacher Zhao's booming voice resonated through the classroom, calling out names. Li Qingran, Mu Chenshi. Li Qingran was momentarily taken aback upon realizing she would be sitting next to Mu Chenshi. She quickly glanced at him, finding him casually leaning against the desk behind him, as if he had anticipated this outcome. The surrounding classmates cast overtly flirtatious glances their way, causing her face to redden gradually. Meanwhile, Mu Chenshi remained nonchalantly sprawled across the desk, appearing indifferent to the situation. As teacher Zhao continued to call names, his gaze flickered towards the two, silently chuckling to himself at their contrasting reactions. It seemed his class monitor was going to be completely captivated by Mu Chenshi. His skills in charming girls surpassed those in Zhao's own youth. Soon, all the names were called, and each student began to pack their bags, preparing to switch seats. Reluctantly, Li Qingran took her place beside Mu Chenshi, who flashed her a particularly warm smile. She responded with a dramatic eye roll. Unfazed, Mu Chenshi's lips curled into a smirk, revealing his good mood. The seating arrangement had separated several pairs, but Nangong Jin and Chun Xiaoma ended up as deskmates. Chun Xiaoma glanced at Nangong Jin with a hint of shyness, to which Nangong Jin responded with a friendly smile before lowering his head in silence. Nangong Jin chose to remain quiet, observing that Li Qingran's friend was quite introverted. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, was paired with the class's lively sports representative, and the two quickly engaged in animated conversation. Yi Kaiyu found himself seated next to another boy, while Nangong Jin and Mu Chenshi were surrounded by girls, further aggravating his mood, which exuded a palpable air of displeasure, leaving his deskmate anxious. Had he somehow offended this formidable figure to elicit such ire? Meanwhile, Sun Fian sat with another girl, and they were also laughing and chatting. Her seat was quite distant from Li Qingran's, prompting Li Qingran to glance her way, feeling a sudden pang in her heart, realizing they might not speak again anytime soon. After the class meeting concluded, Teacher Zhao waved his hand, signaling that it was time for lunch. The students rushed out of the classroom in a frenzy. Li Qingran stood up leisurely, scanning the room to find that Zhao Yu and Chen Xiaomao had already vanished. These ungrateful friends, she thought, gritting her teeth in resignation as she followed Mu Chenshi to the cafeteria. On their way, Li Qingran suddenly asked loudly, "Did you tell the teacher to seat us together?" Mu Chenshi, looking entirely at ease, admitted, "That was indeed my doing. I didn't expect him to be so understanding. What a visionary teacher." He wore a proud expression, causing Li Qingran to shoot him an annoyed glance and fall silent. Once they arrived at the cafeteria, Mu Chenshi promptly took out his meal card. "What do you want for dinner tonight?" Li Qingran replied, "I brought my own meal card." She proceeded to the window, selling rice bowls, while Mu Chenshi frowned, wondering if she was genuinely upset. Had he really angered her to this extent? After grabbing a meal for himself, Mu Chenshi sought out Li Qingran again, purchasing a chicken leg on his way. Sitting across from her, he gingerly placed the chicken leg in her lunchbox, only for Li Qingran to dismiss it without a glance, saying coolly, "I'm not eating that. You can have it. Don't buy me anything in the future. I'll handle my own meals." Li Qingran's words were not meant harshly. Having eaten alongside Mu Chenshi every day, she noted that he always paid. She hadn't spent a penny of the living expenses her mother provided. Although they were a couple, she felt it was inappropriate for him to keep spending money on her, especially since he wasn't earning any himself. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense, and her expression turned serious. Misinterpreting her intent, Mu Chenshi assumed she was genuinely upset about the seating arrangement and felt anxious. He cautiously inquired, "You don't want a chicken leg? I saw some braised fish over there. Shall I get you a portion?" Li Qingran shook her head, refusing. "Mu Chenshi preseton. What about a bottle of yogurt later?" Again, she shook her head, now genuinely worried. He asked, "What do you want to eat? Just tell me, and I'll buy it for you." Li Qingran, in earnest, replied, "Stone, please don't buy me food anymore. I'm not hungry, and I'll buy whatever I want." Mu Chenshi's heart sank, his mind racing for a solution. Li Qingran paused before adding, "You shouldn't spend money on me. It's not good for others to see. I have my own money, and I'll buy what I want." Mu Chenshi was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Huh? Why does it feel like we're not even discussing the same issue?" Li Qingran continued earnestly, "After all, you're not earning money right now. You're spending your parents' money. It's not right to keep buying me food." Now, Mu Chenshi understood her concern. She wasn't upset about the seating arrangement, but rather about him spending his money on her. Finally relieved, he replied, "Why do you care so much? You're my girlfriend. If I don't spend on you, who else would I spend on? Moreover, the money I spend isn't my parents. It's my savings from red envelopes since childhood, as well as my competition winnings and scholarships. I'll have money left over after 3 years of high school, so you really don't need to worry." Li Qingran stubbornly shook her head, insisting, "No, I'll spend my own money." Seeing her determined expression, Mu Chenshi recognized her stubbornness had resurfaced, so he refrained from arguing. After all, he was quite accustomed to saying one thing and doing another. He merely responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. Seeing him concede, Li Qingran relaxed and began to eat seriously. Mu Chenshi, watching her cheerful demeanor, couldn't help but smile helplessly. After finishing their meal, they took a couple of laps around the playground before returning to the classroom in good spirits. Li Qingran sat down, immediately pulling out her homework to begin working, while Mu Chenshi chuckled silently at her serious demeanor. Zhao Yu observed as the two of them returned to the classroom and slowly approached, teasingly exclaiming, "Oh dear, our homeroom teacher is truly understanding, even going so far as to seat you two together." Li Qingran immediately shot her an angry glare, signaling her to be quiet, while Mu Chenshi subtly curled the corners of his mouth, clearly in good spirits and in agreement with her words. Zhao Yu, noticing their reactions, continued to jest. "Mu, the academic prodigy, you see, Qingran merely has a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Despite her current unwilling expression, her heart must be bursting with joy. She is just a bit shy, so you ought to take the initiative." At this, Li Qingran could no longer contain herself. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shouted, "Zhao Yu!" Rising from her seat, she attempted to cover Zhao Yu's mouth. Sensing the danger, Zhao Yu made a hasty retreat, adding fuel to the fire. Mu, this is all for your benefit. You must help me keep her at bay. With that, she dashed away. However, Mu Chenshi took Zhao Yu's words to heart. Leaning back against the desk to block her exit, Li Qingran, her face still ablaze, looked at him and insisted, "Move aside. I intend to silence her for good. She talks nonsense all day." Mu Chenshi, observing her thin lips curve into a smile, replied, "But she hasn't said anything too outrageous. Why are you so fierce? Could it be that everything she said is true? Your heart is already dancing with joy." Li Qingran's eyes widened in shock, and she immediately reached for Mu Chenshi's waist, intending to give him a firm twist to bring him back to reality. Unfortunately, his rigorous training had left him with a solidly toned physique, and despite several attempts, she could not find any softness to grasp. Frustrated, she tried to withdraw her hand, but Mu Chenshi was quick to seize it, his gaze deep as he remarked, "If you haven't had enough of my waist, there are other places you could explore. Don't be disheartened. I will certainly return the favor." With that, he guided her hand to his strong chest. Chapter 70. Just as I said, Li Qingran was caught off guard as her hand was pulled onto his chest, immediately feeling the firm muscles beneath and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. She instinctively wished to retract her hand, but Mu Chenshi held on too tightly. They tussled for a while, and amidst the commotion, Li Qingran became so flustered that she forgot all about confronting Zhao Yu. When Mu Chenshi felt it was time, he released her hand, and she quickly withdrew it, gazing at him with wide eyes. Mu Chenshi, maintaining his playful demeanor, remarked, "Since you've had your fill of touching me, it's only fair that I get to touch you in return." Saying this, he pretended to reach for her, causing Li Qingran to gasp and hurriedly cover her chest. In response, Mu Chenshi reached for her waist, tickling her, which made her squirm and squabble, trying to fend off his hand. Their playful antics continued until more classmates began to fill the room, at which point Mu Chenshi relented, allowing her to slowly wipe away her tears. Throughout their playful exchange, the class monitor, Shun Mo, observed quietly, his fists clenched, his expression darkening. He had heard the rumors circulating in class about Li Qingran and Mu Chenshi being together, yet he had been reluctant to believe them. Shun Mo had been classmates with Li Qingran since middle school and had developed feelings for her over time. In his eyes, she was an exceptionally ambitious young woman, academically gifted, kind-hearted, and always willing to assist her peers, maintaining an appropriate distance from the boys, unlike other girls who often engaged in flirtation. She resembled a delicate orchid, fragrant yet hard to approach. He had thought their relationship would persist, continuing as classmates in high school, their academic standings similar, believing that with a little more effort, they could both gain admission to the same university. At that point, he could finally confess his feelings. But Mu Chenshi's sudden presence had completely disrupted his plans. He had never seen her so close to another boy, and her smiles around Mu Chenshi seemed more frequent than usual. Their actions increasingly resembled those of a couple, compelling him to accept the rumors as truth. They were truly together. Though Mu Chenshi appeared genuinely good to her and was indeed more accomplished than he, Shun Mo felt a sense of unwillingness, loath to let 3 years of unacknowledged feelings dissipate without a fight. Now, he found himself in a dilemma. Should he strive to express his feelings or silently watch her smile at someone else, knowing she was happy? Lowering his head, he wrestled with his thoughts, the pen in his grip nearly crushed. His desk mate, Lu Fei, observing his turmoil, sighed in resignation. They had been classmates since middle school, and Lu Fei had a decent relationship with Shun Mo. Despite being a quiet individual, Shun Mo was undoubtedly exceptional. He excelled academically, possessed striking looks, and, most importantly, was devoted. During middle school, he had garnered the affection of many girls, receiving countless confessions and gifts, yet he remained blissfully oblivious, wholly devoted to the unknowing Li Qingran. Chapter 72. I am jealous. Li's mother looked at her, suspicion etched on her face. "Why are you so out of breath?" I ran upstairs too quickly. Li Qingran replied, a bit steely. "Why rush? Is someone chasing you?" Her mother shot her a look, annoyance evident, before pouring her a glass of water to help her calm down. Li Qingran accepted the cup and drank greedily, then smiled brightly. "I'm just hungry. I wanted to get home for dinner sooner." Her mother grumbled, "You only think about eating. You'll be gaining weight again soon." Yet, her body betrayed her as she made her way to the kitchen. Seeing her mother finally drop the interrogation, Li Qingran sighed in relief and secretly stuck out her tongue. She then recalled the earlier events, silently gnashing her teeth. That was not quite their first kiss. As a child, she had been quite bold, often launching surprise attacks on Mu Chenshi to plant kisses on him. Remembering her round-cheeked appearance from those days, she mused that he must truly love her to have endured it. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Chenshi had initially resisted, but eventually accepted her advances, relishing the moments. However, the sensation from their recent encounter was entirely different. When he had unexpectedly kissed her, she found herself not disliking it and felt a flicker of delight. Initially, her mind had been a haze, as if a small firework had exploded in her thoughts, leaving her dazed and breathless, even causing him to chuckle. When she saw him approaching again, she instinctively turned and fled, now feeling a tinge of embarrassment. It was just a kiss, after all. They had shared such moments before in their childhood. Moreover, they were indeed a couple, so it was a perfectly normal occurrence. Li Qingran stood there, repeatedly reassuring herself. While she was lost in thought, her mother had already prepared a bowl of porridge and called her to eat. Finally snapping back to reality, she consoled herself, "Tomorrow, I'll just act as if nothing happened." With that, she headed to the dining table. The next morning, as Li Qingran descended the stairs, she spotted Mu Chenshi waiting downstairs. She paused momentarily, then feigned nonchalance as she greeted him. The two walked in silence, an unusual quietness enveloping them. As they neared the school gate, Mu Chenshi could no longer contain his curiosity and gently grasped Li Qingran's arm, asking, "What is wrong with you today? You seem a bit off." Li Qingran quickly retorted, "You're the one who's off. I just haven't fully woken up yet." With that, she forcefully shook off his hand and marched ahead, not looking back. Mu Chenshi stood there, bewildered, then innocently touched his nose, pondering why she was so irritable today. Is it permissible to provoke her? The moment Li Qingran entered the classroom, she promptly submitted her homework and swiftly took out her Chinese textbook to begin her morning reading. Mu Chenshi, observing her, was taken aback by her sudden diligence. What has inspired her to be so conscientious today? Li Qingran was entirely absorbed in her own world, appearing exceedingly busy, which made it impossible for Mu Chenshi to engage her in conversation. Thus, they each harbored their own thoughts during the morning study session. Chapter 73. I am jealous. As soon as the morning study period ended, Mu Chenshi was eager to inquire about Li Qingran's unusual behavior. However, she immediately called out to Zhao Yu, who then approached, and they began chatting, leaving him unable to interject. He could tell that Li Qingran was intentionally excluding him from the conversation, prompting him to sign frustration before leaving his seat to find Yi Kaiyu and the others. Li Qingran noticed Mu Chenshi's departure from the corner of her eye and secretly sighed in relief. Zhao Yu, observing this, curiously asked, "What is going on? Are you and our academic prodigy Mu in a quarrel?" Li Qingran shook her head, then nodded slightly, ultimately responding with a resigned, "Forget it, let us go eat." "What about Xiaomo?" Zhao Yu, seeing her attempt to change the subject, refrained from pressing further and quietly stated, "Xiaomo has already had breakfast. Let us go." Li Qingran nodded, and the two departed the classroom together. Mu Chenshi watched Li Qingran leave, his expression somber and silent. Yi Kaiyu glanced at the taciturn Mu, who radiated an aura of coldness, and cautiously asked, "What's wrong?" Mu Chenshi, equally puzzled, replied, "I don't know. Did you upset her?" Yi Kaiyu inwided, feigning seriousness while secretly reveling in the situation. Mu Chenshi pondered seriously for a moment before shaking his head earnestly. "No." Yi Kaiyu sighed. "Then tell me what transpired between you two over the past few days so I can help you analyze it." Mu Chenshi considered briefly before recounting the events of the last couple of days. 5 minutes later, Yi Kaiyu sighed deeply, internally laughing uncontrollably. It seemed that fate was fair. While Mu Chenshi was endowed with high intelligence, he was equally deficient in emotional awareness. He had kissed the girl and remained oblivious to the reason for her anger. After relishing this revelation, Yi Kaiyu cleared his throat and stated earnestly, "She's not angry. She's just shy." Mu Chenshi, bewildered, asked, "Shy? Why would she be shy?" "Because, my dear friend, you kissed her last night." Yi Kaiyu explained it. "Girls are often bashful, especially at her age. But we used to kiss all the time when we were kids," Mu Chenshi argued. "That was in the past," Yi Kaiyu insisted. "Can you really compare the two? Why can't it be the same?" Mu Chenshi questioned. "Do you want me to elaborate?" Yi Kaiyu was on the verge of exasperation. A glance from Mu Chenshi silenced him, and he patiently explained, "We've all grown up now. As children, it was merely playful. Now, we must take responsibility for our actions." And she is a girl, experiencing the stirrings of young love. It's perfectly normal for her to feel shy after a kiss. You should properly console her. Mu Chenshi continued to defend himself. When we were kids, I was serious. It wasn't tea, just a game. Besides, she was so bold back then. Who knew she would become so easily embarrassed now? Yi Kaiyu was at a loss for words. I've said it before. This isn't tea childhood anymore, as she doesn't tea know you. All right, I understand. Mu Chenshi interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. He returned to his seat, deep in thought about how to placate Li Qingran. Chapter 74. I am jealous. Seriously, what does it mean to use someone up and then toss them aside? Not even a simple thank you. This couple only knows how to exploit me for their issues. Yi Kaiyu grumbled to himself for quite some time. After breakfast, Li Qingran and Zhao Yu returned to the classroom, laughing together. However, upon meeting Mu Chenshi's gaze, she immediately sobered and coldly took her seat. Mu Chenshi discreetly stole glances at her before quickly grasping her hand. Li Qingran began to struggle, but Mu Chenshi held her firmly and in a low voice asked, "Are you ignoring me because you're shy about the kiss from last night?" After posing the question, he fixed his gaze on her, leaving Li Qingran momentarily speechless. How could he be so direct? How was she supposed to respond? After collecting herself, she maintained a stoic expression and said, "No, I'm just a bit tired these days." Mu Chenshi looked at her again and said, "I didn't know you would be shy. I thought we were accustomed to it since we kissed so many times as children. I'm not the type to kiss just anyone. My heart has always belonged to you. You're the only girl I've ever wanted to kiss. If you feel that my sudden kiss yesterday was too casual, I sincerely apologize." Li Qingran was taken aback by his apology. She hadn't expected it. In truth, she wasn't angry, just slightly displeased. Over the past few days, he had been the one flirting with her, holding hands, hugging, even kissing. It seemed trivial to him, yet it was significant to her, and his nonchalant approach made her feel somewhat undervalued, hence her slight dissatisfaction. Now that he had clarified, she realized she had been the petty one. Quickly shaking her head, she replied, "You don't need to apologize. I really was angry." Mu Chenshi regarded her with a hint of disbelief and continued, "Since you've been ignoring me since this morning, I felt awful. I don't like seeing you unhappy. So, if you have any grievances, please tell me directly instead of sulking alone. It makes me uncomfortable." Li Qingran nodded, touched by his words, and then took his hand, offering him a radiant smile. Seeing her like this, Mu Chenshi sensed that she had overcome her shyness and was no longer upset. He cheekily added, "If you're still upset, I can let you kiss me back." He leisurely emphasized, "I absolutely want to resist." Li Qingran. Truly, the moment of touching sentiment passed in an instant. She quickly withdrew her hand, rolling her eyes at him before opening her English book to study vocabulary, deliberately ignoring him. Mu Chenshi. Had he misspoken again? She could kiss him back, couldn't she? Why was she unhappy again? It seemed the saying about women being fickle was indeed true. After morning exercises, Li Qingran returned to the classroom with Zhao Yu and the others, while Mu Chenshi was called away by Nangong Jin and Yi Kaiyu, who claimed they needed to talk to him. Li Qingran silently criticized in her mind, "Do boys have their own little secrets to discuss?" Chapter 75. I am jealous. Just as the three were laughing and heading towards the classroom, someone suddenly called out to Li Qingran from behind. Turning around, she found it was Shun Mo. Li Qingran felt somewhat puzzled. She wasn't well acquainted with Shun Mo. Thus, she remained silent, while Zhao Yu and Chun Xiaomo looked on. The atmosphere grew slightly tense until Shun Mo spoke again. "Li Qingran, I need to discuss something with you." Li Qingran glanced at her friends, who exchanged curious looks before quietly heading back to the classroom. Once they were gone, Li Qingran asked, "What is it?" "Shen Montak replied, "Let us talk over here." With that, he walked towards the school's small garden, where it was relatively quiet. Upon reaching their destination, Shun Mo directly asked, "Are you and Mu Chenshi together?" Li Qingran was slightly taken aback. Why would Shin Mo suddenly ask such a question? They had been classmates since middle school, yet they were not particularly close. He was an introverted individual, seldom engaging in conversation, and had few friends in class. Their relationship was tenuous at best, and his unexpected inquiry left her somewhat flustered. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qingran nodded. Upon witnessing her acknowledgement, Shun Mo paused, revealing a hint of a mocking smile, perhaps deriding his own perceived weakness or lamenting that the girl he cherished had become someone else's girlfriend. The atmosphere grew awkward for a brief 2 seconds as Li Qingran regarded him with curiosity. Are you not aware that the school prohibits early romantic relationships? Shen Mo inquired with an oddly sarcastic tone. What do you mean by that? Li Qingran furrowed her brow, questioning his intentions. Are you planning to report me? Shen Mo chuckled bitterly. No. I merely wish to ask if you're not concerned that dating might hinder your studies. Li Qingran retorted with a hint of annoyance. This is my matter. I can manage it well, and one tea let it affect my learning. Shen Mo opened his mouth, but remained silent. Li Qingran continued. If there's nothing else, I'll return to the classroom. With that, she turned to leave. Suddenly, Shen Mo called out, Li Qingran. Hearing her name again left her puzzled, and she turned back. I like you. I've liked you since middle school. However, I believe you were too young to date, so I never told you. Now that you're with Mu Chenshi, I realize I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so timid. Li Qingran. I have liked you for 3 years, and today I wanted to tell you. Li Qingran was taken aback by his sudden confession, her mouth agape in astonishment. What was happening? Just moments ago, he had been interrogating her, and now he was professing his feelings. The abrupt shift was bewildering. Li Qingran bit her lip, struggling to find words, while Shen Mo continued to gaze at her intently. After a moment, she stammered, but I already have a boyfriend. Shen Montag replied en stly. My confession is simply to express my feelings. I do not wish to pressure you into making any choices. I completely respect your decision. Now at a loss for words, Li Qingran lowered her head, contemplating her response. Just then, an abrupt voice pierced the air. Then there's no need to make a choice. She is my girlfriend. Li Qingran glanced back to see Mu Chenshi approaching with an icy demeanor, emanating a palpable tension. Chapter 76. I am jealous. 6 Li Qingran shivered at Mu Chenshi's appearance, while Shen Mo's gaze turned hostile. Mu Chenshi stared at Shen Mo, his voice frigid. You've liked her for 3 years. I've liked her for 13. On what grounds do you think you can compare? Li Qingran gasped in surprise at his words, while Mu Chenshi's cold glare swept across the room, commanding, Aren't you leaving yet? With that, he turned and walked away, prompting Li Qingran to hurriedly follow. Throughout the journey back, Mu Chenshi remained silent, his expression dark. Li Qingran cautiously observed him, attempting to reach for his hand, only to have him evade her grasp, sternly reminding her that they were in school and to be mindful of their surroundings. Li Qingran sighed, lamenting the irony of the situation. Just that morning, she had been upset, and Mu Chenshi had comforted her. Now, it was her turn to soothe him. How the tides had turned. The two entered the classroom, each displaying their own emotions. Yi Kaiyu and Nangong Jin exchanged glances but refrained from speaking, well aware that Mu Chenshi was not in a good mood, and it would be unwise to intervene. Zhao Yu and Chen Xiaomo silently inquired with their eyes, but Li Qingran merely shrugged in exasperation, too preoccupied with appeasing Mu Chenshi to explain. Soon after, Shen Mo entered the classroom, looking dejected, and the group observed him thoughtfully, yet remained silent. During the 3rd period of political science, the teacher was busy explaining the fluctuations in exchange rates, while Mu Chenshi drifted off into daydreams, and Li Qingran fixated on him. Perhaps sensing her intense gaze, Mu Chenshi turned to look at her, and she quickly adorned her face with a pleasing smile. He frowned slightly and whispered, Pay attention. Li Qingran gazed at him with a feigned sense of innocence, but Mu Chenshi's sharp glare prompted her to yield. All right, I will focus, she replied, redirecting her attention to the blackboard. Satisfied that she was paying attention, Mu Chenshi returned to his thoughts. Earlier, during morning exercises, Yi Kaiyu had pulled him aside to inform him that Shen Mo had feelings for Li Qingran, having learned it from one of Shen Mo's friends. Initially, he had brushed it off, intending to handle the matter privately. However, upon returning to the classroom and discovering Li Qingran was not yet back, he learned from Zhao Yu that Shen Mo had taken her aside, prompting him to search for them. Upon arriving at the small garden, he overheard Shen Mo confessing his feelings, only to be left enraged when Li Qingran responded ambiguously. Reflecting on this, Mu Chenshi glanced at the oblivious girl beside him, incredulous that someone could harbor feelings for her. Surely, they must have poor judgment. Then again, he realized that he was included in that assessment. Perhaps aside from himself, anyone else who like Li Qingran must indeed have poor taste. Yet, he too must possess questionable judgment, as evidenced by his own affection for her. Casting another glance at Li Qingran, he mused, With her naivety, it is best I handle this matter myself. Shinemo, I will remember you. With clarity, Mu Chenshi began contemplating how to resolve this situation decisively, without easily forgiving Li Qingran, whom he deemed ungrateful. Chapter 77. I am jealous 7 after class. Li Qingran discreetly observed the expression of a certain individual, who still pretended not to notice her. With a resigned sigh, she decided to seek Zhao Yu and the others for assistance. Briefly recounting the events of the morning exercises, Zhao Yu expressed her astonishment. Wow, Shinemo is quite bold. He usually seems so reserved. I thought he only focused on his studies. I can't believe he dared to confess to you. That essay challenged to Mu Chenshi authority. Chun Xiaomon nodded in agreement. Indeed, and the most crucial part is that your Mu Chenshi caught him in the act. I'm asking you too for help, not for you to marvel, Li Qingran replied exasperatedly. Also, how did Mu Chenshi find the small garden? Wasn't he with Yi Kaiyu? Huh? That, Zhao Yu hesitated, scrambling to devise an excuse. Well, let us just focus on how to appease your Mu Chenshi. Chun Xiaomon interjected. Yes, that's the priority. Let's not dwell on the other details. Zhao Yu quickly added. Sighing, Li Qingran began to feel anxious again. Chun Xiaomon and Zhao Yu exchanged glances, and Zhao Yu suggested, it's simple. Mu Chenshi dotes on you so much. Just be affectionate with him, and he will surely relent and forgive you. Chun Xiaomon nodded in agreement. Yes, that makes sense. Li Qingran was taken aback by such advice. Just as they were about to continue their discussion, the class bell rang, compelling Li Qingran to return to her seat. Her heart heavy with trepidation, she gazed at the still frowning figure nearby, letting out a silent sigh. Mu Chenshi observed her conflicted expression, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yet he remained silent. As the fourth period concluded, Li Qingran, eager to mend things, cheerfully suggested, School is over. Let us go eat. Mu Chenshi regarded her with amusement at her overly eager demeanor, yet he maintained his stoic facade, merely nodding coldly before striding ahead. Li Qingran followed closely behind him, quietly giving a light punch. Mu Chenshi suddenly turned around, as if he had grown ears, and cast a cold glance at her. Li Qingran awkwardly smiled, and then brushed her bangs with her hand. Mu Chenshi remained silent, his indifference palpable as he urged, Hurry up. Li Qingran paused for a moment, then immediately rushed forward, instinctively taking his hand. This time, Mu Chenshi did not pull away, allowing her to hold on to him. Li Qingran, emboldened, asked Shirtu, What do you want to eat for lunch? Mu Chenshi remained silent, prompting Li Qingran to suggest, How about we try the new pickled fish hot pot from the school? Seeing the look of anticipation on her face, he reluctantly nodded. Li Qingran's face lit up with joy. Upon reaching the cafeteria, she obediently said, You find a seat while I get the food. She turned to leave, but Mu Chenshi pulled her back, calmly stating, There are so many people. You find a seat, and I will buy the food. Understanding that she needed to appease him, Li Qingran nodded obediently and went to find a seat. Mu Chenshi approached the hot pot stall, eyeing the long queue with a frown. Indeed, the new dish was popular. He thought of Li Qingran's eager expression and resigned himself to waiting in line. When Mu Chenshi finally returned with the hot pot, he found Li Qingran daydreaming. A soft cough from him snapped her back to reality, and she greeted him with a radiant smile, her gaze fixated on the hot pot in his hands. Mu Chenshi, charmed by her cuteness, gently encouraged her to eat. Li Qingran began to devour her meal, prompting Mu Chenshi to chide, Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Ironically, he placed a piece of fish in her bowl. Shirtu, you should eat too, she exclaimed. After their meal, Li Qingran accompanied Mu Chenshi to his small apartment. Upon entering, Mu Chenshi adopted a serious demeanor, taking a seat on the sofa and fixing his gaze on her. Li Qingran, feeling the pressure, sat beside him with a pleading smile. Mu Chenshi asked, Do you understand your mistake? She nodded obediently. Do you know what it was? He pressed further. Li Qingran felt confused. She was unsure of her fault, having been surprised by Shen Mo's sudden confession, which Mu Chenshi had witnessed. However, she couldn't articulate her thoughts. With wide, innocent eyes, she looked at him, prompting a resigned sigh from Mu Chenshi. Your mistake was not directly rejecting him when he confessed. Your hesitance shows a lack of trust in me. Li Qingran was perplexed by his words. Mu Chenshi continued, I'm not angry anymore and can forgive you, but you must agree to a few conditions. She nodded eagerly. Firstly, I will handle the matter with Shen Mo. You need not concern yourself with him. Just ignore him from now on. Li Qingran agreed. as she genuinely didn't know how to handle it. In middle school, she had received confessions from boys, but none had been as direct as Shun and Mu. Mu Chenshi's expression softened slightly as he added, "Secondly, you need to get a new phone card this weekend. It can't be delayed any longer." Li Qingran's phone had been lost during the summer, and her father had bought her a new one, but she had procrastinated on getting a new card. This was a good opportunity for her to sort it out. "I'll go with you," Mu Chenshi offered. Li Qingran nodded, as she had intended to get her card anyway. "Lastly, you're not to argue with me about spending money anymore. You're my girlfriend, and I willingly spend my own money on you, so you need not feel any burden." Li Qingran silently criticized his possessiveness, but decided to acquiesce, thinking it best to comply for now and argue later. Mu Chenshi, satisfied, affectionately ruffled her hair and added, "Given the emotional turmoil this has caused me, you owe me some compensation. You have no objections, do you? In other words, I am jealous, so you must placate me." It seemed inviting her to stay was the right decision. Had she gone home, she would surely be late every day. After a moment of watching her, Mu Chenshi noticed time slipping away and called for Li Qingran to wake up. However, despite several attempts, she did not stir. Finally, he pinched her nose. Li Qingran, deeply asleep, suddenly found her breathing obstructed, struggling to open her eyes. Upon doing so, she was startled to see Mu Chenshi's handsome face inches away from her. "What are you doing?" she asked, still dazed, with his dark eyes fixed on her. Mu Chenshi smirked. "If you don't get up soon, we'll be late." He then stood up and walked out of the room. Li Qingran, momentarily stunned, quickly got up to tidy herself. A few minutes later, they left together, Li Qingran sipping the yogurt Mu Chenshi had given her, her head down in silence. Mu Chenshi watched her for a while, unable to contain a chuckle. Li Qingran shot him an annoyed look and asked, "What are you laughing at? Ran, are you shy?" He teased, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she insisted, "No." Mu Chenshi narrowed his eyes playfully. "Oh, then we'll kiss every day from now on. I've heard it helps with weight loss, so you need not worry about gaining weight from eating too much." "Mu Chenshi, you're asking for a beating." Li Qingran could no longer hold back, attempting to kick him. He nimbly dodged and ran away, with Li Qingran chasing after him, leading to a playful sprint to school. Breathless and frustrated, Li Qingran no longer wished to speak to Mu Chenshi. She wanted her classmates to see his true nature. They were all deceived by his seemingly composed demeanor, mistaking him for a cool, aloof scholar. It baffled her. If Hikayu were aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly applaud her realization, but unfortunately, he would never know. Once in class, Li Qingran still held a grudge and ignored him, while he merely smiled, unfazed. As for the situation with Shun and Mu, it was resolved rather smoothly. Hikayu pretended to accidentally reveal to Shun Mu's friend about Mu Chenshi's long-standing affection for Li Qingran. This revelation moved Shun and Mu, who rushed to advise him not to interfere in their relationship. Shun and Mu, though saddened, buried his feelings for Li Qingran deep within, and the matter faded into obscurity. Nan Gongjin, upon learning of this, praised Mu Chenshi's cleverness, to which he coolly replied that such trivial matters were beneath him. Meanwhile, poor Hikayu remained oblivious to how he had been unwittingly used by Mu Chenshi. Li Qingran quickly forgot about the incident, continuing her playful banter with Mu Chenshi, while Shun and Mu remained quietly resentful whenever he saw them together, feeling helpless. A week swiftly passed, and on Sunday morning, Li Qingran awoke early, her face reflecting reluctance. Yet she persisted in her morning routine. Chapter 81, Sweet Moments 2. Li's mother, astonished, widened her mouth in disbelief. It was indeed a rare occurrence for anyone to rise so promptly without indulging in a lazy morning. Observing her daughter, still half asleep, she inquired, "Xiaoran, why are you up so early today?" Li Qingran felt a wave of frustration swell within her. Mu Chenshi had promised to accompany her to purchase a mobile phone card this weekend. But who could have anticipated he would require her to rise at such an early hour? How long could it possibly take to procure a phone card? He even insisted that if she was not at the community entrance by 8 o'clock, he would come to fetch her. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. After all, she was already committed to attending a half-day class on Saturday, leaving her no opportunity for a leisurely sleep. Finally, on Sunday, she had hoped for a restful morning, only to have her plans disrupted by him. With a fierce determination, she squeezed the toothpaste in her hand and replied, "It's nothing. I simply made plans with a classmate to buy a phone card this morning. I can't be late." Li's mother nodded, but quickly followed up with another question. "Will you be back for lunch?" I'm not sure, but I'll call you later, Li Qingran said, her mouth full of foam. All right, you can go out and have some fun with your classmates. Just don't stay out too late, her mother advised before turning to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Li Qingran felt helpless. She truly did not want to go. After finally getting ready, she glanced at the clock and saw it was already 7:55. She hurriedly slipped on her shoes and called out to the kitchen, Mom, I'm skipping breakfast. I'm running out of time. With that, she rushed out the door. Walking along the road with a bare face, she inhaled the fresh morning air, and her mood lightened a bit. She and T made an effort to dress up. Her hair was simply tied back in a ponytail, and she wore a plain t-shirt and jeans, casually carrying a bag. As she approached the community entrance, she spotted Mu Chenshi, who was also dressed in a simple white shirt and black pants. However, his good looks made the ensemble quite appealing. Mu Chenshi noticed Li Qingran as well. Seeing her simple attire did not surprise him. It was just her nature. She appeared comfortable, and he preferred her this way rather than overly glamorous like other girls, which might have overwhelmed him. Li Qingran approached him with a cheerful smile, pulled out her phone, and checked the time, exclaiming with pride, Look, I'm right on time. Mu Chenshi smiled but remained silent as he took her hand and asked in a low voice, What do you want for breakfast? How did you know I haven't eaten breakfast? Li Qingran asked in confusion. Mu Chenshi chuckled softly without responding. She had already pushed her limits by coming out this early and would certainly not have had time to eat at home. Li Qingran instantly understood his laughter, feeling offended. She playfully punched him twice, but Mu Chenshi only smiled without retaliating. The two eventually found a breakfast shop, casually ate a little, and proceeded to the mobile service center, where they completed the transaction without much delay. Glancing at the time, Li Qingran complained, It's all your fault for making me come out so early. It's barely past 9. Mu Chenshi remained silent as he took her phone, tapped a few things on it, and returned it to her. Li Qingran opened it and rolled her eyes at him, realizing he had saved his number under the label boyfriend. Seriously? You save it like this on purpose for my parents to find out? They want to allow me to date, she exclaimed, changing the name to his. Hearing her explanation, Mu Chenshi said nothing, thinking that there would come a day when they could be open about it. With a smile, he suggested, There's a new amusement park that opened in the west of the city. I heard the facilities are quite complete. It's not far from here. Shall we go check it out? Li Qingran nodded, happy for the opportunity to go out, especially since the weather was pleasant, neither sunny nor hot, making it perfect for an outing. Seeing her agree, Mu Chenshi felt pleased and gently ruffled her hair, saying, when it gets close to noon, I'll take you to a restaurant for lunch. Their buffet is quite nice. Li Qingran's eyes lit up at the mention of food, and she promptly nodded in agreement. Mu Chenshi found her eagerness amusing and continued, After lunch, we can catch a movie. It's been a while since we last went. Li Qingran was solely focused on the prospect of food, not caring about anything else, and she simply nodded in agreement. Thus, the two of them prepared to head to the amusement park. However, a small debate ensued when they reached the intersection to hail a cab. Why take a cab? There's a bus station right next to us. It's only a few stops away, Mu Chenshi remarked. Let us just take a cab. The bus will be crowded at this hour, Li Qingran insisted. After a brief standoff, Mu Chenshi conceded, saying, All right, we'll take the bus then. Li Qingran beamed with joy, linking her arm with his as they walked to the bus station. After some delays, they finally arrived at the amusement park entrance, where Mu Chenshi gave a few instructions before heading off to buy tickets. Li Qingran, feeling a bit bored while waiting and noticing the long queue for tickets, dashed off to grab some snacks. Watching her, Mu Chenshi smiled helplessly, filled with affection as he observed her. A few girls in front of him couldn't help but steal glances, whispering among themselves, but none dared to approach him due to his cold demeanor, which was only softened when he interacted with Li Qingran. One girl, feeling bold, took out her phone to snap a few pictures, but Mu Chenshi's sharp gaze deterred her. When it was finally their turn to buy tickets, one girl mustered the courage to ask, Hey, handsome, why don't you buy your tickets first? Mu Chenshi, not wanting to be polite, went ahead to purchase the tickets since Li Qingran was waiting for him. After getting the tickets, he walked away without a word. The girls were left in a flurry of excitement, blocking the line and causing murmurs among other patrons. Isn't it disgraceful that a few girls are fawning over a guy who clearly isn't interested? One passerby remarked. Exactly. Plus, he has a girlfriend. Just look at how gentle he is with her, another added. Are they going to buy tickets or not? If not, they should move aside, someone else chimed in. Upon hearing this, the group of girls quickly turned to see Mu Chenshi conversing with Li Qingran, who was beaming with joy. They hurriedly purchased their tickets and made their way toward the couple. Meanwhile, Mu Chenshi was reprimanding Li Qingran for carrying too many snacks. How can you enjoy the rides with all that food? He frowned. I'll eat it all. We need energy for the fun ahead, she replied, a hint of guilt in her voice, adding, I even got some for you. Mu Chenshi sighed. Stop making excuses for your gluttony. Just as Li Qingran was about to defend herself, a group of girls surrounded them, startling her and prompting a displeased expression from Mu Chenshi. The young women disregarded Li Qingran entirely, and the girl who had previously asked Mu Chenshi to buy tickets first spoke up, addressing the handsome guy with a bright smile. What a coincidence to see you again. The other girls gazed at him with starry eyes, and Li Qingran instantly grasped the situation, standing by with a mischievous expression, entirely lacking any sense of responsibility as a girlfriend. Mu Chenshi shot several sharp glances at Li Qingran, but she pretended not to notice, maintaining her aloof demeanor. Left with no choice, Mu Chenshi approached the girl with an icy demeanor and asked, Who are you? The atmosphere became awkward for a few seconds, and the girl awkwardly chuckled. We asked you to buy the tickets earlier. Mu Chenshi, appearing impatient, replied, Oh. The girl persisted, Handsome, can we go in together? Mu Chenshi swiftly shifted the focus onto Li Qingran, wrapping his arm around her. Li Qingran looked bewildered, thinking, What does this have to do with me? After a brief pause, she smiled brightly and said, Of course I don't mind. P.S. my brother. Mu Chenshi posit momentarily. Pinchin her ya istgenti. Li Qingran twisted away, but he tightened his grip. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered threateningly, Do you still want to have lunch? Li Qingran's expression stiffened, glaring at him fiercely. Although Mu Chenshi maintained a blank expression, she could discern a profound threat in his eyes. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly sweetly exclaimed, I'm sorry. I've changed my mind and don't want you to join us anymore. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for us. She looked at Mu Chenshi with deep affection, right? Brother Shi? Mu Chenshi smiled contentedly, leaning in to peck her lips affectionately, saying, Exactly. With that, he wrapped his arm around her waist and walked away. The group of girls exchanged glances, their expressions filled with resentment as they begrudgingly walked away. After a short distance, realizing that the girls were not following, Li Qingran immediately twisted out of Mu Chenshi's embrace. Why did you draw their attention to me? She asked, displeased. You're my girlfriend. Shouldn't you have dealt with them? Mu Chenshi squinted at her. You were just enjoying the show. Feeling guilty, Li Qingran lowered her head and muttered, It's not my fault. It's your fault for attracting unwanted attention. What did you say? Mu Chenshi asked in a low voice. Nothing. It's all my fault. Li Qingran quickly replied with a cheery smile. Let us finish what you have in hand first. Mu Chenshi said, exasperated. 5 minutes later, Li Qingran had devoured everything on the table, leaving Mu Chenshi dumbfounded. Concerned, he asked, Aren't you full? Li Qingran shook her head and excitedly pulled him toward the amusement rides. An hour later, she was still enthusiastically insisting on another round on the roller coaster. Mu Chenshi helplessly pulled her back. You've already been on 3 times. There are many other attractions that are fun too. Let us check those out. Reluctantly, Li Qingran pouted as Mu Chenshi led her away. As they walked, they came across a haunted house, and Mu Chenshi's eyes lit up. He recalled Yi Kaiyu mentioning that girls often fear terrifying things and would rely heavily on boys during such moments. Casually, he suggested, There's a haunted house ahead. Do you want to check it out? Sure, let us go. Li Qingran eagerly grabbed his hand and headed toward the haunted house. Mu Chenshi felt something was amiss. 15 minutes later, they emerged from the haunted house, Li Qingran beaming with excitement, while Mu Chenshi appeared utterly defeated. The person who had been frightened and clung to Li Qingran was definitely not him. Li Qingran glanced at Mu Chenshi and chuckled to herself, then pleaded, Come on, let us go again. It was so thrilling. This time you won't be scared. I'll protect you. However, Mu Chenshi firmly refused, pulling her away without leaving room for negotiation. Li Qingran stuck her tongue out but chose not to press further, wanting to save face for him. They strolled around until it was nearly noon and decided to have lunch. Mu Chenshi took Li Qingran to the restaurant she had been yearning for. Upon entering, she lost control, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly selected her food, while Mu Chenshi affectionately followed her, helping her carry items. Satisfied, Li Qingran sat at the table, admiring the array of food before her. Mu Chenshi raised an eyebrow. With all this, can you finish it? Li Qingran proudly replied, Don't underestimate me. I'll eat it all back. This is just the beginning. All right then, I'll handle the barbecue, and you take care of the hot pot, Mu Chenshi said resignedly. Li Qingran nodded obediently and immediately began placing food into the hot pot. As Mu Chenshi grilled chicken wings and meat skewers, a nearby waitress could no longer contain herself and politely remarked, "Hello, you need to finish all the food you take." Li Qingran confidently raplia, no burrias. I can finish it all. Seeing her determination, the waitress said nothing more and walked away. Mu Chenshi silently grilled the meat while listening to Li Qingran chatter joyfully. Her eyes fixated on the food, appearing adorably eager. Mu Chenshi couldn't help but smile affectionately. An hour and a half later, Mu Chenshi looked at Li Qingran with concern. Ran, can you still eat? Don't overdo it. I'll bring you here again next time. Li Qingran shook her head. I still have 3 chicken wings and 2 meat skewers left. I'll finish them. Mu Chenshi glanced at the remnants of food and the stacks of empty plates. Remaining silent, the waitress had changed the barbecue paper several times and refilled the soup multiple times, her eyes reflecting a mix of shock and disbelief. Finally, Li Qingran finished the last piece of barbecue and contentedly patted her belly. Mu Chenshi quickly took her hand and led her out. Noticing the staff's collective sigh of relief as they left, they wandered around aimlessly for a while before entering cinema. Mu Chenshi looked at the screen and, in a low voice, asked, "What do you want to watch?" Li Qingran shook her head. "Anything is fine. There hasn't been anything good lately. You decide." Suddenly, Mu Chenshi recalled Yi Kaiyu mentioning that horror films were the best choice for dates, as girls tended to cling to boys in moments of fear. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately succumbed to temptation and purchased 2 tickets for a horror film. The ticket seller exchanged glances with them, revealing a knowing smile. Maintaining his composure, Mu Chenshi collected the tickets. As he turned around, he found Li Qingran fixated on the popcorn stand, frowning slightly. "Didn't you just have a bucket this morning? It's already afternoon," he remarked. Li Qingran, with a pitiful expression, replied, "But we just finished lunch." Mu Chenshi was taken aback. "We walked around for a bit and already digested it." Li Qingran defended herself, and Mu Chenshi, after scrutinizing her, ultimately decided to prioritize her health, ignoring her cute antics. He only bought 2 bottles of water before leading her away. Li Qingran was quite disheartened for not having any popcorn, her lips pouting in disappointment. Mu Chenshi, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently pecked her on the lips and softly coaxed her, promising to buy her some after the movie, which was about to commence. He was also concerned that indulging in too much might upset her stomach. At this, Li Qingran finally appeared somewhat content and followed Mu Chenshi into the screening room. Mu Chenshi had secured tickets for a 3D horror film, which began with several minutes of advertisements. Li Qingran quickly adjusted her mood and became engrossed in the film, prompting Mu Chenshi to marvel at her remarkable adaptability. 30 minutes later, he stifled a yawn and glanced at Li Qingran, who was thoroughly captivated. He touched his nose, genuinely perplexed as to what was so enthralling about this movie, which featured crude special effects, stiff acting, and was hardly frightening at all. Looking around, he noticed that they were the only 2 in the entire hall. Li Qingran remained utterly absorbed, occasionally nudging him to comment on the upcoming appearance of a female ghost, remarking on how silly it looked, and noting that the male ghost was rather handsome. Although Li Qingran internally critiqued the film, she maintained a stoic facade. When a sales assistant spotted Mu Chenshi, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly surveyed his designer attire and enthusiastically introduced this year's latest collection. However, Mu Chenshi remained impassive, holding Li Qingran's hand with one and clutching her unfinished popcorn with the other, his gaze scanning the rows of shoes while ignoring the eager saleswoman. The saleswoman, noticing her blatant disregard, took it in stride and, with a professional smile, remarked that they had just received a trendy Couple S sneaker that was selling out quickly this year, inquiring if they were interested. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenshi finally paused, glanced at Li Qingran, and with a slight parting of his lips, requested to see them. The saleswoman promptly acknowledged, her enthusiasm palpable as she fetched the shoes. At that moment, Li Qingran tugged at Mu Chenshi's sleeve, her voice laced with concern. "I don't have that much money." Mu Chenshi, momentarily taken aback, reached out to pat her head, his voice deep and reassuring. "You don't need to pay. Let us just have a look." Before long, the saleswoman returned with 2 pairs of shoes, excitedly presenting this year's latest designs. The men's were deep blue, while the women's were a lighter shade. featuring a novel style and comfortable fit, with breathable holes on the sides and a soft sole that was very appealing. Mu Chenshi glanced at them and took the female pair, offering it to Li Qingran. Li Qingran shook her head, insisting, "I don't want them. I have shoes. Just try them on. I think they look lovely and would suit you perfectly," Mu Chenshi insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Reluctantly, Li Qingran accepted, thinking she could always claim they didn't fit later. Sitting on the sofa, she slipped on the shoes while Mu Chenshi stood beside her, watching intently. Suddenly, he crouched down to tie her laces, causing her cheeks to flush as she caught a glimpse of the saleswoman, stifling a laugh. Embarrassed, Livingran luret hergaze. "All right, stand up and give them a try," Mu Chenshi urged softly. As she stood and took a few steps, she found the shoes remarkably comfortable, though lamented their high price. "They're not quite right. They feel a bit small," she claimed, turning to him. "We have other sizes," the saleswoman quickly chimed in. "Small? Don't you wear a size 36? Mu Chenshi inquired. Li Qingran, feeling guilty, lowered her head, wondering how he knew her shoe size. Seeing her expression, Mu Chenshi realized she was not being truthful and promptly instructed the saleswoman, "Please wrap these up for me. I'll take the female pair in size 36 and the male pair in size 42. The saleswoman nodded eagerly and went to prepare the purchase. After changing back into her shoes, Li Qingran protested, "You could just buy your own shoes. I don't want them." Her voice carried a hint of reproach, lamenting the exorbitant prices. Mu Chenshi gazed at her intently, a smirk playing on his lips. "These are couple shoes. They won't sell just one pair. Consider this a gift from me to you." Li Qingran opened her mouth to argue, but was swiftly interrupted by Mu Chenshi. "Enough. Don't say another word. If you truly don't want them, I'll just throw the shoes away later. I'll wear them either." Seeing his resolute demeanor, Li Qingran fell silent. Mu Chenshi, satisfied with her compliance, instructed her to wait while he settled the payment. Handing her the popcorn, he went to the counter. After completing the transaction, he emerged with 2 bags in hand, grasping Li Qingran's hand with the other, and asked, "Where'd you like to go next?" Li Qingran glanced at her phone, realizing it was already past 5. She shook her head, replying, "Let us head home. I'm a bit tired today." Mu Chenshi nodded, "Then I'll escort you back." This time, he hailed a taxi, and Li Qingran refrained from protesting, wary of another lecture. The two traveled in comfortable silence. After arriving at her building, Mu Chenshi handed her the bag containing the shoes. Li Qingran hesitated but ultimately took it. Mu Chenshi, noticing her acceptance, smiled gently. "Hurry home. Get to bed early. I'll wait for you downstairs in the morning." Li Qingran nodded, offering him a smile before turning to ascend the stairs. Mu Chenshi watched her retreating figure until she disappeared from view, then turned to head back to the Mu residence. As Li Qingran dashed upstairs with the shoes in hand, she opened the door to find her father seated on the sofa. "Dad, you're back," she exclaimed happily. Her father, who had been away on business for a month, returned today. He smiled in return. "Yes, I'm back, and I brought a gift for you." Just then, her father noticed the bag she was holding, his brow furrowing in curiosity. "Did your mother buy you new shoes?" She wouldn't normally splurge on that brand. Li Qingran felt a moment of awkwardness, pondering how to respond when her mother emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of grapes. With a knowing smile, her mother teased, "What are you saying about me? Didn't you give Xiao Ran money for those shoes?" Her father looked puzzled. "I didn't give her any money for shoes." At this, both parents turned their attention to Li Qingran, who awkwardly chuckled and quickly explained, "I went to buy a phone card today and strolled around with some classmates. 2 of them bought these shoes, so I got a pair too." Upon hearing this, her mother's expression shifted, prompting Li Qingran to elaborate. The store was having a promotion. If you bought 2 pairs, the 3rd pair was at a discount. Her mother's demeanor softened somewhat at this revelation. And just as she was about to reprimand Li Qingran, her father interjected, "All right, if she wants them, let it be. Come eat some grapes." Li Qingran cheerfully settled onto the sofa, while her mother sighed, observing the camaraderie between father and daughter, choosing not to press the issue further. Relieved that her mother had dropped the subject of the shoes, Li Qingran silently exhaled. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Mu Chenshi greeted his parents with a stoic expression before making his way to his room. His mother suddenly called out, "Oh, Chenshi, you actually went shoe shopping on your own." Mu Chenshi had never been fond of shopping, having rarely accompanied his mother on such outings, which always left her feeling a bit wistful as she envied mothers with daughters, often playfully teasing him about his demeanor. Chapter 89. The sports day, Mu Chenshi disregarded his mother's words and ascended the stairs without a glance back. That insolent boy is becoming increasingly audacious, Mu Mama thought. Are you out shopping with some girl? She remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. Mu Chenshi paused momentarily, then coldly replied, boring. His mother would not oppose his early romantic endeavors. In fact, she would wholeheartedly support them. Yet, he preferred to keep Li Qingran's existence a secret. Fearing that her exuberance might intimidate Li Qingran, he decided it would be best to wait for the right moment to reveal it. Contemplating this, Mu Chenshi retreated to his room. Ultimately, Mu Mama, unable to bear the emotional turmoil, sought out Mu Papa to express her grievances. Darling, your son is bullying me again. You must discipline him, she lamented. Mu Papa calmly consoled his wife, feigning anger as he declared, I shall confront him at once. He proceeded to knock on Mu Chenshi's door. Upon hearing the knock, Mu Chenshi opened the door to find his father glaring at him with a fierce expression. Unfazed, he allowed Mu Papa to enter. Once inside, Mu Papa adopted a more serious demeanor and said, How old are you now? Why do you still argue with your mother over trivial matters? Can't you just concede? Mu Chenshi, feeling exasperated, retorted, The one being petty is your wife. Mu Papa's expression shifted, and he added, Your mother is currently going through menopause. You must show her some understanding. Mu Chenshi shot back, I am in my rebellious phase. Why can't your wife show me some consideration? Mu Papa. This insolent child has become quite loquacious today. After a moment's thought, Mu Papa replied, Fine, I will speak to your mother. Just try to accommodate her a bit more. With that, fearing another retort from Mu Chenshi, he promptly left the room. As he reached the door, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to ask, I just heard your mother mention that you went shopping for clothes with a girl. Is that true? Mu Chenshi's expression darkened. You should keep a distance from my mother. Gossip is infectious. Mu Papa. He swiftly exited the room. Weeks passed in the blink of an eye, and soon the annual sports day at school arrived. As the class leader, Li Qingran was responsible for organizing participants for the events, but the enthusiasm among her classmates appeared to be rather lackluster. With the sports day approaching, Li Qingran found herself increasingly anxious. Observing her distress, Mu Chenshi felt a pang of sympathy. Ultimately, he signed up for both the 1500 meters and 400 meters races, compelling Yi Kaiyu and Nan Gongjin to participate in 2 events each. He even urged Yi Kaiyu to rally the boys in their class, and after considerable effort, they managed to fill the boys' entries. Li Qingran was profoundly touched and rewarded him with several kisses, leaving Mu Chenshi in high spirits for several days. This, however, injited Yi Kaiyu's indignation. With the boys' entries settled, there remained a significant shortage of girls. In the end, Zhao Yu volunteered for both the 1500 meters and 400 meters. And even the less athletically inclined Chen Xiaomao signed up for 2 events as a formality. With one last slot available for the 1500 meters, Li Qingran had no choice but to step up herself. As the largest high school in the capital, Didu Yizhong had a long-standing tradition of having each class wear matching uniforms for the opening ceremony of the sports day. After several rounds of deliberation, the class finally settled on wearing Republic-era school uniforms, with boys in Zhongshan suits and girls in long skirts. Chapter 90. The sports day, too, the class unanimously teased Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran to wear matching outfits at the front of the line, as they had become the recognized couple of the class. Li Qingran blushed at the teasing and remained silent, while Mu Chenshi revealed a subtle smile, seemingly pleased. The aloof academic was willing to partake in the merriment among his peers for the first time, further exciting the crowd. Ultimately, Li Qingran had no choice but to acquiesce, and their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhao, chose to turn a blind eye. Enthusiastically, Zhao Yu volunteered to handle the purchasing of the uniforms, alleviating some of Li Qingran's burdens, thus wrapping up that issue. 5 days before the sports day, Li Qingran grew increasingly worried that her poor athletic performance would hinder her ability to complete the 1500 meters, causing her to become restless. Alas, she sighed repeatedly on her way to school, until Mu Chenshi could no longer contain himself and glanced at her, noticing her furrowed brow. He took her hand gently. What troubles you? He inquired in a low voice. I fear I won't be able to finish the 1500 meters during the sports day. Li Qingran confessed, her face clouded with worry. Are you foolish? Who says you must run the entire 1500 meters? If you tire out, you can walk, or simply withdraw if necessary, Mu Chenshi advised. Li Qingran shook her head resolutely, declaring, No, I cannot forfeit. That would be too embarrassing. Mu Chenshi gazed at her for a moment, then fell silent, recognizing her stubbornness was unchanged since childhood. In the past few days, both Li Qingran and Zhao Yu noticed that Chen Xiaoma seemed somewhat off during a free activity period in physical education class. While the three of them were engaged in conversation, Chen Xiaoma appeared lost in thought. Li Qingran and Zhao Yu exchanged glances before Zhao Yu nudged her, prompting Chen Xiaoma to snap back to reality. What's wrong? Li Qingran asked with concern. Xiaoma, is there something troubling you? Chen Xiaoma remained silent, but her cheeks gradually flushed. Oh dear, Xiaoma, are you daydreaming about some boy? Zhao Yu teased. Chen Xiaoma did not respond, but her face grew warmer. Li Qingran was astonished. Could Zhao Yu have hit the nail on the head? Are you truly infatuated with someone? Who? Tell me. Zhao Yu pressed eagerly, while Li Qingran gazed at her with anticipation. Chen Xiaoma twitched her lips, but remained silent, her gaze suddenly shifting behind Li Qingran. Zhao Yu followed her line of sight and exclaimed with excitement. Oh, your significant other has arrived. He can't bear to be apart for even a moment. Chen Xiaoma exchanged a knowing glance with her, feeling relieved that her secret was not uncovered. When Li Qingran turned around, she saw Mu Chenshi standing calmly behind her, seemingly oblivious to the teasing comments just exchanged. What do you want? Li Qingran asked, slightly annoyed, as he had interrupted her chance to extract information from Chen Xiaoma. I just wanted to ask what you would like to eat for lunch, Mu Chenshi replied with a slight smirk, disregarding her irritation. Li Qingran. Zhao Yu chuckled lightly and said, Oh, the display of affection is unbearable. Xiaoma, let us give them some space. With that, she pulled Chen Xiaoma away. Chapter 91. The sports day, Li Qingran watched the two depart, feeling exasperated. What exactly do you want? She questioned Mu Chenshi. He grinned and replied, Nothing much. Just wanted to know what you wanted to eat. Really? Nothing else? Li Qingran asked suspiciously. Mu Chenshi nodded. If there's nothing else, I'm off to find Zhao Yu and the others, Li Qingran stated, turning to leave. Mu Chenshi grasped her arm and said in a low tone, Let me share some tips for running the 1,500 meters, otherwise you'll find it quite exhausting. He looked at her earnestly, and after a moment's contemplation, Li Qingran agreed. Though she suspected he was concealing something from her, he was acting unusually today. Mu Chenshi silently sighed in relief, thinking, Jin, this is where I can assist you. In recent days, he sensed something amiss with Nangong Jin, and under the relentless questioning of gossip enthusiast Yi Kaiyu, Nangong Jin eventually confessed his feelings for Chen Xiaoma. Having been friends for many years, Mu Chenshi recognized that this was Nangong Jin's first crush and understood his sincerity, knowing that he was not the type to dally with feelings. Recently, he found himself inexplicably compelled to confess his feelings to Chen Xiaoma, prompting him to request that the three of them be separated. However, Chen Xiaoma was a good friend of Ranran's, and he feared that if Li Qingran were to discover this, she would be displeased. Thus, he was taking a risk in assisting him, leaving the rest to his own devices. Meanwhile, as Zhao Yu and Chen Xiaoma made their way to the playground, they were unexpectedly interrupted by Yi Kaiyu, who appeared out of nowhere, insisting on speaking with Zhao Yu and whisking her away. Consequently, Chen Xiaoma found herself alone, heading towards the designated area for class activities. Suddenly, someone grasped her arm, pulling her into the school's small garden. Turning her head, she discovered it was Nangong Jin. She struggled to free herself, but was unable to escape his grip, and fearing the gaze of onlookers, she ultimately relented and allowed him to lead her away. Upon reaching the garden, Nangong Jin released her, his expression clouded as he inquired why she had been avoiding him recently. With her head bowed, Chen Xiaoma replied, her voice tinged with guilt, that she had not been avoiding him. His irritation grew as he observed her demeanor. He disliked her tendency to evade her feelings for him. He was unsure when his affection for her had blossomed. Perhaps it was during their first day as desk mates, when she had bestowed upon him a warm smile, or when she had brought him a bowl of congee one morning when he was unwell, or perhaps it was in the moments he caught her attentively listening in class. Each fragment of memory contributed to his burgeoning feelings for her. Throughout his life, many girls had professed their love for him, yet he had never reciprocated, as none had stirred his heart. Unlike Yi Kaiyu's flirtatiousness or Mu Chenshi's indifference, he maintained a gentle demeanor while keeping a distance, never allowing any girl to penetrate his inner sanctum. Yet Chen Xiaoma was different. Despite their acquaintance lasting just over a month, he had genuinely fallen for her. As Mu Chenshi began to actively pursue Li Qingran during military training, Chen Xiaoma gradually became aware of Li Qingran and subsequently noticed her good friend, Chen Xiaoma, whose introverted nature became apparent. Chen Xiaoma was not one to speak much or draw attention to herself, yet for reasons unknown. She captivated his gaze. Perhaps it was love at first sight. As they changed seats and became desk mates, he secretly felt elated, albeit maintaining an outwardly nonchalant facade. Her actions as a desk mate deepened his affection, yet he realized he might have become overly obvious in his feelings. She began to shy away from him, either ignoring him during class or vacating her seat immediately after lessons, even switching seats with others. Observing Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran's constant displays of affection, and Yi Kaiyu's flirtations with various girls, he found himself increasingly despondent. He yearned for Chen Xiaoma to remain by his side, and thus had become more proactive in recent days. Yet this seemed to frighten her. With a resigned sigh, Nangong Jin suddenly grasped Chen Xiaoma's shoulders, locking eyes with her as he earnestly stated, "Chen Xiaoma, please do not evade any longer. I truly like you and wish to pursue a serious relationship. However, I do not wish to disturb you, so I will grant you ample time to consider. I will wait for you, so you need not hide from me anymore. For now, we are merely desk mates." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Chen Xiaoma standing alone, gazing at his receding figure with a bittersweet smile. In truth, she harbored feelings for Nangong Jin as well. Being a sensitive person, she had sensed his affection and felt a mix of joy and uncertainty within her. Nangong Jin was exceptionally outstanding. He excelled academically, possessed striking looks, and treated others with kindness, embodying the ideal Prince Charming in the hearts of many girls in class. Yet she perceived herself as merely an ordinary girl, lacking in both appearance and academic prowess, and the disparity between them felt insurmountable. Furthermore, her self-esteem was deeply affected by her upbringing. Her parents divorced, and neither wished to keep her, providing only monthly allowances, leaving her to be raised by her grandmother. This familial background instilled in her a profound sense of insecurity and a distrust in romantic relationships. As she stood there, lost in thought, she felt like a child adrift without direction, uncertain of her choices. Eventually, she quietly made her way back to the playground. Zhao Yu was engaged in conversation with some other girls when she turned to spot the solitary Chen Xiaoma and hurried over. "Mo, where have you been? You look a bit off," Zhao Yu inquired with concern. Chen Xiaoma shook her head, assuring her, "I'm fine, just took a stroll in the small garden." Zhao Yu scrutinized her for a moment, but chose not to press further, instead chattering away in her ear, clearly intent on lifting her spirits. Chen Xiaoma observed Zhao Yu's beaming smile and thought, perhaps this is enough for now. Having good friends by her side is sufficient. As for love, she would let it unfold naturally, no longer yearning for it, perhaps lacking the courage to pursue it. As physical education class approached its conclusion, Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran returned, with Li Qingran's cheeks flushed, briskly walking ahead while Mu Chenshi trailed closely behind, hands in his pockets, his slightly upturned lips betraying his cheerful mood. Seeing their playful interaction, Zhao Yu could not resist teasing them. "Oh, finally back, are we? Li Qingran, why is your face so red?" Li Qingran paused, shooting Zhao Yu a glare, retorting, "Of course, I would want to miss you." Zhao Yu laughed heartily, while Chen Xiaoma chuckled softly. Li Qingran wished for nothing more than to sink into the ground. Sometimes, her companion could be unbearably childish. Moments latte. The physical education teacher blew the whistle to gather the students, prompting them to hurriedly line up. Li Qingran swiftly approached Chen Xiaoma, whispering, Mo, are you all right? You seem a bit down today." Chen Xiaoma felt warmth at her concern and softly replied, "I'm fine." Days passed swiftly, and soon the long-awaited sports day arrived. However, Li Qingran found herself increasingly anxious. She and Mu Chenshi were to represent their class at the opening ceremony, and she feared tripping over her own feet. Amused by her nervousness, Mu Chenshi discreetly took her hand. The warmth of his grasp reassured her, yet she quickly realized they were in a crowded place and hastily withdrew her hand, warning him softly, "This is the playground, behave yourself. We're about to be on stage." Seeing her anxiety ease, Mu Chenshi ceased his playful gestures and stood seriously beside her. As Li Qingran surveyed the surroundings, she noticed each class showcased unique attire. Some donned military uniforms, others wore firefighter costumes, some were in monk robes. and even one class dressed in costumes from the popular drama Empresses in the Palace. The homeroom teacher stood at the front in a regal yellow robe, and the sight of their class, clad in standard student uniforms, radiated youth and vitality. Finally, after the lengthy speech from the host, the male host declared, "I hereby announce the commencement of this year's sports day. Now let us welcome the students of Class 1, Grade 10. The 4 flag bearers at the forefront, proudly carrying the national flag, were closely followed by the students of Class 1, Grade 10. Leading the procession was the class teacher, followed by Zhao Yu, who held a placard, and then Qingran and Mu Chenshi. Qingran nervously swallowed hard, her expression gradually turning serious, while Mu Chenshi reverted to his usual poker face. As they approached the podium, the female host's voice rang out, announcing, "Now, coming towards us are the students of Class 1, Grade 10. Each student exuded vitality and hope for the future. They marched in unison towards the podium, embodying the role of trailblazers and setting a commendable example for the entire grade. As the host's voice faded, they arrived directly in front of the podium, where Zhao Yu loudly led the chant, one class, never ordinary. In the competition, who can rival us?" Qingran, on the verge of exploding with energy, initially thought about why she should kiss him, but then, for reasons unknown, she suddenly changed her demeanor, smiling and giving him a quick kiss, claiming it was to motivate him for a good performance in the afternoon's events. However, she secretly anticipated that if he lost, she would relish the moment when he would be begging her for comfort, and she would insist that he refrain from being overly familiar with her in the future. Mu Chenshi observed her expression and realized she was likely imagining his potential embarrassment later, his gaze darkening as he contemplated what conditions to impose on her. It wouldn't do to let her down after putting in such effort that afternoon. Thus, they arrived at school, each harboring their own thoughts. The afternoon's competitions were in full swing, with Mu Chenshi and Yi Kaiyu signed up for the boys' 400-meter race, Nangongjin participating in long jump, Zhao Yu and the girls' 400 meters, and even Chen Xiaoma competing in high jump. Qingran, the only one without an event, energetically cheered for her classmates. The girls' 400-meter race commenced first, with Qingran and Chen Xiaoma cheering for Zhao Yu. Nervously, Zhao Yu uagit, Montag, Qingran. You two head to the finish line and wait for me. Remember to help me back to class. Qingran nodded, assuring her of course. Just don't be too tense. Prioritize safety while running. Chen Xiaoma handed Zhao Yu a sip of water before the two dashed to the finish line. 2 minutes later, with the coach's gunshot, Zhao Yu's race began. Qingran and Chen Xiaoma anxiously focused on the track. As the competitors neared the finish line, Qingran craned her neck, suddenly exclaiming in horror, "Oh my, MO, am I seeing things, or is Zhao Yu in first place?" Chen Xiaoma calmly restrained her hand, affirming, "You're not mistaken. It really is her." Qingran was in disarray, having shifted from anxiousness to a fierce determination in an instant. Just as she was lost in thought, Zhao Yu crossed the finish line, prompting Chen Xiaoma to rush over to her. Zhao Yu stood there, hands on her hips, gasping for breath. Upon seeing them approach, she leaned weakly against them, and Qingran couldn't help but complain, "Zhao Yu, you really should lose some weight." Zhao Yu chuckled, pretending not to hear, while Chen Xiaoma asked with concern, "Zhao Yu, are you okay? Do you feel unwell?" Zhao Yu shook her head, replying, "I'm fine. This is nothing." She then turned to Qingran, mockingly challenging, "Look at me, and then look at you. Truly, there's no harm without comparison." Qingran rolled her eyes, retorting, Montag. Does she look like she has any issues? I bet she could run 2 more 400 meters without breaking a sweat." Zhao Yu promptly responded, "That's not acceptable. I'd be half dead." They all laughed together, playfully teasing one another as they headed back to class. As they approached their classroom, Yi Kaiyu suddenly stood up, exuberantly declaring, "Our great hero has returned. Truly, the female version of Lu Xiang, running so fast. Everyone, let us give a round of applause to welcome our female champion." He led the applause, while Zhao Yu jovially chimed in, "Comrades, greetings. You've all worked hard. The revolution is not yet successful. We must continue to strive." Their antics drew hearty laughter from everyone, and Qingran joined in the mirth. Chen Xiaoma looked on, amused yet slightly embarrassed as her gaze met Nangongjin's behind Yi Kaiyu. She quickly averted her eyes, and Nangongjin offered a resigned smile before looking away. Mu Chenshi observed all of this, realizing that Nangongjin's path to love was fraught with challenges. He patted her shoulder in encouragement, to which she responded with a bittersweet smile. Following the conclusion of the girls' 400-meter race, the boys' event commenced. Mu Chenshi and Yi Kaiyu prepared for their respective races, while many girls from their class spontaneously gathered at the sidelines to cheer them on. Li Qingran felt a mix of tension and hope. Although she had made a bet with Mu Chenshi and held little expectation for him, she secretly wished for his victory. With a conflicted heart, she decided to cheer him on and even went out of her way to buy him a bottle of Red Bull. Mu Chenshi, bemused, asked, "Do you want me to lose or win?" Li Qingran retorted, "I just don't want you to embarrass our class if you lose badly." Mu Chenshi smiled silently, his deep gaze fixed on her. He accepted the Red Bull, deliberately shaking it in front of her before taking a hearty swig, finishing with a wicked grin as he handed her the empty bottle. Li Qingran silently rolled her eyes, chiding herself for worrying about him. 5 minutes later, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of the race. Yi Kaiyu and Mu Chenshi were placed in different heats, with Mu Chenshi in the first group and Yi Kaiyu in the second. The first group approached the starting line, with Mu Chenshi occupying lane 3. Li Qingran's eyes remained glued to him. Chun Xiaoma teased, "Qingran, why do you seem more nervous than Mu Chenshi?" Li Qingran pouted, insisting, "That's your imagination. I just don't want him to look bad if he loses." Zhao Yu and Chun Xiaoma exchanged knowing glances, amused by her obvious concern. Once they turned their focus back to the track, Li Qingran's attention returned to Mu Chenshi. Her heart raced in frustration as she noticed he was still tying his shoelaces while everyone else was in position. What was he doing? Li Qingran watched him anxiously, wishing she could burn a hole through him with her gaze. Finally, he finished tying his shoelaces but then looked up, smiling at someone in the crowd. Catching sight of a familiar face, Li Qingran felt a surge of annoyance. How could he be so carefree at such a moment? Mu Chenshi glanced at her before lowering his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. He appeared adorably foolish despite being in a race. She looked as if she were preparing for battle, almost unable to breathe from tension. Sighing, Mu Chenshi shook his head and, upon hearing the referee's whistle, stood upright. 3 seconds later, with a loud bang from the starting gun, the runners shot forward like arrows released from a bow. As the gun fired, Li Qingran's heart constricted, her gaze fixed intently on Mu Chenshi. He sprinted forward, the brisk wind tousling his hair as he pushed ahead, gradually outpacing the others and securing first place. At that moment, it seemed as though Li Qingran's world had narrowed down to Mu Chenshi alone, disregarding the fervent cheers and shouts that filled the air, as well as the excited shrieks of the surrounding girls. Her gaze was solely fixed on the fluttering hem of Mu Chenshi's attire and the powerful swing of his arms. She watched him intently as he drew closer to the finish line, while the others fell further behind. It was only when the jubilant cheers of her classmates reached her ears that she realized Mu Chenshi had crossed the finish line, leaving the second-place contestant far behind. Li Qingran beheld him in that moment, utterly radiant, standing frozen in place as Mu Chenshi cast his eyes around as if searching for someone. At that instant, Zhao Yu and Chun Xiaoma nudged her, urging her to approach Mu Chenshi. Zhao Yu exclaimed in exasperation, "What are you doing? Your man is looking for you." With that, they forcefully propelled her towards Mu Chenshi. Upon seeing her, a subtle smile graced his lips, eliciting a chorus of excited squeals from the girls surrounding them. Ignoring the commotion, Mu Chenshi suddenly leaned against Li Qingran, resting his entire weight on her. She nearly toppled over, her cheeks flushing as she gently tapped him, whispering, "Stand up straight." Mu Chenshi chuckled softly, his voice low as he replied, "I'm too exhausted. I have no strength left. You'll have to help me back." Li Qingran thought to herself that just a moment ago he had been full of energy, and now he claimed to be utterly spent. Who would believe him? With so many people around, she had no choice but to wrap her arms around his waist and guide him step by step toward their classroom. The onlookers observed the pair as they leaned into one another, their expressions filled with envy and jealousy. Many girls wished fervently that Mu Chenshi was leaning on them instead, while others eagerly sought to discover the identity of the boy who had claimed first place. As Li Qingran assisted Mu Chenshi toward their class, a circle of classmates surrounded them, yet none stepped forward to help, all whispering in a teasing manner. Li Qingran's cheeks grew increasingly warm, feeling as if they might ignite. Meanwhile, Mu Chenshi remained calm and composed, closely pressed against her, even wrapping an arm around her waist. Feeling his boldness escalating, Li Qingran could no longer contain herself. She attempted to discreetly pinch the flesh at his waist, only to discover solid muscle beneath her fingers. After a moment of contemplation, she altered her approach, softly exploring his waist and abdomen with her hand. Mu Chenshi's body stiffened instantly, his expression darkening as he seemed to be struggling against something. Ultimately, he seized her mischievous hand. Noticing her strategy had taken effect, Li Qingran flashed a provocative look at Mu Chenshi. He gazed deeply into her eyes, causing her to shiver inexplicably, and she gradually became more subdued. Observing her newfound compliance, Mu Chenshi slowly withdrew his gaze. It seemed he had been somewhat lenient lately, and her audacity had grown considerably. The two engaged in playful antics as they made their way back to the classroom. Mu Chenshi released Li Qingran and sat down, engrossed in his phone, while she busily organized a news article. Zhao Yu and Chun Xiaoma sidled up to her with mischievous grins. "Oh, how is it touching your Mu Chenshi's abs on the way back?" Li Qingran rolled her eyes in exasperation, feigning arrogance as she replied, "It was just all right, nothing special." Zhao Yu glanced behind her, stifling a laugh before continuing. "Just all right? Have you touched anyone else's?" Li Qingran nodded nonchalantly, "Of course. Su Yang's abs are way better than Mu Chenshi's. He's an athlete, and his physique, well, you can only imagine." Zhao Yu was taken aback by her boldness. Momentarily stunned, she cautiously glanced at Mu Chenshi, whose expression had darkened considerably. In unison, they exchanged glances, realizing it was best to excuse themselves from the domestic squabble brewing. Zhao Yu cleared her throat and said, Yi Kaiyu's match is about to start, so we'll cheer him on and not disturb you too." With that, she and Chun Xiaoma linked arms and hurried away toward the track. Li Qingran watched helplessly as the instigators of her predicament fled, regretting her momentary slip of the tongue. She turned to Mu Chenshi with a forced smile, cautiously gauging his mood. "How about I go cheer for Yi Kaiyu too? As class president, I feel it's my duty to show some support for my classmates," she proposed, nodding earnestly and attempting to slip away. Mu Chenshi regarded her with a low, deep voice. "Oh, you wish to cheer for another boy?" Li Qingran lowered her head, remaining silent. She did indeed want to watch the match, but that was a sentiment she dared not voice. Noticing her silence, Mu Chenshi pressed on. "What? No longer interested in watching Yi Kaiyu's match? Or I could inquire about Su Yang's events and you could cheer for him instead." Upon hearing the jealousy laced in his words, Li Qingran shook her head vigorously, declaring, No, there's nothing interesting about his match. It surely can't compare to yours just now." She smiled brightly at him. Mu Chenshi remained silent, his gaze fixed intensely on her. After several moments, Li Qingran felt the weight of his stare and glanced around. Most of their classmates had left to watch the events, while only a few remained, heads down, absorbed in their phones. None were paying attention to them. Summoning her courage, she wrapped her arms around Mu Chenshi's, gently shaking him while adopting a sweet tone. "I was just angry and said some things in the heat of the moment. I haven't touched Su Yang's abs. I assure you, our relationship is purely platonic." Worried he might not believe her, she added, "Really, I swear," and gazed up at him with wide, innocent eyes. In the past, when she had upset Mu Chenshi, a little show of affection had always sufficed to mend things between them. It has been proven that this tactic is indeed quite effective. Mu Chenshi narrowed his eyes, and his expression improved slightly. Though he was reluctant to admit that he genuinely enjoyed her every act of affection, his body betrayed him, relaxing significantly. Observing the change in his demeanor, Li Qingran knew her strategy was still working, and thus she pressed on, saying, "In fact, I was just deceiving them. I don't want them to know how well-built you are. I wish only for myself to be aware of it." While Li Qingran's words were flattering, her mind was silently praying, "Heavens, may my lies not bring down divine wrath. This is a special circumstance that requires special handling." Indeed, upon hearing her words, Mu Chenshi's expression brightened considerably. Moreover, as Li Qingran playfully scratched his palm, his demeanor fully returned to normal. With a sigh of relief in her heart, Li Qingran noted that he was no longer angry. Mu Chenshi affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Remember what you said today. Li Qingran prumli nudda." Believing this matter had been settled. Alas, her innocence shielded her from the adage that one must settle accounts in the autumn after harvest. Mu Chenshi, observing her expression, discerned her thoughts but remained impassive, saying, "Hurry and organize the manuscript. It needs to be delivered to the podium soon." Li Qingran nodded and hastily began to organize the manuscript, with Mu Chenshi assisting her. However, those who knew Mu Chenshi would recognize that he was actually daydreaming at that moment. Unfortunately, Li Qingran was too preoccupied to notice. With his gaze lowered, a fleeting glimmer of darkness passed through his eyes. Suyang, was it? He noted that name. Tomorrow's 1,500-meter race seemed to feature him as well. When Mu Chenshi lifted his head again, a determined glint shone in his eyes. Meanwhile, on the playground, Suyang, who was participating in the shot put competition, inexplicably sneezed. Muttering, "Who is talking about me?" He quickly dismissed the thought and focused on the competition. Unbeknownst to him, he had been inadvertently entangled in a scheme orchestrated by Li Qingran and the cunning Mu Chenshi. After Zhao Yu pulled Chun Xiaoma to the side of the track, both were panting lightly. Zhao Yu patted her chest and exhaled, "My goodness." Mu Chenshi looked terrifying just now. Thankfully, we slipped away quickly. Chun Xiaoma nodded in agreement. Zhao Yu glanced at the track and said, "Yi Kaiyu is in the next group. Let us go watch." However, Chun Xiaoma, recalling something, gently tugged at her arm, saying, "Xiao Yu, I suddenly have a stomachache. I need to go to the restroom. You go watch." She then placed a hand on her abdomen. Zhao Yu, visibly concerned, asked, "How come you suddenly have a stomachache? Do you want me to accompany you?" Chun Xiaoma immediately shook her head. "No need, I can go alone." "You go watch the competition. Are you sure?" Zhao Yu inquired anxiously. Chun Xiaoma nodded and, clutching her abdomen, made her way toward the restroom. After casting a few glances back, Zhao Yu turned and joined the crowd surrounding the track. As Chun Xiaoma hurried toward the restroom, she glanced back and then, releasing her grip, sprinted toward the long jump competition venue, uncertain if Nangong Jin's event had concluded. Their interactions had been rather awkward lately. Although he claimed to act as if nothing had occurred, she found it difficult to engage with him normally. Yet now, with his competition underway, she couldn't resist the urge to watch. Upon arriving at the long jump venue, she squeezed through the throng of spectators, just managing to glimpse inside. Nangong Jin was still competing, indicating that he had not been eliminated. Chun Xiaoma felt a surge of joy within her heart as she fixed her gaze upon him. Finally, it was Nangong Jin's turn again. He stood at the starting point, stretched his arms, and with a gentle leap, traced an arc in the air before landing, appearing to have covered quite a distance. Around her, murmurs arose, with several girls discussing how handsome Nangong Jin was and speculating about his class. Chun Xiaoma absorbed their words, a bittersweet smile forming on her lips. They truly belonged to different worlds. He was far too exceptional in comparison to her. Checking the time on her phone, she noted it was already 4 p.m., and her high jump competition was about to commence. Quietly, she retreated from the crowd, lost in thought as she made her way back to her class. Just as Chun Xiaoma departed, Nangong Jin's competition concluded. He secured second place, a smile gracing his face as he scanned the crowd. But after several glances, his smile gradually faded. So, she did not come after all. During the competition, he had restrained himself from looking at the audience, fearing disappointment if he did not find her, which would sap his motivation. Now, having won, he still could not see her and was unable to share his joy. Chun Xiaoma, there are so many people cheering for me, yet you are absent, making it all feel meaningless. His expression darkened, revealing no trace of the delight that came from winning. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoma, who had already left, remained oblivious to his sentiments. As she leisurely walked back to her class, Li Qingran was preparing to find her. Upon spotting Chun Xiaoma, she exclaimed with joy, Mo, where have you been? I was just about to look for you. Your competition is about to start." Chun Xiaoma nodded, smiling slightly. "I just want to get some soy sauce." "Li Qingran Lauga. You are the best, just here to fill in for me." She then took Chun Xiaoma's hand, leading her toward the high jump venue. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu, who had just parted with Chun Xiaoma, was engrossed in the excitement. At last, it was Yi Kaiyu's turn to compete. As the referee's gun fired, he dashed forward, leading the pack. He even took a moment to flip his hair and dramatically accelerate past the crowd. Zhao Yu watched, rolling her eyes at his attention-seeking antics. As Yi Kaiyu sprinted, nearing the finish line, he glanced around, only to find that he recognized no one. Did he really have such poor social connections? In truth, he had numerous fans cheering for him nearby, but this fool overlooked them. Feeling a slight dip in his spirits, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure at the finish line, bouncing and waving at him, urging him to run faster. It was Zhao Yu, who had just secured first place in her group. He couldn't let her outshine him. With renewed vigor, He propelled himself forward, crossing the finish line in a manner he deemed quite stylish. As Zhao Yu saw him finish, she rushed over, excitedly exclaiming, "Wow, you did well. You also secured first place in your group." Upon turning around, he saw her familiar face, filled with enthusiasm for his victory. In a moment of impulsive warmth, he pulled her into a bear hug. Only after feeling her soft warmth did he register what he had done, hastily releasing her, and, after a brief pause, boasting, "Of course. Who am I?" Zhao Yu snapped back to reality, feigning indifference. "Oh, please. You really know how to boast." The two bantered playfully as they walked back to class, both attempting to mask the unexpected embrace and the slightly awkward moments that followed. Yet deep within, neither could truly forget it. It was akin to a stone cast into a serene lake, the embrace sending ripples through their hearts, though both were diligently evading those feelings. After the two returned to class, Zhao Yu sought out Li Qingran and Chen Xiaomao, but after searching for a while without success, she learned from others that Chen Xiaomao had gone to compete. It dawned on her that Chen Xiaomao was participating in a high jump competition, so she hurried to the venue. Yi Kaiyu, feeling bored, found Mu Chenshi too engrossed in his phone to pay him any attention, and with Nan Gongjin also untraceable. He decided to join Zhao Yu in witnessing the spectacle. By the time they arrived at the competition, it had just begun. Zhao Yu squeezed into the crowd, while Yi Kaiyu, taking advantage of his height, craned his neck from the periphery to catch a glimpse. As his eyes wandered, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the throng. After a brief moment of surprise, he realized it was Nan Gongjin, who was intently watching Chen Xiaomao compete. When his shoulder was suddenly tapped, he turned to find Yi Kaiyu's mischievous grin, which he chose to ignore. "Wow, Nan Gongjin, you truly are something else. Prioritizing romance over friendship to this extent. Where were you during my competition? Now, you show up for high jump?" Yi Kaiyu exclaimed discontentedly. Nan Gongjin began to understand Mu Chenshi's feelings. Sometimes, Yi Kaiyu could be quite insufferable. "Could you be quiet? What is so interesting about your competition? Will my presence guarantee you a first place?" Nan Gongjin retorted, rolling his eyes in annoyance. "You're being so biased. Just a moment ago, I was wondering where you had gone to look for you. Do you think Chen Xiaomao can win just because you're here?" Yi Kaiyu asked, jealousy creeping into his voice. Nan Gongjin remained silent, casting a fleeting glance his way. Instantly, Yi Kaiyu quieted down. He was all too familiar with that look. Whenever Mu Chenshi directed it at him, it seldom boded well, and it seemed Nan Gongjin had learned this expression well too. Yi Kaiyu lamented his poor choice in friends. One was perpetually indifferent, showing little concern for him, engrossed in romance, while the other was now completely preoccupied with a girl, neglecting him as well. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, and he resolved to find a girlfriend to soothe his wounded heart. Suddenly, Zhao Yu's face appeared before him, startling him. He quickly shook his head. No, they were not suited for each other. He preferred gentle and adorable types, and Zhao Yu did not fit that description at all. He decided to stop daydreaming and focus on the competition instead, settling beside Nan Gongjin to watch. As Zhao Yu pushed her way through the crowd, she spotted Li Qingran standing in the innermost circle. She smiled at those behind her and stood next to Li Qingran. Upon turning, Li Qingran saw Zhao Yu and exclaimed, "The next one is Xiaomao. She just cleared the 1-meter bar." Zhao Yu's face lit up with surprise. "Wow, that's impressive." Li Qingran nodded. "After all, she has long legs." Zhao Yu chuckled. "Stop with the nonsense. We're not short either." The two shared a laugh before quickly returning their attention to the competition. Indeed, Chen Xiaomao was the best among them, likely standing at 168 centimeters. They often envied her long legs, which led them to encourage her to participate in high jump, initially expecting her to merely take part. But now it seemed she had a chance at winning, bringing them both joy. When it was Chen Xiaomao's turn, the bar was raised to 1 meters. She hesitated momentarily upon seeing the height, recalling her previous jump. However, with encouragement from Li Qingran and Zhao Yu, she steeled herself and took off, successfully clearing the bar. Sitting on the soft mat, she could hardly believe it herself. At this moment, the judge blew the whistle, declaring good. Next, with a smile, Chen Xiaomao left the mat to queue for the next round. Li Qingran and Zhao Yu applauded her. "Getting third place is definitely within reach," Li Qingran said happily. Zhao Yu nodded in agreement, equally elated. Yi Kaiyu observed the scene and teased. "Chen Xiaomao is quite impressive. Long legs do have their advantages." Nan Gongjin remained silent. though a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, betraying his amusement. After a short wait, only 3 competitors remained for the final 3 spots. The height was raised to 15 meters, and Chun Xiaoma was the first to attempt the jump. Gazing at the bar, which now reached her waist, she felt a twinge of fear, hoping to clear it as before. Yet, unexpectedly, she failed to clear the bar, and in her moment of panic upon landing, she twisted her ankle, causing her to sit down on the mat in pain. Zhao Yu and Li Qingran were momentarily stunned before rushing to her side. The judge, initially taken aback, quickly approached to assess her injury. Yi Kaiyu, witnessing the incident, anxiously exclaimed, "Chun Xiaoma is hurt. Aren't you going to check on her?" Realizing no one was responding, he turned to find Gongjin had already dashed over, reaching her faster than Li Qingran and Zhao Yu. After examining her, the judge declared, "It's not serious. We just need a classmate to help her to the infirmary for some treatment." Before Li Qingran and Zhao Yu could react, Nan Gongjin scooped Chun Xiaoma in his arms and rushed toward the infirmary. The two exchanged glances, bewildered. Was that really Nan Gongjin? With no time to ponder, they hurriedly followed, while Yi Kaiyu, feeling left behind, chased after them in a panic. Once in the infirmary, Nan Gongjin kicked open the half-closed door, abandoning his usual composed demeanor. Chun Xiaoma, startled, tugged at his shirt and whispered, "I'm fine. Let me down." However, Nan Gongjin was unyielding, refusing to release her. The school nurse, a middle-aged man, was busy organizing the medicine cabinet when he turned to see a flustered boy cradling a blushing girl at the door. The nurse, startled, asked what happened. "Is she bleeding?" Nan Gongjin and Chun Xiaoma exchanged incredulous glances at the nurse's unprofessional demeanor, while Chun Xiaoma felt so embarrassed she wished to hide in Nan Gongjin's embrace. After a brief silence, Nan Gongjin stated she twisted her ankle. The nurse, bemused, responded, "Why did you kick the door down for a twisted ankle? It's a valuable door, and you gave me quite a scare." The nurse, eyeing them suspiciously, instructed, "Place her on that bed over there." Nan Gongjin carefully set her down. The nurse examined her, asking which ankle is hurt. "Remove her shoes first." Before Chun Xiaoma could respond, Nan Gongjin promptly answered, "The right one." He then knelt down to help her remove her shoe. Chun Xiaoma instinctively moved her leg to evade him, but a sharp gasp escaped her lips as pain shot through her. "Stop squirming. I'll help you," Nan Gongjin said, his voice low and firm as he held her calf steady and proceeded to remove her shoe. When Li Qingran and the others arrived, they were taken aback by the scene before them, exchanging surprised glances. They had only been a minute late. What had transpired? The school nurse, noticing the influx of students, quizzed, "Did you all get hurt too?" They hastily shook their heads, with Li Qingran explaining, "No, we are her classmates," gesturing toward Chun Xiaoma. The nurse nodded and said no more. Having removed her shoe, Nan Gongjin examined Chun Xiaoma's slightly swollen ankle with concern. Chun Xiaoma, blushing, found it difficult to lift her head. The nurse took a seat in front of Chun Xiaoma, gently pressing on her ankle, which made her wince. "Does your foot hurt here?" he inquired, pressing on the top of her foot. Chun Xiaoma shook her head in response. The school doctor glanced again and said, "It's not very serious, just a mild sprain of the ankle. Let me massage it a bit and apply some medication. After school today, go to the pharmacy and buy a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao spray. Just apply it daily, and you'll feel better in a few days." Nan Gongjin, visibly concerned, asked, "Are you sure it's not serious? No other injuries? Is there anything you might have missed?" The school doctor chuckled. "Are you questioning my expertise? Young man, your girlfriend is really fine." Upon hearing the doctor's words, Li Qingran and the others gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What girlfriend?" The doctor surveyed the group blocking the infirmary and said, "Just one person needs to stay. The rest should head back. It's getting stuffy in here." Before anyone could speak, Nan Gongjin quickly insisted, "You all go back. I'll stay here with her." Li Qingran and Zhao Yu exchanged glances but remained still. Nan Gongjin discreetly signaled to Yi Kaiyu, who promptly ushered them out. Once the doctor had prepared the necessary ointments, he turned to Nan Gongjin with a smile. "You seem quite anxious. Is she your girlfriend?" Chun Xiaoma's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly shook her head. After casting a glance at her, Nan Gongjin slowly replied, "Not yet, but soon." The school doctor exchanged knowing glances between the two, but remained silent, focusing on applying the ointment to Chun Xiaoma's ankle. She kept her mouth tightly shut, but upon hearing Nan Gongjin's words, she looked up in surprise, quickly lowering her gaze again, her cheeks growing even redder. Nan Gongjin maintained a calm demeanor and met her eyes with a gentle look, though his ears were gradually turning pink as well. After finishing his work, the doctor regarded the pair with a twinkle in his eye and said, "Young man, could you fetch her a glass of water? I need to grab something." With that, he swiftly exited the infirmary, winking at Nan Gongjin as he closed the door behind him. Nan Gongjin watched the doctor's antics, bemused, as he pondered whether he had encountered a rather unprofessional school doctor. With the doctor gone, the atmosphere in the infirmary became awkward. Chen Xiaoma nervously fiddled with her clothing, whispering, "Thank you for bringing me here. I'm fine now. You should head back to class." Nan Gongjin looked at her with concern but ignored her words, responding gently, "Let me get you a glass of water." Chapter 105. The sports meeting 17. Chen Xiaomo remained silent as Nan Gongjin quietly poured her a glass of water and placed it on the table. They both sat in a tense silence. 5 minutes later, the school doctor returned with a grin, casting flirtatious glances between the two but noticing nothing amiss, ultimately giving up. He examined Chen Xiaoma's ankle seriously, advising for the next few days, avoid putting weight on it. In about 5 or 6 days, you should be fine. The sports meeting is coming to an end, and you'll have a week-long break. Rest well at home. Chen Xiaoma nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you, doctor." The doctor waved dismissively, adding, "You can head back to class now. Remember to buy some Yunnan Baiyao on your way home and spray it generously for quicker healing." Chen Xiaoma nodded again, preparing to get up from the bed. Nan Gongjin immediately supported her, but she attempted to shake him off. The doctor interjected, "Don't be shy. Young lady, let him help you. Don't strain your right foot." He then instructed Nan Gongjin, "Help her put on her shoes carefully, avoiding her ankle." He watched the pair with keen interest. Upon hearing the doctor's first remark, Chen Xiaoma froze, but when he suggested Nan Gongjin assist her with her shoes, her face turned beet red, and she quickly murmured, "I can do it myself." Nan Gongjin, sensing her reluctance, felt a flicker of displeasure and firmly said, "Don't move." Chen Xiaoma hesitated, cautiously glancing at his expression. He usually treated her kindly and had never shown impatience, but his tone suggested he was slightly upset. Thus, she obediently remained still. Seeing her compliance, Nan Gongjin knelt down to help her put on her socks and shoes. The school doctor observed with great excitement. He enjoyed watching romantic dramas and felt moved by the poignant love stories. Having spent years in high school, he was witnessing a charming couple for the first time, an attentive, gentle, and occasionally assertive young man and a shy young woman. He imagined their future together, filled with beautiful moments, and his heart raced with anticipation. Chen Xiaoma felt uneasy under his gaze, remaining motionless, while Nan Gongjin was equally uncomfortable, feeling the weight of the doctor's stare. Suppressing his discomfort, he glanced sympathetically at Chen Xiaoma's swollen ankle, which contrasted starkly with her fair skin, causing him deep pain. He masked his concern with a smile, saying softly, "I'll carry you back to class." Chen Xiaoma immediately shook her head, saying, "No, just help me." This time, Nan Gongjin said nothing further. He knew she would refuse. However, he was content to assist her. He helped her carefully down from the bed, and she hopped a few steps forward. As they prepared to leave, both glanced back at the school doctor, who was lost in his own world, feeling slightly exasperated. Chapter 106. The sports meeting 18. Finally, Nan Gongjin cleared his throat loudly, drawing the school doctor's attention back. The doctor smiled eagerly at them as Nan Gongjin said, "We'll head back to class now." "Thank you, doctor." The doctor replied cheerfully, "No need for thanks. Come visit when you can." Chen Xiaoma and Nan Gongjin exchanged awkward glances, wondering who would casually frequent the infirmary unless they were unwell. They shared a sheepish smile before Nan Gongjin gently guided Chen Xiaoma out. The school doctor stood at the door, watching their receding figures, increasingly fond of the two. He lamented the strict rules against early relationships at the school, wishing he could see such a delightful couple again. As Nan Gongjin assisted Chen Xiaoma toward their classroom, Li Qingran and Zhao Yu waited anxiously inside. They had been forcibly dragged out by Yi Kaiyu, witnessing Nan Gongjin's evident affection for Chen Xiaoma. Worried, they wanted to re-enter but were blocked by Yi Kaiyu, who remained evasive when questioned. Ultimately, they had no choice but to return to class. Once inside, Li Qingran hurried to find Mu Chenshi, recounting the events with embellishments, hoping he would reprimand Yi Kaiyu on their behalf. To her surprise, he praised Yi Kaiyu, saying, "Well done." Yi Kaiyu beamed with delight, flaunting his victory to Li Qingran and Zhao Yu. Just as she was about to question Mu Chenshi, he mysteriously said, "With Aojin around, you need not worry." He fell silent, leaving her with no choice but to sit with Zhao Yu, straining to see the infirmary. Finally, in the midst of their anticipation, Nan Gongjin returned, supporting Chen Xiaoma. The two of them immediately approached, with Zhao Yu anxiously inquiring about Mo's foot. "How is your foot?" Chen Mo shook her head and replied, "It's fine, just a couple of days of rest will do." Li Qingran, filled with guilt, immediately said, "I'm sorry, Mo. If it weren't for helping me gather participants, you wouldn't have had to compete and wouldn't have gotten injured. I truly feel terrible." Chen Mo smiled and reassured her, "Qingran, it's not your fault. I was careless. Besides, my foot is really fine. The school nurse said just 2 days of rest, and with the upcoming short holiday, I can stay home for 2 days, and by the time I return to school, I'll be perfectly fine. You needn't feel guilty." Li Qingran skeptically asked, "Really?" Chen Mo nodded vigorously, really more truthful than pearls. At that, the three of them burst into laughter. Nan Gongjin, having been ignored by the trio for quite some time, could not help but cough a couple of times to assert his presence. It was only then that Li Qingran and Zhao Yu noticed they were still supporting Chen Xiaomo's arm, and they both cast him unfriendly glances. Nan Gongjin awkwardly chuckled. "Let's help her sit down. Standing for too long is tiring." However, Zhao Yu and Li Qingran paid no heed to his explanation, with Zhao Yu pushing him aside, each taking an arm of Chen Mo as they made their way back to class. Chapter 107. Sports Day 19. Nan Gongjin stood there, watching the trio depart with such ease, and sighed helplessly before striding toward Mu Chenshi and the others. "Is everything all right?" Mu Chenshi asked in a low voice. "Yes, after the sports event, I will take her home," Nan Gongjin replied. "I will take Ran with me." Mu Chenshi responded with a slight smile. Yi Kai Yu, not to be outdone, added, "Then I'll take Zhao Yu." Nan Gongjin nodded slightly and said, "Thanks." Meanwhile, Li Qingran and the others were evidently unaware of their agreement. As Li Qingran and Zhao Yu were busy pressing Chen Mo about her relationship with Nan Gongjin, they swore that given Nan Gongjin's demeanor towards Chen Mo today, if there was nothing between them, it would be a miracle. Chen Xiai o Montag Stammelet. And Zhao Yu, growing impatient, urged, Mo, do you consider us your close friends? Quickly tell us what happened with Nan Gongjin, with his concern for you today. If there's nothing between you, I'll go crash into a tree." Li Qingran nodded in agreement. Under pressure, Chen Mo, blushing, finally revealed to them that Nan Gongjin had confessed to her and some subsequent events. Li Qingran gasped in surprise, while Zhao Yu leaped from her seat, exclaiming, "Oh my, it seems like you all are on the verge of becoming single no more. Am I to remain the only solitary one?" Chen Mo blushed even deeper, her outburst drawing the attention of several classmates. Li Qingran, noticing the curious gazes around, hurriedly pulled Zhao Yu down to sit. Chen Mo, feeling shy, whispered, "Keep your voice down. I haven't even agreed to him yet." Li Qingran gradually calmed down and, with confusion, asked if you have even a slight feeling for him. "Why don't you agree?" Zhao Yu, catching on, added, "Right? Nan Gongjin is handsome, excels academically, and most importantly, he has good character." Since Nan Gongjin was a good friend of Mu Chenshi, Li Qingran couldn't help but add, "Their friendship indicates that Nan Gongjin is genuinely a remarkable person." Zhao Yu, hearing this, shot her a disdainful look. "Oh please, your Mu scholar is perfect in every way." Feeling slightly offended, Li Qingran retorted, "I'm merely stating the facts. Besides, didn't you just say Nan Gongjin has good character?" Zhao Yu stuck her tongue out at her, choosing not to argue further, as they both turned their attention back to Chen Mo, awaiting her response. With a faint smile, Chen Mo said, "Yes, he is wonderful, but he is too good. I'm not worthy of him." Upon hearing her answer, Li Qingran and Zhao Yu exchanged glances, falling silent. They both understood Chen Mo's background. When they first met her, they perceived her as an introverted and quiet girl, a bit insecure. However, as they grew closer, she began to open up to them. Nevertheless, they never looked down on her and continued to regard her as a good friend. Yet, she remained an inconspicuous girl in class, always quiet and lacking presence. The disparity between her and Nan Gongjin was indeed vast. Chapter 108. Sports Day 20. For a moment, the three of them fell into silence, enveloped by a sense of low pressure. Finally, Zhao Yu broke the silence with a loud laugh. "Let us not dwell on unhappy thoughts. Love is the most bothersome thing. From now on, with us by your side, everything will unfold naturally. Li Qingran chimed in, smiling yes. We will always be here for you. Chen Xiao and Mo looked at them with heartfelt gratitude. I'm so lucky to have you. Zhao Yu unabashedly declared, of course, I am the best. There is only one of me in the world. Li Qingran and Chen Xiao and Mo burst into laughter at her antics. Suddenly, Li Qingran recalled something and exclaimed, the events for today have concluded. The school broadcast will announce the winners shortly. Both of you performed exceptionally well today. You are sure to win awards. Chen Xiao and Mo smiled, but remained silent, while Zhao Yu immediately struck a pose, demanding praise. Li Qingran shot her an exasperated glance. You never forget to be narcissistic. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the school broadcast announced the winners. Mu Chenshi won first place in the men's 400 meters, Yi Kaiyu second, Nan Gongjin second in the long jump, Zhao Yu second in the women's 400 meters, and Chen Xiao Mo third in the high jump. Their homeroom teacher, Zhao Hong, arrived after hearing the announcement, praising them and inquiring about Chen Xiaomo's condition. Upon learning she was fine, he left, informing them that there would be no evening study session. Everyone was thrilled. Although they had heard rumors earlier, hearing it directly from the teacher brought true relief. They gathered to discuss their plans for the evening. Li Qingran and Zhao Yu insisted they would escort Chen Xiao and Mo home safely. Suddenly, Mu Chenshi approached and yanked Li Qingran's collar, dragging her away despite her struggles. Li Kaiyu, seeing Zhao Yu's predicament, swiftly took her shoulder, pulling her along as well. Chen Xiai o Montag stot in Stund sie längse. And then Nan Gongjin approached her, offering to take her home. Finally, Chen Xiao and Mo understood that all of this had been orchestrated. She did not refuse, as it was a considerable distance from the school gate, and she genuinely needed someone to support her. Besides, he had already helped her before. With everyone else gone, there was no point in lingering over it. Seeing her acceptance, Nan Gongjin's spirits lifted. He kindly asked, do you need to grab anything? Chen Xiai o Montag, feeling somewhat defeated, replied no. She then extended her arm for him to support her. To her surprise, he suddenly lifted her into his arms. Startled, she let out a yelp and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. After a couple of seconds, she came to her senses and began to struggle, protesting. Put me down. Are you crazy? We're at school. Nan Gongjin, unfazed, replied nonchalantly. It's well past school hours. There are hardly any students left. No one will see us. Besides, you shouldn't exert your foot any further. With that, he carried her toward the school gate. Chapter 109. The sports meet? What if a teacher sees us? Chen Xiaomo exclaimed anxiously. Just say your foot is injured. Nothing will happen, Nan Gongjin replied calmly. No matter how much Chen Xiaomo protested or struggled, he remained silent and did not set her down. With no other option, she reluctantly acquiesced, her heart racing with the fear of being discovered by a teacher. Fortunately, their luck held, and they encountered no teachers along the way. After Nan Gongjin carried her out of the school, Chen Xiaomo finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately attempted to wriggle free. Nan Gongjin tightened his grip and, with a slight frown, admonished her to stop squirming, stating he would take her home. He then hailed a taxi by the roadside, which arrived shortly. Nan Gongjin helped her into the vehicle and took a seat beside her. The driver glanced at them and inquired where they were headed. Nan Gongjin remained silent and turned to Chen Xiaomo, who quietly provided an address. The driver acknowledged and started the taxi. They sat in silence until they passed a pharmacy, when Nan Gongjin suddenly commanded the driver to stop. The driver, startled, slammed on the brakes. Nan Gongjin opened the door and instructed, wait for me 2 minutes. I need to buy some medicine. He then closed the door and hurried towards the pharmacy. The driver muttered under his breath, wishing he had known earlier, as he had been caught off guard, fearing something was amiss. Chen Xiaomo said nothing, her gaze complex as she watched Nan Gongjin's figure recede into the distance. Moments later, he returned with a bag in hand. Upon entering the car, he handed the bag to Chen Xiaomo, gently saying, this is the Yunnan Baiyao spray that the school nurse asked you to buy. Remember to use it every day once you get home. The usage instructions are inside. Chen Xiaomo did not take it and instead inquired about the cost, insisting she would reimburse him. Nan Gongjin's expression soured at her words. He placed the medicine on her lap and pressed his lips together in silence. The taxi eventually halted in front of an old residential building. Both Nan Gongjin and Chen Xiaomo retrieved their money for the driver, who chuckled. How can I let a girl pay? He accepted Nan Gongjin's money instead. Chen Xiaomo, resigned, silently retracted her cash. After Nan Gongjin helped her out of the car, he surveyed the building and quietly asked, "Which floor?" "Huh?" Chen Xiaomao replied, slightly bewildered. "I'm asking which floor you live on. I will escort you to your door," Nan Gongjin patiently explained. "It's fine. I can go back by myself," Chen Xiaomao protested, waving her hand. Nan Gongjin did not respond. Instead, he effortlessly lifted her again, his tone somewhat commanding as he asked, "Which floor?" "I will take you to your door." This time, Chen Xiaomao reacted quickly but still insisted, "Really, I can manage on my own." Nan Gongjin fell silent, noting that the old building lacked an elevator. There was no way he would allow her to go alone. They remained in a stalemate until, after a few moments, Chen Xiaomao finally surrendered, whispering, "The third floor." Nan Gongjin promptly strode into the stairwell, and upon reaching the third floor, Chen Xiaomao pointed to the left door, where he set her down. Chapter 110. The Sports Meet 22. Chen Xiaomao glanced at him, noticing a bead of sweat on his brow, then quickly averted her gaze to conceal her own unusual emotions. "Thank you for today," she expressed with slight gratitude. Nan Gongjin nodded and reminded her, "Don't forget to apply the medicine daily. I'll help you get a leave tomorrow. After all, there's a short holiday coming up. Rest well at home and avoid going out." Chen Xiaomao nodded in acknowledgement. "Well, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye," he said, turning to descend the stairs. As he reached the corner on the second floor, he heard a knock on a door, followed by an elderly voice. "Xiaomao is back," and then the sound of a heavy door closing. After hearing the door shut, Nan Gongjin continued down the stairs. Reflecting on the weight of Chen Xiaomao in his arms earlier, she was alarmingly thin. He recalled a time when he had inadvertently seen her application for financial aid in the teacher's office. Her parents were divorced, and she lived with her grandmother. Glancing at the dilapidated building, his heart swelled with sympathy. Exiting the stairwell, he looked back at Chen Xiaomao's window one last time before departing. After Yi Kaiyu pulled Zhao Yu away, the carefree duo visited a milk tea shop and enjoyed 2 ice creams before returning home. Meanwhile, Mu Chenshi released Li Qingran only when they reached the school gate. Li Qingran, visibly upset, exclaimed, "What are you doing? I still need to take Xiaomao home." She attempted to turn back. Mu Chenshi blocked her path, speaking in a low tone, "Nan Gongjin is there. You need not worry. He will certainly escort Chen Xiaomao home." Li Qingran shook her head, countering, "You don't understand. It's precisely Nan Gongjin I'm concerned about." Mu Chenshi, confused, asked, "What don't I understand?" Li Qingran ceased her struggles and, looking at him earnestly, said, "You are unaware of Xiaomao's family situation. The disparities are too great. They are truly incompatible. This can only cause Xiaomao harm." Mu Chenshi pondered for 2 seconds before responding seriously, "Though I do not grasp what you mean by disparities, I trust Nan Gongjin. He won't mind those things." Upon hearing his words, Li Qingran opened her mouth to speak, but Mu Chenshi interrupted, continuing, "I have known Ajin for many years. I understand him. He is a trustworthy person, and I believe he will take good care of Chen Xiaomao. Moreover, this is their affair. Let them resolve it themselves. It is best for us not to interfere." He then fixed his gaze on her. After contemplating for a moment, Li Qingran sighed, "Well, let them handle it. I hope Nan Gongjin does not let Xiaomao down." Seeing that she had finally agreed not to meddle, Mu Chenshi's lips curled slightly. "Ajin, I can only assist you to this extent. The rest is up to you." For a moment, both were lost in thought, their silence enveloping them. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon them, as if draping them in golden light, elongating their shadows, yet keeping them distinct in size, standing oppositely. Everything appeared perfectly in harmony, resembling a pristine canvas. Chapter 111. The Sports Meet 23. The two stood quietly for a while. Mu Chenshi, observing Li Qingran's disheartened demeanor, felt a deeper compassion welling up within him. Unable to resist, he reached out to gently pat her head, affectionately saying, "I know of a new pizza shop. Let me take you there." Li Qingran's eyes sparkled at his words, her gaze lifting to meet his, her eyes seemingly aglow. Mu Chenshi chuckled softly, kissing her cheek before grasping her hand and leading her toward the pizza shop. They ambled along, bathed in the warm hues of the sunset, a large figure and a small one. Their simple school uniforms took on the semblance of couple attire, their intertwined hands betraying the sweetness of the moment. The following day, during the sports meet, Chen Xiaomao took a leave of absence and did not attend. Li Qingran and Zhao Yu had a 1,500-meter race, while Mu Chenshi and Yi Kaiyu also competed in the same distance. with Nangong Jin responsible for cheering them on. Xiaoran, can you please not be so nervous? It's just a small competition, Zhao Yu teased, noticing the water bottle in her hand had become deformed from her grip, though she remained oblivious. Sigh, you don't understand. For someone like me, who feels like I'm losing half my life running 800 meters, finishing 1,500 meters might just take my whole life. Li Qingran spoke nervously, prompting Yi Kaiyu to chuckle at her words. You almost lost your life. Must you be so dramatic? Ashur mentioned that you were as strong as an ox when you were younger. Most boys are no match for you, Yi Kaiyu remarked mischievously, raising an eyebrow at Mu Chenshi. Mu Chenshi shot Yi Kaiyu a glare, reproaching him for his indiscretion. What? Strong as an ox? Li Qingran raturta, casting a slightly threatening glance at Mu Chenshi. Ahem, I said that was in your childhood, Mu Chenshi replied, touching his nose. Why don't you just forfeit? I genuinely fear you won't be able to endure. Upon hearing this, Li Qingran, who had been slightly displeased moments before, promptly refused, saying, No, that would be humiliating. I will crawl the entire distance if I have to. The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment, but Zhao Yu quickly intervened, assuring her, You won't have to crawl the whole way. Just run with me when the time comes. Yi Kaiyu chimed in, Exactly, it's not that terrifying. Just relax. Mu Chenshi remained silent. His face darkened. Was dignity truly more important than health? Li Qingran stubbornly held her ground, refusing to back down. At that moment, Nangong Jin arrived with the number plates, noticing the tension but choosing not to comment. Yi Kaiyu quickly signaled him, and Nangong Jin announced, The number plates are here. Ashur is number 1, and Ayu is number 3. You boys will compete first. The race will begin in about 10 minutes. Mu Chenshi and Yi Kaiyu accepted their plates, while Nangong Jin turned to Zhao Yu and Li Qingran, saying, Zhao Yu, you have number 2, and Li Qingran is number 5. Your race will follow the boys, so you'll need to wait a bit. Zhao Yu and Li Qingran nodded, acknowledging the information. Soon, the boys' 1,500-meter race commenced. Su Yang found himself in the same group as Mu Chenshi and Yi Kaiyu, fortuitously assigned number 2, right beside Mu Chenshi. Just before the start, Mu Chenshi turned slightly to glance at Su Yang, who coincidentally met his gaze. Su Yang felt a chill as he perceived an icy glint in Mu Chenshi's eyes. ISNT that the silly girl, Li Qingran's partner? Su Yang wondered it. He was certain he hadn't provoked him, yet it felt as if that glance had been a warning. Confused, he dismissed the thought, shaking his head to regain focus on the race. With a bang from the referee's gun, the runners surged forward, and the classmates along the track erupted in cheers to support their peers. Mu Chenshi and Su Yang took the lead, with Yi Kaiyu trailing closely behind. As they ran, Mu Chenshi glanced at Su Yang again, then swiftly accelerated, creating a gap between them. Su Yang found this perplexing. He was confident he hadn't antagonized Mu Chenshi, yet it felt like he was being targeted. That earlier glance had been laced with provocation, and Su Yang felt his pride challenged. He had boasted in front of his class about securing first place. Thus, he quickened his pace, unwilling to be outdone. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Yi Kaiyu struggled to catch up to Mu Chenshi and Su Yang, only for Mu Chenshi to accelerate again, leaving him behind. He wanted to cry. What was going on? Did he have a grudge against that boy? Hadn't they agreed to run together? Yi Kaiyu internally complained, but begrudgingly sped up in pursuit. Behind them, a group of bewildered classmates questioned whether they had mistakenly entered the wrong race, wondering if they were indeed running 1,500 meters rather than 400. Why are those guys sprinting like they've been injected with adrenaline? Zhao Yu, watching with Li Qingran from the sidelines, suddenly exclaimed, Hey, Li Qingran, ISNT that Mu Shueba and your male best friend? They seem to be in a competition of their own. Li Qingran, momentarily forgetting her irritation, immediately turned her attention to the track. The front runners were indeed Mu Chenshi and that fool Su Yang. They had almost lapped the others, with Yi Kaiyu trailing pathetically behind, still a half lap behind them. It appeared as though they were in a fierce competition, as if they were sprinting a 400-meter race. Li Qingran felt a surge of urgency, wishing she could rush onto the track to knock some sense into both of them. How could they treat a 1,500-meter race like a 400? Nangong Jin, observing the scene, furrowed his brow. Ashur seems a bit off today. It feels as though he is intentionally dragging that boy along with him. Normally, he would run alongside Yi Kaiyu during races. He glanced at Yi Kaiyu, who was indeed panting heavily while pursuing Mu Chenshi, his mouth likely spewing expletives at him. Mu Chenshi, glancing at Su Yang, was surprised by his stamina. He managed to keep pace. Mu Chenshi's expression darkened. Let me see just how strong your endurance is. He had already felt irked by Li Qingran's earlier praise of Su Yang, and had just exchanged unpleasantries with her. He had almost forgotten his intention to challenge Su Yang until he found him running right beside him. Mu Chenshi, with a deliberate intent to provoke, cast another glance at Su Yang before accelerating forward, prompting Su Yang to chase after him. The remaining competitors were left feeling a gust of wind as the two sped past them. Shortly thereafter, Yi Kaiyu, panting heavily, also managed to pass them. They finally confirmed their suspicion. Those three were likely insane. They should be competing in a marathon instead of a 1,500-meter race, seemingly intent on demoralizing the others. The race was barely halfway through, and they had already lapped the rest of the field entirely. Yi Kaiyu had not intended to run so fast. He was nearing exhaustion. Only wanted to catch up to Mu Chenshi to give him a piece of his mind, questioning whether he had lost his sanity. Thus, he continued to grumble as he desperately pursued the two ahead of him. With just 300 meters remaining, Su Yang began to falter, gradually falling behind Mu Chenshi. After casting a light glance at him, Mu Chenshi continued to accelerate. Su Yang felt a surge of annoyance at the disdain in Mu Chenshi's gaze, prompting him to push himself harder to keep up. Yi Kaiyu, drained of energy, could only muster enough breath to keep running. As they approached the final 10 meters, spectators felt another rush of wind as Mu Chenshi crossed the finish line. By now, they were unfazed. He had lapped them twice, and they knew they couldn't compare to him. As Mu Chenshi crossed the finish line, the referee appeared astonished. The young man's stamina was remarkable, finishing with a final burst of speed. He hurriedly pressed the timer, and upon checking the time, he was taken aback. It was indeed record-breaking. Moments later, Su Yang crossed the finish line, initially intending to confront Mu Chenshi about his apparent targeting, but he was completely out of breath, being pulled away by his classmates, all the while shooting daggers at Mu Chenshi. Li Qingran soon joined the fray, observing Su Yang being led away, and turned to Mu Chenshi with concern, asking, "Are you all right? Have you lost your mind? Why did you run so fast in a 1,500-meter race?" Mu Chenshi took a few small breaths, then casually replied, "I'm fine, it's nothing." Ever since he entered middle school, he had spent every summer being sent to the military by his grandfather to train alongside the recruits, sometimes even sprinting 3,000 meters. Therefore, this 1,500-meter race was truly a piece of cake for him. Li Qingran gazed at his nonchalant demeanor, feeling a flicker of anger rise within her. Pressing her lips together, she chose to remain silent, merely extending the bottle of mineral water in her hand towards him. Mu Chenshi accepted it, unscrewed the cap, and took a few sips before playfully making a face at her. Amused, Li Qingran couldn't help but chuckle, her irritation dissipating as she earnestly asked if he was truly all right. With an air of confidence, Mu Chenshi replied, "Do I look like I have any issues?" He then glanced towards the track, adding, "The one with problems is clearly him." Turning to the track, Li Qingran spotted Yi Kaiyu arriving, but his condition appeared quite severe. Just after crossing the finish line, he collapsed onto the ground, prompting several classmates to rush to his aid. At that moment, Nangongjin also approached, hurriedly lifting him onto his back and straining to walk towards their class, assisted by a few other classmates. Chapter 114. Sports Day 26. This was truly a case of no pain, no gain. Yi Kaiyu lay on Nangongjin's back, dazed and muttering incessantly about Mu Chenshi. "Where's that bastard Mu Chenshi?" Upon hearing this, Nangongjin could only shake his head in exasperation. 20 minutes later, the boys' 1,500-meter race finally concluded. Much to the astonishment of the judges, who noted that 3 individuals had broken records: Mu Chenshi, Su Yang, and Yi Kaiyu, a feat unprecedented in previous events. Soon, the girls' 1,500-meter race was set to commence, with Li Qingran and Zhao Yu both in the first group. Mu Chenshi, filled with concern, cautioned them to do their best, but not to push themselves too hard. Li Qingran, sticking out her tongue, reassured him, "Don't worry. I won't turn the 1,500 meters into a 400-meter sprint like you guys did." Playfully, she stuck her tongue out again. Zhao Yu interjected with a grin, "Don't worry. I'll run with her." With that, she took Li Qingran by the hand and led her away, while Mu Chenshi followed closely beside them. Standing by the edge of the track, Yi Kaiyu, seated and watching Mu Chenshi leave without a glance in his direction, felt unjustly aggrieved. He pointed an accusing finger at him, casting a pitiful glance at Nangongjin, who comforted him. You should behave yourself. Do you want another glucose drink? Yi Kaiyu shook his head and closed his eyes. Seeing Yi Kaiyu's state, Nangongjin couldn't help but lecture. I don't even want to say anything to you anymore. Can you even compare to him? He trains in the military every summer, while you just fool around and exhaust yourself. Look at him perfectly fine, and then look at you. Nangongjin continued to ramble on, while Yi Kaiyu, in silent agony, covered his eyes with his hand, feeling a bitter sense of misfortune. Little did Nangongjin know the turmoil brewing within him, as he grew increasingly animated, showing no signs of stopping. Zhao Yu brought Li Qingran to the starting line and anxiously instructed, you must stick to your lane for the first lap. Then switch to the innermost lane for the second lap. When the gun fires, don't rush. Maintain a position in the middle, neither first nor last. Li Qingran, bewildered. Why are there so many rules? It's so troublesome. Zhao Yu sighed. You better remember, dear lady, if I fail to take care of you, your scholarly Mu will surely devour me whole. She gestured towards Mu Chenshi, who was, indeed, standing at the edge of the track, watching her with concern. Li Qingran smiled at him before preparing herself. As the referee fired the starting gun, the competitors on the track surged forward with eagerness. Li Qingran recalled Zhao Yu's words, positioning herself in the middle and glancing up to see Zhao Yu running in third place. After one lap, she began to breathe heavily, and the group jostled for space on the innermost lane. Zhao Yu gradually slowed her pace to wait for Li Qingran, who, upon reaching her side, couldn't help but ask, how are you holding up? Li Qingran bit her lip and nodded in response. Chapter 115. Sports Day 27. They had barely run a short distance when suddenly a familiar figure appeared at the side of the track. To their surprise, it was Mu Chenshi. The two exchanged astonished glances. In the girls' 1,500-meter race, leading was permitted only after the first lap. Due to fatigue, few would take the lead, typically reserving that role for the final lap to help their classmates sprint. Yet, Mu Chenshi had come over now, having just completed his own 1,500 meters. Zhao Yu, you go ahead. I'll take care of her, Mu Chenshi instructed. Zhao Yu glanced at Li Qingran before nodding and accelerating ahead, hoping at least one of them would secure a place. Once Zhao Yu moved on, Li Qingran turned to Mu Chenshi, saying softly, you should rest. I can run by myself. You just finished a 1,500-meter race. Mu Chenshi observed her pale complexion and uneven breathing, his expression filled with concern. No talking. Conserve your strength. I'm fine, he replied in a low, soothing tone. Li Qingran, heeding his words, fell silent, biting her lip as she pressed on. With 500 meters remaining, she felt herself nearing her limit, her face ashen. The faster runners had already lapped her, yet a few others struggled behind her. Mu Chenshi glanced at her with deep concern, wanting to say something but recalling her words before the race about persevering to the very end. His eyes darkened as he encouraged her, just hold on, 500 meters. Li Qingran nodded, gritting her teeth to continue. As she approached the final 100 meters, cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and sharp pains gripped her abdomen. She leaned on her waist, still jogging slowly forward. Mu Chenshi, watching her, clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips turning pale from a strain. He gritted his teeth and matched her pace step for step. Li Qingran's vision began to blur as she fought to keep her eyes open, her mind a blank slate. 5 meters, 4 meters, 1 meter. Silently, she counted in her mind. Finally, she reached the finish line, but as she crossed it, she felt all her strength abandon her, nearly collapsing to the ground. In a flash, Mu Chenshi caught her, lifting her effortlessly and sprinting toward their class. Li Qingran lay dazed in his arms, muttering incoherently, I finished. Mu Chenshi looked down at her pallid face, irritation flickering within him as the veins in his forehead throbbed. He rushed back to the classroom, hastily opening a bottle of glucose to feed her. Yi Kaiyu, recovering some strength, gazed at the almost unconscious Li Qingran and forgot his grievances with Mu Chenshi, exclaiming, oh my, she is practically on the brink of collapse. Mu Chenshi shot him a glare, causing Yi Kaiyu to obediently fall silent. At that moment, Zhao Yu returned, supported by classmates, and upon seeing Li Qingran cradled in Mu Chenshi's arms, she asked with concern, how is Xiaoran? Is she all right? Mu Chenshi pressed his lips together, remaining silent, his gaze fixed intently on Li Qingran. After consuming a bottle of glucose, Li Qingran began to regain her composure, her eyes fluttering open to find Mu Chenshi's concerned face looming over her, prompting her to shyly close her eyes once more. Chapter 116. Sports Day 28. As Li Qingran closed her eyes in a moment of guilt, she fervently hoped Mu Chenshi had not realized she was awake. Just as she contemplated opening her eyes, Mu Chenshi's cool voice pierced the air beside her. Startled, she stiffened momentarily before slowly opening her eyes, feigning the appearance of someone just waking up. Mu Chenshi furrowed his brow as he observed Li Qingran slowly opening her eyes. Zhao Yu and Yi Kaiyu, sensing the chill radiating from him, tactfully withdrew, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Upon regaining consciousness, Li Qingran immediately spotted Zhao Yu standing nearby, her eyes pleading for help. Unfortunately, Zhao Yu merely shot her a sympathetic glance, conveying a message of self-preservation, before slipping away with Yi Kaiyu. Li Qingran silently cursed her poor choice in friends and turned her gaze towards Mu Chenshi with a servile expression. He maintained a stern demeanor, yet his hands instinctively acted with gentleness as he assisted her in rising. Surveying her classmates, most were engrossed in their own activities, yet their eyes subconsciously darted toward her and Mu Chenshi. Li Qingran promptly dismissed her anxiety and nudged Mu Chenshi, signaling him to place her on a nearby chair. Everyone was watching. "Please, put me in the chair," she whispered. Mu Chenshi remained silent, gently seating her beside him. Noticing his darkened countenance, Li Qingran cautiously tugged at his sleeve. Mu Chenshi, feigning indifference, withdrew his phone and began to occupy himself, deliberately ignoring her. Li Qingran stuck out her tongue, realizing her oversight in not considering the toll her earlier exertion had taken. She had truly fainted, and her strength had yet to fully return. Half an hour later, the results of the 1,500 meters race were announced. Mu Chenshi secured first place, breaking the school record. Yi Kaiyu followed closely, achieving third place and also shattering the previous record. Their remarkable performances caught the attention of the school's physical education teachers, who would persistently attempt to recruit them for the school's sports team. Zhao Yu claimed third place in the girls' 1,500 meters, while Li Qingran earned seventh place, having persevered when several other girls could not. When she received her prize, a 2-yuan notebook, she beamed with delight, her gaze towards Mu Chenshi now brimming with a touch of vindication. After all, she had achieved a ranking. The morning competitions concluded swiftly, yet Mu Chenshi still refrained from speaking to Li Qingran, heading directly towards the school gate. She instinctively trailed behind him, her first time so eagerly following him home. After a brief silence, Mu Chenshi glanced back at the fatigued Li Qingran, noting her pale complexion and the lack of color in her normally vibrant lips. His heart softened, and he unconsciously slowed his pace, waiting for her to catch up. Li Qingran, observing his sudden deceleration, felt a flicker of confusion, assuming he had something to say, and quickly suppressed the soreness in her legs to keep up with him. As Chapter 120 unfolded, Chen Xiao Mo hastily sent a message before stowing her phone away. Although she had grown close to her friends, she still wished to retain a semblance of privacy regarding her family situation. Li Qingran sensed Chen Xiao Mo's evasive demeanor, but chose not to dwell on it. Curiously, she opened a game on her phone. 2 hours later, the competition concluded, and Zhao Yu and Yi Kaiyu returned together. They were greeted by the sight of their 3 friends engrossed in their phones, all playing Honor of Kings. Yi Kaiyu exclaimed, "Hey, you didn't even call me for ranked matches. What gives?" He quickly pulled out his phone and joined them. Zhao Yu, astonished, turned to Li Qingran. "Wait, didn't you say you would never play games? What's going on here?" Without looking up, Li Qingran replied, "This game is actually quite fun." With that, she immersed herself back into the game. Zhao Yu shook her head and settled beside her. After half an hour, the sports day finally came to a close. The homeroom teacher, Zhao Hong, entered the classroom with a broad smile. Reluctantly, Li Qingran put away her phone. "All right, everyone line up. After the principal's speech, we'll be dismissed," Zhao Hong announced cheerfully. The students quickly lined up, excitement bubbling in the air. An hour later, the leaders finished speaking, and Class 1 surprisingly secured fourth place, earning several awards. Zhao Hong's grin widened, knowing his academically focused class had triumphed, allowing him to boast in front of his peers for some time. As the students returned to their classroom, Zhao Hong called for silence. "Everyone performed excellently today, so I want to assign homework for the upcoming National Day holiday. Enjoy your break." His words were met with a chorus of cheers. After finishing his announcements, Zhao Hong exited the classroom, prompting the students to eagerly pack their bags and prepare to leave. "What are your plans for the holiday?" Mu Chenshi inquired while packing his bag. "I'm heading back to City to visit my grandparents," Li Qingran replied thoughtfully. "Oh," Mu Chenshi mused, packing away his belongings before they departed the classroom together. He accompanied Li Qingran to her building. As she waved goodbye and turned to ascend the stairs, Mu Chenshi suddenly grasped her arm. "When are you returning to City?" he asked. "I'm not sure. Probably the day after tomorrow." Li Qingran responded after a moment's contemplation. Then I'll also return the day after tomorrow," Mu Chenshi said in a low tone. "Huh?" Li Qingran was puzzled. Mu Chenshi caressed her slightly chubby cheek affectionately, saying, we can go back together and visit our old kindergarten." Li Qingran hesitated, "But I might be going back with my mom, and my brother might come too." "Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Just let me know when you buy your ticket tomorrow," he assured her. Alright," Li Qingran replied, choosing not to press further. With a dreamy expression, Mu Chenshi couldn't resist pulling her into an embrace, kissing her tenderly. In Chapter 121, on the morning of the 2nd, Li Qingran and her mother headed to the train station, preparing to return to City. Throughout the journey, Li Qingran felt anxious, constantly glancing around. "Why are you so jumpy? What are you looking for?" her mother queried, puzzled. Nothing," Li Qingran gulped, contemplating whether Mu Chenshi would truly show up. She had sent him her schedule and seat number the previous day, but he had not replied. After passing through security and boarding the train, Li Qingran scanned the area, hoping to spot Mu Chenshi. It seemed he hadn't purchased a ticket, which left her feeling vaguely disappointed, though she maintained an air of nonchalance. Just as her thoughts wandered, someone sat down across from her. To her astonishment, Mu Chenshi appeared, a simple backpack slung over his shoulder as he settled into the seat opposite her. Upon noticing her, he raised an eyebrow playfully. Li Qingran instinctively glanced at her mother, relieved to find her absorbed in her phone, and shot Mu Chenshi a warning glare, signaling him to behave. With a slight smirk, Mu Chenshi remained silent. Li Qingran immediately lowered her head and took out her phone, sending a QQ message to Mu Chenshi. "Don't play any tricks. My mom is right beside me." Mu Chenshi replied, "Does this count as meeting the future mother-in-law?" Li Qingran. Mu Chenshi continued, "Just kidding. Why didn't your brother come today? I still want to have a serious chat with him." Li Qingran explained that. "He said he has plans with his classmates for the National Day holiday and will come back during the winter break." Mu Chenshi responded with a simple "oh." Li Qingran insisted, "In any case, behave yourself and refrain from any antics." Mu Chenshi teased, "We'll see how I feel." Li Qingran retorted firmly, "You must." After sending the message, she tucked her phone away and shot Mu Chenshi a warning glance. He pressed his lips together, gazing at her with deep eyes. Xiaoren, just now a colleague of mine, shared a video on Moments. Her son saw his sister wearing a dress and started crying, insisting he wanted to wear one too. In the end, he put it on and refused to take it off. Li's mother chuckled. "Perhaps he was born with the wrong gender," she added. Li Qingran responded, "I've grown accustomed to my mother's low sense of humor." "Haha, you were just like that when you were little." Li's mother suddenly interjected. "What?" Li Qingran asked, feeling a bit anxious. Even Mu Chenshi, who had been playing with his phone, looked up, eager to hear what Li's mother would say next. "When you were about a year old, you discovered your brother was standing to use the toilet. From then on, you insisted on doing the same, refusing to squat even when you needed to. Your dad was so worried. Eventually, he forced your brother to squat in front of you, and after a long time of coaxing, you agreed to squat again." Li's mother recounted with great enthusiasm. Li Qingran's body stiffened, and she hurriedly attempted to cover her mother's mouth to stop her from continuing. A glance at Mu Chenshi revealed he was looking at her with amusement. Chapter 122. The National Day Holiday. 2. Li's mother pushed her hand away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? I haven't finished yet." She continued with laughter, "No matter how I coaxed you, you refused to squat, even holding it in instead. Your dad was really worried. Later, he forced your brother to squat in front of you, and, after much coaxing, you finally agreed to squat again." Li's mother was laughing uncontrollably, while Li Qingran wished to disappear into the ground. Mu Chenshi was right there. After getting enough laughter, Li's mother insisted, "This is too funny. I have to post this on Moments." Li Qingran. This was truly her mother, a professional in embarrassing her daughter for 100 years. While she silently complained to herself, Mu Chenshi suddenly left his seat to head to the restroom. He could hardly contain his laughter, but he couldn't let it show, fearing it would leave a bad impression on his future mother-in-law. He hadn't expected his Xiaoran to have such a unique childhood hobby. The more he thought about it, the funnier it became, and soon he was laughing to the point of tears, completely unlike his usual calm demeanor. After regaining his composure, Mu Chenshi didn't return immediately. Instead, he pulled out his phone to send another message to Li Qingran. Li Qingran was arguing with her mother over the moment's post. If it went up, she would truly have no face to meet anyone again. However, her mother was insistent and argued that it was better to share joy than to keep it to oneself. Li Qingran felt exhausted and was determined not to let her mother succeed this time. Just then, Li Qingran's phone screen lit up with a message from Mu Chenshi. Seeing it made her abandon the argument with her mother, and she quickly picked up her phone. Mu Chenshi, I didn't expect your childhood hobby to be so unique. Should I also lock the door when I go to the restroom in the future? Li Qingran. What's wrong with you? Who wants to see you in the restroom? She knew he wouldn't pass up the chance to tease her. After receiving her reply, Mu Chenshi chuckled and sent another message. Isn't this just a precaution? I'm afraid you'll want to stand up if you see me doing it. Li Qingran was furious upon reading it. Choosing not to respond, she turned around to see that her mother had already posted her childhood stories on Moments, garnering numerous likes and comments, which made her even more frustrated. Mu Chenshi waited a while, noticing that Li Qingran had not replied. He could already imagine her furious expression, and a smile crept onto his face as he returned to his seat. Chapter 123. The National Day Holiday 3. As soon as Mu Chenshi sat down, he saw Li Qingran looking at him with an expression of displeasure. He simply smirked at her without saying a word. For hours later, the train finally arrived at the station. As Li Qingran and her mother prepared to exit, Mu Chenshi suddenly walked over and took her hand. Li Qingran froze in shock and quickly pulled away, glaring at him. Mu Chenshi, feeling wronged, rubbed his nose. He was used to holding her hand when they were together, and this invisible barrier felt quite frustrating. Li Qingran and her mother exited the station and got into a taxi, while Mu Chenshi watched her retreating figure and sent her a message. Call me when you get home. Let's visit the kindergarten tomorrow. Hearing the notification, Li Qingran did not respond, still a bit shaken. He had been quite bold, grabbing her hand without a care for who might see. While Li Qingran was lost in her thoughts, her mother suddenly asked, Do you know that boy who sat across from us on the train? Li Qingran's heart skipped a beat, and she pretended not to understand. Huh? Which boy? I don't know him. To her surprise, her mother shook her head and sighed. Today's young men are really good looking. I don't have high standards. As long as you bring home a boyfriend like that, I'll completely approve. Li Qingran. She almost forgot that her mother was a beauty enthusiast, which made her anxious, thinking her mother might have noticed something. She sighed silently and couldn't help but text Mu Chenshi. My mom just praised you for being handsome. Mu Chenshi had just gotten into a taxi as well. Upon seeing Li Qingran's message, a smile spread across his lips as he quickly replied. That means my future mother-in-law has great taste. My looks have finally made some impact. I suppose I don't need to worry about meeting her anymore. Li Qingran felt speechless upon reading Mu Chenshi's reply. She shouldn't have told him, as he clearly relished this opportunity for self-praise. Li Qingran, Afa. Mu Chenshi, does this mean you're happy for me? Xiaoran? Li Qingran. Suddenly, she didn't want to engage with him anymore. How could someone be so self-absorbed? Mu Chenshi, sensing the mood, decided to stop there. Remember to call me tonight. If you don't, I'll call you directly. He could have called her directly, but Li Qingran had insisted he shouldn't for fear that her parents would overhear, which irked him. He was left wondering when he could be open about their relationship, as every interaction felt like a clandestine affair. Li Qingran had just resolved not to converse with Mu Chenshi any longer. Yet upon seeing his message, she couldn't help but glance at it. After reading the message, she felt annoyed again. He was always threatening her. However, she obediently replied, I understand. Upon receiving Li Qingran's response, Mu Chen's mood finally shifted from gloomy to slightly brighter, and he contentedly put away his phone. As soon as Li Qingran and her mother returned home, her grandfather greeted them warmly, joyfully exclaiming, Oh, my dear granddaughter has finally come back to see me. Li Qingran cheerfully called out, Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. At that moment, Grandma Li emerged from the kitchen, holding a large platter filled with grapes. Little Ran, know you were coming back? I specially bought these grapes for you yesterday. Hurry and wash your hands to enjoy them, she said with a smile. Li Qingran beamed as she replied, while her mother interjected, Mom and Dad, you shouldn't spoil her so much. She's already grown up. Grandpa Li, with a stern expression, retorted, What's wrong with spoiling her? She's my only granddaughter. Who else should I pamper? Li Li Qingran grinned widely and declared, Grandpa and Grandma are the best. With that, she hurried to the bathroom to wash her hands, eager to indulge in her favorite fruit, grapes, which her grandparents always bought for her whenever she returned home. Li's mother shook her head, exasperated, and remarked, What a fickle child. Every time she is home, she claims I'm the best when I cook for her, but now she changes her tune. Hearing this, both Grandpa and Grandma Li burst into hearty laughter, as their little Ran had always been sweet-tongued, a true joy in their household. After washing her hands, Li Qingran couldn't wait to grab the platter and start eating, while her grandparents looked at her with affectionate smiles. After dinner that evening, Li Qingran pondered for a moment before asking, Do we have any plans for tomorrow? Li's mother thought for a moment and replied, Not really. Why? I plan to visit the kindergarten with a classmate, Li Qingran said, feeling a bit guilty. Mu Chan was indeed her classmate from kindergarten. Oh, will you be back for lunch? If not, remember to call me, her mother said nonchalantly. Okay, Li Qingran quickly agreed, feeling relieved. She then returned to chatting with her grandparents. Once in her room, Li Qingran promptly called Mu Chan to finalize their meeting time and place for the next day. As she drifted off to sleep, a smile lingered on her lips, excited at the prospect of returning to her kindergarten. She wondered if the teachers still remembered her and Mu Chan, as it had been nearly 10 years since they had left. The following morning, Li Qingran woke up early, yawning as she prepared to freshen up. Her mother was surprised to see her up so early. Why are you up so early today? Li Qingran, looking a bit sluggish, replied, I have a meeting with a classmate. Grandma Li, looking concerned, asked, Why not schedule it for a bit later? It's only 7:30. You never woke up this early during the holidays. Can't you sleep a little longer? Grandma Li continued to fuss, but Grandpa Li interjected, Early to bed and early to rise is good for health. Why fret so much? He then kindly urged Li Qingran, All right, little Ran, go wash up and come for breakfast. Li Qingran rubbed her eyes and said, I won't be having breakfast at home. I've arranged to eat out with my classmate. Hearing this, Grandpa Li frowned slightly. He believed that breakfast outside could never match the nutrition and cleanliness of home-cooked meals. But I don't want to, she thought. She was perplexed by Mu Chen's insistence on dining out for breakfast every time they went out, and he always set a time, making her wake up early. Li Qingran shook her head and playfully pleaded with Grandpa, I've already made plans with my classmate. Can't I just eat at home tomorrow morning? Grandpa Li, unable to resist her charm, relented, though still slightly displeased. Once the atmosphere settled, Li Qingran quickly slipped into the bathroom to wash up. It was no easy task to go out with Mu Chan. By 7:50, Li Qingran was ready and stepped outside, her hair in a simple ponytail, dressed in a basic lettered tee and jeans. This tee was one she had bought with Mu Chan during one of their outings. He had insisted on both getting matching ones, playfully threatening her over the phone the night before to wear it today. As she approached the supermarket, she spotted Mu Chan waiting for her, also clad in a lettered tee. Even in the simplest of clothing, he exuded a unique charm, making her feel as though his looked better than hers. Li Qingran crept up behind him, planning to surprise him. But Mu Chan had already noticed her the moment she emerged from the corner, choosing to feign ignorance. As she prepared to tap his shoulder, he unexpectedly turned around and playfully flicked her forehead. Li Qingran pouted in annoyance, rubbing her forehead. You always catch me. It's so unfair. Mu Chen chuckled lightly, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. How many times has this been now? When will you ever tire of this? Li Qingran ufa. I want to give up until I succeed at least once. Mu Chan teased, Should I help you out? Or else, with your intelligence, you'll never succeed. Li Qingran felt a sudden urge to hit him. The two playfully bickered as they made their way to the kindergarten, but upon arriving, they were met with the closed gates, realizing that it was still a holiday for the kindergarten as well. They exchanged silent glances, neither knowing what to say, before wandering around the perimeter. Outside the iron fence, Mu Chan pointed to a slide in the playground. That looks like the one you loved playing on as a child. I can't believe it's still standing after all these years. He turned to Li Qingran, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. Lost in thought, Li Qingran stared at the slide, recalling how she had wanted to play on it as a child, only to be shunned by other kids. Yet, whenever Mu Chan stood nearby, the others would leave her alone, allowing her to play freely while he watched over her quietly. What's wrong? Are you lost in thought again? Mu Chen's cool voice broke her reverie. Oh, I was just reminiscing about childhood memories, Li Qingran replied, flashing him a silly smile. Quickly, she lowered her gaze to hide the moisture forming in her eyes, grateful for his presence in her life. Mu Chan sensed her unusual silence, but chose not to comment, gently enveloping her in his arms, understanding that she might be recalling some unhappy moments from her past. Those children at the kindergarten had indeed been quite cruel, but he vowed never to let anyone bully her again. Li Qingran buried her face in Mu Chen's shoulder, reflecting on why she should dwell on unpleasant memories. It was enough that Mu Chan was by her side now. After a few minutes, she lifted her head and smiled at him, to which Mu Chan responded with a soft kiss on her lips. They left the kindergarten without mentioning the previous moments. Aimlessly, they strolled along the street, and Li Qingran, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "Where are we headed now?" Mu Chan pondered briefly before replying in a low voice, "Let us go see my elementary and middle school." "Can we still go in during the holidays?" Li Qingran asked skeptically. "Yes, there are security guards," Mu Chan assured her. "Then let us go take a look." Li Qingran expressed her delight, expressing a keen desire to glimpse the days when she was not by his side, pondering the nature of his living environment. Thus, they strolled to Engshi Primary School. As Li Qingran gazed upon the unfamiliar structure, her heart brimmed with emotions, recognizing this as the place where Mu Chenshi had spent 6 formative years. After a brief exchange with the security guard, the two entered the school together. Li Qingran surveyed her surroundings and cheerfully remarked, "Your school has a splendid environment." Mu Chenshi nodded slightly, responding with a matter-of-fact, "Indeed. Allow me to show you my former classroom." He then led her to the entrance of Class 1, his voice cool as he stated, "This was my elementary class." Li Qingran glanced at the classroom door, where a golden plaque read Class 1. Peering through the window, she observed rows of desks and chairs arranged in an orderly fashion, adorned with several certificates. Through this window, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a young boy, sitting solemnly in a corner, isolated from his peers, completely withdrawn. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she turned to Mu Chenshi and inquired, "What was it like when you first arrived? Were you inundated with attention from the girls? After all, you were quite the little heartthrob." Mu Chenshi shook his head, his demeanor serious as he replied, "Not really. I prefer not to engage with them and seldom spoke to anyone. However, there was one exception, Yi Kaiyu, who persistently clung to me, and eventually I found myself playing with him every day. It was indeed not remarkable, for she was not by his side." Naturally, he refrained from expressing this thought aloud. Hearing his words, Li Qingran could not help but chuckle, envisioning the scene and imagining his impatience at that time. The two meandered through the school, with Li Qingran observing intently, as if wishing to engrave every detail in her memory. Subsequently, they ventured to Mu Chenshi's middle school, Engshi No. 1 Middle School. Li Qingran, awestruck by the significantly larger campus, exclaimed, "Your middle school is enormous. It's even bigger than ours." "Yes, this is the largest middle school in Engshi, renowned for its high teaching quality, attracting many students from other cities," Mu Chenshi remarked, nostalgia lacing his voice. Here, he had spent 3 years alongside Yi Kaiyu and Nangong Jin, their companionship nearly inseparable. Upon noticing a display case, Li Qingran rushed over. Moments later, she exclaimed, "Here's your photo." Mu Chenshi joined her, gazing at the image captured during a debate competition in his second year, when he had apparently secured first place. It was surprising to see that the photograph remained. In the picture, he stood in a simple black suit, poised as if delivering a speech, yet his expression remained impassive. He appeared slightly more youthful then, but even through the photograph, one could sense the cool aura that enveloped him. They continued to explore the exhibit, and, suddenly, Li Qingran spotted another photo of Mu Chenshi, this time depicting him as a scholarship recipient, flanked by Yi Kaiyu, grinning foolishly on his left, and Nangong Jin, who wore a gentle smile on his right. Yet, among them, he alone bore a serious countenance. Li Qingran couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you never smile? You always look so stern. Look at how cheerful everyone else is." Mu Chenshi frowned slightly. "What is there to laugh about? It looks foolish." Li Qingran. After wandering casually, they exited the school. Before leaving, Li Qingran insisted on taking a photograph of Mu Chenshi at the school gate. Although he was reluctant, he complied obediently. Once they reached the road, Li Qingran glanced at her phone, realizing it was already past 11. She beamed at Mu Chenshi, asking, "Where shall we have lunch? You should know this area well." Mu Chenshi pondered briefly before shaking his head. "I'm not familiar. I usually eat at home." Li Qingran. Realizing her oversight, she acknowledged that Mu Chenshi was unlikely to enjoy wandering around snack shops like a typical girl. They ultimately settled on a Korean restaurant. After handing the menu to Mu Chenshi, Li Qingran called her mother to inform her of lunch plans with a classmate. Her mother offered a few reminders before ending the call. Mu Chenshi had just finished ordering when he looked at her with a smirk. Classmate? Li Qingran shot him a glare. What else would I say? Mu Chenshi feigned disappointment. Oh, so it's just a classmate. Li Qingran rolled her eyes at him, choosing to ignore his antics. Shortly after, the dishes arrived, and Li Qingran, disregarding her image, dug in eagerly. Mu Chenshi calmly ate beside her, seemingly accustomed to her behavior. This stir-fried rice cake isn't as delectable as the one from the capital, Li Qingran remarked while eating. Yes, we'll visit that restaurant again when we're back in the capital, Mu Chenshi replied readily. Li Qingran's eyes sparkled with delight at his words. After finishing their meal, she contentedly patted her round belly, prompting Mu Chenshi to tease, "It seems you can't live without me." What do you mean? Li Qingran asked, puzzled. With your appetite, I doubt many could afford to keep up. Mu Chenshi chuckled. Only I can manage. Feigning anger, Li Qingran retorted, "Are you criticizing my eating habits?" She pretended to hit him. Mu Chenshi dodged with a grin, remaining silent. Li Qingran provocatively declared, "Who can't afford me? I'll just find someone wealthier than you." What did you say? Mu Chenshi's voice deepened, his demeanor shifting. In nothing, Li Qingran stammered, sensing his displeasure. Quickly conceding, she added, "If you dare to find someone else, I'll deal with that person first, and then break your legs to keep you by my side." Mu Chenshi replied nastily, Li Yingran. She was merely joking. You must never say such things again. No matter how much you eat, I won't mind, nor will I be unable to support you. Mu Chenshi, with a touch of pride, affirmed, understood. Li Qingran feigned indifference, yet inwardly, she felt elated. He truly cared for her. Hand in hand, they wandered along the roadside shops until Li Qingran grew a bit weary. Where shall we go next? She inquired, yearning to return home to play games. Eager to level up. Mu Chenshi noticed her restlessness and pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us go to my house." Your house? Is anyone there? Li Qingran asked. No, it's just me. Everyone else is in the capital, Mu Chenshi replied nonchalantly. Then why did you come to Angshi? Li Qingran bundarat parplaksha. Mu Chenshi glanced at her, and, as if it were obvious, said, "To accompany you. What else would I be here for? I simply don't want to be apart from you." Li Qingran. Did he think she was a child in need of companionship? Yet, his words stirred something within her. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "Who needs your company? I'm perfectly fine on my own." Mu Chenshi, moved by her shy demeanor, leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on her rosy lips, affectionately stating, "Yes, it was I who insisted on coming." Li Qingran playfully swatted him, then followed him home. Mu Chenshi led her to a villa, preparing to unlock the door. Li Qingran stood before it, astonished, her mouth agape. "This is your home?" Mu Chenshi looked at her quizzically. "Yes." "What's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingran immediately adopted a flattering demeanor, eager to curry favor. Mu Chenshi paused for a moment, then gently smiled and affectionately patted her head, saying, "Stop fooling around. Come inside." Li Qingran, not actually fooling around, remarked, "Your family is incredibly wealthy. This is the city center. After all, land here is worth its weight in gold, and the property prices are no less than those in the capital. How could they possibly own such a large villa here if they weren't rich?" Mu Chenshi, observing her greedy expression, refrained from disclosing that his family possessed several similar properties, which he deemed unremarkable. However, he knew that these homes were purchased by her parents, and he intended to ensure that she would reside in even grander ones through his own endeavors. Suddenly, Mu Chenshi gazed at Li Qingran with a determined intensity, startling her. She quickly responded with a playful smile. "What's wrong? Are you intimidated by my greedy expression?" Mu Chenshi thought to himself that no matter her demeanor, he found her endearing, even her avaricious side. "No, just hurry inside," he replied in a low voice. "Oh," Li Qingran said, somewhat dazed, and then followed Mu Chenshi into the villa. He retrieved a pair of new women's slippers from the shoe cabinet for her to change into. "Why does your family always have new women's slippers?" Li Qingran inquired, puzzled. Mu Chenshi remained silent. He certainly wouldn't tell her that he bought them himself. Li Qingran quietly changed her shoes and trailed behind Mu Chenshi, admiring the elegantly designed living room, which showcased a dignified European style, lavish yet not ostentatious, indicative of a refined taste in the lady of the house. Did your mother design this house? She asked. Yes, Mu Chenshi casually replied, pouring her a glass of orange juice. After taking a couple of sips, Li Qingran continued, Your mother has exquisite taste. Mu Chenshi found it hard to understand. He did not think his mother's taste was particularly good. He found the decor overly extravagant. Yet if Li Qingran liked it, that was what mattered. Perhaps their aesthetics simply differed. He silently concluded that in the future, matters of decoration should be entrusted to her. Mu Chenshi absently responded with a simple Li Qingran noticed his dismissiveness, her lips twitching, and chose not to pursue the topic further. Would you like to see my room? Mu Chenshi asked nonchalantly. Li Qingran felt a bit shy, but then realized that his room was likely where he had lived all along. Curiosity ultimately triumphed over modesty, and she quietly agreed. Mu Chenshi's lips curled slightly as he took her hand and led her upstairs. Upon reaching the doorway of his room, he opened the door directly. Li Qingran peered inside. The room was a monochrome palette, strikingly simple, contrasting sharply with the rest of the villa, clearly designed by another hand. The entire space exuded an air of restraint, perfectly matching Mu Chenshi's somewhat reserved temperament. You designed this room yourself, didn't you? Li Qingran asked knowingly. Mu Chenshi replied succinctly, believing his room was the only normal space in the house. I knew it, Li Qingran said, stepping into the room, which was spacious, impeccably organized, and pristine. How is it so clean here when you all usually stay in Angshi? Li Qingran Kariya. Someone comes to clean? Mu Chenshi answered casually. Li Qingran was taken aback. No one lives here, yet it's clean daily? The world of the wealthy is beyond my comprehension. Understanding her thoughts, Mu Chenshi refrained from informing her that all his family's other properties, even when unoccupied, were consistently maintained. For now, it seemed better to keep that to himself. Li Qingran silently lamented the stark wealth disparity and social inequality. Little did she know that in a few years, she would herself become part of the bourgeoisie, indulging in even greater extravagance. Lost in her thoughts, she observed Mu Chenshi approach the bookshelf, carefully retrieving a box that appeared to hold great sentimental value. Ran, come here. He gently beckoned. Upon hearing her name, Li Qingran snapped back to reality and hurried over. Mu Chenshi slowly opened the box, revealing a collection of assorted items. Some quite aged, but meticulously arranged, small toys and origami. As she examined them, a wave of familiarity washed over her. Upon closer inspection, she recognized these as the gift she had given him during their kindergarten days, preserved all these years. These are the things you used to give me, Mu Chenshi said tenderly, his gaze fixed on the trinkets. Why do you keep them? They're just little things, Li Qingran said, feeling a little bashful. Mu Chenshi, without responding, carefully placed the box back in the cabinet. Naturally, he cherished the items she had given him. Whenever he missed her, he would take them out for comfort. Would you like to take a nap? Mu Chenshi asked, his tone casual. No. I can't sleep, Li Qingran stammered, flustered at the thought of napping in his room. How about we play some games? I can help you level up, Mu Chenshi suggested after a moment's thought. Sure, Li Qingran exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Having played for only a few days, her skills were still quite lacking. According to Zhao Yu, she was a burden. Initially, Zhao Yu had been willing to play with her, but eventually grew tired of her ineptitude. To make matters worse, she had even been banned the day before for being too poor in skill and constantly feeding the enemy, which her teammates reported. Li Qingran found it absurd. Everyone has to start somewhere. However, after watching Mu Chenshi play, she felt confident that he wouldn't mind her shortcomings. Eagerly, she pulled out her phone and logged into the game, selecting her relatively easy-to-use character, Xiao Qiao, and invited Mu Chenshi to join her in the arena. Upon seeing that Mu Chenshi had chosen the top-tier hero, Li Bai, she gazed at him starry-eyed. You just focus on jungling, Mu Chenshi instructed her. Li Qingran Nudda. She was capable of that. However, a minute later, she cried out, their Lu Ban stole my blue buff and killed me. Mu Chenshi sighed and swiftly eliminated Lu Ban with a single ultimate. 2 minutes later, Lu Ban had killed her again, claiming her life 3 times. You need to kill him 3 times to avenge me, she complained. Millimetrov, Mu Chenshi replied nonchalantly. 3 minutes later, Lu Ban dared not show his face again, bewildered at how he kept being taken down. Mu Chenshi observed Li Qingran's dismal performance and quietly remarked, stick close to me, and I'll gift you kills. Li Qingran beamed and agreed, maintaining her composure as she followed closely behind him. Each time he left the enemy with minimal health. She would leap in at the opportune moment to secure the kill with her ultimate. The other players were left in shock, exclaiming, "Wow, is there such a strategy?" They too longed for a master to help them secure kills. Ultimately, the opponents ceased to challenge them, redirecting their firepower toward the other three teammates, who were left in a desperate struggle. Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran focused solely on pushing the tower, while the other three distracted the enemy. The opposing team could only watch helplessly as their towers were toppled one by one, unable to do anything about it. 5 minutes later, Li Qingran and her team finally shattered the crystal. Having won this round, Li Qingran stared at her score with excitement for quite some time, though it was not the highest. In Chapter 133, during the short holiday, Mu Chenshi approached Li Qingran with a smile, eagerly taking her hand. His voice was low as he asked, "Are you angry?" Li Qingran turned her head away, ignoring him. Mu Chenshi chuckled softly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "What a pity. I want to tell you that I found a supermarket yesterday that sells creamy milk candy with a yogurt flavor. Since you're upset now, I suppose it will have to wait. You probably don't feel like eating." Li Qingran thought to herself, "What do you mean I don't feel like eating? I'm always tempted by delicious treats." After some internal struggle, she eventually relented and asked, "Where is the supermarket?" Mu Chenshi laughed softly, knowing she wouldn't last a minute without giving in. With a doting gaze, he said, "I'll take you there." He then playfully pinched her soft cheek. Li Qingran promptly swatted his hand away, her demeanor haughty as she retorted, "Stop being so touchy." 10 minutes later, they arrived at the supermarket Mu Chenshi mentioned. Li Qingran dashed inside, with Mu Chenshi following closely behind, pushing a large shopping cart for her. Upon entering, her eyes sparkled at the sight of countless snacks, and she began searching for her favorites. "Wow, they have this old-fashioned mung bean cake. I've been searching for it everywhere," she exclaimed, grabbing 3 boxes and tossing them into the cart. "These blueberry dried fruits are delicious, and this spicy chicken feet snack is great too." Li Qingran chataratin sasanli. Mu Chenshi remained silent, frowning at her enthusiasm, realizing that bringing her to the supermarket was a regrettable decision, especially with the amount of junk food she was buying. He thought he should have just bought her treats yesterday. Then she wouldn't be indulging in all this now. If only he'd been so petty and instead enjoyed the time spent with her at the supermarket. He now understood the meaning of shooting oneself in the foot. Watching Li Qingran joyfully navigate through the aisles, he decided to let her have her fun this time. Suddenly, she yelled excitedly, "Mu Chenshi!" He pushed the card over to her. "This must be what you saw yesterday. The yogurt-flavored milk candy." Mu Chenshi nodded. Li Qingran, filled with satisfaction, placed it in the cart while sneakily observing his expression. Upon adding the third package, she noticed his brows furrowed slightly and quickly realized to stop. "Well, now that I know where it is, I can come back alone next time." Mu Chenshi glanced at her but remained silent, pushing the cart toward the checkout. Li Qingran followed, sticking out her tongue playfully. At the register, she pulled out her wallet to pay, but Mu Chenshi swiped his card. Looking at the receipt, she saw he had spent over 200. Heart aching, she pulled out 2 bills and handed them to him. Mu Chenshi looked at her in confusion, then understood and frowned, his expression darkening. Alarmed, Li Qingran retracted the money, thinking it best to find another opportunity to repay him later. In Chapter 134, after settling the bill, they exited the supermarket. Li Qingran frowned at the large bag of snacks in Mu Chenshi's hands, regretting not bringing a bigger bag today. The small one she carried couldn't hold anything. Looking at the large bag of snacks, she knew she couldn't waltz home with it, or her mother would surely scold her. Mu Chenshi, noting her distress, suggested, "Why don't I take it back to my place? You can come by tomorrow." "That sounds good," Li Qingran replied, eyeing him warily as she warned, "You better take care of it. I'll bring a bigger bag tomorrow." Mu Chenshi thought, "Do you think I would eat them?" And so, with a reluctant glance from Li Qingran, he headed home with a large bag of snacks. After arriving home, he sighed at the sight of the snacks and thought, "I really can't spoil her like this. Eating too much junk food is unhealthy." Yet, his hands busily organized the snacks in neat categories. Meanwhile, when Li Qingran returned home, her mother was preparing to go out. "Where are you going?" Li Qingran asked in confusion. "To your uncle's house for dinner. I was just about to call you. You ran off for the day," her mother replied, somewhat displeased. Grandmother Li chimed in, "Isn't showering back? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? There's fruit and yogurt in the fridge," Grandfather Li added. "No need," Li Qingran quickly said, wrapping her arms around her grandmother's. Aren't we going to your uncle's? Let us go. Later that evening, after dinner, Li Qingran glanced at her mother and nervously said, Mom, I'm going out with some classmates tomorrow. More outings? Don't you have enough going on? Her mother replied, dissatisfied. It's with a different classmate. We've already made plans, Li Qingran explained, feeling a bit guilty as she sought to secure her snacks. Her mother opened her mouth to speak, but grandmotherly interjected, let her go. It's good to stay connected with friends. Just be back early, grandfatherly added. All right. Her mother conceded, realizing it was better to hold her tongue. Li Qingran cheerfully promised, I'll be back early. The next morning, after finishing breakfast at home, Li Qingran went to find Mu Chenshi. Upon seeing his dark expression, she realized she was over 20 minutes late. Approaching him sheepishly, Mu Chenshi asked in a serious tone, Why are you so late today? I had breakfast with my grandparents, she mumbled. Looking down, I almost couldn't make it. After a brief silence, Mu Chenshi frowned and said, Then let us have another meal together. He took her to an old-fashioned wonton shop, and seeing her devour the food, he teased, You really ate breakfast at home? Li Qingran stiffened, then rolled her eyes at him before continuing to eat. Mu Chenshi chuckled softly, and his earlier displeasure faded as they enjoyed their meal. After eating, they returned to Mu Chenshi's house. In chapter 135, upon entering, Li Qingran eagerly asked, Where are my snacks? Mu Chenshi, realizing he was not as important as the snacks. He pointed casually, and Li Qingran rushed to the neatly organized snacks, beaming as she approached him. I brought a big bag today to carry them back. Can you help me with the rest when I come tomorrow? Next time, try not to indulge in so many junk foods. It's not good for your health, he cautioned with a slight frown. Li Qingran nodded obediently, but playfully asked, Can I? Mu Chenshi found it hard to resist her charm, his mood lightening, but he feigned seriousness. And how will you repay me? Suddenly, she caught sight of Mu Chenshi's mischievous smile. With a determined bite, she planted a swift kiss on his cheek. Satisfied, Mu Chenshi affectionately ruffled her hair, his face radiating joy as he promised to bring her back to the capital. Li Qingran continued to beam foolishly, suggesting they play a couple more rounds of Honor of Kings, as she intended to return home early that day. Mu Chenshi nodded, leading her into a gaming session. As noon approached, Li Qingran glanced at her phone and announced, I must leave now. I need to return home for lunch. Mu Chenshi frowned slightly, visibly displeased. Immediately, Li Qingran clung to his arm, playfully pouting, I promised my grandparents last night that I would return early to have lunch with them. Afterward, she leaned in and kissed his thin lips. Mu Chenshi's frown slowly relaxed, and he begrudgingly replied, All right. Li Qingran beamed again, planting another kiss on him before preparing to pack her snacks. Moments later, she emerged with a bulging bag, straining a bit under its weight. Standing with her hands on her hips, Mu Chenshi observed her and said in a low voice, Aren't you worried that carrying so much will attract attention? Li Qingran paused, realizing, oh no, I completely forgot about that. If I go home with a stuffed bag, they'll definitely ask questions and my mom might notice. The thought of being discovered made her frown. Amused, Mu Chenshi watched her, indulgently suggesting, Why not carry a little less? I can help you take the rest back to the capital. Li Qingran suddenly felt embarrassed and asked, Would that be troublesome for you? It might be inconvenient for you alone. Feeling touched by her concern, Mu Chenshi was about to express his gratitude when she muttered, What if I leave too many snacks on the train? Mu Chenshi. It seemed that in her eyes, he was worth less than a bag of snacks. He suppressed his dissatisfaction, replying coldly, I won't let your snacks be left on the train. Upon hearing his assurance, Li Qingran's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, Thank you. Sure to. She then turned to put away her snacks. After hearing her call him sure to, Mu Chenshi felt a strange softness in his heart, gazing at her with gentle eyes. Once she quickly stowed her snacks, she flashed him a smile. Mu Chenshi's lips curled into a slight smile, stating, Let's go. I'll walk you home. Li Qingran obediently nodded. After escorting Li Qingran to her residence, Mu Chenshi gazed deeply, informing her, I bought a train ticket for this afternoon. I must return to the capital. Huh? Li Qingran was taken aback, lamenting that he hadn't mentioned it earlier, as she could have joined him for lunch. When are you leaving? Mu Chenshi replied nonchalantly, Tomorrow. Li Qingran's spirits dipped slightly as she said, Okay, call me when you get back. We can go to the library to do our homework together. Mu Chenshi merely nodded in response. Li Qingran softly stated, All right, I'll head inside now. Mu Chenshi affectionately pinched her soft cheek, and she nodded. suddenly standing on her tiptoes to gently kiss his lips before turning to flee, playfully reminding him to bring her snacks along. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Chenshi's lips curved upward, his gaze growing deeper until her silhouette vanished from sight, after which he turned to leave. Once outside, Li Qingran paused, catching her breath and calming her racing heart. She felt a twinge of reluctance to part with Mu Chenshi, but found it hard to express. Acting on impulse, she had kissed him, and, thankfully, she had run away quickly. Otherwise, being caught would have led to complications. Lingering outside for a moment, she touched her cheek, relieved it no longer felt warm, before knocking on the door. As the door swung open, she spotted her aunt and family returning. Her cousin, Zhang Haoqi, rushed over, exclaiming, "Hey, I haven't seen you for a while. You've gained weight." Li Qingran wished she could pretend not to recognize him. Had she known he would visit today, she would have dined with Mu Chenshi instead. Regret flooded her heart. Her peculiar cousin, 2 years older, was her aunt's son. He adored her as a child, often competing with her brother, Li Qingfeng, for her affection, which made her brother resent him in their youth. However, as they grew older, he developed a penchant for teasing her relentlessly. Currently a senior at Engshi High School, he was doing fairly well academically. Li Qingran chose to ignore him and made her way to the living room. Zhang Haoqi pouted, "Oh, come on. You can't even say hello? I came specifically to see you. Seeing you is enough reason not to." Li Qingran rolled her eyes, internally lamenting the absence of remedial classes for seniors. Zhang Haoqi tugged at her ponytail, threatening, "Say that again." Just as Li Qingran prepared to retort, she noticed her aunt approaching and feigned innocence. "Cousin, you're pulling my hair. It hurts." Zhang Haoqi was momentarily stunned, wondering why she was suddenly so compliant, when the next moment, his mother stormed over, prompting him to release her immediately. "How dare you bully Xiao Ran again?" His aunt scolded, seizing Zhang Haoqi by the ear. Zhang Haoqi protested, "Mom, it hurts. Let go. How old am I, and you're still pulling my ear?" His aunt retorted fiercely, "And you still bully Xiao Ran at your age." Zhang Haoqi felt utterly helpless, having merely joked with her without any real force. He cast a resentful glance at Li Qingran, who wore an expression of triumph, resembling a sly fox who had outsmarted him. Inside, he felt despondent. His once adorable little cousin had learned to scheme against him. Having been teased by Li Qingfeng when he was young, he was now on the receiving end of his sister's cleverness. How had things turned so completely? Yet he couldn't bring himself to be angry with Li Qingran, as she remained the sister he had cherished since childhood. Seeing Zhang Haoqi's pitiful expression, Li Qingran felt it was enough. She sweetly addressed her aunt, "Cousin was just joking with me. Could you please let go of his ear?" Her aunt looked skeptically at Zhang Haoqi, asking, "Really?" Zhang Haoqi nodded vigorously, grateful that his little cousin still had a shred of humanity, knowing to plead for him. Finally, his aunt released her grip. Zhang Haoqi immediately rubbed his ear, dramatically exclaiming, "Mom, are you sure I'm your biological child? You're so rough." His aunt rolled her eyes in exasperation, feigning another attempt to grab his ear. Zhang Haoqi, seeing this, quickly turned and fled. His aunt, well aware of his antics, merely shook her head, knowing he would run. "That boy never grows up." She turned affectionately to Li Qingran, saying, "Don't mind your cousin. He acts like a lunatic. You'd never guess he's a senior." Li Qingran couldn't help but laugh at her aunt's words, thinking that her cousin's character was likely inherited from her aunt. "How have you been lately, Xiao Ran? Are you adjusting well to high school?" Her aunt inquired with concern. Li Qingran nodded obediently. "Yes, quite well so far. It's only the beginning of freshman year, so it's not too overwhelming." "Very well. Go play with your cousin. If he bullies you again, just come to me, and I'll help with the cooking," Aunt Li said with a smile. Li Qingran nodded in agreement. Aunt Li gently patted her head before heading to the kitchen, while Li Qingran turned back to her room. As soon as she entered, a knock echoed at the door. With a sigh, she opened it to find Zhang Haoqi grinning mischievously on the other side. Li Qingran stepped aside, allowing him to enter. Zhang Haoqi, with an air of familiarity, plopped down on her bed. Li Qingran rolled her eyes and asked, "Are your clothes clean or dirty?" Zhang Haoqi, feigning offense, declared them dirty. Li Qingran. Zhang Haoqi's gaze wandered around her room until it landed on the large white rabbit milk candies she had placed on the desk. He seized them, tearing one open and consuming it eagerly. Li Qingran rushed to snatch some back, but he stuffed an entire bag into his pocket, leaving her glaring helplessly at him. Zhang Haoqi grinned, relishing her frustration. "I love seeing you annoyed yet powerless against me," he taunted. Li Qingran thought, I seriously want to strangle him. Thankfully, I only brought one bag today, with 2 more at Mu Chenshi's place. Otherwise, I'd be left with nothing. Regret washed over her for having been greedy and bringing back a whole bag. Chapter 138. The 11-day mini-holiday after Zhang Haoqi had devoured several candies. Li Qingran lamented. Slow down. Leave some for me. His eyes lit up as he teased. Oh? Are you willing to talk to me now? Li Qingran gritted hertit. How could that be? You're my cousin, my most handsome cousin. Zhang Haoqi beamed, practically glowing with delight, and asked, Am I even more handsome than Li Qingfeng? Li Qingran nodded eagerly. Dear brother, I'll have to sell you out for a moment. Satisfied, Zhang Haoqi nodded approvingly, as if she were a teachable child, and generously returned half of the candies to her. Li Qingran accepted the offering, tucking it away in her pocket while casting a wary glance at Zhang Haoqi. He dismissed her hostility, adopting a serious tone as he said, Little cousin, starting high school must be quite an adjustment for you. I, an old hand at this, shall impart some wisdom. I'm adjusting fine. You needn't worry, she replied curtly. Zhang Haoqi's expression stiffened. Then he countered, Ah, but that is incorrect. Ignoring the advice of the wise only leads to misfortune. Li Qingran. Seeing her silence, he pressed on. Let me tell you, high school is not as simple as you think. Freshman year may seem easy, but you can't just play around. Building a foundation is crucial. Minutes passed as Zhang Haoqi rambled on. Li Qingran sighed in relief when he finally finished, only to watch in horror as he grabbed her expensive yogurt from the desk, opened it, and took a generous swig, licking his lips afterward. That's quite costly, she thought, feeling her heart bleed as he drank it without a second thought. Zhang Haoqi noticed her discomfort and asked, What's wrong? Li Qingran took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Nothing, really. All right, then I'll continue, he said, unfazed. Li Qingran thought to herself, I must be incredibly patient. How have I tolerated his presence until now? Zhang Haoqi continued his monologue until he suddenly asked, Have you been chatting about boyfriends with those clueless girls at school? Li Qingran scoffed at the thought. Indeed, girls who don't focus on their studies and waste time on relationships are nothing but misguided souls. Pursuing romance now is merely squandering youth. It leads nowhere good. She lowered her head, feeling guilty, realizing she might fit that description. Zhang Haoqi scrutinized her. You wouldn't have actually started dating someone at school, would you? Li Qingran quickly retorted. No. Absolutely not. Zhang Haoqi's suspicion grew, and he probed. Why do you seem so defensive? Li Qingran stiffened, rebutting. Who is defensive? I merely find you tedious. Zhang Haoqi smirked. Well, given your lack of charm, I doubt any boy would be interested in you. Li Qingran shot back. You're the foolish one. I can't possibly compare to you. Chapter 139. The 11-day mini-holiday. Zhang Haoqi ignored her retort and, with a sly grin, said, If I find out you've been dating, I'll... Li Qingran's heart raced at his words, but he continued, I'll just tell your brother and let him handle you. Zhang Haoqi believed this to be the perfect plan, knowing her brother Li Qingfeng, the protective sibling, would never allow such a thing. He envisioned himself as the heroic brother coming to her rescue, and she would surely appreciate his efforts, ultimately favoring him over Li Qingfeng. Lost in his own delightful thoughts, Zhang Haoqi failed to notice Li Qingran shaking her head in disbelief before quietly exiting the room, leaving him to revel in his fantasies. Moments later, Zhang Haoqi snapped back to reality, realizing he was alone in the room. He pouted. My little cousin is far too unlovable now. She didn't even call me when she went out. After enduring his antics for an entire evening, Li Qingran finally saw him off. Just before leaving, he playfully tousled her hair, prompting her to chase him around the living room in mock anger. After a night of chaos, Li Qingran returned to her room. Feeling a bit bored, she logged into a game and saw Zhao Yuho teasingly inviting her to play King's Canyon. Initially, Zhao Yuho planned to ignore it, but upon seeing Li Qingran's rank suddenly soar, she accepted the invitation. Minutes later, Zhao Yuho sent a voice message, exclaiming, Your skills are still so terrible. How'd you rank up so quickly? Is the system malfunctioning? Zhao Yuho felt utterly defeated, having been thoroughly outplayed by Li Qingran, who kept feeding the enemy. Li Qingran sheepishly admitted, Mu Chenshi helped me climb. Zhao Yuho calmed down, but couldn't resist saying, Then you should go find your Mu god. Stop dragging me down, please. Li Qingran retorted, When I play with Mu Chenshi, I don't lose this badly, nor do I get taken out so easily. Zhao Yuho. Li Qingran even sent a screenshot of her previous ranks, prompting Zhao Yuho to pause. After a moment, she remarked, I just took a moment to regroup. Your Mu god really knows how to gift kills. How can he carry you to silver with those skills? I am genuinely impressed. Li Qingran protesta. Am I really that bad? Zhao Yuho replied, if I were a guy and had a girlfriend with such poor gaming skills, I'd definitely break up with her. But your Mu god hasn't given up on you. You're truly fortunate. Don't ever break up with him. It would be a sin against your conscience. Li Qingran felt utterly devalued by the conversation and decided she could no longer engage with Zhao Yuho. The two engaged in a light-hearted conversation, exchanging playful jabs at one another before each retired for the night. As she drifted off to sleep, Zhao Yu silently wished for a boyfriend like Mu Chenshi, dedicated to his studies, kind-hearted, and exceptionally skilled at video games. Unbeknownst to her, the seeds of love had already begun to sprout in her heart. She simply had yet to recognize them. Spring would soon arrive for her as well. The following afternoon, Li Qingran and her mother returned to the capital. That evening, Li Qingran called Mu Chenshi, and they arranged to meet the next day at the library to complete their assignments. After hanging up, a sweet smile graced Li Qingran's lips as she succumbed to slumber. On the morning of the 6th, Li Qingran rose early once more. Her mother had grown accustomed to her routine and merely inquired if she would be going out again. Li Qingran yawned and replied that she was heading to the library with classmates to work on their assignments, likely returning home for lunch. Her mother nodded, reminding her to return early that evening. Li Qingran acknowledged her mother and proceeded to freshen up. Before long, she was ready and, as she descended the stairs, glanced at her watch, noting that she was several minutes ahead of schedule. Mu Chenshi would surely be caught off guard. She planned to surprise him. As she stepped outside, she spotted Mu Chenshi standing at the entrance, engrossed in his phone. A thrill of delight coursed through her as she stealthily approached him. Just as she was about to reach him, Mu Chenshi shifted slightly, causing her to freeze in place, holding her breath. Yet in the next instant, he resumed his phone activity, seemingly unaware of her presence. Li Qingran's heart soared, and she carefully continued her approach. With his gaze fixed on the screen, Mu Chenshi wore a bemused yet affectionate smile. He was well aware that it was Li Qingran attempting to startle him. His keen hearing had already detected her cautious footsteps. After pondering for a moment, he decided to feign ignorance, realizing that allowing her to succeed this time would keep her spirits high. As Li Qingran finally reached him, she leaped in front of Mu Chenshi and shouted. He immediately looked up, pretending to be startled, but regained his composure within seconds. Though it was a brief moment, Li Qingran caught it and triumphantly exclaimed, "Haha, I scared you, didn't I?" She bent over, laughing uncontrollably. Mu Chenshi watched her with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, suppressing the urge to tease her. After a minute of her laughter, Li Qingran clutched her stomach, declaring it hurt from laughing so much. Mu Chenshi, astonished, marveled at how she could find joy in such antics. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders, steering her forward, and remarked in a low voice, enough of the laughter. You silly girl. Li Qingran felt a twinge of irritation. She had finally succeeded in startling him, yet he wouldn't allow her to revel in her triumph. Silently, she grumbled to herself but endeavored to stifle her laughter. After they finished their meal, they headed to the library together. Upon entering, an immediate hush fell over them as they found a quiet corner to settle into their studies, seamlessly transitioning into a focused state of mind. The morning sun streamed through the windows, casting a gentle glow upon them, soft, warm, and soothing. The atmosphere was serene, occasionally punctuated by the sound of pages turning. An unspoken understanding formed between Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran. They exchanged laughter during moments of levity and focused diligently during their studies, embodying a clear division between work and play. An hour later, Mu Chenshi rubbed his stiff neck and glanced at the diligently working Li Qingran, furrowing his brow. He gently tapped her assignment book to catch her attention. She looked up, puzzled, and he gestured towards the window, suggesting she take a moment to rest her eyes. Li Qingran nodded, slightly embarrassed, realizing she had lost track of time. At 11 o'clock, Li Qingran finally completed her assignment. She glanced at Mu Chenshi, who had finished his half an hour earlier and was now idly playing on his phone, a hint of envy creeping in. How could he finish so quickly? It was as if he could write down the answers without even reading the questions. Noticing her distraction, Mu Chenshi put away his phone and prepared to pack up, only to find Li Qingran pouting, as if she had been wronged. Confused, He waved a hand in front of her, and she snapped out of her reverie, casting him an exaggerated eye roll before beginning to gather her things. After they packed their bags, they exited the library, and Mu Chenshi took Li Qingran's hand, inquiring, "What would you like for lunch?" Though he was unsure what had irritated her, he knew that a little coaxing would suffice. Li Qingran initially intended to ask why he had completed his assignment so swiftly, but upon hearing his question, she focused intently on her answer. 10 minutes later, she looked at Mu Chenshi and said, "I want to eat spicy hot pot." She carefully observed his reaction. Sure enough, his expression shifted. One moment he had been looking at her affectionately, and the next, his demeanor darkened. Frowning, Mu Chenshi lamented the fact that she often craved such unhealthy food. After a moment of silence, he sighed resignedly and playfully pinched her cheek, saying, "Just this once." Li Qingran's face lit up with excitement, and she exclaimed, "I know a place that serves the best spicy hot pot. I haven't been in ages. Let me take you there." 10 minutes later, they arrived at the hot pot restaurant Li Qingran had mentioned. Mu Chenshi surveyed the establishment's decor, and Li Qingran quickly reassured him. "This place is very clean, and the food is delicious, and the prices are quite reasonable." Though the restaurant was small, Mu Chenshi noted its cleanliness and reluctantly agreed. Li Qingran secretly sighed in relief. Pleasing Mu Chenshi was no simple task. They found a clean table to sit at, and Li Qingran asked, "What do you want to eat?" Mu Chenshi replied nonchalantly, "Whatever you choose." Li Qingran couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as she nodded enthusiastically and began selecting ingredients. 10 minutes later, Mu Chenshi stared at the large bowl of hot pot in front of him, finding a reasonable balance of meat and vegetables. He glanced at Li Qingran, who had already begun eating, looking quite pleased with her choice. Suppressing his initial reservations, he took a small bite and was pleasantly surprised by the flavor, leading him to indulge heartily. Watching Mu Chenshi savor the spicy hot pot, Li Qingran felt a surge of joy. It seemed he had developed a taste for it as well, and she hoped this would mean more outings here together in the future. After they finished their meal, they wandered aimlessly, eventually finding themselves at the entrance of a movie theater. Mu Chenshi checked the time, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "Let's see if there are any good movies playing. It's still quite early." Li Qingran nodded, feeling somewhat bored but reluctant to return home. She wished to remain in Mu Chenshi's company. Upon entering, they discovered that there were no particularly appealing films showing, with only a romantic movie available at that time. Since they were merely passing the time, they decided to purchase tickets. After purchasing the tickets, Li Qingran immediately went to buy a large bucket of popcorn. When Mu Chenshi returned with drinks, he saw Li Qingran, who was holding the enormous bucket of popcorn, and felt a slight sense of helplessness. With a low voice, he remarked that they had just finished dinner. Li Qingran retorted confidently that she had digested her meal during their walk. Mu Chenshi. Neither of them said anything further and proceeded into the screening hall with their tickets, perhaps due to the fact that the film's protagonists were not particularly famous. The hall was sparsely populated, mostly occupied by couples displaying affectionate behavior. After finding their seats, Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran quickly settled down. Shortly after, the movie commenced. Initially, the film was somewhat dull. Li Qingran incessantly munched on popcorn, while Mu Chenshi stared blankly at the screen. As time passed, the plot suddenly took an inappropriate turn. The male and female leads shared an unexpected kiss, and the hall was filled with some disconcerting noises. Li Qingran's nerves became heightened. Observing the passionate display on screen and realizing Mu Chenshi was seated beside her made her feel immensely awkward. Glancing around, she noticed several couples had also leaned in for kisses, which only intensified her discomfort. Stealing a quick look at Mu Chenshi, she found him intently focused on the screen. Li Qingran felt exasperated, her body gradually stiffening, and she could no longer eat popcorn, holding her breath beside Mu Chenshi. If he had known her thoughts, he would have felt entirely innocent, as he was lost in thought rather than watching the film. After a few seconds, Mu Chenshi sensed something was amiss and finally snapped back to reality, only to witness the screen depicting the lead couple engaged in some unmentionable activities. The entire hall enveloped in a suggestive ambience. He awkwardly averted his gaze, only to turn and see couples around him locked in passionate embraces. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Li Qingran immediately straightened up, regretting her choice of movie. Who could have anticipated it would be so? Finally, Li Qingran understood why the ticket seller had looked at them strangely and jokingly asked their ages earlier. Reflecting on it now made her feel extremely embarrassed. Mu Chenshi also felt awkward, glancing at the equally uncomfortable Li Qingran, whose face was flushed. He silently chuckled and reached for his drink, only to find Li Qingran was also reaching for her drink, wanting to take a sip to calm herself. Their hands collided, causing Li Qingran to hesitate momentarily. Retracting her hand, Li Qingran discerned that Mu Chenshi was intentionally teasing her and silently rolled her eyes at him, choosing not to speak further. Mu Chenshi remained silent as well, yet the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his good mood. They walked to the foot of Li Qingran's building, where she shot him a glance, signaling him to release her hand. Mu Chenshi, however, feigned ignorance, wearing a smirk. Li Qingran. Seeing her slightly furrowed brows due to her predicament, Mu Chenshi couldn't help but pinch her cheek before letting go of her hand, his voice low as he advised. Go back. Don't spend all your time gaming. You should practice for the upcoming midterms. Li Qingran paused, feeling guilty as she glanced at Mu Chenshi. How did he know she wanted to rush home to play games? She quickly plastered a fake smile on her face and replied, I understand. I want to play games. After saying this, she assumed the demeanor of a good child while secretly contemplating whether she should apply for a secondary account. Mu Chenshi, observing her expression, knew she hadn't absorbed his words and decided not to press the issue further. Suddenly, he noticed her still slightly swollen lips and coughed lightly, gently saying, You should head back now. Just say you went out for hot pot with classmates at noon. Li Qingran was puzzled, as they hadn't eaten hot pot at noon, but she didn't dwell on it and turned to head upstairs. Mu Chenshi watched her retreating figure, feeling a twinge of regret, realizing he needed to exercise more restraint next time. As Li Qingran ascended the stairs, she pondered why Mu Chenshi wanted her to say she had gone for hot pot. Suddenly, she absent-mindedly touched her lips, feeling discomfort. Upon touching them, she froze, forgetting to confront Mu Chenshi about it, with her lips in such a state. How would she explain it later? Standing on the staircase in distress, Li Qingran recalled Mu Chenshi earlier words and finally comprehended his meaning. Though she felt speechless, she could only comply now. Anxiously, she continued upstairs, silently praying that no one was home. Upon reaching her door, Li Qingran gritted her teeth, hesitantly knocked, and waited a few seconds without a response. Just when she felt a surge of relief at the absence of anyone at home, the door swung open. Li's mother, rubbing her eyes, gazed at the startled Li Qingran standing at the threshold and yawned sleepily, asking, What is the matter? I was just sleeping and didn't hear the knocking. Li Qingran immediately lowered her head and softly replied, Nothing. She swiftly entered and retreated to her room. Li's mother, puzzled by her unusually swift actions, noted that typically, Li Qingran would rummage through the fridge for a snack and lounge on the couch before heading to her room. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought and went to prepare dinner. Once inside her room, Li Qingran shut the door and exhaled in relief, grateful her mother hadn't noticed anything amiss. Otherwise, explaining her lips would have been quite the challenge. With that thought, she quickly grabbed her small mirror from her desk to inspect her lips. What usually appeared as thin lips were now noticeably swollen and red. Li Qingran furrowed her brow in annoyance, resolving to confront Mu Chenshi about this matter when school resumed the day after tomorrow. That night, she anxiously awaited the arrival of the next day, while her mother remained oblivious to her discomfort and her father was away on business. Thus, Li Qingran managed to evade scrutiny. After the National Day holiday, just over half a month later, the midterm exams were upon them. The atmosphere in class had shifted, being the top class in the grade. This was their first major examination, and everyone took it quite seriously. Consequently, the lively chatter had ceased, with students sitting at their desks, diligently working through problems, creating a palpable tension in the air. Zhao Yu pulled Li Qingran aside to the restroom, and upon stepping outside the classroom door, she sighed, complaining about the terrifying atmosphere in class. Everyone is studying so hard. Every time I feel like I'm not studying, it feels like a waste of time, almost like a sin. Li Qingran chuckled at her words, reassuring her, It's not as scary as you say. It will be fine once the exams are over. After all, cramming does have some effect. Zhao Yu nodded in agreement. These days, even Yi Kaiyu has no time to flirt. He has been studying so hard. He seems like a different person. Zhao Yu rolled her eyes and said, Li Qingran, what does that have to do with Yi Kaiyu? Everyone is in the same boat. The two chatted casually for a moment before hurrying back to class to study. After lunch, Li Qingran resumed her focused studying. Mu Chenshi observed her and frowned, then abruptly snatched her papers away. Li Qingran looked at him in confusion as Mu Chenshi, in a low voice, instructed her. Take a break for a while. I'll call you later. Li Qingran opened her mouth to protest, but, seeing the stern expression on Mu Chenshi's face, she dared not say anything and lowered her head. Mu Chenshi observed her dejected demeanor and spoke in a cool tone. Just focus on your studies at school. When you return, take a moment to rest. Balance is essential. Besides, your grades are commendable, so what are you anxious about? Upon hearing his words, Li Qingran lifted her gaze to him but remained silent. Although she performed well academically, the gap between her and him was substantial, and she yearned to bridge that distance through hard work. However, Mu Chenshi was oblivious to her feelings. For several days, Li Qingran had been foregoing breaks after class to study, which had long displeased him. Now, even during lunch, she neglected to rest, seemingly disregarding her own well-being. After a moment of tension, Mu Chenshi abruptly suggested, "You can either retreat to your room and rest obediently for a while, and I shall wake you later, or you can sleep with me, and I'll supervise your slumber." Li Qingran, taken aback by the abrupt shift in his demeanor, exclaimed, "I'll go to sleep right now." She hurried to her room and slammed the door shut. Mu Chenshi was indeed a man of his word. She feared he might insist on sharing a bed with her. The more she pondered, the more she felt relieved by her swift escape. Yet, fatigue enveloped her. After nights of burning the midnight oil, she had not slept well. A yawn escaped her as she collapsed onto her bed, carelessly covering herself with a blanket, and soon succumbed to slumber. Chapter 146. Midterm Examination 3. After a while, Mu Chenshi gently knocked on Li Qingran's door. Receiving no response, he opened it to find her sprawled on the bed, the blanket askew. He cautiously tucked her in, noting the faint dark circles beneath her eyes, a clear sign of her late-night study sessions. With a heart full of concern, he silently observed her sleeping form before quietly exiting the room. At 2 o'clock, Mu Chenshi knocked on her door again. After several knocks, Li Qingran groggily awoke and responded. His low voice urged, "Hurry up, it's already 2. Upon realizing the time, Li Qingran quickly roused herself. "As I walked to school, she could not help but complain. Didn't you say you'd wake me after a short rest? I've been asleep for over an hour." Mu Chenshi glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I forgot." Li Qingran found herself at a loss for a retort. He then observed her frowning expression and warned coolly, "If you don't hurry, you'll be late." Li Qingran pouted, but ultimately followed Mu Chenshi in a light jog to school. They entered the classroom just as the bell rang. Li Qingran exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful they had tea arrived late. Yi Kaiyu, noticing the two latecomers, raised an eyebrow at Mu Chenshi, saying, "Almost late today, huh?" Mu Chenshi replied coldly, "I forgot to wake up." Yi Kaiyu smirked mischievously. "You both overslept together, didn't you?" Li Qingran stiffened at his words, lowering her head in embarrassment. Mu Chenshi shot him a glare before kicking his chair, causing Yi Kaiyu to tumble to the floor. Just then, the political science teacher entered the classroom, startled by the scene. "Yi Kaiyu, what happened?" he asked with concern. Yi Kaiyu, rubbing his sore backside, grumbled, "Nothing, just tripped." The teacher nodded and commenced the lesson. Yi Kaiyu shot an envious glance at Li Qingran, who was stifling laughter, and at Mu Chenshi, who appeared completely unfazed. He could only lament his misfortune. Having switched seats to sit in front of them, he was constantly bombarded with their affectionate antics. With a sigh, he shot Mu Chenshi another resentful look, as though he had wronged him in some way. Mu Chenshi, feeling repulsed by his gaze, silently urged him to turn around. Li Qingran chuckled at their antics. Yi Kaiyu's expression had been utterly comical. Were it not for her knowledge of the innocent camaraderie between them, she might have suspected a more intimate relationship. Mu Chenshi glanced at the giggling Li Qingran, frowning slightly, as if pondering her thoughts. He then tapped her desk and whispered, "Pay attention." Li Qingran stuck out her tongue in acknowledgement and redirected her focus to the blackboard. After class in the afternoon, Mu Chenshi took Li Qingran out for dinner. Yi Kaiyu, ever the opportunist, sidled up to them, asking, "What delicious food are you two having? Can I join?" Mu Chenshi shot him a cold look, replying, "Get lost." Yi Kaiyu, Nangongjin nearby, chuckled and promptly dragged Yi Kaiyu away. Chapter 147. Midterm Examination 4. Nangongjin, somewhat begrudging, called out to Mu Chenshi, "Are you really going to treat me this way? You've changed. You've forgotten your old friends for a new love." Li Qingran burst into laughter, teasing Mu Chenshi with a playful glance. "Have I done something wrong?" Mu Chenshi shot her a dark look before signaling Nan Gongjin to take him away. Unable to contain his amusement, Nan Gongjin forcibly led Yi Kaiyu off. After school, Mu Chenshi escorted Li Qingran to her building, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead and advising, "Don't stay up too late tonight. The exam is the day after tomorrow. You need to rest well." Li Qingran nodded, "I know." "All right, go upstairs," he replied nonchalantly. Li Qingran waved at him before turning to ascend stairs. Mu Chenshi stayed until the lights in her home flickered on before he turned to leave. 3 days later, the midterm examinations finally concluded. Li Qingran stretched and exited the examination hall alongside Mu Chenshi. The school showed leniency by not requiring evening classes on exam days, and since it was Friday, they were granted Saturday off as well, avoiding any makeup classes. Upon returning to class, students wore expressions of relief as the oppressive atmosphere lifted, replaced by discussions of where to unwind. "All right, everyone, please settle down. I know you're all excited that exams are over, but let us maintain some decorum," their homeroom teacher said, tapping the desk. Laughter erupted, but they complied. Acknowledging the hard work of the students, the teacher announced, "We decided not to assign homework this weekend, so you can relax, but please remember to stay safe." The class erupted in applause, their faces beaming with joy. "Now, let us not get too carried away. Labor committee members, please take care of the cleanup so we can dismiss," the teacher concluded before leading the way out. Once the teacher left, students eagerly grabbed their bags and rushed out, leaving only those assigned to clean behind, grumbling. As they walked through the school, Li Qingran felt lighthearted, occasionally flashing smiles at Mu Chenshi. He, too, wore a subtle smile, reflecting his good mood. Upon exiting the school gates, Mu Chenshi instinctively took her hand, his voice low as he asked, "Where do you want to go?" Li Qingran shook her head. "I don't know." After a moment of contemplation, Mu Chenshi suggested, "How about we take a stroll in the nearby park?" Li Qingran nodded in agreement, and together they headed to the small park. The park boasted lush greenery, adorned with flowers that uplifted the spirit. They found a bench and sat, observing the comings and goings of people. A group of children played on the grass, prompting Li Qingran to exclaim, "How adorable." Mu Chenshi watched them for a while before suddenly stating, "One day, we will have children of our own, and they will surely be even cuter than them." Li Qingran halted, a hint of shyness creeping in as she retorted, "What are you babbling about? Who wants to have children for you?" Mu Chenshi furrowed his brow and remarked, "If you won't bear my children, then for whom do you intend to do so? In the future, you shall provide me with a multitude of offspring." Li Qingran retorted, "A multitude, you say? Do you take me for someone so prolific?" Chapter 148. Together Mu Chenshi smiled lightly, his voice cool. "I have faith in my abilities. You are surely capable of bearing a great many." Li Qingran rolled her eyes in silent exasperation. Narcissist. Observing her pouting visage, Mu Chenshi could not help but pinch her soft cheek, a hint of affection in his tone. "Then I can use the children to bind you to me. You will have no choice but to remain by my side. Otherwise, you would be abandoning your husband and children." Li Qingran. After a brief pause, she voiced her discontent. "Are you overthinking things? Furthermore, who would abandon their husband and children?" Mu Chenshi glanced at her without a word, extending an arm to embrace her, a subtle smile on his lips as if envisioning a harmonious future family. The pair nestled together in silence for a considerable time before heading home after dinner. That evening, Zhao Yu called Li Qingran, inviting her for a barbecue in the countryside on Saturday. At the mere mention of barbecue, Li Qingran eagerly agreed and promptly called Mu Chenshi. On Saturday morning, Li Qingran rose early, her spirits unusually high at the prospect of the barbecue, invigorating her entire being. After informing her mother, she set out, only to find Mu Chenshi waiting for her downstairs. With a heart full of excitement, she approached him, prompting Mu Chenshi to pocket his phone. "What do you want to eat?" he inquired as usual. "Just a little something. I need to save room for the barbecue," Li Qingran replied with a smile. Thus, after a light breakfast at a CF, they proceeded to meet Zhao Yu and the others. Upon arriving at the designated location, Zhao Yu and Yi Kaiyu were already engaged in playful banter. Observing them, Li Qingran inexplicably felt they were quite the match. Shaking her head to dismiss the ridiculous notion, she thought, how could a flirtatious person like Yi Kaiyu focus on one individual? Upon spotting the two, Zhao Yu shot Yi Kaiyu a glare before dashing to Li Qingran's side, cheerfully announcing, "Xiao and Mo will be here soon." Yi Kaiyu, unwilling to concede, chimed in. Jin will be here shortly as well. With that, he returned Zhao Yu's glare, and both turned away in unison with a huff. Li Qingran observed the childish antics of the two with silent dismay, muttering to herself that they could wait a little longer. Before long, Nangong Jin and Qin Xiaoma arrived. Qin Xiaoma cast a somewhat awkward glance at Nangong Jin before quickly averting her gaze and moving beside Li Qingran. Nangong Jin, however, unabashedly fixated on Qin Xiaoma for an extended period. Last week, after speaking with the teacher, their seats had been separated. He had previously mentioned not wanting to pressure her, resulting in over a week of silence between them. Eventually, Yi Kaiyu could no longer bear the tension and clapped Nangong Jin on the shoulder, urging him to move on. Nangong Jin nodded, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze and following the group. Qin Xiaoma sighed in relief once she felt his stare lift. The previous night, when Zhao Yu called her, she had anticipated that Nangong Jin would be present today. She had initially intended to avoid him, but, for reasons unknown, agreed to Zhao Yu's invitation, perhaps wishing to observe him closely. Chapter 149. Together too, the group leisurely ascended the mountainside until they reached a barbecue stall halfway up. While Li Qingran and her friends busied themselves purchasing ingredients, Mu Chenshi and the others prepared the necessary equipment. Soon after, the girls returned, arms laden with supplies. Yi Kaiyu, eyeing the abundance, incredulously remarked, "So much. Do you think you can finish it all?" Zhao Yu scoffed, "Do not underestimate our appetites." Mu Chenshi scrutinized their purchases and frowned. "Why is it all meat?" Li Qingran stuck out her tongue. "We consider ourselves carnivorous." She then handed him a bag. "Here, I got some vegetables for you too." Upon seeing the assortment of vegetables, Mu Chenshi's expression gradually softened. Yi Kaiyu silently muttered, "Great, now I've eaten dog food." Zhao Yu rolled her eyes. "You're so chatty." Ye Kaiyu retorted. "Are you intentionally looking for trouble?" Just as the two were about to bicker again, Nangong Jin interjected. "All right, let us focus on preparing the barbecue. The grill is all set." Li Qingran laughed lightly, and the group commenced their somewhat chaotic preparation for the barbecue. The boys took charge of the grilling, while the girls engaged in lively conversation. "This chicken wing seems almost ready," Li Qingran said, eyeing the chicken wings in Mu Chenshi's hands, saliva pooling in her mouth. "Just a little longer," Mu Chenshi replied nonchalantly. Moments later, several skewers were done, and Zhao Yu eagerly grabbed a few, devouring them with gusto. "Look at how you eat. Are you even a girl?" Yi Kaiyu voiced his disdain, but couldn't resist adding more lamb skewers to the grill for her enjoyment. Nangong Jin attempted to offer a chicken wing to Qin Xiaoma, but she skillfully sidestepped him and helped herself in the grill. He froze momentarily, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by a bittersweet smile, as if nothing had transpired. Mu Chenshi, unhurried, grilled the chicken wings to perfection, adding a layer of cumin powder before handing one to the eagerly awaiting Li Qingran. She bit into it, exhaling sharply from the heat. Mu Chenshi frowned. "Take it slow. It's very hot. No one is competing with you." Li Qingran, frowning from the heat, exclaimed, "It's delicious. Please grill a few more." Mu Chenshi's lips curled into a slight smile as he affectionately nodded. After 2 hours, Yi Kaiyu, astonished at the empty platters, remarked, "Today has truly opened my eyes. Each of you can eat more than the last." Turning to Qin Xiaoma, he added, "I never expected you, who seems so demure, to have such an appetite." Qin Xiaoma replied, "What does being demure have to do with appetite?" Yi Kaiyu, with a teasing tone, whispered to Nangong Jin, "Were you intimidated by your goddess's eating habits?" Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Nangong Jin ignored him, thinking that Qin Xiaoma, being so slender, ought to eat a bit more. Zhao Yu dismissed Yi Kaiyu's comment. "You, a big guy, barely eat more than us, and you dare lecture us?" Yi Kaiyu protested. "You devoured everything. What can I eat?" He grumbled, "With your eating habits, which boy would dare approach you?" Chapter 150. Together three Zhao Yu, incensed, immediately chased after him to retaliate. Li Qingran observed the bickering duo with a sigh. Qin Xiaoma smiled at their antics, but quickly averted her gaze when she inadvertently met Nangong Jin's eyes. Nangong Jin, noticing her continued avoidance, could only smile wryly. Eventually, the group discussed their plans, deciding they didn't want to return home just yet, leading to an impromptu visit to a karaoke venue. On the way, Li Qingran and her friends walked side by side, chatting animatedly, while Mu Chenshi and his friends trailed behind, with Yi Kaiyu dominating the conversation. Upon arriving at the karaoke, Zhao Yu and Li Qingran rushed to the song selection booth, while Chen Xiaomo quietly followed behind. Mo, what song do you want to sing? Li Qingran asked, turning her head. You all can sing. I'll just listen. Chen Xiaomo replied with a smile, admitting her limited repertoire. Yi Kaiyu immediately squeezed over, exclaiming, then let me join in. Zhao Yu pushed him aside with disdain, saying, the adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. Yi Kaiyu felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate, yet he refrained from striking a girl. The group continued their lively antics until past 8 in the evening, during which Yi Kaiyu and Zhao Yu performed countless songs, energizing the entire venue. They ceased their bickering and felt a profound connection, having previously been the ones dismissed in KTV, clinging to the microphone with reluctance. Nangong Jin sang a love ballad, his gaze fixated on Chen Xiaomo, while Zhao Yu and Yi Kaiyu cheered him on, and Chen Xiaomo remained with her head bowed, too shy to meet his eyes. Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran were also coaxed into singing a few duets by Yi Kaiyu and Zhao Yu. Li Qingran blushed deeply, while Mu Chenshi maintained his composure. After their musical interlude, they went out for dinner, and by 9 o'clock, it had grown late, prompting Mu Chenshi and his companions to offer to escort Li Qingran home. After informing them, Mu Chenshi naturally took Li Qingran away. Zhao Yu and Yi Kaiyu exchanged knowing glances before departing together, leaving only the awkward Chen Xiaomo and the secretly pleased Nangong Jin. Now it seems I'm the only one who can escort you home. Nangong Jin feigned nonchalance. No, that's unnecessary. I can manage on my own, Chen Xiaomo replied softly. That's out of the question. It's far too late, and I can't let you go back alone. Nangong Jin insisted, gazing at her with a hint of authority. Chen Xiaomo looked up, about to respond, but Nangong Jin interrupted. Let us go. You're home isn't far. We can walk and chat about why you've been avoiding me lately. With that, he took hold of her arm and led her forward. Chen Xiaomo was momentarily stunned, realizing that whenever she was alone with Nangong Jin, his demeanor shifted to one of assertiveness, whereas in public, he always appeared gentle. She found herself lost in thought, allowing him to guide her. After a few steps, Nangong Jin spoke again. You still haven't answered my question. Why have you been evading me? Things were fine before. Why did you request a seat change with the teacher? Chapter 151. Together, Chen Xiaomo was jolted back to reality by his inquiry, her body stiffening as she freed her arm from his grasp. Noticing her struggle, Nangong Jin released her without protest. Chen Xiaomo continued to look down, pretending not to hear him, moving forward in silence. Observing her continued evasion, Nangong Jin expressed his displeasure. I previously mentioned that I didn't want to affect you because of me, but your current behavior truly pains me. Upon hearing his words, Chen Xiaomo hesitated, glancing at him with a complex expression. I'm not avoiding you. There have been rumors in class that the class beauty has feelings for you, and even confessed to you. She would often approach you under the pretense of asking for help with assignments, smiling brightly, although you didn't respond or show interest. Her beauty and admirable background made me feel inadequate. Perhaps a prince is destined for a princess, while a Cinderella can never inhabit the same realm. Gradually, the sight of the class beauty smiling at you became unbearable, prompting me to request a seat change under a trivial excuse, believing that out of sight would ease my heart. However, after changing seats, her restlessness persisted, and Nangong Jin continued to slip a cup of milk into her drawer each day. He had mentioned needing to gain weight and had begun bringing a bottle of milk for himself. Initially resistant, he persistently tucked it into her backpack. Returning home, she would discover it each day, and even after the seat change, the routine continued. Consequently, she felt that her heart was even less under her control post-change. Seeing Chen Xiaomo's dismissive response, Nangong Jin, in a moment of impulse, pulled her into an embrace. Once he realized what he had done, he did not release her, but instead tightened his hold. Startled by this sudden action, Chen Xiaomo began to struggle to free herself. Yet, Nangong Jin held her firmly, his voice weary. Don't move, just let me hold you for a moment. Chen Xiaomo paused, then allowed herself to be held, sensing the exhaustion and a hint of pleading in his voice. She closed her eyes, tears welling in the corners. Noticing her quietness, Nangong Jin loosened his grip slightly, careful not to cause her discomfort, yet still clinging to her greedily. After a few moments, he softly said, Xiao Mo, please don't hide from me anymore, all right? His voice was laced with longing and trepidation. Unable to hold back any longer, Chen Xiaomo's tears streamed down her cheeks. She remained silent, reaching around to embrace him, determined to make an effort for her own happiness, regardless of social status or appearance, wishing to pursue happiness without lingering regrets. Chapter 152. Together 5, after a long moment. They finally parted. Nangongjin looked at her tear-streaked cheeks, his smile fading. "What's wrong?" he asked anxiously. "Did I say something to upset you?" Chun Xiaoma shook her head, wiping her tears. Nangongjin gazed at her with concern, wanting to draw her into his arms, but hesitating, fearing it might provoke further tears. So he extended his hand without touching her. Seeing his expression, Chun Xiaoma bit her lip and summoned her courage, saying, "Let us give it a try." She lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Nangongjin, initially anxious, was taken aback by her words, quickly reacting in disbelief. "Really? Xiaomo, could you repeat that?" Chun Xiaoma's face flushed as she quietly replied, "If you didn't hear me, then forget it. I heard you. You mustn't go back on your word," he insisted, unable to contain his joy as he pulled her back into his embrace. Chun Xiaoma, blushing, said, "Let us not tell anyone just yet." She felt she might not yet have the courage to stand alongside him publicly. It was better to take things gradually. Nangongjin agreed wholeheartedly, deeming such matters insignificant. After they expressed their feelings for one another, the atmosphere shifted, becoming less awkward and more charged with affection. Nangongjin glanced at the blushing Chun Xiaoma beside him, his heart swelling with joy, almost disbelieving the reality of the moment. Chun Xiaoma noticed him stealing glances and shyly asked, "What are you looking at?" Nangongjin smiled. "I'm just looking at you, wanting to confirm if this is real." Chun Xiaoma, puzzled, inquired, "How do you confirm that?" With a playful smirk, he took her hand, which he had held beside her for some time. "Just like this," he said tenderly. Chun Xiaoma, slightly shy, lowered her gaze without speaking. The air around them was filled with a sweet ambience, reminiscent of first love. They walked in silence until they reached the entrance of Chun Xiaoma's building. Nangongjin glanced at the dimly lit hallway, his concerns surfacing. "Let me escort you upstairs." Chun Xiaoma shook her head. "No need, I'm used to it." Nangongjin, observing her demeanor, chose to refrain from further comment. He understood that she was an exceedingly sensitive individual. Thus he refrained from broaching topics that she preferred to avoid. "Well, take care of yourself," he said lightly as he entered. "Send me a message." Chun Xiaoma nodded, then turned and ascended the stairs. Nangongjin continued to watch her figure until it vanished from sight, only turning away when he saw the lights in her home illuminate. On Monday, as school commenced, Chun Xiaoma spotted Nangongjin waiting at the foot of the stairs. Startled, she quickly glanced around, relieved to find no familiar faces. "What brings you here?" she inquired, puzzled. "To escort you to school," he replied matter-of-factly. "Ah, sure goes to pick up Li Qingran every day." Chun Xiaoma. Nangongjin observed her bemused expression and continued, "I have never been in a relationship, so I am unsure of what to do. However, I aspire to achieve what others can, and I shall learn the rest gradually." Chun Xiaoma felt a swell of emotion, witnessing his earnestness in seeking her approval. "You needn't come to fetch me anymore. Your home is quite distant from mine, and it would be inconvenient for you to come so early," she whispered. Upon hearing her refusal, Nangongjin hesitated, his mouth opening slightly as he contemplated a counter-argument. Chapter 153. Are we dating? Chun Xiaoma quickly added, "I truly mean it. I have lived here for many years, surrounded by familiar neighbors. If they were to see us, it might not be appropriate." After a brief silence, Nangongjin replied, "Very well, then I shall see you home afterward." Chun Xiaoma responded, "That too is unnecessary. It is quite convenient for me to take the bus after school, and if you accompany me, our classmates are bound to notice." Nangongjin, suddenly feeling melancholic. He lamented that it was challenging to maintain a relationship while concealing it. Observing his downtrodden demeanor, Chun Xiaoma felt a pang of sympathy. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, "How about you accompany me to the bus station each evening after school?" Upon hearing this, Nangongjin's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded. The two exchanged smiles before heading to school. Once they arrived, the classroom buzzed with chatter regarding the midterm exams, each student fretting over their results. The high school teachers were notably efficient, having nearly finished grading the papers over the weekend. The entirety of Monday was spent in anxious anticipation. On Tuesday, upon arrival at school, the homeroom teacher, Zhao Hong, awaited them with an uncontainable smile. The students, observing his demeanor, silently exhaled, reassured that the exams had likely gone well. Once everyone had gathered, Zhao Hong cleared his throat and announced, "I know you are all eager to hear your scores. The total scores and rankings for the year were released this morning, and I will read them now. Please quiet down." The previously boisterous classroom fell silent. Breaths held as he began to announce the results. 2 minutes later, the results were read aloud, eliciting a variety of expressions, some joyful, others anxious. Mu Chenshi claimed the first position in the grade, with Nan Gongjin following closely behind as the second. Yi Kaiyu secured the third spot. This outcome was expected, as they had been accustomed to such standings since middle school. Li Qingran, achieving 5th place, breathed a sigh of relief, glad to remain within the top 10, though the gap between her and Mu Chenshi was substantial. Mu Chenshi, observing Li Qingran's eased demeanor, smirked. "You've certainly become much sharper since childhood." Li Qingran rolled her eyes at him, choosing to ignore his comment. Chen Xiaoma and Zhao Yu's scores were somewhat lower, but still commendable, landing them in the 30s for the grade and the teens in their class, a satisfactory achievement indeed. Zhao Yu beamed, relieved that this performance would spare her from her father's incessant lecturing. However, Chen Xiaoma felt discontent. Although her score was adequate, it paled in comparison to Nan Gongjin's, indicating that she had much to improve. After the results were announced, the scholarship awards followed. Mu Chenshi received the largest sum, totaling 3,000 yuan, prompting Yi Kaiyu and others to insist that he treat them to a meal. Eventually, they all headed to the cafeteria, selecting the most expensive dishes, thoroughly enjoying their feast at Mu Chenshi's expense. Afterward, they returned to their classrooms one by one. Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran lagged behind, eventually falling far behind their peers. Li Qingran cautiously glanced at Mu Chenshi, contemplating breaking free to catch up with Chen Xiaoma and the others. Sensing her intention, Mu Chenshi's expression darkened as he seized her hand, pulling her into a nearby garden. He enveloped her in his embrace, his voice low. "You did not support me earlier and chose to join in their mockery. How should I punish you for that?" Li Qingran, feeling guilty, shrank back slightly, attempting to appease him. "Oh, as long as everyone is happy." Mu Chenshi brushed his lips against her cheek, his voice cool. "Then you must also make me happy." As his warm breath brushed against her face, she could not help but giggle. "That's ticklish," she protested. Mu Chenshi chuckled. "Is that so? How about this?" With that, he began to tickle her sides. Li Qingran erupted in laughter, struggling to escape his grasp, tears of mirth streaming down her cheeks. Finally relenting, he pushed her against a nearby pillar, leaning closer, his hand resting beside her ear, gazing intently into her eyes. Li Qingran, feeling her laughter fade, met his gaze shyly. As Mu Chenshi leaned in closer, she closed her eyes. Just as their lips were about to touch, a sudden, thunderous voice interrupted. "What are you two doing?" Startled, they froze, and Li Qingran opened her eyes in panic while Mu Chenshi scowled, raising his head. They turned to see the strict, disciplinary officer glaring at them, his face dark with displeasure. A wave of dread washed over Li Qingran, while Mu Chenshi maintained a calm demeanor, albeit irritated by the interruption. "You two are quite bold, openly kissing at school. Recently, no couple has dared to come to this garden. Yet here you are," the officer reprimanded, his jowls quivering with agitation. Li Qingran, feeling intimidated, lowered her gaze while Mu Chenshi remained unfazed. The officer scrutinized them closely, slightly satisfied by Li Qingran's response, but incensed by Mu Chenshi's indifference. "Don't you know that early relationships are prohibited in school?" the officer questioned vehemently. Li Qingran continued to look down, fidgeting with her clothing, while Mu Chenshi casually replied, "I wasn't aware." Upon hearing his words, the officer's eyes widened in fury. "Very well. You need not attend evening study today. Report to my office. And bring your homeroom teacher with you." After hearing his words, Li Qingran cast a worried glance at Mu Chenshi, who responded with a reassuring look. Chapter 155, We Are in Love 3. The head of the teaching department, noticing their disregard for him as they exchanged affectionate glances, grew increasingly irate, having never encountered such audacious couples. "Which class are you two from?" he inquired, scrutinizing them. Observing their decent appearances, he speculated. "Given your blatant display of affection and lack of focus on studies, you must be art students who do not take academics seriously." Mu Chenshi calmly replied, "We are from class 1 the first year." The head of the department was taken aback upon realizing they were from the same class. "Is the atmosphere in the elite class really this poor now?" he thought as he led them to his office, instructing other teachers to summon their homeroom teacher, Zhao Hong. After taking a sip of water, he continued, "Do you understand how detrimental dating can be to your studies? High school is a pivotal time for your education, which directly influences your chances of gaining admission to a good university. Yet here you are, squandering your study time on romance. How can you possibly focus on your studies?" Li Qingran lowered her head in silence, anxious about how she would explain the situation to her parents if they were called in. Meanwhile, Mu Chenshi seemed lost in thought, feeling that this was a mere waste of time. The head of the department, seeing them both looking downcast, assumed they were embarrassed and reflecting on their actions. Thus, his expression softened slightly as he remarked, "You can still amend your ways. It's not too late. As long as you refrain from being together in the future and focus on your studies, there is still hope for you to attend a good university." Initially lost in thought, Mu Chenshi frowned upon hearing this, his voice cool and resolute as he stated, "We are in love, and we will not break up. As for our studies, we are well aware of our priorities, and you need not worry about that." The head of the department nearly choked on his water, coughing loudly in disbelief at the audacity of such a statement. Li Qingran shot Mu Chenshi an exasperated glance, wondering why he had to be so stubborn at this moment. Just as the head of the department was about to lose his temper, their homeroom teacher, Zhao Hong, entered. He had been informed by other teachers that the head of the department wanted to see him, likely regarding two students in his class caught in a romantic entanglement. He had been curious about who could be so bold, especially with the school currently cracking down on early relationships. However, upon entering and seeing Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran, he felt a sense of relief. It was only them after all, so there was no cause for concern. The head of the department, noticing Zhao Hong's presence, felt a slight easing of tension and angrily demanded, "Zhao, are these your students?" Zhao Hong nodded, affirming, "Yes." The head of the department appeared displeased, struggling to contain his frustration, and earnestly said, "Zhao, you are responsible for the best class in the grade, one that carries the school's hopes. The emergence of early romantic relationships is concerning, and I hope you will address this." Zhao Hong, slightly taken aback, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No, I am not neglecting this. It's just that they don't require my intervention." The head of the department was perplexed and irritated, retorting, "What do you mean they don't need attention? As members of an elite class, dating is a considerable drawback that could hinder their academic progress." Chapter 156, We Are in Love For. Zhao Hong, feeling a bit awkward, glanced at Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran, pondering what to discuss regarding their studies. Their academic performance is quite commendable. He smiled at the head of the department. "What do you mean by commendable? Is he the top student in the grade?" The head of the department challenged. Yes, Zhao Hong admitted, slightly embarrassed, and precisely because he is the top student, I have not interfered. The head of the department was incredulous, exclaiming, "Are you joking? The top student is dating." He continued, "This young man, Mu Chenshi, ranked first in the recent midterm exam, and this young lady, Li Qingran, is the class monitor, placing fifth. They are both exceptional students." A moment of silence followed. The head of the department's demeanor shifted entirely, and he smiled, saying, "Perhaps times have changed. Though your academic performance is outstanding, how long have you known each other? Is it not a bit hasty to be in a relationship so soon?" Mu Chenshi replied, "We have known each other for over a decade. We met in kindergarten." The head of the department was left speechless. Zhao Hong felt a sense of satisfaction, finally experiencing the recognition of his previous sentiments. Meanwhile, Li Qingran wished they could be a bit more discreet. The awkward atmosphere in the office lingered for a few moments before Zhao Hong chuckled, saying, "They are both very self-disciplined students. You needn't worry about their studies." The head of the department quickly took Zhao Hong's cue, albeit with a somewhat stiff expression, and said, "That is acceptable. While I do not particularly endorse dating at your age, if you can motivate each other and progress together, it is permissible. However, should your grades decline in any examination, do not blame me for being unyielding." Li Qingran, her face flushed, remained silent, while Mu Chenshi simply responded with a nonchalant, The head of the department continued, "Also, you should maintain a low profile at school. Avoid public displays of affection, like kissing in front of others, as it could create a poor impression." Zhao Hong, taken aback, looked at them incredulously before playfully regarding them. Li Qingran felt an overwhelming urge to shrink away, while Mu Chenshi maintained his calm demeanor, though a closer look revealed a hint of red on his ears. "Even if we were to kiss, it won't happen at school," Mu Chenshi replied, glancing at the head of the department with a mildly reproachful look. The head of the department realized he had inadvertently interrupted them. Zhao Ongmuzed. This young man has potential. He is quite formidable. Li Qingran wished she could disappear into the ground. Taking a deep breath, the head of the department smiled. All right? You may return to your evening study session now. Please be more mindful next time. Mu Chenshi nodded and took Li Qingran's hand, leading her out of the office. Zhao Hong, observing the head of the department's disgruntled expression, could only express sympathy. He realized that one should never provoke Mu Chenshi, otherwise it could lead to exasperation. The head of the department glanced at Zhao Hong, still lingering in his office, and waved him off wearily. You should return to your office as well. I need some quiet time. Chapter 157, We Are in Love 5. Zhao Hong nodded. Director, I will take my leave. He then exited the office, closing the door behind him with a considerate touch. Once alone, the head of the department slumped onto the sofa, feeling defeated. He had never encountered such a situation in all his years. Perhaps the times truly had changed. Closing his eyes, he let out a soft sigh. After Mu Chenshi pulled Li Qingran out of the office, she remained bewildered. Is that it? We are in the clear? She asked, dazed. Yes, Mu Chenshi replied coolly. Let's return to our evening study session. Oh, Li Qingran said, still disoriented, as she followed Mu Chenshi back to the classroom. As they entered, an instant hush fell over the class. Even the teacher who was delivering the lecture paused to observe them for a moment, his gaze imbued with profound significance. After a brief nod, he permitted them to enter. As Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran settled into their seats, Ye Kaiyu eagerly inquired, Hey, are you all right? It's quite impressive that you were caught by the director of education. Mu Chenshi glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. Ye Kaiyu, with an expression of admiration, remarked, Nothing? You're truly remarkable. When we learned you were caught, the entire class erupted in excitement. I never imagined you would return unscathed. I was genuinely worried about you. Li Qingran interjected, Well, everyone in class knows now. It's hardly a glorious matter. Mu Chenshi shot him a cold look and said, Oh, turn around. Ye Kaiyu retorted, I guess good intentions can sometimes be misconstrued. As the first evening study session concluded, Zhao Yu and Chen Xiaoma hurried over to Li Qingran. What happened? Did the director of education catch you? Zhao Yu asked impatiently, and Chen Xiaoma's face mirrored her concern. Li Qingran sighed, finally grasping the meaning of the adage that good news seldom travels far while bad news spreads like wildfire. It's nothing. He just had a few words with us, she smiled. Zhao Yu, incredulous, replied, No way. The director is notoriously ruthless. How did you manage to come back unscathed? Well, it wasn't that dramatic, Li Qingran said awkwardly. As long as you're fine. Chen Xiaoma sighed in relief, adding, Looks like I'll have to be cautious around Nangong Jin as well. Li Qingran beamed, Yes, indeed. Suddenly, Zhao Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. But what exactly led to your capture? Did your brilliant classmate Mu do something inappropriate, leading the director to witness it? Chen Xiaoma's interest piqued as she looked at Li Qingran. Can't you think of anything more constructive? Li Qingran blushed, pushing them away. We need to get back. Class is starting soon. Zhao Yu teased, I hope I didn't hit the nail on the head. Your luck must be extraordinary. Li Qingran, embarrassed and angry, snapped, Be quiet. Chen Xiaoma and Zhao Yu exchanged amused glances before returning to their seats. As Li Qingran sat down, she noticed Mu Chenshi smiling at her. What is so funny? It's all your fault, she retorted. Mu Chenshi leaned closer and whispered, I'll be more careful next time. It won't happen again at school. Chapter 158. Holiday won. The flush on her cheeks deepened, and she shot him a glare before turning away. Mu Chenshi chuckled softly at her sulking demeanor before returning to his book. Time flew by, and soon the winter vacation approached. Following the conclusion of the final exams, the school granted a 2-day respite, with students returning 3 days later to receive their results. Are you coming out to play tomorrow? Li Qingran asked Zhao Yu and Chen Xiaoma. I can't. It's my grandfather's birthday, Zhao Yu lamented. Of course, you must attend your grandfather's celebration. Li Qingran agreed, nodding. They then turned to Chen Xiaoma, who hesitated. I have something to attend to too. I probably won't have time. The guilt in her voice betrayed her anxiety. In truth, Nangong Jin had invited her out, and after repeatedly declining for various reasons, she had no valid excuse left post-exams. Moreover, when Nangong Jin had seen her off at the station last night, he had playfully insisted she join him, leaving her no choice but to acquiesce. Zhao Yu and Li Qingran failed to detect her unease, believing her genuine. Li Qingran, seeing her regret, said, All right then, we can hang out during the holiday. Meanwhile, on Mu Chenshi's end, Nangongjin also made excuses about being busy, while Yi Kaiyu expressed his enthusiastic desire to join. However, once Mu Chenshi learned that both Chen Xiaoma and Zhao Yu were unavailable, he coldly rejected Yi Kaiyu's proposal. You can't be serious about wanting to be the third wheel. Mu Chenshi scoffed. Fine, you're with someone now. I get it, Yi Kaiyu replied, though he remained undeterred and approached Li Qingran. Do you really expect me to spend 2 lonely days alone? Why won't you take me with you? Li Qingran tactfully suggested. 3 might be a bit inconvenient. Wow, you two are really in sync. Ye Kaiyu remarked, clutching his chest in mock injury as he sought solace from Nangongjin. Jin, it seems it's just the 2 of us now. Ever since Mu Chenshi started dating, he has become increasingly cold-hearted, prioritizing romance over friendship. That is perfectly normal. Nangongjin responded nonchalantly. Why would he spend time with you when he has someone else? Yi Kaiyu retorted, don't you feel a bit abandoned? Nangongjin, confused, asked, why should I? After all, he too had someone by his side. Sighing, Yi Kaiyu lowered his head, feeling dejected. After a moment, he suddenly brightened, asking, what do you have planned for tomorrow? Perhaps I could join you. However, Nangongjin immediately declined. That is not possible. Why not? Why can't we go together? Ye Kaiyu pitisit. Nangongjin. It's obvious. I finally have the chance for a private date with Chen Xiaoma. I can't bring you along as a third wheel. I've been waiting for this opportunity for over a month. Chapter 159. Holiday 2. All right. I see how it is, Yi Kaiyu said, a touch disheartened. Looks like I'll truly be alone. Watching Yi Kaiyu walk back to his seat in despair, Nangongjin felt a twinge of sympathy. Yet, the anticipation of his upcoming date with Chen Xiaoma swiftly extinguished any lingering compassion. On the way out of school, Yi Kaiyu animatedly declared, I believe I'll relish these next 2 days of freedom, going wherever I please. He attempted to feign indifference, but after a prolonged silence, no one responded. Turning around, he saw Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran walking closely behind him, completely ignoring him. Meanwhile, Nangongjin was engrossed in conversation with Chen Xiaoma, their proximity suggesting an intimate exchange, while Zhao Yu, oblivious, was engrossed in her phone, smiling dreamily. In that moment, Yi Kaiyu felt as though the world had cast him aside, walking alone ahead of them. Hey, what is wrong with our Yi Xiao Yi? You look utterly dejected. Zhao Yu chimed in, patting his shoulder. Don't talk to me. I just want some peace, Yi Kaiyu lamented. Zhao Yu teased. Is peace a new girlfriend? Yi Kaiyu. Why so glum? Zhao Yu asked, perplexed. Yi Kaiyu, feeling wrong, complained, they're all leaving me out. Zhao Yu, I feel like I'm witnessing a different side of Yi Kaiyu. This ISNT, the carefree playboy I know. What should I do? But don't you have so many girlfriends? Aren't you afraid of being alone? Zhao Yu inquired. Yi Kaiyu sighed, it's not the same. I've never hung out with him outside of school. It's just playful banter. It's not serious. He frowned, and besides, I'm a pure-hearted young man. Where would I find a girlfriend? Zhao Yu silently rolled her eyes at him, wondering who could be so cheerful chatting with a group of girls all day long. Every time she saw him, it irked her. Who would believe that? Zhao Yu scoffed. Hey, you silly girl, what do you mean? Ye Kaiyu earnestly explained it. I really haven't dated anyone. My first kiss is still intact. Zhao Yu was skeptical. Oh, anyone can say that. She retorted. Damn it. You silly girl actually don't believe me. Yi Kaiyu, feeling disgruntled, playfully pinched her cheek before darting away, teasing. Silly girl, you don't believe me. Zhao Yu was taken aback for a moment, then immediately chased after him, shouting, how dare you pinch my face? Stop right there. As Yi Kaiyu ran, he taunted her about her short legs, which only spurred Zhao Yu to chase him even harder. The two of them raced forward, quickly disappearing from sight. Yi Kaiyu had already cast aside his earlier displeasure. He glanced back at Zhao Yu, who was angrily pursuing him, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. He suddenly felt that this moment wasn't so bad after all. Yi Kaiyu deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Zhao Yu to catch up, and she promptly began to hit him with her fists and feet. Yi Kaiyu dodged her playful attacks, exclaiming, wow, you're so violent. What will you do if no boy dares to approach you? Yet he didn't retaliate at all. Zhao Yu glared at him, stating, I don't need your concern. Yi Kaiyu stared at her, suddenly realizing that this version of Zhao Yu was even more captivating than he usually thought. On the first day of the holiday, Li Qingran woke up early and tidied herself up before heading out. After having breakfast with Mu Chenshi, they made their way to the cinema to watch a movie featuring her idol, which she had been eagerly anticipating for quite some time. After collecting their tickets, They settled onto a nearby sofa to wait for the screening. Feeling bored, Li Qingran glanced around the lobby and suddenly stopped, recognizing two familiar faces. She tugged on Mu Chenshir's sleeve, her expression incredulous. Isn't that Nangong Jin and Xiao Mo? Mu Chenshir looked up and indeed confirmed it was Nangong Jin and Qin Xiaomo. Just then, Nangong Jin turned and met Mu Chenshir's gaze, creating an awkward atmosphere for a couple of seconds as both Li Qingran and Mu Chenshir noticed the hands they were holding. Qin Xiaoma's face flushed crimson as she pulled on Nangong Jin's hand, signaling him to let go, but he remained unfazed, holding her hand tightly. Mu Chenshir was initially surprised but quickly adopted a knowing look. Meanwhile, Li Qingran gaped, wondering when these two had become a couple. Nangong Jin approached them with a smile, saying, "What a coincidence." Indeed, he continued, "I should have bought tickets to a different cinema." Mu Chenshir observed Nangong Jin with amusement and asked Nangong Jin, "Xiaoma, what did you two get together?" Li Qingran, astonished, inquired, "When did this happen?" After the midterm exams, Qin Xiaoma murmured, her head lowered. "It's been over a month. And you kept this from us? That's quite inconsiderate." Li Qingran expressed her displeasure. Qin Xiaoma opened her mouth to explain, but Nangong Jin interjected. "It's my fault for not wanting to discuss it. Don't blame Xiaoma." Li Qingran could tell that Qin Xiaoma was reluctant to make their relationship public, so she didn't press further. Instead, she teasingly remarked to Nangong Jin, "What? Are you embarrassed to bring Xiaoma out? Yet you call her Xiaoma so affectionately." Qin Xiaoma, feeling bashful, retorted, "Li Qingran, what are you saying?" Li Qingran chuckled mischievously. "What? Have you only just started dating, and already you're turning your back on her? You can't even say a word?" Qin Xiaoma shot her a glare, but remained silent. Li Qingran continued, "That's fine for you. But explaining it to Xiao you will be tricky. She wanted to be a happy single dog with you, and now you've abandoned her so soon. She surely won't let you off easily." Just mentioning Xiao you made Qin Xiaoma's head throb. Explaining this to her would be quite a challenge. She shot Nangong Jin an accusatory glance, thinking that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have to worry about this at all. Feeling unjustly accused, Nangong Jin wondered what he had done wrong. Li Qingran found Qin Xiaoma's reaction amusing and burst into laughter. Once she calmed down, she asked, "What movie are you planning to watch? Perhaps it's the same as ours. Then we could go together." Chapter 161. Holiday. For Qin Xiaoma shook her head and glanced at Nangong Jin. He had purchased the tickets, so she was unaware. Nangong Jin immediately stated, "We're watching a horror film." Qin Xiaoma frowned, thinking why he hadn't informed her beforehand. She was terrified of horror movies. Mu Chenshir wore an understanding expression, but this tactic had no effect on Li Qingran. Upon hearing this, Li Qingran smirked and warned Qin Xiaoma, "Oh, that's different from us. You better be careful." She shot a knowing glance at Nangong Jin. Qin Xiaoma was puzzled, unsure of the implication behind those words, and turned to look at Nangong Jin. He feigned nonchalance and coughed lightly, saying, "She's worried you might get scared." "Oh, I really do fear horror films," Qin Xiaoma admitted with a nod. Li Qingran chuckled at the clueless Qin Xiaoma, envisioning a scenario where someone might be thoroughly charmed by Nangong Jin. Feeling a bit uneasy, Qin Xiaoma glanced at the others, sensing something amiss. "How about we have lunch together after the movie?" Li Qingran suggested enthusiastically. Before Qin Xiaoma could agree, Mu Chenshir and Nangong Jin simultaneously declined. Li Qingran and Qin Xiaoma exchanged confused looks. The atmosphere became awkward. Mu Chenshir stated coolly, "The movie times don't match. It's not convenient." Nangong Jin nodded in agreement, saying, "Right, the timings don't align." Li Qingran glanced at Qin Xiaoma, wanting to say more, but Mu Chenshir leaned in and whispered. They finally managed to go out on a date. Should we really crash it? Li Qingran paused, realizing he had a point. But she had forgotten that Mu Chenshir had initially been reluctant as well. She offered an apologetic glance to Nangong Jin and said, "It might be a bit inconvenient. Let us plan to eat together next time." She then cast a hopeful look at the oblivious Qin Xiaoma. Seeing their reluctance, Qin Xiaoma felt it best not to press further, conceding to the next time. Mu Chenshir checked his phone and solemnly announced, "We can enter now. It's time." "All right, we'll head in first," Li Qingran said to Qin Xiaoma, who nodded and waved goodbye. Mu Chenshir took Li Qingran's hand, and they departed. After the two finally separated, Mu Chenshir and Nangong Jin simultaneously sighed in relief, glad they hadn't ended up with two extra companions. It seemed they would need to coordinate better before their next date to avoid such encounters. Once inside the screening room, Chen Xiaoma couldn't help but ask Nangong Jin, "Did you really buy tickets for a horror movie?" Nangong Jin nodded and replied, "Yes." "What's wrong? Don't you like horror films?" Chen Xiaoma frowned. "I don't like them. They terrify me." Nangong Jin immediately looked apologetic. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'll be more mindful next time." In truth, there was a hidden delight within, as it was precisely the fear that was desired. Otherwise, what would be the point? It seems the advice encountered online holds some validity. Chapter 162. Holiday 5. Chen Xiaoma shook her head and said, "It's all right. It shouldn't be too terrifying." Nangong Jin reassured her, "If you find it truly frightening, just close your eyes and don't look, or you can take refuge in my embrace." Upon hearing his words, Chen Xiaoma blushed and nodded shyly. 2 hours later, Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran emerged from the cinema. Mu Chenshi wore a sullen expression, while Li Qingran radiated excitement. "My Yang is simply too handsome," she exclaimed enthusiastically. Mu Chenshi pretended not to hear, maintaining his gloomy demeanor. During the film, she had completely ignored him, engrossed in whatever Yang was doing, even shouting that she would call him later, which irked him greatly. Li Qingran, noticing Mufence's deliberate indifference, stifled a giggle. "How petty. It's just that I didn't pay attention to you during the movie," she thought. "He is still upset about it? By the way, where should we go for lunch?" Li Qingran tugged at Mu Chenshi's sleeve. He turned his head, a hint of arrogance in his tone. "Why don't you go find your Yang? What do you need me for?" Li Qingran smiled helplessly. "Oh, come on. I made a mistake. I was just too engrossed." Mu Chenshi continued to feign ignorance, then suddenly remarked, "I'll forgive you if you change your phone wallpaper right now." Li Qingran was taken aback. "Is it just a wallpaper of Yang?" She smiled at Mu Chenshi, saying, "I wish I could capture your current expression. It's just too adorable." Mu Chenshi paused, giving her a cold look. "Don't try to change the subject." Ultimately, in order to enjoy a pleasant lunch, Li Qingran reluctantly changed her wallpaper, repeatedly reassuring herself that she would switch it back after the meal. "Is it Damu Dage?" Li Qingran pota. Mu Chenshi glanced at her, his expression softening slightly as he nodded stiffly. "Can we go eat now?" she asked with a feigned smile. What do you want to eat?" Mu Chenshi replied in a low voice. "Buffet." Li Qingran exclaimed joyfully. "You just devoured a huge bucket of popcorn and a drink. Can you still eat at a buffet?" Mu Chenshi asked skeptically. Li Qingran laughed awkwardly. "Oh, you know my appetite. Of course I can eat." Mu Chenshi frowned, but said nothing further, leading her to the buffet restaurant they had visited previously. As Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran happily prepared for their meal, Chen Xiaoma and Nangong Jin were in the cinema watching a horror film. Chen Xiaoma genuinely felt like crying. She finally understood the meaning behind Li Qingran's earlier words. Nangong Jin had certainly acted with ill intent by deliberately purchasing tickets for a horror film. Not long after the movie began, she became too frightened to watch. Nangong Jin immediately pulled her into his embrace, and while it started off well, things took an unexpected turn when he kissed her, not just once. Chen Xiaoma blushed, seething internally, casting him a few glaring looks, even though he couldn't see them in the dark. In truth, Nangong Jin was hardly focused on the film. He felt quite satisfied, having finally managed to kiss her multiple times after such a long wait. It seemed his plans for the day had indeed borne fruit. Chapter 163. Holiday 6. After several of Chen Xiaoma's furious glares, Nangong Jin, wearing a silly grin, finally took notice. He leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "What's wrong, Xiao Mo? Are you scared again? Should I hold you a little longer?" Upon hearing his words, Chen Xiaoma paused. Each time she had been kissed, she had been completely defenseless. She wouldn't fall for that again. With a huff, she shifted away from him, rejecting his proposal. Nangong Jin, sensing her movement, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly deduced that she must be shy, so he chuckled softly and said nothing more. Chen Xiaoma's cheeks flushed even deeper at his laughter, regretting her agreement to accompany him. She felt like she was sitting on pins and needles until the movie concluded, eager to escape this uncomfortable situation. However, Nangong Jin seized her arm, asking languidly, "Where do you think you're going?" Chen Xiaoma kept her head down in silence. Nangong Jin continued, "You promised me the other day that you would spend the whole day with me. Today, your time belongs to me. Are you really going to break your word?" Upon hearing his words, Chen Xiaoma shot him a fierce glare, but reluctantly stayed. Satisfied with her reaction, Nangong Jin smiled gently. "I know you love hot pot, so I found a hot pot restaurant. Let us head there now. Chen Xiaomo remained aloof, choosing not to respond, but after a couple of seconds, she couldn't help but ask, is it really delicious? Is it spicy enough? Nangong Jin, noticing her quick change in demeanor, couldn't resist pinching her cheek. How can you be so cute? Of course, it's delicious. Otherwise, I wouldn't bring you. Chen Xiaoma's eyes sparkled, and she pretended to relent. All right then, let's go check it out. Great. Follow me. Nangong Jin replied, taking her hand. This time, Chen Xiaoma accepted his grasp without resistance. On the first day of the holiday, both Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin were quite satisfied, while the unfortunate Yi Kaiyu was at home, cursing their lack of loyalty. In the evening, when Yi's father returned home, he handed Yi Kaiyu 2 concert tickets. Upon seeing they were for Eason Chan, Yi Kaiyu immediately thought of Zhao Yu, who seemed to be quite fond of him. He quickly shook his head, wondering why she came to mind. He then thought of Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin. Feeling a chill run down his spine, attending a concert with a guy felt rather unpleasant, especially since they had ditched him to have fun. After considering various companions, he dismissed the idea of going with Li Qingran. Mu Chenshi would surely be angry, and he couldn't go with Chen Xiaoma either, as Nangong Jin would likely object. Furthermore, he was particularly close to Zhao Yu and had no desire to go out with other girls, making Zhao Yu the most suitable choice. Thus, he concocted numerous excuses to comfort himself and nervously called Zhao Yu. As expected, upon hearing about the tickets, she became ecstatic and repeatedly asked if he was serious. After receiving his assurance, she immediately agreed to go with him. Yi Kaiyu pretended to be aloof, stating that he had other options besides her. Chapter 164. Concert 1. Zhao Yu was momentarily taken aback by his remark, but quickly showered him with compliments. Yi Kaiyu felt a surge of joy, and after pretending to be reluctant, they arranged a time and hung up. He felt a vague anticipation for the next day's arrival. The following day, Yi Kaiyu awoke unusually early, carefully styling his hair and coordinating his outfit to ensure everything was flawless before heading out. With a sense of excitement in his heart, he arrived at Zhao Yu's building and called her. Moments later, she emerged, clad in a military green jacket, black leggings, and a pair of Martin boots. Exuding a strictly confident aura. Yi Kaiyu stared for a couple of seconds, suddenly realizing that this version of Zhao Yu looked far more appealing than the meticulously made-up girls usually surrounding him. Let us go. What are you staring at? My dad will be down any minute, Zhao Yu urged, giving him a light nudge. Oh, let us go, he replied. Yi Kaiyu felt somewhat awkward. Usually, when surrounded by people, they would tease each other playfully, but now, in solitude, the atmosphere had turned uncomfortable. This disquietude unsettled him, prompting him to ponder for a moment before inquiring, "Silly girl, why are there so many teachers in your neighborhood? I saw several school teachers on my way here." Upon hearing him call her silly girl again, Zhao Yu shot him an annoyed glance and replied, "This is our school staff apartment." Yi Kaiyu was slightly taken aback. "Then how do you live here? Does someone in your family work at the school?" Zhao Yu nodded. "Yes, my dad is a teacher, our homeroom teacher." Yi Kaiyu froze. Her homeroom teacher was her father. Zhao Yu looked at him curiously and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing at all," Yi Kaiyu stammered, realizing that he had invited the daughter of his homeroom teacher out. What if he found out? "Let's go. The concert is in the afternoon. We should grab breakfast first and then stroll around a bit before heading there." Zhao Yu glanced at him and replied, "Okay." Yi Kaiyu nodded, feeling a strange sense of guilt. After spending the day wandering outside, they finally arrived at the concert venue as evening approached. Zhao Yu bought a plethora of glow sticks. Yi Kaiyu observed her fervent excitement with a hint of concern. "The concert ends at 10 p.m. Is it all right for you to go home so late?" Zhao Yu shook her head. "It's fine. I told my dad I was out with Xiao Ran and the others, and that I might return late." With that, she resumed her eager gaze towards the stage, eagerly awaiting Eason Chan's performance. Yi Kaiyu was impressed he had managed to secure such good tickets. He would surely be able to capture some memorable photos. Half an hour later, Eason Chan took the stage, and the crowd erupted in a frenzy of screams, the atmosphere electric. Yi Kaiyu covered his ears, bemused by the madness surrounding him. Zhao Yu, beside him, was completely enraptured, shouting Eason Chan's name with fervor, nearly deafening him. Zhao Yu was utterly ecstatic, having idolized Eason Chan for years, finally seeing him live. Eason Chan surveyed the enthusiastic crowd and spoke into the microphone, his deep voice resonating. "Thank you all for coming to my concert today. I am truly grateful." The audience erupted in even louder cheers, then gradually quieted, hanging on his every word. The primary purpose of this concert is to sing. I have brought many songs that you all enjoy, and I hope you will have a wonderful time. Eason's voice flowed through the venue once more. Eason-chan, I love you. Zhao Yu screamed beside Yi Kaiyu, who stared at her in horror. All right, everyone is very enthusiastic. Now, I will perform my first song, 10 Years. I hope you enjoy it, he smiled at the audience. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers once more, quickly settling down as they awaited the music. The gentle strains of music began, followed by Eason-chan's captivating voice. If those two words had not trembled, I would not have discovered my distress. How to articulate it is merely a farewell. If there are no expectations for tomorrow, holding hands is akin to traveling. At countless doorways, one person must depart first. Since embraces cannot linger, why not enjoy while we weep during parting? 10 years ago, I did not know you. You did not belong to me. We remained the same, accompanying each other as strangers, wandering through streets we gradually became familiar with. 10 years later, are we still friends who can greet each other? Yet that tenderness no longer finds reason to embrace. Lovers inevitably become friends. Since embraces cannot linger, why not enjoy while we weep during parting? Zhao Yu finally settled down, sitting quietly as she listened to Eason-chan sing. Meanwhile, Yi Kaiyu was lost in thought, reflecting on the song's poignant lyrics. Indeed, 10 years ago, he and Zhao Yu were mere strangers, yet today, they could be considered friends. He glanced at Zhao Yu, who was lost in a reverie, a smile gracing her lips as she savored the music. Yi Kaiyu reminisced about their journey together, the playful banter, the teasing, and yet, he felt a tinge of reluctance whenever they parted. He realized he was rather averse to loneliness, which had driven him to pursue many fleeting relationships. Yet none had ever truly understood him, until Zhao Yu came along. Every playful argument with her filled him with joy, and her innocent laughter was irresistibly contagious. The concert lasted over 2 hours, with Zhao Yu attentively immersed in the music while Yi Kaiyu watched her, reminiscing about their shared moments. After the concert concluded, Zhao Yu wore a contented expression, her small wish finally fulfilled. Meanwhile, Yi Kaiyu, after much contemplation, recognized that he had developed feelings for this silly girl. A sentiment unlike any he had felt for others. He truly found himself enamored by her. What is the matter? Am I that good-looking? Zhao Yu teased, noticing his gaze. Yi Kaiyu suddenly turned serious, replying yes. You are indeed very beautiful. Zhao Yu, taken aback, reached out to touch his forehead, muttering to herself, no fever. Why aren't you mocking me? Yi Kaiyu felt a pang of disappointment at being mistaken for ill. He playfully pinched her cheek and said, you're ridiculous. Let us go. It's already 10. Zhao Yu swatted his hand away, admonishing him not to touch her recklessly. Yi Kaiyu smiled mischievously but remained silent. Once they exited the venue, Yi Kaiyu suggested, let us take a taxi. It'll be quicker at this hour. Zhao Yu nodded in agreement. He hailed a cab, and as Zhao Yu provided the driver with her address, Yi Kaiyu squeezed into the back seat beside her. What are you doing? Zhao Yu asked, puzzled. Yi Kaiyu, adopting a serious demeanor, responded, I'm seeing you home. It's unsafe for you to go back alone at this hour. You're acting strangely today. What is unsafe? I'm perfectly safe, just as you always say, Zhao Yu replied, bewildered. Yi Kaiyu suddenly regretted his past words. Well, I just thought it might be inconvenient to catch a cab later, he reasoned. Zhao Yu reluctantly accepted this explanation, and they fell into a comfortable silence. Gazing out the window, Yi Kaiyu felt a sense of urgency to converse with her, but struggled to find the right words. He couldn't revert to their usual banter, as he had made up his mind to pursue her. The normally carefree Yi Kaiyu found himself at a loss, wrestling with his thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu, lost in her musings, sensed that something was amiss with him since the concert. Perhaps it was best not to engage him to avoid further teasing. Thus, they remained silent until the taxi arrived at Zhao Yu's apartment. She poked Yi Kaiyu, saying, I'm home. He nodded, feigning composure, and replied, oh, goodbye. Zhao Yu bid farewell and stepped out of the car. Yi Kaiyu gazed at her departing figure, wishing he could slap himself. He had not intended to say goodbye. How had it turned into such a cold farewell? Would this not make him seem indifferent? Consumed by regret, he was jolted back to reality when the driver, unable to contain his curiosity, urged, are you getting off or not? Yi Kaiyu quickly responded, I'm going. He then stated his home address. Throughout the journey, Yi Kaiyu sighed heavily, prompting the driver to inquire, what is wrong, student? You've been sighing the entire way. Yi Kaiyu shook his head. Nothing. The driver, smiling, remarked. That girl you just saw is the one you like? Isn't? Yi Kaiyu paused, then nodded. Sigh. Why don't young people know how to pursue a girl? If you like her, you should tell her. You were so aloof during the ride, not speaking to her at all. What good is regretting it now? The driver spoke with earnestness. Listening to the driver's words, Yi Kaiyu sighed again, feeling even more regretful. The driver continued, when it comes to wooing a girl, you must first understand her preferences. Give her what she likes. Also, be sweet with your words, set aside your pride. And don't be afraid to be a little shameless. Chapter 167. Winter Break 1. Yi Kaiyu listened intently, determined to give it a try. The driver chuckled at his earnest demeanor and said, That is how I won my wife's heart. Now our child is quite grown. Yi Kaiyu smiled and replied, You are indeed fortunate, uncle. Living with the one you love is a blessing. Indeed, the driver beamed. I hope you find the same luck. Wishing you success soon. Yi Kaiyu, beaming with gratitude, replied, Thank you for your kind words. 2 days passed swiftly, and early in the morning, everyone anxiously headed to school to collect their report cards, which would determine their holiday mood. Oh my, you've been so inconsiderate. How could you keep this from us for so long? Zhao Yu exclaimed, gazing reproachfully at Chen Xiaoma. Upon entering the classroom, Chen Xiaoma and Li Qingran had pulled her aside to share a secret, revealing that Chen Xiaoma had been dating Nangong Jin for over a month. Chen Xiaoma quickly covered her mouth, anxiously whispering, Please keep it down. Zhao Yu pushed her hand away, feeling wronged. We agreed to be happy single dogs together. And yet you abandoned me. Chen Xiaoma explained, It wasn't intentional. I was uncertain at the time, so I kept quiet. Zhao Yu remained unsatisfied. No way. I'm going to confront Nangong Jin for deceiving you. Chen Xiaoma quickly grabbed her, exasperated. All right, what do you want to do? Zhao Yu pondered for a moment, then smirked mischievously. When Mu Chenshi was dating our Xiaoma, he treated us to dinner. Your Nangong Jin should do something similar. As for you, I haven't thought of anything yet. I'll owe you for now. Li Qingran chimed in, Yes. Let Nangong Jin treat us to dinner. Chen Xiaoma blushed. I could treat you both. 2 meals are fine. How would she explain that to Nangong Jin? It would be too awkward. Zhao Yu immediately shook her head. No. You must treat us too. But he has to treat us first. It's different. With that, she glanced at Chen Xiaoma's back, and Li Qingran stifled a giggle. Chen Xiaoma opened her mouth, wanting to protest, but a familiar voice suddenly interrupted from behind her. Sure, I'll treat you both. You can decide what you want to eat. Nangong Jin stated calmly. Chen Xiaoma froze, then turned to find Nangong Jin standing behind her, clearly having overheard their conversation. She glanced at Zhao Yu and Li Qingran, who both feigned ignorance, one staring at the ceiling, the other at the floor. Chen Xiaoma gritted her teeth, feeling frustrated with both of them for not warning her and leaving her to flounder in embarrassment. Chapter 168. Winter Break 2. Li Qingran and Zhao Yu shared a mutual understanding. Upon seeing Nangong Jin approach, they both acted oblivious and did not alert her. Nangong Jin observed the trio's varied expressions and added, Let us do it this noon. After you receive your report cards, I'll treat you to a meal. Discuss what you'd like to eat, and we'll go right after school. Having said that, he returned to his seat. Chen Xiaoma shot daggers at her friends before also retreating to her desk. Zhao Yu and Li Qingran exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Yi Kaiyu rested his chin on his hand, gazing adoringly at the laughing Zhao Yu. Mu Chenshi, watching from behind, shook his head in disbelief. It was puzzling that upon hearing Nangong Jin had been dating Chen Xiaoma for over a month, Yi Kaiyu remained remarkably calm. Usually, he would have exploded with jealousy. After chatting a bit longer, Zhao Yu and Li Qingran returned to their seats. Yi Kaiyu promptly fished a bottle of yogurt from his backpack. Hesitatingly approaching Zhao Yu's desk, just as he was about to hand it to her, he noticed her deskmate offering her a bottle of yogurt, which she unceremoniously opened and drank. Yi Kaiyu halted, feeling a surge of irritation as he shoved the yogurt into his pocket and stood behind her, mockingly saying, Humph. Silly girl, be careful or you might end up fat. Zhao Yu, caught off guard by his words, turned to see Yi Kaiyu glaring at her with displeasure. Confused, she thought to herself, what did I do to provoke him? Yi Kaiyu shot a scornful look at Zhao Yu's deskmate, the class sports representative, before turning back to his own seat. Zhao Yu and her deskmate exchanged helpless glances before resuming their conversation. Back at his desk, Yi Kaiyu couldn't help but keep staring at Zhao Yu and her deskmate. Why are they sitting so close? Don't they know about propriety between the sexes? He thought to himself, And Zhao Yu is so naive, just opening the yogurt someone gave her without a second thought. Doesn't she understand the concept of restraint? Yi Kaiyu continued to glare daggers at Zhao Yu's deskmate, grinding his teeth in frustration. How could this guy be so nice to Zhao Yu? It was infuriating. Meanwhile, the sports representative, engrossed in conversation with Zhao Yu, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he noticed Yi Kaiyu glaring at him with a fierce intensity. Swallowing hard, he poked Zhao Yu's arm, asking cautiously, "Did you provoke Yi Kaiyu? Why does he keep looking at us like that?" Zhao Yu shook her head. "Who knows? But don't forget the yogurt you owe me. You'll have to make it up to me when school starts again." The sports representative lamented inwardly. Why did I ever bet with her? Now, he owed her 20 bottles of yogurt. Zhao Yu playfully patted his shoulder, saying earnestly, "No cheating now, young man. A man should keep his word." The sports representative looked at her with a mix of grievance and disbelief, wondering who was truly the one being unreasonable in this situation. Yi Kaiyu observed the two individuals growing increasingly audacious, even engaging in playful camaraderie. Frustrated, he slammed the table cover down and exited the classroom. Zhao Yu, startled by the commotion he had caused, muttered in disbelief, "Has he consumed explosives or something?" Chapter 169. Winter break, 3 not long after Yi Kaiyu left the classroom. Zhao Yu could no longer contain her curiosity and followed him outside, sensing something was amiss with him today. She felt compelled to check on him, particularly since he had treated her to a concert the previous day. Yi Kaiyu stood in the corridor, deep in thought, when suddenly a hand patted his shoulder. Turning around, he found Zhao Yu beaming at him. He glanced at her and then turned his attention back to the playground, pointedly ignoring her. Zhao Yu thought to herself, "Am I merely a warm face pressed against a cold shoulder? What is wrong with you today? Weren't you just fine yesterday?" She inquired, trying to suppress her irritation. "Why are you here bothering me instead of flirting with your deskmate?" Yi Kaiyu retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Yu asked, her annoyance growing. "Didn't you just drink the yogurt he gifted you? How can you not understand?" Yi Kaiyu continued. Zhao Yu paused, then exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? I merely made a bet with him involving 20 bottles of yogurt. He lost, hence the yogurt. Did you not notice his reluctance?" Yi Kaiyu, puzzled, asked, "A bet?" Zhao Yu nodded, affirming yes. He lost the wager. A wave of relief washed over Yi Kaiyu, and his expression brightened. "Oh well, it's fine now. Let's head back inside. The teacher will arrive shortly," he suggested with a smile. Zhao Yu looked at him, bewildered, but he gently ushered her back into the classroom. Moments later, their homeroom teacher, Zhao Hong, entered, still wearing a broad smile. The students, observing his expression, surmised that their performance on the recent exam was commendable. "All right, everyone quiet down. I will distribute the report cards now," the teacher announced, rapping his knuckles on the desk. The previously noisy classroom fell silent as all eyes turned to him. The teacher chuckled. "No need to be so tense. You all did quite well. Why does everyone appear so despondent?" His words elicited laughter, and the atmosphere in the classroom brightened instantly. "Now, I will read out the results," the teacher continued. And once the 5 minutes passed, all scores were announced. Everyone turned in unison to Mu Chun, who once again topped the grade. The others were filled with envy. Li Qingran and Yi Kaiyu maintained their previous scores, but Chen Xiaoma made significant progress, ranking 12th in the grade and 8th in the class. The teacher specifically praised her. Nan Gongjin was overjoyed to hear this, even more so than if she had received accolades herself. Chen Xiaoma, blushing, graciously accepted the praise, feeling the gap between her and Nan Gongjin narrow slightly. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu appeared troubled, knowing she would be lectured at home again. With Chen Xiaoma now moving ahead, she found herself lingering around the 30th position in the grade. Sighing quietly, Zhao Yu caught Yi Kaiyu's gaze, who noticed her sudden gloom and frowned. After the report cards were distributed, the teacher began handing out awards for excellent students. When it was Yi Kaiyu's turn, he suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, thanking the teacher with apparent sincerity, a stark contrast to his usual carefree nature, which left the teacher slightly bewildered. Chapter 170. Winter break. 2 hours later, winter break officially commenced, and the students exited the school with looks of relief. A group including Li Qingran and Nan Gongjin decided to treat themselves to a meal. Zhao Yu couldn't help but complain, "You all don't have to write the Chinese homework, while I have to churn out 5,000 words of notes." Yi Kaiyu leaned in with a playful grin. "I can help you write it." Zhao Yu jumped in surprise. "Did you take the wrong medicine today?" Yi Kaiyu, intending to be helpful, felt disheartened by her reaction and returned to Mu Chen's side. Observing their interaction, Mu Chen silently smirked. What do you all want to eat? Then Gongjin inquired. Li Qingran quickly responded. That depends on Mo's preference. She then broke into a mischievous smile. Zhao Yu chimed in, yes, yes. We'll follow your lead. The two shared a laugh, while Chen Xiaoma blushed, shooting them a glare. Noticing Chen Xiaoma's shyness, Gongjin could not resist holding her hand, suggesting, it's quite chilly. There's a nice hot pot restaurant nearby. How about we go there? Li Qingran and Zhao Yu readily agreed, and Yi Kaiyu and Mu Chun had no objections either. Nan Gongjin, observing the unusually quiet Yi Kaiyu, asked, do you have any objections? Before he could respond, Zhao Yu interjected, no objections. Hot pot sounds perfect. With a slightly threatening glance, she signaled him not to disagree. Yi Kaiyu smiled and replied, no objections. Let us eat hot pot. Nan Gongjin nodded, all right. I'll reserve a table on my phone. 20 minutes later, the group arrived at the hot pot restaurant, and the three girls immediately huddled together to place their orders. Soon, a bounty of food filled the entire table. Mu Chun and the others were accustomed to this by now, fully aware of their appetites. Seizing an opportunity, while Mu Chun was distracted, Li Qingran stealthily grabbed a lamb roll from the spicy pot. Just about to feed it to herself, when Mu Chun suddenly cleared his throat, fixing her with a serious look. Feeling wronged, Li Qingran glanced at him, reluctantly putting the lamb roll back down, internally frustrated as she was on her period and forbidden from spicy food. Last month, she had snuck some spicy chicken feet and suffered greatly from cramps, which had infuriated Mu Chun. Now, he seemed to remember this better than she did, vigilantly preventing her from consuming anything spicy during her period. Li Qingran felt utterly defeated. Here, she was at a hot pot restaurant, yet unable to enjoy the spice. Stealing another glance at Mu Chun, she noted his unwavering expression of no negotiation, prompting her to give up. Meanwhile, Yi Kaiyu intentionally sat beside Zhao Yu, eagerly serving her food and helping her cook. Zhao Yu was thoroughly enjoying herself, nearly brought to tears by the spice, prompting Yi Kaiyu to immediately offer her a drink. After gulping down a few sips, she remarked, why are you suddenly so attentive today? Aren't you bothered by how much I'm eating? Didn't you mock me last time? Yi Kaiyu shook his head vigorously. What are you talking about? Eating a lot is a blessing. Zhao Yu eyed him suspiciously, feeling as though he had ulterior motives. Chapter 171. Winter Break 5. Yi Kaiyu wore a cheerful smile, remaining silent as he continued to pile her bowl with her favorite dishes. Faced with the steaming food, Zhao Yu lost her ability to think and began to feast heartily. Yi Kaiyu, too engrossed in serving her, hardly focused on his own meal, captivated instead by the sight of her joyously devouring her food. He found her unpretentious enthusiasm charming, far more appealing than the pretentiousness of so-called refined ladies. Mu Chun watched Yi Kaiyu with a bemused expression, thinking he was beyond saving. After their meal, Gongjin accompanied Chen Xiaoma home, while Yi Kaiyu stubbornly insisted on following Zhao Yu, ignoring her protests. Ultimately, she relented, allowing him to tag along. Li Qingran returned to Mu Chen's apartment with him, where they spent the afternoon together, with him affectionately holding her and stealing kisses until he finally escorted her home in the evening. Upon returning home in the evening, she discovered that Li Qingfeng had unexpectedly returned. Instantly, she suppressed her smile and sarcastically remarked, oh, it's been a holiday for several days, and you only come back today. Aren't you a bit ashamed? Li Qingfeng shot her a glance and retorted, the person who collected the report card this morning only returned in the evening. Aren't you embarrassed? You. Li Qingran glared at him in anger, ready to retort, but was abruptly interrupted by Mama Li. You two need to behave yourselves for a moment. Every time you meet, you just bicker. Aren't you both old enough for this? Mama Li sighed helplessly. Both of them opened their mouths to argue, but Mama Li continued. One of you always asks about his sister whenever he makes a phone call, and the other is always curious about when her brother will return. Upon hearing this, Li Qingran and Li Qingfeng froze momentarily, then simultaneously exclaimed, who asked? I wasn't concerned about him. With that, they turned away in unison and retreated to their respective rooms. Mama Li observed the awkward dynamic between them and sighed. It was evident that they had been close as children, always sticking together. Yet, as they grew older, they seemed to relish in aggravating one another. Although their bond remained strong, they were reluctant to express it, often resorting to quarrels to strengthen their connection, while staunchly defending each other against outside criticism. On the first day of winter vacation, Li Qingran rose early again, having agreed with Mu Chenshi the previous day to meet at the library to work on their assignments. While having breakfast, Li Qingfeng was astonished to see her up so early and quickly checked his phone. Indeed, it was barely past 7. She was actually getting up without lingering in bed. After refreshing herself, Li Qingran prepared to leave. Li Qingfeng looked at her and inquired, "Where are you going?" Li Qingran, feeling a bit guilty, replied, "I made plans with classmates to go to the library to do some assignments." Li Qingfeng noticed she had indeed packed several books in her bag and didn't question her further, nodding his approval for her to leave. Just as Li Qingran opened the door, Li Qingfeng suddenly called out, "Come back early for lunch. Don't dawdle the whole day." Li Qingran paused and nodded in acknowledgement before promptly exiting. As soon as she stepped outside, she hurriedly called Mu Chenshi, asking him to wait for her at the community entrance instead of downstairs at her building. She knew Li Qingfeng too well. He would undoubtedly be peeking from behind the window. Chapter 172. Winter Vacation 6. Although Mu Chenshi was somewhat puzzled, he said nothing and turned to leave her building, heading towards the community entrance. Li Qingran lingered in the stairwell for a moment before pretending to act as if nothing was amiss and walked directly to the entrance. Li Qingfeng watched from the window for a few seconds before returning to his breakfast. He didn't wish to act like a voyeur, but the Mu Chenshi from years ago had left a lasting impression on him, especially now that she was at an age where she was naive about love. He felt the need to keep a vigilant eye. Li Qingran anxiously walked to the entrance, glanced back over her shoulder, and sighed in relief. Mu Chenshi observed her behavior and frowned, asking, "What's going on today?" Li Qingran immediately grimaced and said, "Don't mention it. My brother is back, and he is keeping a close watch on me. I can't even eat out for lunch." Mu Chenshi's expression stiffened. Whenever Li Qingfeng was around, trouble always followed. Though he would eventually be her brother-in-law, certain matters still required consideration. "Let us go eat, then we'll get back to our assignments," Li Qingran urged, pulling on his arm. Mu Chenshi nodded reluctantly, and together they went to have breakfast. After finishing, they spent the morning working on assignments at the library. When noon arrived, Li Qingran checked her phone and quietly said, "Let us go. I need to head home for lunch." With that, she gave him an endearing look. Mu Chenshi's expression soured instantly, and he frowned without saying a word, beginning to pack his books after a couple of seconds of silence. Once outside the library, Li Qingran sighed inwardly. Both Li Qingfeng and Mu Chenshi were formidable figures she could not afford to offend. Throughout their walk, silence enveloped them until Li Qingran suddenly pulled on Mu Chenshi's arm and whispered, "I can go back by myself. You don't need to see me off." She looked at him with a hint of worry. Mu Chenshi, still sulking, remained silent, prompting her to tug at his sleeve. He finally nodded reluctantly in agreement. Li Qingran observed his expression and continued, I probably won't be able to go out for the next couple of days. I need to return to Angxi soon to celebrate the new year." Mu Chenshi's voice deepened. "Why so early? You have to go back to Angxi already?" Li Qingran nodded, explaining, "It's always like this every year, and with my brother keeping such a close watch, I can't be out for long." Noticing his displeasure, she quickly grabbed his hand and, standing on her tiptoes, planted a gentle kiss on his lips, playfully saying, "Oh, we can video chat then. The winter break will pass quickly, and we'll see each other again when school starts." Mu Chenshi sighed helplessly, suddenly feeling that the winter break was exceedingly long. Li Qingran cheerfully linked her arm with his, saying, "Let us walk a bit more. We'll part ways after the intersection up ahead. And make sure to go home quickly. Don't stay out all day." Mu Chenshi nodded, and she added, "Eat on time every day, and don't skip meals just because I'm not around." In a moment of playful defiance, he replied, "Then you should stay with me, Li Qingran." At that moment, Mu Chenshi seemed so childish, it made her want to laugh. She fought to suppress her amusement while shaking his arm gently. Mu Chenshi, however, wore a serious expression, watching her intently. Chapter 173. Winter Vacation 7. As they reached the intersection, Li Qingran glanced at Mu Chenshi and, on a whim, tiptoed to steal a kiss. To her surprise, he reacted swiftly, wrapping his arms around her and passionately sealing her lips with his. They lost themselves in a fervent embrace, oblivious to the passers-by who couldn't help but glance at the affectionate couple. After 30 seconds, they reluctantly parted, with Li Qingran burying her face in Mu Chenshi's chest. He held her tightly, as if suppressing some deep-seated emotion. Passers-by stole glances at them, but upon meeting Mu Chenshi's slightly frosty gaze, they quickly looked away. Li Qingran, Her cheeks flushed, remained nestled in his embrace, too shy to raise her head. That moment had been so reckless. They were on the street, after all. They held each other quietly for a while, and, eventually, Li Qingran lifted her head to adjust the scarf around Mu Chenshi's neck. "I'm heading home now. I'll call you," she murmured softly before turning to leave. Mu Chenshi watched her retreating figure until it disappeared from sight before he, too, turned to depart. A few days after returning home, Li Qingfeng took Li Qingran back to Angxi. During this time, she video-called Mu Chenshi daily, sensing that his frustration seemed to intensify, and she made a point to soothe him. Soon, the new year arrived, and on the morning of New Year's Eve, Li Qingfeng dragged Li Qingran out of bed. "What are you doing? It's barely 6 o'clock," she protested, curling up under her blankets. "It's almost 6. Get up quickly." Li Qingfeng murja. Seeing her stubbornness, he felt helpless. Li Qingran wished to sleep, but she understood there was no choice. She had to rise. It was an unyielding family tradition to celebrate the new year in the morning. Unlike other families that enjoyed their reunion dinner at noon, this routine had persisted for over a decade, with no signs of change. Although her grandfather and grandmother spoiled her, there was no negotiation on this matter. She had to get up for the meal. With this in mind, though she was reluctant, she struggled to get out of bed. Li Qingfeng observed her finally rising from bed, silently exhaling a sigh of relief as he gently urged, "Hurry up." Before exiting the room, Li Qingran, still dazed from sleep, sat on the edge of her bed for a few moments before swiftly dressing and grooming herself. By the time she was ready, her mother had set the table with a sumptuous array of dishes, all of which were her favorites, invigorating her spirit. "All right, it's New Year's Day. I shall say a few words," Grandpa Li remarked joyfully as he gazed at the family gathered together. The entire family, wearing smiles, turned their attentive eyes towards him. "Ahem. Everything at home is quite well. I will speak freely. First, Xiaofeng, you are now in college, and your most pressing concern should be finding a girlfriend. I know you are a good boy who has never engaged in early romance, but you are no longer a child and should start considering your lifelong matters," Grandpa Li stated calmly, his gaze fixed on Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng's face flushed slightly as he replied softly, "I'm not in a hurry. My studies are my priority." Chapter 174. Winter break. Li Qingran couldn't help but smirk at Li Qingfeng's response. Unexpectedly, Grandpa Li continued, "And Xiaoran, this is a crucial time for your studies. Do not follow the example of early romance. However, you've always been well-behaved, so I am sure you won tea." He finished with a warm smile directed at her. All eyes shifted to Li Qingran, who felt a twinge of guilt and lowered her head, quickly asserting, "Of course not. Grandpa, you can rest assured. I will study diligently." Li Qingfeng interjected, "If she dares to date early, I will take care of her." Li Qingran immediately retorted, "Who do you think you can take care of?" Their playful banter elicited hearty laughter from the family, and the reunion meal passed in joyful mirth. As soon as breakfast concluded, Li Qingran hurried back to her room, locked the door, and promptly sent a video request to Mu Chenshi. He accepted shortly thereafter, appearing sleepy and cheerful. "Haha, what time is it? And you're still in bed?" Li Qingran tiesa. Mu Chenshi replied nonchalantly, "I was up all night gaming with Ikayu and just fell asleep." Upon hearing this, Li Qingran expressed concern. "Oh, you should get some more rest." Mu Chenshi shook his head, his tone cool. "No need. Why are you up so early?" Li Qingran beamed with pride. "I woke up at 6 because our family has a reunion breakfast." They exchanged a few casual words before Li Qingran insisted on ending the video call, urging him to rest. Mu Chenshi complied, laying down to sleep, as he intended to prepare a surprise for her later. Around 7 in the evening, Li Qingran received a call from Mu Chenshi, startling her into hanging up. She quickly retreated to the bathroom and called it back. "What's wrong?" "I was waiting to watch the Spring Festival Gala," she inquired cautiously. Mu Chenshi paused for a moment before replying, "I'm downstairs at your place." Li Qingran hesitated for a few seconds before tentatively asking, "Are you joking?" His voice was steady yet weary. "No, you can check." Fresh from an overnight gaming session and a brief midday nap after their reunion meal, he had purchased an afternoon train ticket to Angxi and came straight over. Li Qingran froze, then nonchalantly exited the bathroom. She cautiously approached the window, peeking outside, and found Mu Chenshi looking up at her. Under the streetlight's glow, they caught a glimpse of each other's faces, and Li Qingran stood frozen in shock. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you opening the window on such a cold day?" Li Qingfeng complained, sneezing immediately afterward. Li Qingran shot him an annoyed glare. Retorting, I'm just getting some fresh air. She promptly closed the window and returned to her room. You really came? She exclaimed incredulously. Well, you saw me, didn't you? Mu Chenshi responded in a low voice. I came to spend the new year with you. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingran replied determinedly. All right, wait for me. I'll come find you. Wait downstairs in the building in front. Okay, he said softly, feeling a renewed sense of energy upon her agreement. Chapter 175. New Year's Eve. After changing her clothes, Li Qingran pondered for a moment and called Su Yang, persuading him to assist her in sneaking out. What is up? The good student is up to something tonight? Su Yang said. Li Qingran retorted, Stop asking so many questions. Well, my brother calls you. Just say, I want to watch the fireworks with you and some friends. Don't let anything slip. Su Yang feigned discontent. Is this how you ask for help? Are you going to help me or not? Li Qingran pressa. Of course, I will help you. Su Yang acquiesced eagerly. After receiving his promise, Li Qingran hung up. Upon exiting her room, she encountered Li Qingfeng, who frowned upon seeing her dressed up. Where are you going? Feigning calmness, she replied. Su Yang just called and invited me to watch the fireworks with him and a few friends. Li Qingfeng frowned. What time is it? Li Qingran, feeling guilty, replied. Everyone hasn't seen each other in a while. It's just a gathering. Before Li Qingfeng could respond, Grandpa Li interjected. All right, Xiao Ran can go. But you must return home tonight. It's not safe to be out alone. Have Su Yang see you back. Li Qingran nudda, eager to leave before they changed their minds. On her way, she resolved to treat Su Yang better in the future for his assistance. As she approached the front building, she spotted Mu Chenshi, who was engrossed in his phone. Upon noticing her, he quickly put it away, a smile creeping across his face, entirely devoid of impatience. Li Qingran approached him, lowering her head and asking, What brings you here? Mu Chenshi took her slightly cold hand, his voice deep. I missed you, so I came. He gazed at her intently. Li Qingran felt her cheeks warm, unsure if it was from the chill or his words. Mu Chenshi frowned slightly, removed his scarf, and wrapped it around her neck. He also placed her hat on her head, covering her snugly. He reproached gently, You know you're cold. Why didn't you wear a scarf and hat when you went out? You didn't even wear gloves. He took her hands in his, hoping to share his warmth. Li Qingran remained silent, realizing she had rushed out without preparing. Mu Chenshi watched her with an affectionate smile, saying, Let us find a warm place first. Then we can watch the fireworks when it's close to midnight. Li Qingran nodded and followed him as snowflakes drifted down from the sky, and the streets were nearly deserted. The dim lights elongated their shadows, yet they remained distinct in height and breadth, their hands clasped tightly together, evoking the timeless sentiment of walking hand in hand through life. Chapter 176. New Year's Eve 2. Upon arriving at a nearby shopping mall, the two stepped inside. The air conditioning inside offered immediate relief, prompting Li Qingran to exhale contentedly before turning to Mu Chenshi with a cheerful smile. Mu Chenshi, amused by her adorably foolish demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, his voice cool as he remarked on her silliness. Li Qingran, feeling slightly attacked, shot him a glare but graciously chose not to dwell on it. Since it was New Year's Day, the mall was relatively empty, yet the staff at each store diligently attended to their duties. Li Qingran and Mu Chenshi casually entered a coffee shop, ordered 2 cups of coffee, and nestled closely together in a cozy corner. Leaning against Mu Chenshi's chest, Li Qingran felt warmth envelop her as he playfully toyed with one of her hands. Though words were scarce, an unspoken warmth filled the air between them. Suddenly, Li Qingran recalled something, lifting her gaze to ask, What time will we head back? Mu Chenshi looked down at her, noticing remnants of coffee at the corner of her mouth after she took a sip. Unable to resist, he gently pecked her lips, savoring the lingering aroma of coffee. Hey, I'm serious, she protested, pushing him playfully. What time are we going home? Burying his face in her neck, Mu Chenshi replied in a husky voice after the fireworks. It should be close to midnight. Li Qingran nodded and then dialed Su Yang's number. After a moment, he finally answered, Sister, I'm in the middle of a game. What do you need? With a hint of exasperation, Su Yang continued, Just wanted to let you know, I probably won't be home until late, so don't come back too early. Li Qingran responded in a calm tone. What? That's a bit excessive. If you're going home, why shouldn't I? Su Yang, failing frantic, insisted, Just consider it a favor for me. Li Qingran felt a pang of guilt, realizing he might have a point. Absolutely not. Mom said if I'm not home by midnight, she'll skin me alive. Su Yang sighed, Oh no, is there really no way? Before she could respond, Mu Chenshi took her phone and spoke coolly into the receiver. Hello. Su Yang froze, suspicion lacing his voice. Is this Mu Chenshi? Yes. I heard you're fond of basketball. Mu Chenshi stated directly. Help us this time, and I'll give you signed basketball by James. Su Yang was momentarily speechless. Wait, did I just hear you correctly? A signed basketball by who? By James? Mu Chenshi repeated patiently. Su Yang, still in disbelief, stammered. Really? You aren't pulling my leg. Are you? Indeed, I have one. Help us out this time. And it's yours, Mu Chenshi assured him. Instantly, Su Yang was electrified, abandoning his game. All right, what do you need? It's a small task. After he agreed, Mu Chenshi returned the phone to Li Qingran. She looked at him quizzically before asking, Su Yang, what just happened? Su Yang, eager to please, chimed in, Sister, whatever time you return, I'll be right there, but make sure Mu Chenshi remembers the basketball. Chapter 177. New Year's Eve 3. Su Yang's heart raced with excitement. James was his favorite NBA star. The thought of owning a signed basketball made him willing to endure anything, even the threat of punishment from their mother. Now, he felt the need to cling to Li Qingran for support. Li Qingran, puzzled, asked, What made you agree? Who is this James? Su Yang, in a hurry, replied, Never mind that. Just tell me what time you'll be home, and I'll follow suit. He hastily hung up, fearing they might change their minds. Li Qingran, wanting to inquire further, found that Su Yang had already disconnected. Turning to Mu Chenshi, she asked, What did you promise him? Why is he so excited? Mu Chenshi replied nonchalantly, Just a basketball. Li Qingran was taken aback. Just a basketball? Boys truly are incomprehensible. The two lingered in the coffee shop for over 2 hours. As the clock approached 11, they decided to head to the park to watch the fireworks. You came over suddenly. Do your family members know? Li Qingran inquired. Mu Chenshi nodded. After lunch, my parents went to work, my grandfather is visiting a comrade, and my grandmother is at my aunt's. So I'm home alone. Once they arrived at the park, they found preparations underway for the fireworks. Despite the festive atmosphere, the park was surprisingly sparse, mainly filled with young couples. They chose a bench to sit together. Stay here. I'll get us some milk tea to warm up, Mu Chenshi said, noticing how bundled up Li Qingran was. All right, I want chocolate, she replied cheerfully. Before long, Mu Chenshi returned with 2 cups of milk tea, attempting to hand one to Li Qingran. I can't hold both, she exclaimed. Mu Chenshi, momentarily flustered, realized he had forgotten she wouldn't manage. You take one. I'll hold the other to warm up. He sat beside her, enveloping her in silence. The previous silly demeanor seemed distant from him now. As they sat on the bench, Mu Chenshi held Li Qingran close. Suddenly, she pondered aloud. Does he Caillou like Xiaoyu? Why do you ask? Mu Chenshi replied coolly. I found out that he invited her to a concert by Eason Chan. Li Qingran said, Howdy. Mu Chenshi chuckled softly. You wish to go, don't you? Li Qingran was taken aback, having not voiced her thoughts, understanding her unspoken desire. Mu Chenshi playfully pinched her cheek. Next time, I'll take you along, but whether he likes Xiaoyu is beyond my knowledge. He decided to remain discreet about their affairs. They would resolve their matters themselves. Both Li Qingran and Xiaoyu were somewhat oblivious. If she were to discover Yi Caillou's affection for Xiaoyu, she would undoubtedly spill the beans, complicating things for him. After all, it was rare for him to genuinely like someone, and Mu Chenshi felt compelled to assist him. If Li Qingran were to be upset upon discovering this later, Yi Caillou would have to take responsibility. Chapter 178. New Year's Eve, for Li Qingran pursed her lips, sensing something amiss. Mu Chenshi, with a calm demeanor, urged, Let them handle their own issues. Li Qingran nodded in agreement, falling into a thoughtful silence. They sat on the bench for a while longer. The park had readied the fireworks, and the countdown to midnight was only 10 minutes away. As the crowd began to gather, Li Qingran felt compelled to rise. But Mu Chenshi gently restrained her, his voice low and reassuring. Stay here. The fireworks are in the sky, not on the ground. Li Qingran found his reasoning sound, settling back against him in comfort. As the countdown reached 10 seconds, excitement filled the air, and Li Qingran's heart raced in anticipation. Suddenly, Mu Chenshi turned her face toward him, leaning down to capture her lips in a sweet kiss. Li Qingran's eyes widened in surprise before she gradually closed them, savoring the moment. This marked the first new year they shared together. As the countdown reached 0, a chorus of cheers erupted, resounding with shouts of Happy New Year. The individual responsible for igniting the fireworks promptly set them ablaze, and clusters of exquisite fireworks soared into the pitch-black sky. The jubilant sounds of celebration intertwined with the crackling of fireworks filled the air, resonating in the ears of Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran, who remained locked in a kiss. As if time had come to a standstill, leaving only the two of them in their secluded world. Li Qingran swallowed nervously, and Mu Chenshi could not resist planting another gentle kiss on her lips before leaning in to whisper at her ear, his voice husky, "We've just kissed, and it's been 2 years." Li Qingran, still somewhat dazed, looked at him with a hint of confusion. Mu Chenshi flashed a mischievous smile and continued, "We've been kissing since last year, which makes it 2 years, doesn't it?" The warm breath brushed against Li Qingran's neck, causing her to instinctively draw back. Casting him an annoyed glance. Observing her slightly embarrassed demeanor, Mu Chenshi's gaze deepened, and after a few moments, he averted his eyes, unable to look any longer lest he succumb to the urge to kiss her again, to the point of leaving her lips swollen and making her reluctant to face anyone when she returned home. The debts he owed her would eventually be collected. Little did Li Qingran know, she had unwittingly fallen into a trap of obligations imposed by someone who would always shamelessly leverage this against her in the future whenever she sought mercy. The fireworks continued to illuminate the sky for a full half-hour, painting it in vibrant colors. They spent the next half-hour nestled together on a bench. "When will you return to the capital?" Li Qingran suddenly inquired. Mu Chenshi pondered for a moment before replying nonchalantly, "Not sure yet. Whenever you return, I will as well." Hearing his words, Li Qingran paused, then responded with a hint of resignation, "But I need to stay a few more days, and I might not even be able to leave." Mu Chenshi replied lightly, "It's fine. That's not important." Li Qingran glanced at him a couple of times, but chose not to say anything further. "It's getting late. Let us head back." Mu Chenshi's tone was cool. Li Qingran nodded and promptly called Su Yang. Su Yang answered almost immediately. "Hello, sister, what do you need?" he asked with feigned enthusiasm. Li Qingran felt a shiver run down her spine. "Can you act normal for once?" she retorted. Su Yang quickly shifted to a serious tone. "What is up, Li Qingran? Do you have something to discuss?" Li Qingran felt an overwhelming urge to scold him. "I'm just calling to tell you that I'm heading home now. You should hurry back too, okay? And don't let anything slip. We came to the park with some friends to watch the fireworks, and after that, you'll drive me home." She cautioned him with concern. Understood. By the way, don't forget my basketball," Su Yang replied. After hearing this, Li Qingran nodded, preparing to hang up, but Su Yang cheekily asked, "So, you spent the night with Mu Daxian, huh? You two have been together for so long. You didn't engage in any inappropriate activities, did you?" Li Qingran froze, her anger boiling over as she shouted, "Su Yang, are you trying to get yourself killed?" She hung up the phone abruptly. Su Yang, startled, nearly dropped his phone. Mu Chenshi looked at her in confusion, and Li Qingran shrugged. "It's nothing. He was just being annoying." Mu Chenshi nodded, and the two left the park. Their leisurely stroll eventually brought them to Li Qingran's apartment building. She glanced up at him and softly said, "I'll head home first, and we can video chat tomorrow." With that, she released his hand. Mu Chenshi frowned, but said nothing. "I'm leaving now. You should return home early too," Li Qingran stated, quickly pecking him on the cheek before turning to ascend the stairs. Watching her hurried retreat, Mu Chenshi's gaze deepened, and it was only after the lights in her home flickered on that he turned to leave. Li Qingran dashed upstairs and had just opened the door when the living room lights switched on. Startled, she let out a scream and turned to find her brother, Li Qingfeng, standing behind her with a stern expression. "Brother, why are you still awake?" she asked, her heart racing. Li Qingfeng's tone was ominous. "Now you remember to call me brother? And you finally decided to come home. What time is it?" "I lost track of time while having fun. I even took some beautiful photos of the fireworks," Li Qingran replied, attempting to appease him. "Enough, go to sleep. It's past 1. We'll talk about this tomorrow." "And that's Su Yang too," Li Qingfeng said, his eyes heavy with fatigue. He had been waiting for her return after watching the Spring Festival Gala, worrying about her safety. Feeling unwell due to a cold, he was now even more exhausted. "Understood, I'll go to bed now. You should get some rest too," Li Qingran promised. Rushing back to her room, Li Qingfeng yawned and headed to his own room, contemplating how he would address Su Yang the next day. Meanwhile, poor Su Yang was at home, facing his mother's wrath. On the first day of a new year, Li Qingran slept in until nearly 10 o'clock before finally rising. Li Qingfeng, standing outside her now-closed door, paused for a moment before calling out, "Get up and come out. We need to talk." Li Qingran, exasperated, covered her ears. thinking he was relentless. Reluctantly, she opened the door. I need to wash up first, she said. Li Qingfeng frowned as he saw her emerge with disheveled hair. You should wash up properly. Li Qingran trudged to the bathroom, taking her time, before casually having a bit of breakfast. Now, let us discuss where we were last night. Li Qingfeng said, settling onto the sofa. I was out watching fireworks with Su Yang and some friends. Li Qingran explained, counting her fingers. Did you really spend so long just watching fireworks? Li Qingfeng kastunat skeptically. We also grabbed a bite to eat before heading to the park for the fireworks. You can ask Su Yang if you don't believe me, she said, hoping to divert the blame onto Su Yang. Li Qingfeng scrutinized her before dialing Su Yang's number and putting it on speaker. After a while, Su Yang finally answered. Hey, Qingfeng bro, Happy New Year. What's up? He asked lazily. Was Xiaoran with you last night? Li Qingfeng asked seriously. Li Qingran's heart raced, hoping Su Yang wouldn't say anything foolish. On the other end, there was a brief silence before Su Yang cheerfully replied, Yeah, we were with some friends all night. Li Qingran slowly relaxed, relieved he hadn't blurted anything out. Li Qingfeng glanced at Li Qingran, who feigned calmness in return. Are you sure? You're not lying to me, are you? How could I dare to deceive you? Qingfeng bro, we were genuinely together all night. We first ate something, then went to watch the fireworks. Afterward, I drove Sharon home around 1, and I got home shortly after, Su Yang said in one breath. This reassured Li Qingran completely, and she met Li Qingfeng's gaze confidently. Li Qingfeng pondered for a moment, sensing Su Yang was being truthful, and decided to let it go this time. All right, I'll reluctantly believe you. But next time, don't come home this late. No, there shouldn't be a next time. It's fine for you, but Xiaoran is a girl. It's too unsafe to return home so late, Li Qingfeng admonished. Su Yang had underestimated Li Qingran's resilience, but he dared not voice that thought. I understand, Qingfeng bro. I was in the wrong this time. It won't happen again, Su Yang quickly conceded. Good. Li Qingran spoke softly and then promptly hung up the phone. After putting down his mobile device, Su Yang found himself devoid of any desire to sleep. Instead, he rose to fulfill the task assigned by his mother, to compose an 800-word guarantee letter promising to refrain from returning home after 10 o'clock at night. The previous evening, upon his stealthy return, he had intended to sneak back to his room, only to discover his mother waiting for him there. She promptly caught him and gave him a thorough scolding. In the end, he deceived her by claiming he was merely escorting Li Qingran home, which earned him a reprieve, though the guarantee letter was unavoidable. Chapter 181. Lantern Festival. Su's mother admonished him for indulging in reckless play and for dragging Li Qingran along. He felt utterly innocent in this matter. It was that troublesome girl, Li Qingran, who had led him astray. However, for the sake of his sign basketball, he had to endure it all, just as Li Qingran sighed in relief. She heard Li Qingfeng casually mention that they should change their clothes for lunch at their uncle's house, and that for the next few days, she should not expect to go out and should accompany him to pay New Year visits instead. Li Qingran pursed her lips in silence, her mind racing with thoughts of how to deal with Mu Chenshi. The days of the new year quickly passed, and soon it was nearly time to return to school. Li Qingran and Mu Chenshi had both returned to the capital, and Mu Chenshi had never anticipated school with such eagerness. During the remaining days of winter break, the two had managed to meet secretly, though her brother was overly protective. At last, the university semester commenced after the Lantern Festival. On that day, while Li's parents were busy with work, Li Qingran went to Mu Chenshi's apartment early in the morning. With a key in hand, she opened the door to Mu Chenshi's apartment just as he was preparing to step out in search of her. Upon seeing her, he appeared slightly taken aback, then remarked with a hint of reproach, I thought if I didn't come looking for you, you wouldn't come looking for me either. You, the busy person, finally found some time. Li Qingran. If it weren't for the fact that she could sense his displeasure from not having seen her for days, she would have been reluctant to seek him out. Of course, she dared not voice these thoughts. To placate him, she smiled and said, Of course. I missed you. With that, she changed her shoes and stepped inside. I brought breakfast, she announced, waving the food in her hand. I got you your favorite wontons from that place. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenshi's expression softened a bit, grateful that she had made an effort to cheer him up. Seizing the opportunity, now that he was no longer sulking, Li Qingran asked, So, Mu classmate, do you accept my apology? With a hint of pride, Mu Chenshi replied, I suppose I can manage. After finishing breakfast, they lounged in the apartment for the entire morning. By noon, Li Qingran received a call from Zhao Yu, inviting her and Chun Xiaoma to go out in the afternoon and to see the Lantern Festival in the evening. Li Qingran readily agreed, and after confirming the time and place, they hung up. Mu Chenshi, upon hearing this, expressed his dissatisfaction. What s with that Yi Kaiyu? Why hasn't he won Zhao Yu's heart yet? Does he really have time to take Li Qingran out? I was planning to spend the afternoon alone with her, but now I'll be surrounded by so many third wheels. I want to go too, Mu Chenshi said, his tone low, at least that way. I can still spend the afternoon with her. What? We're going out as a trio. What do you plan to do? Be our third wheel? Li Qingran asked, looking up at him. Who is the third wheel here? He retorted stubbornly, insisting, no, I'm going. With that, he began to tickle Li Qingran's sides, causing her to roll on the sofa in laughter, begging for mercy. But Mu Chenshi pretended not to hear her. Are you going to let me go? He threatened, pinning her down on the sofa. Li Qingran, the normally aloof and proud Mu scholar, had suddenly turned so childish. Chapter 182. Lantern Festival 2. Seeing that Li Qingran had not responded, Mu Chenshi feigned another tickle, prompting her to plead, wait. Let me ask Xiaoma if Nangong Jin is going. If he is, you can come with us. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Chenshi released her and sat beside her. Nangong Jin would undoubtedly go. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, after Li Qingran had messaged Chen Xiaoma, she reluctantly reported. Xiaoma said Nangong Jin is being stubborn and insisted on going with her. Nangong Jin calmly stated, well then I'll go too, and with that, he gently kissed her lips. Li Qingran. Truly, he was a good brother, with a face as thick as a wall. In the afternoon, Li Qingran and her friends arrived at the agreed meeting place. Chen Xiaoma and Li Qingran immediately gathered to chat, while Nangong Jin and Mu Chenshi stood awkwardly to the side. Xiaoma, Qingran, Zhao Yu called out cheerfully. Zhao Yu, Li Qingran replied. Why are you late today? Zhao Yu sighed. Oh, it's a long story. Who knows what has gotten into Yi Kaiyu lately? Since the winter break started, he has been calling me every day to hang out. At first, I thought nothing of it, but it became increasingly strange. He even confessed his feelings for me one time after having a few drinks, saying he liked me. Can you believe it? I've always seen him as a buddy, and he has so many girlfriends, I don't want to get involved in this mess. Ever since that incident, I've instinctively avoided him, not answering his calls or going out with him. Yet, he has taken to waiting outside my building every day. One time when we were going out to pay New Year visits, my dad saw him. Luckily, he wasn't too foolish and claimed he had relatives living there to visit for the New Year. My dad didn't suspect anything, but I was terrified. So, I invited you both out today, carefully observing for a long time before leaving. Thankfully, Yi Kaiyu isn't waiting outside today, just as Zhao Yu sighed in relief. A familiar voice rang out behind her. What a coincidence. You're all out having fun today, Yi Kaiyu said nonchalantly. Zhao Yu stiffened, slowly turning around to see it was indeed Yi Kaiyu, and immediately cast a suspicious glance at Li Qingran and Chen Xiaoma. The two exchanged glances, shaking their heads. They hadn't mentioned anything to Yi Kaiyu. They then glanced at their boyfriends, Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin, who both wore calm expressions, clearly not admitting to having contacted Yi Kaiyu. Zhao Yu let out a wail and rushed behind Li Qingran and Chen Xiaoma. The two girls shared a silent understanding. Chen Xiaoma whispered, this definitely has a story behind it. Li Qingran replied, it's fine. We can gradually pry it out of her. Reaching a consensus, they said nothing further and, linking arms with Zhao Yu, moved forward. Meanwhile, Yi Kaiyu approached Nangong Jin and the others. Why haven't you won Zhao Yu over yet? Mu Chenshi asked with some dissatisfaction. Nangong Jin also looked at Yi Kaiyu with disapproval, noting how he was wasting their time with Xiaoma. Yi Kaiyu chuckled, his confidence unwavering. It's coming soon. Nangong Jin, skeptical, remarked, I hope so. Yi Kaiyu, irritated, retorted, what do you mean by that? Do you doubt my speed in pursuing girls? Chapter 183. Lantern Festival 3. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenshi frowned and said, Zhao Yu is Qingran's good friend. I hope you're serious this time. Nangong Jin mirrored his seriousness, adding, Xiaoma and Zhao Yu are also close friends. I hope she doesn't take out her frustration on him because of Yi Kaiyu. Yi Kaiyu paused for a moment, then replied earnestly, I'm serious this time. I've never liked a girl this much before. Both Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin were taken aback. They knew that due to Yi Kaiyu's family circumstances, he had always been skeptical about love. His parents divorced when he was very young, a consequence of his mother's infidelity, leaving him with a profound psychological scar. Consequently, he now carries an air of cynicism, appearing rather flirtatious, yet the turmoil within him remains inscrutable to others. Upon hearing his confession, Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin chose to remain silent, and the trio hastily pursued Li Qingran, who had distanced herself from them. Li Qingran and Chen Xiaomao had just escorted Zhao Yu away when they positioned themselves on either side of her, pressing her for answers. What is going on between you and Yi Kaiyu? Li Qingran inquired. Be honest, or it will be worse for you, Chen Xiaomao added. Zhao Yu glanced at them, exasperated. How should I know what is going on in his head? One moment he declares he likes me and wants to pursue me. The next he is clinging to me. That's why I've been avoiding him. Chen Xiaomao was taken aback, slowly responding. Let me process this. Yi Kaiyu is actually pursuing you? Li Qingran wore a knowing expression, stating, I suspected as much. Otherwise, why would he invite you to the Isenchan concert? Jealousy flickered within her. You could have at least told me. Chen Xiaomao remarked enviously. Zhao Yu stammered. I didn't think it was worth mentioning. It was just a concert. This response earned her disdain from both Li Qingran and Chen Xiaomao. This is it. We're done. Mo. Let us go. Li Qingran declared, turning to leave. Chen Xiaomao nodded, making a move to follow. Zhao Yu quickly grabbed them, pleading, all right, I admit my fault. You can't leave. I brought you both out to help me figure this out. Upon hearing this, Li Qingran and Chen Xiaomao ceased their teasing and focused intently on her. Zhao Yu, seeing their expressions, suddenly remembered something and complained, I only invited you two out today. Why are Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin here as well? And Yi Kaiyu, for that matter. You two prioritize romance over friendship. At her words, Li Qingran and Chen Xiaomao, who had been proudly boastful just moments before, immediately fell silent, feeling guilty. It wasn't their intention to invite them. It was simply that they had no way to deter them. Zhao Yu, looking at their demeanor, muttered in frustration. You two are utterly under their thumb. Chen Xiaomao and Li Qingran exchanged awkward coughs. Li Qingran hastily redirected the conversation. Weren't we discussing your situation with Yi Kaiyu? How did it shift to us? Chen Xiaomao quickly concurred, yes. You've led the topic astray. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Yu pondered aloud, so what should I do? Li Qingran asked, what about you? Do you have feelings for Yi Kaiyu? Chapter 184. Lantern Festival. For upon hearing Li Qingran's question, Chen Xiaomao turned her gaze toward Zhao Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yu hesitantly replied, I see him merely as a brother. I suppose that's it. He already has so many girlfriends. I'd rather find a boyfriend with a less complicated past, someone for a pure first love. Li Qingran, observing her expression, discerned that she might have feelings for him, albeit subconsciously. However, while Yi Kaiyu seemed charming, he also exuded an air of unreliability due to his numerous romantic entanglements. Chen Xiaomao and Li Qingran exchanged glances, opting to let Zhao Yu navigate her own thoughts on the matter. After all, the decision ultimately lay with her. After responding to Li Qingran's inquiry, Zhao Yu fell into deep contemplation. She believed her feelings for Yi Kaiyu were purely platonic, yet inexplicably felt a surge of discomfort whenever she witnessed him flirting with other girls. Perhaps she simply disdained unfaithful men, she mused inwardly. A while later, noticing that Li Qingran and Chen Xiaomao had grown distant, Zhao Yu implored, what should I do? Can you devise a plan for me? Oh, we're not sure. Chen Xiaomao replied softly. Sigh, how can we maintain the original relationship without causing disruption? It's all his fault for acting so erratically. Everything was just fine before. Zhao Yu lamented. Li Qingran, Chen Xiaomao, it is not something one can control. When you like someone, you simply do. Just as the trio was about to continue their conversation, Mu Chenshi and the others caught up with them. Yi Kaiyu pushed past Li Qingran to stand beside Zhao Yu. Grinning mischievously, little Yu, what plans do you have today? Where shall we go for fun? Zhao Yu exploded, little Yu? How dare you call me that? Upon hearing her outburst, Yi Kaiyu quickly backtracked. I'm sorry, I won't call you that again. Zhao Yu, this was what drove her to the brink. Every time she scolded him, he would retort, leading to playful banter, which she found comforting. But now, he simply gazed at her with an earnest expression, leaving her feeling uneasy and covered in goosebumps. Li Qingran and Chen Xiaomao exchanged glances, unable to stifle their laughter at Zhao Yu's plight. Can't you keep your distance from me? You follow me everywhere. Don't you find it annoying? Yi Kaiyu replied patiently. Not at all. I'm quite pleased. Zhao Yu was on the verge of insanity, truly feeling like she might lose her mind. This guy had clearly lost his marbles. Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin gazed at Zhao Yu with sympathy, having witnessed Yi Kaiyu's relentless persistence, capable of wearing anyone down. After wandering around aimlessly for a while, they decided to go for dinner, followed by watching the lanterns. After much deliberation, they finally settled on a Sichuan restaurant. As Li Qingran and her friends had a penchant for spicy food. Eat up, enjoy your meal. Yi Kaiyu, with an ingratiating smile, piled food onto Zhao Yu's plate. Enough. Do you think I'm a pig? Zhao Yu snapped in exasperation. Oh, all right. I'll let you eat first, he replied without offense, still grinning. Chapter 185. Lantern Festival. 5. Li Qingran and Chen Xiaomao watched Zhao Yu with a gleeful expression. After finishing their meal, they all headed to the square. The night had fallen, and the square was bustling with people. Various vendors were vociferously promoting their lanterns, knowing that today was their only opportunity to sell before the evening ended. As they strolled, taking in the sights of numerous lanterns, Zhao Yu's mood lifted slightly. It would be even better if she could shake off the persistent presence of the person trailing her. While they were eagerly admiring the lanterns, a sudden shout of fire rang out. A visitor had accidentally knocked over a lantern, causing the candle inside to ignite others as the lanterns were crafted from paper. What initially seemed a minor incident spiraled into chaos due to the panic triggered by the shout, leading the crowd to surge toward the exits. Li Qingran and her friends were separated amidst the throng. Zhao Yu lost her footing and nearly toppled over from a robust man-ass shove when suddenly a strong arm caught her, steadying her. Turning, she saw Yi Kaiyu straining to hold her up. Just as she felt a flicker of gratitude, he exclaimed, "Steady yourself. I can't hold on much longer." Zhao Yu, am I really that heavy? After regaining her balance, Yi Kaiyu grasped her hand and urged her toward the exit. Zhao Yu, astonished, awkwardly asked, "Why are you holding my hand?" However, the surrounding clamor drowned her voice, leaving Yi Kaiyu oblivious to her question. After extricating themselves from the crowd, Yi Kaiyu continued to hold her hand, prompting Zhao Yu to tug at her arm and request that he let go. Yi Kaiyu glanced at her, as if suddenly realizing the situation, and with a sheepish chuckle, he released her grip. Although Zhao Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment, her curiosity got the better of her as she inquired, "Why did you suddenly grab my hand?" Yi Kaiyu paused, then replied, gently with a smile, "I was afraid we might get separated again." Upon hearing his response, Zhao Yu felt a sudden stir in her heart. In the chaos of being jostled apart, she had indeed felt a flicker of fear. Surrounded by unfamiliar faces, she found herself alone and vulnerable for a fleeting moment. Just as she teetered on the brink of falling, Yi Kaiyu had reached out to steady her, rendering her utterly moved. Yi Kaiyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he looked at her in alarm, asking Xiao Yu, "What's wrong? Don't scare me. Did I do something to upset you?" Zhao Yu wiped away a tear and shook her head. Yi Kaiyu, filled with remorse, said, "I'm sorry for being late. After we got separated, I kept looking for you." Zhao Yu chuckled softly at his words, teasing, "You really are quite foolish." Seeing her return to normalcy relieved Yi Kaiyu, and he grinned at her. Just as their relationship began to warm, Zhao Yu's phone rang, causing both to pause. She promptly answered the call, while Yi Kaiyu inwardly cursed the timing of the interruption. On the other end, Li Qingran's anxious voice came through. "Xiao Yu, are you okay?" After the crowd had surged, she had lost sight of Zhao Yu, but thankfully Mu Chenshi had stayed by her side. Chen Xiaomao had also checked in, assuring her she was fine. But now she worried about Zhao Yu. "I'm fine," Zhao Yu replied with a smile. "Oh, that's a relief," Li Qingran sighed. "Have you seen Yi Kaiyu? He is also missing." Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment, glancing at the young man beside her, and replied, "He is right here with me." Li Qingran felt a bit foolish for asking, realizing it was a question she already knew the answer to. Well, I guess we should head home early. Don't forget to rest up for class tomorrow," she advised. "Sure, be safe, and don't let Mu Shueba keep you out too late," Zhao Yu teased. Li Qingran. She believed Yi Kaiyu should cling to Zhao Yu a bit more tightly if she still had the energy to joke. "I have to go goodbye," she said, ending the call with a hint of irritation. Zhao Yu laughed softly and prepared to head home. "I'll walk you," Yi Kaiyu offered promptly, and Zhao Yu nodded in agreement. The next morning, the school held an opening ceremony, during which Mu Chenshi, recognized as an outstanding student, delivered a speech before the entire school. Li Qingran and the others listened attentively, while girls from neighboring classes whispered about how handsome and exceptional Mu Chenshi was. Initially, when she first started dating him, Li Qingran would feel insecure hearing such comments, doubting her worthiness. However, after nearly 6 months together, Mu Chenshi had provided her with ample security, allowing her to hear those praises without feeling discomfort. She looked up at him on the podium, who always appeared aloof and unapproachable in public. It was playful and teasing when with her. Despite the loose and baggy school uniform, he looked anything but bulky, while she often felt like a ball in hers, drawing laughter from her friends. Soon, Mu Chenshi finished his speech, and the playground erupted in applause. He bowed calmly, then descended the podium with an impassive expression. At that moment, it felt as if all the students were watching him, captivated by an innate charisma that compelled submission. Returning to his class, Mu Chenshi ignored the murmurs from various groups as he approached Li Qingran, pausing briefly to raise an eyebrow at her. Li Qingran. Just moments ago, she thought his aloof demeanor was attractive, but now she realized it was merely an illusion. He couldn't maintain that serious facade for long. After settling in, Yi Kaiyu turned to his friend. Nice job, buddy, looking rather impressive. Mu Chenshi merely shot him a sideways glance before dismissing him. Yi Kaiyu felt a wave of frustration. He had noticed the subtle exchange between Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran. A month slipped by swiftly, during which Yi Kaiyu relentlessly pursued Zhao Yu, yet to no avail. The spring outing, a staple of high school life, was eagerly anticipated, and the school had organized a trip to a scenic spot, Hushaotan, known for its beautiful landscapes. Excitement buzzed among the students as they began planning their outfits and snacks. However, Zhao Yu wore a frown, dreading the long journey as she suffered from motion sickness. With Li Qingran paired with Mu Chenshi and Chen Xiaomao with Nangong Jin, she feared being left alone. Seeing her distress, Li Qingran and Chen Xiaomao teased, "Don't worry. We'll make sure Yi Kaiyu sits next to you. ELL take good care of you." Zhao Yu shot them an exasperated glare, unwilling to engage with their playful meddling. Yi Kaiyu had successfully won them over, and they had no idea how many times they had unwittingly conspired against her. Indeed, Li Qingran and Chen Xiaomao had been swayed by Yi Kaiyu's persistent efforts over the past month. They had observed his transformation as he devoted himself to Zhao Yu, no longer flirting with other girls. Initially skeptical of Yi Kaiyu due to his past reputation, they now understood his history thanks to Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin's explanations. Moreover, Yi Kaiyu had worked hard to endear himself to them, sharing numerous snacks, making it difficult for them to refuse his requests. As friends of Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin, they felt a sense of responsibility to keep an eye on him in case he mistreated Zhao Yu in the future. Thus, they had subtly aided Yi Kaiyu, believing it would be unkind for Zhao Yu to remain single while they were all in relationships. Li Qingran chuckled. "We're just looking out for you. Finding someone reliable to care for you is in our best interest too." Zhao Yu, unimpressed, retorted, "Is he really reliable?" Chen Xiaomao quickly agreed, "Absolutely." Zhao Yu. Observing her friend's laughter, Zhao Yu felt exasperated. Li Qingran swiftly suggested, "All right, let us go shopping for snacks after school. Will you join us?" Zhao Yu hesitated, glancing at them. "Just the three of us? Yi Kaiyu won't come, right?" Li Qingran and Chen Xiaomao exchanged glances. What had happened to Yi Kaiyu that made him so timid? It seemed his path to winning Zhao Yu's heart would be a long one. Chen Xiaomao sighed. "If it doesn't go, it'll just be the three of us. Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin won't be joining either." After Zhao Yu heard this, she finally let out a sigh of relief and looked at the two with some dissatisfaction, complaining, "At least you still have a shred of conscience. I thought you two only cared about your partners and had abandoned me. After all, both of you have a history." Chen Xiaomao. Li Qingran. Is it still too late to regret? Where has Yi Kaiyu gone? Chapter 188. Spring outing 2. After the three came to an agreement, they left school and headed straight to the supermarket to buy snacks, leaving Mu Chenshi behind. Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin were quite displeased with Yi Kaiyu, feeling frustrated about his inefficiency in pursuing someone. Yi Kaiyu, on the other hand, expressed his helplessness. Zhao Yu was different from those girls, and it was precisely this difference that attracted him to her. On the second day of the spring outing, Li Qingran and Chen Xiaomao abandoned Zhao Yu once again, each seeking their respective boyfriends. Zhao Yu felt indignant, knowing it would turn out this way, yet still declaring her intention to sever ties with them. Li Qingran and Chen Xiaomao paid little heed to her words, even exchanging knowing glances with Yi Kaiyu, signaling him to seize the opportunity. As soon as they boarded the bus, Zhao Yu took a seat by the window in the front row, and Yi Kaiyu instinctively plopped down beside her, asserting, "Li Qingran and Chen Xiaomao told me to sit here. They said you get car sick and asked me to take care of you." Zhao Yu glanced at him and suddenly smiled meaningfully, saying, "I'm sorry, but this seat is taken." Yi Kaiyu, unconvinced, retorted, Don't tease me. Li Qingran is sitting with Mu Chenshi, and Chen Xiaoma is with Nangongjin. Who else could you be sitting with? Zhao Yu listened intently before suddenly exclaiming, "Oh, I see. But I didn't plan to sit with them anyway. I'm sitting with my dad." Yi Kaiyu was taken aback, suddenly remembering that the homeroom teacher was her father. "You can't be serious," he asked incredulously. Zhao Yu nonchalantly replied, "If you don't believe me, you can sit here. I don't mind." With that, she pulled out her phone and began to play with it leisurely, leaving Yi Kaiyu feeling restless. Could it actually be true? He still held a glimmer of hope and inquired of a nearby classmate, "Who is the supervising teacher for our bus?" The classmate looked at him oddly and replied, "The homeroom teacher, of course. Who else would it be?" Ye Kaiyu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu looked at him and gestured for him to proceed. Ye Kaiyu gritted his teeth, only to see the homeroom teacher striding towards their bus with a bag on his back. Reluctantly, he shot Zhao Yu a glance before standing up and moving to the back of the bus. Zhao Yu cheerfully called out, "Take care, no need to see me off." Finally free from him, she felt a sense of relief after a month of his incessant following. Shortly after, the homeroom teacher boarded the bus and sat right next to Zhao Yu. Upon witnessing this, Yi Kaiyu's last flicker of hope extinguished, and he slumped back in his seat. Utterly disheartened, his new classmate, a chubby boy, poked him and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing this, Yi Kaiyu turned to him, feeling even more dismal as he realized all the seats were taken except the one next to him. Could he not even escape him on a bus? Was this not adding insult to injury? The chubby boy. Is it really necessary to be so disdainful? Yi Kaiyu sat there pitifully, glancing at the front left where Li Qingran and Mu Chenshi sat, engaged in cheerful conversation, while Chen Xiaoma and Nangongjin were huddled together, watching a movie. His heart sank further as he looked back at Zhao Yu, who was already donning an eye mask and preparing for sleep. Sighing silently, he decided to sleep as well. Chapter 189. Spring Outing 3. Yi Kaiyu nudged the chubby boy, who was engrossed in his phone, saying, "I'm going to take a nap." Before the boy could react, Yi Kaiyu leaned his head on the boy's shoulder and closed his eyes. The chubby boy was momentarily stunned, then looked pleasantly surprised, becoming extra cautious with his phone, afraid of disturbing Yi Kaiyu. During the 2-hour bus ride, Yi Kaiyu fell asleep. Meanwhile, Li Qingran, for some inexplicable reason, suddenly felt a pang of conscience and decided to check on Yi Kaiyu and Zhao Yu. To her surprise, she found Zhao Yu sleeping soundly against the homeroom teacher's shoulder. Then, she scanned the bus for Yi Kaiyu and found him also peacefully resting against his classmate's shoulder. Li Qingran. These two really are something. Mu Chenshi, unaware of what Li Qingran was observing, followed her gaze and noticed the sympathetic expression on her face. He remarked, "What is so interesting? Just let them rest." With that, he confidently pulled Li Qingran's head onto his shoulder. Li Qingran. As for Yi Kaiyu, she could only feel deep sympathy for him, forgetting that the homeroom teacher was right there. Finally, after 2 hours, they arrived at their destination. Yi Kaiyu hopped off the bus, backpack in tow, and rushed toward Zhao Yu, only to find her still closely following the homeroom teacher. He looked on pitifully, just as he was about to turn away when he saw the homeroom teacher walking off to find other teachers, leaving Zhao Yu alone. Immediately, he brightened and rushed toward her with a grin. Zhao Yu stood there, looking forlorn, thinking, "Is this really my father? He actually find me bothersome and insists that my classmates should not see us together. Who in the class doesn't know he is my dad? Moreover, he has never given me any special treatment. So how could that possibly be a bad influence?" As Zhao Yu was lost in thought, she suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her. "Here comes another one. But no worries, I'm here to keep you company." Zhao Yu, here we go again. Truly relentless. However, having someone to carry her burdens wasn't so bad. She promptly threw her heavy backpack at Yi Kaiyu, who caught it with a flattering smile. The two then set off to find Li Qingran and the others. As they chased after the main group, they finally caught up to Li Qingran and Chen Xiaoma, who were standing by a pond, watching the fish. Zhao Yu stealthily approached them from behind and let out a loud shout. Li Qingran and Chen Xiaoma both screamed in surprise. Li Qingran glared at her. "You scared me to death. I almost fell in." Zhao Yu laughed heartily. "Don't worry. Mu Shuaba will fish you out." Li Qingran. Couldn't you choose a more pleasant word than fish out? The three of them chatted idly by the pond for a while, taking numerous photos before reluctantly departing to rejoin their classmates. Meanwhile, Mu Chenshi and the others quietly sat in a pavilion, feeling bored and thinking that approaching them would only invite disdain. Yi Kaiyu, who had just been following Zhao Yu, watched as she immediately abandoned him upon spotting Li Qingran and Chen Xiaoma, dashing toward them while he quietly carried her heavy backpack to find Mu Chenshi and the others. Nangong Jin teased him, saying he'd become a mere backpack bearer, suggesting that he should let him carry it too. Chapter 190. Spring outing. For ever since Caillou got together with Chen Xiaoma, he had grown considerably bolder, shamelessly claiming that it was the nourishment of love that had thickened his skin. Now he spent his days with Mu Chenshi, teasing his single friends. Once he won Zhao Yu's heart, he planned to flaunt their romance in front of them. Caillou thought bitterly. After Li Qingran and the others departed, Mu Chenshi and the others quickly grabbed their bags and followed suit. As they walked along, the absence of Zhao Yu and Caillou's playful banter felt oddly unfamiliar. Li Qingran, with a twinkle in her eye, pulled out her camera and asked a classmate nearby to take a picture. The group then posed in front of a swing for a group photo. As they prepared for a photograph, Li Qingran and Chen Xiaoma instinctively nudged Zhao Yu beside Caillou. Zhao Yu shot them a silent glare, but refrained from voicing her displeasure, pouting as she positioned herself next to Caillou. However, in that fleeting moment of capture, Caillou unexpectedly draped his hand around Zhao Yu's shoulder, causing her to stiffen, her expression frozen as the photo was taken. Once the picture was snapped, Zhao Yu promptly swatted Caillou's hand away, exclaiming in dissatisfaction, "What are you doing?" Caillou merely grinned cheekily, choosing silence, then turned to Li Qingran, reminding her to develop the photos. Glancing at Zhao Yu, who wore a disgruntled expression, and at Caillou, who beamed with delight, Li Qingran voiced her confusion. "What's wrong? It was just a photo. Why does it feel like something happened that I'm unaware of?" Zhao Yu shook her head, remaining silent, while Caillou, preoccupied with appeasing Zhao Yu, ignored her. Li Qingran shrugged, muttering, "I'll check for myself," before reclaiming her camera. Upon reviewing the recently captured image, she burst into laughter. "Caillou, that was swift." Zhao Yu blushed, glaring at him once more. The group engaged in playful banter for a while, before seeking a grassy area to enjoy their meal. "I brought your favorite spicy duck necks," Caillou announced, promptly pulling a box from his backpack and presenting it to Zhao Yu. She inspected it and recognized her preferred brand, finally offering him her first smile of the day. Caillou, eager to impress, opened his bag further, declaring, "Everything in here is what you love." Zhao Yu tilted her head, patting his shoulder. "You're quite the gentleman." Caillou grinned broadly, rippling, "It's just what I ought to do." Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin exchanged glances at Caillou's antics, their expressions revealing disdain, as if to say they wished to disassociate from him, finding his behavior limitless. Meanwhile, Li Qingran and Chen Xiaoma looked at Zhao Yu with a mix of envy and teasing. "Oh dear, there are outsiders present. Save the affection for elsewhere," Li Qingran jested. Zhao Yu seemed to be seeking trouble, and Li Qingran, noticing Zhao Yu's gritted teeth, playfully laughed. "We share our blessings. Don't think you can hog all the duck necks. I'll consume them all. What will you do about it?" Zhao Yu retorted, narrowing her eyes at her. "But Caillou can't agree to that. After all, he bought them," Li Qingran teased. Caillou quickly asserted, "I'm all for Zhao Yu. Li Qingran skufa. What an ungrateful fellow. After all the favors I've done for you." Chapter 191. Spring outing 5. As Chen Xiaoma observed their banter, she couldn't help but chuckle, then sighed. "All right, let us spread the picnic blanket before we think about food." Li Qingran and Zhao Yu exchanged glances and simultaneously turned their heads away with a huff. Mu Chenshi raised an eyebrow at Li Qingran's childishness, wondering why they were making such a fuss over a box of duck necks. He quietly produced his own box from his bag. Li Qingran's eyes sparkled with excitement as she reached out to seize it, grinning triumphantly at Zhao Yu. "Zhao Yu." Chen Xiaoma sighed, exasperated by the antics of the two. The group continued their playful exchanges while enjoying their lunch on the grass. After their meal, the tour guide led them on a brief exploration before heading back to the bus. Caillou quickly sidled up to Zhao Yu, his expression eager as he said. The class monitor went to another bus. "Can I sit with you?" Zhao Yu hesitated before reluctantly nodding in agreement, perhaps swayed by the allure of the duck necks. Caillou beamed with joy, following closely behind her. Once on the bus, he opened his bag again, ready to unveil his last tidbits. He had saved a bit of food, anticipating Zhao Yu might feel bored during the ride. However, as soon as Zhao Yu settled in, she pulled out her eye mask and leaned against him, stating, "I need to sleep. It's too bumpy." Caillou s'était finit momentarily. glancing at the sleeping Zhao Yu before quietly retracting his snacks, sitting upright to ensure her comfort. After several minutes, he noticed Zhao Yu's gentle breathing, prompting him to cautiously adjust his numb arm. Observing her peaceful slumber, he noted how the air conditioning had given her cheeks a rosy hue, making her appear irresistibly cute. The eye mask covered half her face, giving her an adorably naive look, and her small, beautifully shaped lips seemed inviting. Ye Kaiyu shook his head, chiding himself for such thoughts. Yet, moments later, he found himself unable to resist gazing at Zhao Yu, swallowing hard. He scanned the bus, noting that most classmates were either asleep or engrossed in their phones, seemingly oblivious to his actions. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. If he were to steal a kiss, who would witness it? Surely, she wouldn't know. The more he pondered, the more justified he felt. Leaning down, he pressed a quick kiss against Zhao Yu's luscious lips and then straightened, pretending nothing had transpired. Yet, the rapid beating of his heart betrayed him. So this is what it feels like to kiss someone. It was an enchanting sensation, akin to a feather brushing against his heart, igniting an insatiable longing. Her lips were soft, reminiscent of jelly. Blushing, he glanced at the still sleeping Zhao Yu, relieved she remained unaware. Otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. Should he seize the moment for another kiss? Just as he considered leaning in again, his phone vibrated, pulling him from his reverie. Chapter 192, Spring Outing 6 moments ago. Mu Chenshi had sent him a message, accusing him of being shameless for stealing a kiss while Zhao Yu slept. Ye Kaiyu Qingran and Mu Chenshi, who merely raised an eyebrow in a nonchalant manner, waving his phone. A moment later, Ye Kaiyu received a photo, one capturing the very moment he had kissed Zhao Yu, taken unwittingly by Mu Chenshi. Panic surged through him as he shot a fierce look at Mu Chenshi. Seriously, do you have to be such a creep? Why are you spying on me? Ye Kaiyu demanded. Who cares? I was just stretching my neck and happened to catch your sleazy act. Mu Chenshi retorted, smirking. Ye Kaiyu grumbled. What do you want from me? Mu Chenshi replied. If Zhao Yu finds out, given her temper, what do you think will happen? Ye Kaiyu instantly vetoed, pleading, please don't. What do you want from me? Frustrated at his own loose tongue, he realized Mu Chenshi had found a way to hold this over him. Amused by Ye Kaiyu's near collapse, Mu Chenshi smirked, his fingers dancing across his phone screen. What do I want? Ye Kaiyu urged, just give me a straight answer. He vowed to return the favor when he caught Mu Chenshi in a similar predicament. Yet, the cunning Mu Chenshi would never allow that to happen. It was merely a fanciful hope for Ye Kaiyu. After a long wait with no response from Mu Chenshi, Ye Kaiyu's anxiety escalated. Unable to bear it any longer, he called Mu Chenshi, only to have the call abruptly disconnected. Mu Chenshi shot him a disapproving look, annoyed that he would disturb him while Qingran was still sleeping. He hadn't intended to make contact, but now that Ye Kaiyu insisted on setting conditions, Mu Chenshi felt justified in planning a little mischief at his expense. When Ye Kaiyu finally turned to look at Mu Chenshi, he quickly flashed a sycophantic smile and raised his phone, indicating that he wished to chat via messages. However, upon seeing this, Mu Chenshi promptly turned away again. Ye Kaiyu asked, what will it take for you to delete that photo and not inform Zhao Yu? Mu Chenshi replied, I haven't decided yet. It depends on your sincerity. Ye Kaiyu silently cursed him for his shamelessness but maintained a cheerful facade. Gazing at the back of Mu Chenshi's head, fearful that a lapse in his expression might be caught, Ye Kaiyu proposed. A week's worth of homework plus a week's breakfasts. Mu Chenshi countered. What about Xiao Rant's breakfasts? Ye Kaiyu retorted. That includes her breakfast for week 2. Mu Chenshi abruptly recalled. Oh, I think I have duty next week. What if I don't want to do it? Ye Kaiyu exclaimed, come on, don't push it too far. Mu Chenshi teased. Is it too much? Well, perhaps I should just send that photo to Zhao Yu. Instantly, Ye Kaiyu imagined the dire consequences if Zhao Yu were to see the photo and quickly messaged back. No. Big brother, I was wrong. Mu Chenshi replied. So what now? Ye Kaiyu conjured it. I'll do it. I actually love doing duty. Mu Chenshi smirked slightly and then glanced back at Ye Kaiyu, who was holding his phone with a look of indignation, only to see him immediately don a face that suggested he was more than willing to help. In Chapter 193, as Ye Kaiyu sensed Mu Chenshi's satisfaction, he quickly pressed on, so about that photo. Mu Chenshi interjected, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, our class has duty to clean the boys' restroom next week. And guess who gets to do it? You. Ye Kaiyu's eyes widened in shock. This guy was clearly out to get him, fully aware of his cleanliness obsession, yet assigning him the task of cleaning a restroom. He took a couple of deep breaths, fearing he might lose composure. Ye Kaiyu replied. No problem. Mu Chenshi could almost feel Yi Kaiyu's despair and helplessness through the screen. Finally, unable to suppress a chuckle, Mu Chenshi said, "All right then, I appreciate your help." Yi Kaiyu responded, "Not a bother, not at all. Just remember to delete that photo afterward." He resigned himself to his fate, lamenting how he had stumbled into such misfortune, having been caught by Mu Chenshi while trying to steal a kiss. With a sigh of resignation, Yi Kaiyu glanced at Zhao Yu, who was still obliviously resting her head on his shoulder, and thought to himself, "Little Yu, you must make it up to me later. For you, I'm going to clean the restroom." Mu Chenshi, having thoroughly pranked Yi Kaiyu, contentedly tucked his phone away. Meanwhile, Li Qingran stirred slightly, groggily asking what was happening. In a good mood, Mu Chenshi replied, "Nothing much, just that I've arranged breakfast for you next week." Li Qingran, not quite comprehending, looked up at him in confusion. Mu Chenshi then wrapped his arm around her shoulder, gently encouraging, "Just sleep a little longer. We haven't reached school yet." Li Qingran, still dazed, allowed him to press her head down, soon drifting back into slumber. Mu Chenshi refrained from sharing the earlier incident with her, partly to protect Yi Kaiyu from her revealing it to Zhao Yu, and partly because he felt a twinge of guilt for having stolen a kiss from her while she was asleep. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at school. Zhao Yu hopped out of the car, refreshed from her nap, while Yi Kaiyu trailed behind, looking somewhat defeated, still reeling from Mu Chenshi's earlier blow. Chen Xiaoma and Nan Gongjin also exited the vehicle. Chen Xiaoma's cheeks were slightly flushed, and her lips appeared oddly red, suggesting some indecorous activity had taken place in the car. Li Qingran, still resembling someone half awake, clung tightly to Mu Chenshi's arm, leaning on him for support. Mu Chenshi carried 2 backpacks, one on each shoulder, with Li Qingran hanging onto him, creating a comical scene. Yi Kaiyu quickly sidled up to Mu Chenshi, teasing, "Look who's in your shoes today." He watched with glee. Mu Chenshi merely shot him a dismissive glance, retorting, "Unlike some people, I don't have to sneak around stealing kisses. I can kiss my girlfriend whenever I please." Yi Kaiyu's smile froze on his face, and with a resentful glare at Mu Chenshi, he returned to Zhao Yu's side. Mu Chenshi looked at the girl who was still managing to doze off while standing, shaking his head in exasperation. He then gently wrapped his arm around her, concerned she might fall. Before long, everyone had left, leaving only Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran still standing in place. Li Qingran, however, remained blissfully unaware. Mu Chenshi's lips twitched. She must be incredibly tired. He leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Let us go out for steak tonight." In Chapter 194, as Li Qingran was drowsily listening, the mention of steak jolted her awake. "All right, let's go eat steak," she exclaimed, her big, round eyes fixed on Mu Chenshi. Mu Chenshi was startled by her quick reaction. One moment she was half asleep, and the next she was wide awake at the mere mention of food. He couldn't help but admire her responsiveness. Seeing Mu Chenshi lost in thought, Li Qingran yawned and asked, "Are we going for steak?" Mu Chenshi confirmed yes. Li Qingran beamed and eagerly took his hand, exclaiming, "Then let us go." Days flew by, and soon it was time for the end-of-term exams for their first year of high school. This exam was particularly crucial, determining whether students would pursue science or liberal arts. The atmosphere in the class became tense, as everyone was fervently reviewing and preparing for the finals. Yet, 2 individuals remained surprisingly unperturbed, still languidly enjoying their time together. Deep in their honeymoon phase, a month prior, with the help of Li Qingran and others, Yi Kaiyu had successfully confessed his feelings and vowed to turn over a new leaf. Consequently, the former playboy was transformed into a devoted partner by Zhao Yu, and the two spent their days in a blissful haze, often subject to Mu Chenshi's teasing, which they savored nonetheless. Yi Kaiyu's transformation was significant. He had largely cut off ties with other girls, devoting his heart and mind solely to Zhao Yu. Additionally, he began to pay attention during his math classes, completely focused rather than daydreaming. This change greatly impressed the homeroom teacher, who now viewed him as a diligent and motivated student rather than an unreliable slacker. Yi Kaiyu undertook all this merely to win the favor of his future father-in-law. One evening in the cafeteria, Li Qingran glanced at Mu Chenshi and couldn't help but ask, "How did your math competition go?" Mu Chenshi looked up at her, a hint of amusement in his expression. "Aren't you upset anymore? Willing to talk to me now?" Li Qingran thought to herself, if he hadn't pinned her down for a playful tussle at noon, causing them to oversleep and miss a whole class. she wouldn't have been so reticent the rest of the day. However, the results of the math competition had been released, and despite not making it to the finals herself, she was curious, especially since it was a national competition with awards that could earn extra credits. Mu Chenshi casually offered her a chicken leg from his bowl, stating, "I heard from the teacher that it seems to be a national special award. The school will announce it tomorrow." Li Qingran felt a pang of unfairness. They played together every day, yet the disparity between their achievements was staggering. She bit into the chicken leg Mu Chenshi had given her with a fierce determination, as if she were biting into him instead. Mu Chenshi observed her with perplexity, wondering why she wasn't pleased despite having food to eat. Later that evening, as school ended, Zhao Yu and Yi Kaiyu once again engaged in a scene that had become all too familiar to their classmates. Yi Kaiyu, in a playful tone, pleaded, "Zhao Yu, let's not go home just yet." Zhao Yu wore an expression of deep conflict. Her father had recently set a curfew for her after hearing rumors about her relationship. Yi Kaiyu, feeling aggrieved, insisted on escorting her to the school gate. Zhao Yu retorted that her father might be waiting there to pick her up. In Chapter 195, the final exam too, despite their constant concerns, their homeroom teacher had never actually come to school to collect Zhao Yu. Mu Chenshi observed them silently and followed Li Qingran as she exited the classroom, casually remarking on their melodrama. Yi Kaiyu's disruptive behavior was irksome, and Zhao Yu wished Li Qingran would rein him in, lamenting his lack of understanding of romance. The next day, the school announced the results of the mathematics competition. Mu Chenshi had indeed won the national special prize, which sparked a flurry of excitement among the students. With his handsome looks and academic prowess, he was deemed an unattainable idol by many girls, while boys regarded him as a rival. Li Qingran, however, dismissed their admiration, expressing discontent with their superficiality and ignorance of Mu Chenshi's true nature. As the final exams approached, only 3 days remained, and anxiety filled the air as students prepared for their exams and selected their courses. Some wore confident expressions, having already decided, while others appeared lost. Li Qingran was torn between choosing liberal arts or sciences, while Mu Chenshi bluntly advised her to opt for the sciences. When she frowned and questioned his reasoning, he smugly replied that it was because he had chosen the sciences himself. Li Qingran, disliking physics, ultimately chose liberal arts, glancing cautiously at Mu Chenshi, who wore an expression of displeasure. This choice meant they would be in different classes for the next 2 years, yet their shared academic standing could have kept them together if she had selected the sciences. Feeling cornered, Li Qingran explained her aversion to physics. Mu Chenshi paused for a moment before conceding, "Liberal arts it is, but you must still join me for meals every day." Her performance in liberal arts was significantly better than in sciences, and her mathematical skills gave her an advantage among her peers. Respecting her choice, Mu Chenshi's demeanor softened, prompting Li Qingran to beam with joy and plant a kiss on him. Meanwhile, Nangong Jin and Yi Kaiyu opted for the sciences, while Zhao Yu followed Yi Kaiyu's lead. 5 days later, the final exams concluded, leaving everyone feeling relieved. Yi Kaiyu enthusiastically proposed a day out to celebrate their freedom, suggesting a trip to the amusement park. Zhao Yu immediately cheered in support, though the others busily packed their belongings, ignoring him. Yi Kaiyu, feeling slighted, questioned their indifference, prompting them to realize he was addressing the group, not just Zhao Yu. As they entered the park, Li Qingran and her friends headed straight for the stalls selling cotton candy and popcorn, with Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin trailing behind, bemused. Yi Kaiyu eagerly approached Zhao Yu to buy her snacks, asking which she preferred. Zhao Yu, caught in a dilemma between her cravings and concerns about gaining weight, hesitated. Yi Kaiyu reassured her, insisting that being able to eat was a blessing. Emboldened by his response, Zhao Yu playfully expressed her affection. Li Qingran and Chun Xiaoma exchanged incredulous glances at their overt displays of affection, with Chun Xiaoma admonishing Zhao Yu for her lack of restraint. Zhao Yu, hands on her hips, retorted that Yi Kaiyu adored her just the way she was. The two couples continued to bicker, ultimately heading off with their snacks to enjoy the park. Li Qingran pointed at the pirate ship ride, exclaiming her desire to try it. Chun Xiaoma and Zhao Yu quickly joined in, leaving Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin perplexed at the girls' enthusiasm for such thrilling attractions, which contradicted the stereotype of girls fearing them. 10 minutes later, Li Qingran and her companions expressed their desire for further amusement, wishing to play once more. Consequently, Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin stood aside, observing as they indulged in the activity 5 times before reluctantly departing. Zhao Yu supported the swaying Yi Kaiyu, her face reflecting disdain, questioning how he could be so inept. "You got dizzy just from that? We played 5 rounds," she exclaimed, genuinely admiring their resilience. It finally dawned on her why Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin had refrained from joining earlier. Those 2 cunning fellows, offering no warning whatsoever. After a brief respite, the group hastily made their way to the haunted house. Yi Kaiyu, standing at the entrance, swallowed nervously. He had an aversion to such things. Yet, glancing at the excited Zhao Yu beside him, he endeavored to suppress his trepidation. Chun Xiaomao had heard that this haunted house was the most terrifying in the entire city, leaving her curious about its true nature. Li Qingran confessed ignorance, having never visited this one, and recalled a previous experience that had not been frightening at all. Zhao Yu hoped their expectations wouldn't be dashed. "Li Qingran, aren't you the one who fears horror films the most? Aren't you afraid of this?" Chun Xiaomao recalled an unpleasant experience she had with Nangong Jin while watching a horror film, offering an awkward smile. "This is different," she retorted while casting a sharp glare at Nangong Jin. Nangong Jin feigned innocence, reminding her how long ago that incident was, noting that girls truly had long memories. The 3 of them then strode confidently inside, while Mu Chenshi and Nangong Jin exchanged resigned glances before following suit. Yi Kaiyu, already somewhat apprehensive, felt his anxiety heighten upon hearing their remarks and hesitated at the entrance. "Why are you so cowardly? Aren't you going to accompany Zhao Yu?" Nangong Jin quipped after taking a couple of steps back. Mu Chenshi smirked. Yi Kaiyu's fear was well known. He recalled how, during their movie night at Nangong Jin's house, Yi Kaiyu would scream at every scare, ruining the atmosphere entirely. Yi Kaiyu shot a fierce glare at the 2, then feigned nonchalance as he entered, declaring, "Who's afraid?" Nangong Jin chuckled. "I wonder who it was that screamed in terror during horror films." Yi Kaiyu's friends continued to tease him, leaving him feeling even more anxious. Once inside, he pulled Zhao Yu to the second row, allowing Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran to sit in front of them, while Chun Xiaomao and Nangong Jin settled behind, giving him a slight sense of security. Zhao Yu expressed her dissatisfaction. "I want to sit in the front row. It's more thrilling there." Ye Kaiyu insisted. "The second row is just fine." Zhao Yu eyed him suspiciously. "Are you afraid?" "Of course not. I merely offer my seat to Ah Shi, who wanted the front row," he asserted confidently. Zhao Yu remained skeptical. "Really?" Ye Kaiyu responded, "Yes, and if you feel scared later, you can hold on to me." Zhao Yu retorted, "I want to be scared." However, when the lights inside the haunted house dimmed completely, Ye Kaiyu, staring at the sporadic red and green lights, nervously gulped and grasped Zhao Yu's hand, striving to suppress any screams. After 10 minutes, they emerged from the haunted house, each bearing distinct expressions. Ye Kaiyu's head hung low, a faint blush on his cheeks, while Zhao Yu radiated an aura of irritation. Cautiously, Ye Kaiyu tugged at Zhao Yu's sleeve, but she brushed him off, finally bursting out. "If you were scared, you shouldn't have gone in," Zhao Yu exclaimed, recalling how he had clutched her tightly, nearly choking her, and screamed loudly, likely startling the staff. She now understood just how high his vocal range could reach. The entire atmosphere had been shattered, and as they exited, some onlookers pointed and cast judgmental glances their way. Ye Kaiyu, feeling wronged, mumbled, "I promise I won't be scared next time." Zhao Yu, seeing his forlorn expression, softened and chose not to respond further. Meanwhile, Li Qingran and Chun Xiaomao were astonished by Zhao Yu's unusually restrained reaction, which was at odds with her fiery temperament. Ye Kaiyu felt guilty and addressed them. "I'm sorry for ruining the fun. Perhaps you could go in again?" Li Qingran replied. "In such places, the thrill diminishes on the second visit." Zhao Yu suggested, "Let us find something else to do." Ye Kaiyu quickly nodded. "All right, I'll accompany you for something else." The day swiftly passed, and after dinner, they leisurely made their way to their final attraction, the Ferris wheel. Li Qingran had saved this experience for the evening, believing it would be more enchanting. Before boarding, Zhao Yu eyed Ye Kaiyu skeptically. "You're not afraid of heights, are you? If you are, you need not go up." Ye Kaiyu shook his head vigorously. "No, I'm not afraid of heights. Just don't put on a brave face. If you panic up there, no one will be able to assist you," Zhao Yu warned. Ultimately, after Ye Kaiyu's repeated assurances, Zhao Yu hesitantly joined him on the Ferris wheel. The machine whirred to life, ascending slowly as Li Qingran leaned against the window, watching their elevation increase. feeling a childlike joy as she turned to Mu Chenshi with a bright smile, illuminated by the colorful cityscape below. The night in the capital was breathtaking, with neon lights adorning every skyscraper, casting a vibrant glow across the city. Li Qingran gazed out at the stunning scenery, the brilliant lights casting hues across her face, while Mu Chenshi silently observed her. You admire the view outside, while those within the confines of the cabin admire you. He thought, wishing time could be frozen in that moment, where everything felt perfect. As the Ferris wheel reached its zenith, it suddenly halted. Li Qingran stiffened and turned to Mu Chenshi. Following the tropes of romantic dramas, this was the moment he would lean in to kiss her. How shy? What should she do? After a silent exchange of gazes lasting 2 seconds, Li Qingran surrendered, lowering her eyes shyly. Mu Chenshi, his gaze deep, softly called, Ran, come here. Li Qingran hesitated, but ultimately shyly moved closer to him. He wrapped an arm around her while gently lifting her chin with the other, coaxing her to meet his gaze. As she beheld his long, dark eyelashes, she gradually closed her eyes, anticipating the familiar touch. Yet, the sensation she expected did not come. Confused, she reopened her eyes to find Mu Chenshi grinning at her. Did you think I was going to kiss you? Her cheeks flushed as she instinctively swatted at his hand. However, he swiftly captured her lips, teasingly nibbling at them. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, I absolutely intend to kiss you. Flustered, Li Qingran playfully punched his chest, wanting to respond, but Mu Chenshi silenced her once more with his lips, effectively stifling her words. He took her hand, intertwining their fingers. Suddenly, the Ferris wheel resumed its descent, while the two inside were lost in their kiss. As the kiss finally ended, Li Qingran rested her flushed face against Mu Chenshi's chest, breathing heavily. Mu Chenshi toyed with her hand, and they remained in silence. Eventually, they reached the ground, and Mu Chenshi led Li Qingran out, where Zhao Yu and the others awaited them. Each wore a peculiar shade of red on their faces, their lips slightly swollen. Everyone was acutely aware of what had just transpired, yet no one dared to voice it. Even Zhao Yu, who was usually carefree, now sat quietly beside Yi Kaiyu, resembling a bashful bride. Cough, it's getting late. Let us head home. Tomorrow is a day off, and the day after we must go to school to collect our report cards. Yi Kaiyu broke the silence. Mu Chenshi and Nan Gongji nodded, each taking their bashful girlfriends away. After exiting the park, Mu Chenshi spotted a milk tea shop by the roadside and decided to take Li Qingran there for a drink. Observing Li Qingran's lingering shyness, Mu Chenshi began to doubt his own abilities. Had he not been affectionate enough? Why did she shy away for so long after every kiss? Chocolate flavor? He inquired, gazing at Li Qingran, who had her head lowered. She softly replied. 1 chocolate and 1 vanilla. Mu Chenshi ordered from the attendant. Do you want to hang out tomorrow? He asked coolly. Li Qingran glanced at him. I have family matters to attend to. We're going out for dinner with Su Yang's family. Mu Chenshi frowned. Su Yang? The guy you gave the basketball to during the New Year? Li Qingran nodded, yes. My parents are good friends with his, and we have known each other since childhood. Mu Chenshi suddenly felt irked. So, you two are childhood sweethearts? Li Qingran azitata. Unsure how to respond. Although it was true, it was evident that Mu Chenshi was displeased. Well, we met before and I got to know him later, she finally said with a grin. Mu Chenshi's expression softened slightly as he nodded, pinching her chubby cheeks. Just don't get too close to him. Li Qingran siga. Recalling how she had previously assured him, he is just a brother to me, and besides, he has someone he likes. Mu Chenshi's worries eased upon hearing this, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. I just fear you might be too naive. Li Qingran rolled her eyes silently, thinking that if she ever did become foolish, it would surely be due to his constant teasing. After purchasing their milk tea, they leisurely strolled to Li Qingran's home. She turned to Mu Chenshi. I'm heading up now. He replied, all right, get some rest tonight and don't stay up on your phone. Li Qingran nodded, waved goodbye, and ascended the stairs. Mu Chenshi watched her figure disappear before leaving himself. Upon arriving home, Li Qingran found her parents cozily watching television. Trying to gain their attention, she coughed loudly a few times. Her mother quickly straightened up, glancing at the clock in disbelief. It's only 8. Why are you back so early? Didn't you go to the park today? Li Qingran thought to herself, is this truly my mother? Complaining that I'm back early. Perhaps she misses her couple time with Dad. Her father chuckled, it's getting late. Girls should come home early. Her mother replied with feigned annoyance, don't worry. Your daughter is quite safe. Li Qingran retorted, I look fine, what about you? Her mother exclaimed, "You little brat." Her father, exasperated, observed the playful banter between his wife and daughter. "All right, don't forget we have dinner at Uncle Li's tomorrow. No going out again." Li Qingran stuck her tongue out at her mother and responded, "I remember." Her mother shot her a disapproving look, complaining to her husband, "Your daughter is bullying me." Li Qingran, unwilling to back down, chimed in, "Dad, your wife is bullying me." The next day, just before noon, Li Qingran's family arrived at Su Yang's house. While the fathers retreated to the study for a discussion, the mothers headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal, leaving Li Qingran and Su Yang to exchange glances in the living room, lost in thought. Li Qingran broke the silence. "What happened to the basketball Mu Chenshi gave you during the New Year? I'd like to see what makes it so special." Su Yang looked at her suspiciously. "Why? Is Mu Chenshi regretting it and asking you to retrieve it?" "Of course not. I cherish it dearly. I even brought it all the way from its city," he added defensively. Li Qingran scoffed, "It's just a basketball. Is it really that significant? Can I see it or not?" Su Yang, looking a bit hurt, replied, "You can see it, but please don't take it away. He promised it to me." Li Qingran rolled her eyes. "I never said I'd take it. Just wanted to take a look." "Unless you swear," Su Yang insisted. Li Qingran sighed. "All right, I was just joking. Show me, please." Su Yang led her to his room, where he proudly displayed the basketball Mu Chenshi had gifted him, complete with a special stand. "It's nothing extraordinary," Li Qingran remarked, noting the barely legible signature. "Is it really that precious?" Su Yang asked, trying not to let her disdain bother him. "Fine, it's not anything special. Can I put down now?" Li Qingran smirked. "You're just stingy." "Yes, I am stingy, unlike your generous Mu Chenshi," Su Yang retorted. "Are you asking for a fight?" Li Qingran teased back. They exchanged a few more light-hearted jabs before heading to the dining table. During the meal, Su Yang's father affectionately inquired, "Xiaoran, what subjects are you planning to choose in high school?" Li Qingran, taking a bite of her dish, mumbled, "Humanities." Su Yang's father, with a hint of disappointment, remarked, "Why humanities? With your grades, you should pursue sciences." Li Qingran's father interjected, "We respect her decision." Finally swallowing her food, Li Qingran took a sip of orange juice. "I'm not fond of physics, so I prefer not to study sciences." Su Yang's father nodded, but cast a reproachful glance at Su Yang. "You've always been academically inclined, yet you only care about eating. It's no wonder you're stuck choosing humanities." Su Yang, feeling singled out, thought, "Why am I being dragged into this?" Suppressing laughter, Li Qingran defended him. "Su Yang is focusing on sports. Training every day is tough, and the academic requirements for the college entrance exam aren't too demanding." Su Yang's father sighed, falling silent. Seeing this, Li Qingran's father raised his glass. "All right, let us toast." And everyone raised their glasses in unison, the atmosphere turning lively once more. After the meal, the fathers continued their conversation while the mothers cleared the table. Li Qingran followed Su Yang back to his room, where he awkwardly thanked her for standing up for him. Feigning innocence, she replied, "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you." Su Yang raised his head and silently rolled his eyes at him. Li Qingran cheerfully remarked, "Got it. What kind of relationship do we have?" Su Yang remained silent, merely letting out a sigh, his expression filled with melancholy. Li Qingran looked at him, puzzled. "What's wrong? Why the sudden gloom?" Su Yang gazed at her and earnestly stated, "I no longer wish to continue with physical education. I want to study acting." Li Qingran's eyes widened in surprise. "Acting? Are you serious?" Su Yang nodded affirmatively. "You're joking, right? After all these years in sports, why the sudden shift to acting?" Although Su Yang was quite handsome, it seemed that each field required specialization, and he had dedicated so many years to sports. It just felt like his demeanor didn't quite match that aspiration. Su Yang sighed again. "I've contemplated this for quite some time. I believe studying sports leads to little future. Unlike you, who excel academically and will easily gain admission to prestigious universities, I struggle academically. Even with sports, I might only end up as a physical education teacher." Li Qingran scrutinized him. "That is not like you, calculating everything in terms of money. What is really going on? You're not being honest with me, are you?" Su Yang glanced at her, hesitating to speak, but eventually confessed, "I confessed my feelings to Su Siki, but she rejected me." The remainder of his words hung in the air, too painful for him to voice, as the memory wounded his pride. Li Qingran understood his distress and guessed. "Did she say she feels you're unworthy of her because you're into sports and have no future?" Su Yang nodded in despondence, confirming her suspicion. Li Qingran rolled her eyes in exasperation. Sometimes Su Yang was astute, but at other times he was frustratingly naive. His poor judgment in choosing a seemingly perfect girl had turned him into her backup for years, and yet he still harbored feelings for her. This was the reason for their numerous arguments, and eventually, Li Qingran had grown weary of trying to help him. Now, he was even considering abandoning sports for her. Was he out of his mind? I told you Su Siki wasn't right for you. You two would never work out, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've been her backup for 3 years, and she still looks down on you. You want to give up sports for her? I really don't know what to say. Li Qingran exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. Su Yang, feeling displeased, retorted, Don't say that. Siki is a wonderful person. It's just that I'm not worthy of her. Li Qingran was at a loss for words, doubting whether that girl had cast some spell on him. What is so wonderful about her? Just because she handed you a tissue when you hurt your knee in gym class and took you to the infirmary? Come on, you've clung to that tiny gesture all this time. Li Qingran sighed in disbelief. Su Yang hung his head in silence. Li Qingran took a deep breath and said, Think carefully. You truly love sports. Why change for someone else? You excel in it. Who says you want to have a bright future? You might even make it to the national team. Su Yang opened his mouth, but remained speechless. Li Qingran decided to pull out her trump card. Think of your father. He would never allow you to pursue acting. Su Yang felt conflicted. Imagining telling his father he wanted to study acting sent a shiver down his spine. The consequences were unimaginable. Thus, his aspiration to study acting was ruthlessly extinguished by Li Qingran. Years later, whenever Su Yang reflected on this matter, he would blame Li Qingran, claiming that had it not been for her, he might have become a star by now. Li Qingran would retort that if she had known this would happen, she would have refrained from encouraging him, carrying the burden of blame for years. After receiving their final exam results, the mood among the group varied. Zhao Yu and Yi Kaiyu, carefree as ever, began planning their summer adventures, while Chen Xiaomao contemplated searching for a summer job to earn some money. Nan Gongjin decided to follow Chen Xiaomao wherever she went. As for Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran, they faced an entire summer apart. Are you really going to train with the military? Li Qingran asked incredulously. Mu Chenshi nodded. Since middle school, I've trained with the new recruits every summer. My grandfather was in the military, and even though he is retired now, he still has deep feelings for it. My father was also a soldier in his youth, but has since turned to business. Training with the military has always been a tradition in our family. Li Qingran appeared troubled. Does that mean you'll be gone the whole summer? Mu Chenshi frowned and nodded. I leave tomorrow. Li Qingran lowered her head, silent. Mu Chenshi pinched her cheek gently. Study hard this summer. I will quiz you when I return. Don't go chasing after trouble. Li Qingran huffed defiantly. Once you leave, I'll find someone even more handsome to infuriate you. Though it was a jest, Mu Chenshi was not amused. If you dare pursue another guy, I'll break your legs, he threatened, casting a warning glance at her legs. Li Qingran, taken aback, protested, it was just a joke. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. She pouted. Can't you come back even once during the summer? Mu Chenshi shook his head. Li Qingran feigned anger. Then you might as well go now. I'm going home. She pretended to grab her backpack and leave. Mu Chenshi swiftly pulled her back, seating her on his lap and wrapping his arms around her waist. Behave, I'll be back soon. You can spend time with Zhao Yu and Chen Xiaomao. Before departing, the cunning Mu Chenshi took a moment to pull a fast one on Yi Kaiyu and Nan Gongjin, reminding Li Qingran, they'll be busy with their partners, so they won't have time for you. Li Qingran replied, tell them, they can't possibly refuse you. Mu Chenshi, with a sly grin, planned to lead his girlfriend down the same path of cunning. Li Qingran found his reasoning sound. If she approached them, they would feel obligated to comply. After all, they had played the role of third wheels before. Li Qingran nodded, a mischievous glint in her eye. Understood. Mu Chenshi affectionately tapped her nose and then gently silenced her chatter with a kiss. 5 minutes later, they were intertwined, breathing heavily, their reluctance manifesting in the fervent kiss they had just shared. Mu Chenshi whispered in her ear, be good and wait for my return. Li Qingran, burying her face in his shoulder. Mu Chenshi placed one hand on her waist while intertwining their fingers with the other, striving to regain his composure. The warm afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the pair nestled together, oblivious to the bustling world outside. They listened to each other as heartbeats, as if a window separated two distinct realms. The next day, Mu Chenshi sent someone to escort him to the military. Before leaving, he messaged Li Qingran. who felt a wave of sadness wash over her upon reading it. Yet, she transformed her sorrow into determination, spending the entire day immersed in her assignments. By evening, Li Qingfeng returned home, and the first thing he did was knock on Li Qingran's door, calling out, "Hey, you little rascal, your dear brother is back. Aren't you going to come out for a hug?" Li Qingran paused, then opened the door, silently gazing at him. Li Qingfeng felt a chill run down his spine. "What else with that look? You're giving me the creeps. I just got back. I haven't even annoyed you." Li Qingran stared at him expressionlessly, feeling quite displeased. Yet he insisted on bothering her. She forcefully slammed the door shut, causing Li Qingfeng to shudder in shock. Discontent, he knocked on the door, saying, "Is this how you treat your own brother? It's been half a year since we last met, and you don't even want to see me. Does your conscience not ache?" Li Qingran thought to herself how unfortunate she was to have such a peculiar brother. After a couple of seconds of silence, Li Qingfeng, unwilling to relent, knocked again on her bedroom door. "Li Qingran, what are you doing locked up in there? Mom and Dad aren't home, and you really won't come out to greet me?" Li Qingran opened the door once more, looking at him and saying, "Is it not painful for your conscience to disturb your sister, who is diligently studying?" Li Qingfeng, seeing her about to close the door again, he quickly seized the opportunity, saying, "But I brought you something. You might regret it if you don't want it." Li Qingran paused, regarding him with suspicion. "What did you bring me?" Li Qingfeng, with a smug expression, replied, "Yes. It's something you've always yearned for." Li Qingran rolled her eyes, dismissively saying, "If you want tea, tell me. Then forget it." She prepared to close the door again. "All right, you're impressive," he insisted. "How about Yang autograph? What do you think? Brother's quite generous, right?" Li Qingfeng exclaimed ajarly. "Today isn't April Fool's Day," Li Qingran said, looking at him skeptically. Li Qingfeng, "Seriously, he came to our school to promote a new movie. I know you like him, so I fought my way through a crowd of girls to get his autograph. I was fortunate enough to get it," Li Qingfeng boasted. However, thinking back on it now, it was truly terrifying, a throng of girls clamoring for his autograph. And there I was, a guy, joining in. People at school even speculated that it was for my girlfriend. It completely tarnished his image as a heartthrob, especially since I don't have a girlfriend. And this annoying girl still won tea appreciated. "Fine, I'll believe you. Show it to me," Li Qingran conceded. Li Qingfeng quickly retrieved a notebook from his bag, flipping it open to reveal the signature. Li Qingran snatched it eagerly, genuinely thrilled to see Yang's autograph. She suppressed her excitement, feigning indifference. "Oh, it's just a signature. Not a big deal. Go ahead and keep pretending." Li Qingfeng raturta. "If you don't want it, then give it back. Plenty of people want it." Li Qingran feigned a move to take it back, but he clutched the notebook tightly to his chest. "This is mine now. Thank you, brother," she said with a sweet smile. Chapter 205. Brief separation. Seeing Li Qingran's expression, Li Qingfeng felt a bit unaccustomed. "Good, now that you know, I'm going to change. And tonight, I'll take you out for dinner." Li Qingran nodded, and he returned to his room. Upon entering her own room, she immediately flipped through the notebook again and couldn't resist snapping a photo to send to Zhao Yu, who also adored Yang. As expected, Zhao Yu replied almost instantly. "Zhao Yu, oh wow, what is this? It looks a bit like my handsome Yang's autograph." Li Qingran, "What do you mean looks like? It's the real deal." "Zhao Yu, where did you get it? It was a tea from Mu Chenshi, was it?" Li Qingran, "No, my brother got it for me." "Zhao Yu, why didn't your brother get 2 copies?" Li Qingran, "Zhao Yu, I want to see it." Li Qingran, Mishiabosli Smirka. "Then let us hang out tomorrow." "Zhao Yu, but I've already promised my Xiao Yuzai that we go to the aquarium tomorrow." Li Qingran, "Oh, come on. We could go any day, but an autograph ISN tea something you can see every day. And I'll be heading back to N City in a few days." Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment, then, glancing apologetically at the pouting Yi Kaiyu, said, "Xiao Ren has a point. We can go to the aquarium any day, but she's leaving for N City soon. So I'll go see her tomorrow, and we can go to the aquarium another time." Yi Kaiyu gritted his teeth in silence, thinking how they were both so similar, Mu Chenshi and Li Qingran. Both so scheming, making it difficult for others to be happy. Zhao Yu, noticing Yi Kaiyu's displeasure, kissed his cheek and said, "Please?" Yi Kaiyu had no choice but to reluctantly agree, thinking he'd find a chance to be their third wheel next time. After several minutes of waiting, just as Li Qingran was about to give up, she finally received Zhao Yu's reply, agreeing to come see the autograph. Li Qingran smiled, feeling victorious. already imagining Yi Kaiyu's frustrated expression, which made her feel much better. Li Qingran was happily enjoying her moment in her room when Li Qingfeng, now dressed, knocked on her door. "Are you ready?" Li Qingran promptly replied, coming, and rushed to open the door. "Aren't you changing? Going out in your pajamas?" Li Qingfeng glanced at her, his tone indifferent. Li Qingran. In her excitement, she had forgotten. 5 minutes later, they finally left the house together. "What do you want to eat?" Li Qingfeng inquired. He had received a call from his mother, who was on a trip with his father and urged him to return home to take care of his sister. So he had come back today instead of finishing his project at school. Li Qingran thought for a moment, then shook her head. "Anything is fine. I'm not very hungry." Despite her unreliable parents being on their honeymoon, they still had the decency to send her money for takeout, so she wasn't tea-starving. "Then how about spicy hot pot?" Li Qingfeng suggested, recalling that she seemed to enjoy it. Li Qingran nodded silently. Although she had it for lunch, she decided not to mention it, appreciating that he had remembered her preferences. Chapter 206. Brief separation after a leisurely meal. The two returned home, the television on. Yet each was engrossed in their phones while lounging on the sofa. Li Qingran attempted to message Mu Chenshi, but received no reply after a long wait, leaving her somewhat disheartened. She turned a glance at Li Qingfeng, who was suspiciously smiling at his phone screen. Peeking over, she discovered he was chatting with someone named Silly Jr. Narrowing her eyes, she suddenly snatched his phone away, exclaiming, "What, Junior? Are you trying to find me a sister-in-law?" Li Qingfeng jumped in surprise, quickly reaching for his phone. "What nonsense are you talking about?" She asked. "Just a friend." Li Qingran persisted. "Just a friend? Don't play innocent. When have you ever had such patience to chat with a girl? You must like her." Li Qingfeng. "Damn, this annoying girl. Admit it." Li Qingran pressed on. "Stop talking nonsense." Li Qingfeng retorted. "What do you mean I'm finding you a sister-in-law? You're so evasive. Could it be that this silly junior is a boy? Oh my goodness. Li Qingfeng, you actually like a guy? Are we going to lose the Li family legacy because of you?" Li Qingran exclaimed dramatically, then jumped off the sofa, making a run for it. Li Qingfeng. This girl truly dares to think anything. He angrily chased after her around the living room. Ultimately, he managed to reclaim his phone, quickly typing a message before preparing to confront Li Qingran, only to find she had already locked herself in her room. "Damn it, Li Qingran, come out." Li Qingfeng, in a fit of frustration, pounded on her door. Inside, Li Qingran stubbornly declared, "I won't go out. Do you think I'm foolish? If you have the guts, come in." Taking a deep breath, Li Qingfeng responded, "Come out. I promise I won't hit you." Li Qingran retorted, "Trusting you would be foolish." The two remained in a stalemate for quite some time. Eventually, noticing silence from outside, Li Qingran cautiously opened the door to peek, only to be startled by Li Qingfeng, who suddenly pushed the door wide open. "Don't pinch my face, it will get bigger." Li Qingran complained loudly, trying to pry his hands away. "Oomph. This will teach you not to be so reckless next time," Li Qingfeng retorted, ignoring her protests as he continued to torment her chubby cheeks. "If you pinch me again, I'll really get angry. I'll call Mom to tell her you're dating someone." Li Qingran Triatanat. Li Qingfeng stiffened for a moment, realizing the torment his gossipy mother would inflict upon him, and finally released his grip, warning her not to speak nonsense, before turning to leave. Li Qingran stuck her tongue out at him, rubbing her slightly reddened cheeks, convinced that he was feeling guilty. She needed to ascertain whether he had found himself a little sister-in-law. After leaving Li Qingran's room, Li Qingfeng returned to his own, sitting on the bed as he pulled out his phone to glance at the chat history with his so-called foolish junior, a smile creeping onto his face. Did he like her? He seemed uncertain about his own feelings. What does it truly feel like to be in love? Chapter 207. The first encounter. The foolish junior that Li Qingfeng referred to was not foolish at all. Rather, it was merely a nickname he had given her. In truth, her name was Luo Jiayun. Their story began a year prior, when Li Qingfeng had just entered university. At that time, he had recently joined the student council, which was organizing a charity sale on a Saturday to raise funds for a local welfare home. The event took place in a public square, where the foolish junior happened to pass by after school and stopped to browse their booth. It was then that her clumsiness caused her to accidentally shatter a handcrafted ceramic piggy bank worth over 100 yuan. She stood there dumbfounded, staring at him with a look of sheer panic. Li Qingfeng, equally stunned, could only glare at the shards strewn across the ground, as that piggy bank had been a painful donation from his own pocket. Luo Jiayun, feeling embarrassed, stammered an apology. I'm sorry." However, Li Qingfeng showed no compassion, only a displeased expression as he continued to stare at the broken pieces in silence. Feeling guilty, Luo Jian quickly fished out her wallet, revealing only 30 yuan. In a rush of remorse, she stuffed the money into Li Qingfeng's hands, promising, I'll go home to get more. Li Qingfeng ignored her, and she left a note before hastily departing. Watching her retreating figure, he sighed in resignation, realizing he was left to bear the cost of his own broken property. An hour later, as they were preparing to pack up, Luo Jian unexpectedly returned, breathless and excited, exclaiming, I'm so glad you're still here. I thought I would find you. She then produced a handful of change, totaling over 200 yuan. Li Qingfeng did not reach out to take it, merely staring at her. Feeling dejected, she lowered her head and murmured, Is this still not enough? This is all my savings. Can I write you an IOU? After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingfeng replied coolly, It's sufficient. And there's even some extra. Luo Jian's face lit up. Really? Then the extra can be considered my donation. After all, this is for charity. She stuffed the money into his hands again, apologizing for the inconvenience caused, and nodded slightly before departing. Li Qingfeng gazed at the pile of coins in his hands, then at her disappearing figure, remaining silent. A classmate beside him noticed his daze and remarked, That girl seems to be wearing a uniform from Qiaoshan High School. Qiaoshan High School, Li Qingfeng murmured, Yes, the best high school in the city. The classmate dismissed it and returned to his own tasks. Li Qingfeng listanat quietly, bundaring. As they packed up, he discovered the note Luo Jian had left behind, which bore her name, Luo Jian. He quietly pronounced it, finding it quite pleasant. The note also contained her phone number and even detailed her school and class. Qiaoshan High School, senior year, 5. What an earnest girl, he thought, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he tucked the note into his pocket. Chapter 208. The second encounter thus was the first meeting between Li Qingfeng and Luo Jian, which he did not think much of at the time. 6 months later, the student council organized another event, collaborating with various high schools in the city to form a mutual aid group. Given the university's prestigious reputation, they sent exemplary students to assist high school seniors by sharing study tips and alleviating exam stress. Initially, Li Qingfeng had no intention of participating, but upon glimpsing the list of high schools involved, he recalled the reckless girl from before. Unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable urge to include himself in the group, justifying it as belonging to the ranks of outstanding students, having received a school-level scholarship in his first semester. Thus began their journey to various high schools, with Li Qingfeng once again utilizing his influence to ensure he was assigned to senior year, 5, recalling that the girl had been in that very class. Upon entering the classroom, he calmly introduced himself. Hello, everyone. I am Li Qingfeng, a freshman in the finance department of the business school. I am thrilled to be here to share my study experiences with you. The students responded with enthusiastic applause. As Li Qingfeng scanned the room, he finally spotted her, still wearing that same dazed expression, her mouth agape in surprise upon seeing him. He smirked, thinking how foolish she truly was, rivaling even his own silly sister. Continuing, he addressed the class, You are all about to face the college entrance examinations. In no time, the session concluded with Li Qingfeng's engaging discourse. After class, he did not rush to leave, taking his time to organize his materials at the podium. As anticipated, Luo Jian approached him, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Hello, senior. It's nice to see you again. Li Qingfeng looked up, feigning confusion. Luo Jian quickly explained. I'm the girl who accidentally broke your item during the charity sale. Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng pretended to recognize her, responding nonchalantly, Oh, it's you. Luo Jian nodded, slightly embarrassed. He then added, The student council has prepared a small gift for those who donated during the charity sale. Yours is still with me. Oh, there's no need, she interjected. You can keep it, senior. Li Qingfeng pressed. Just add me on QQ. When you find some time, let me know to come pick it up. Luo Jian stared at him, astonished, remaining silent. This was the first time Li Qingfeng had taken the initiative to offer his QQ to a girl, yet he received no immediate response. He furrowed his brow and inquired, What's the matter? Oh, I'm sorry to trouble you, senior. Luo Jian quickly responded, realizing the situation, and hurriedly sought out paper and a pen. After leaving his QQ number, Li Qingfeng prepared to depart, casting a fleeting glance at her as he calmly stated, Please refrain from sharing my QQ number with strangers. I prefer not to converse with unfamiliar faces. Chapter 209. Our acquaintance 3, Luo, Jiayun pondered. Am I not considered a stranger to him? This is merely our second encounter. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts, merely nodding obediently. Li Qingfeng regarded her with satisfaction before turning to leave their classroom. Staring blankly as he walked away, Luo Jiayun mused on his aloof demeanor. Meanwhile, as Li Qingfeng exited with his classmates, he inadvertently glanced at the list of outstanding students from Qiaoshan Middle School, where he was surprised to find Luo Jiayun's name. Who would have imagined that this seemingly silly girl was actually among the school's top performers? A Feng, why have you stopped? A classmate ahead asked, puzzled by Li Qingfeng's sudden halt. I just remembered something, he replied casually, continuing onward and exiting the school grounds. That evening, Luo Jiayun obediently added Li Qingfeng on QQ, though their communication remained sparse. It was not until after her college entrance examination that Li Qingfeng unexpectedly messaged her, inquiring if she had time to collect a gift. Startled, Luo Jiayun quickly accepted with a sense of flattery. When they finally met, their rapport gradually developed. Luo Jiayun received her excellent examination results and was determined to apply to the same university as Li Qingfeng. Consequently, he altered her contact name to Silly Jr., frequently engaging her in conversations about school. This led to the incident involving Li Qingran. Li Qingfeng reminisced about the process of getting to know Luo Jiayun, and after his sister's antics, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had genuinely developed feelings for this Silly Jr. With a silent sigh, he resolved to let things unfold naturally, reasoning that her foolishness would likely deter others from pursuing her. The following day, at 9 o'clock, Li Qingran was awakened by a phone call from Zhao Yu. On the other end, Zhao Yu could not contain her exasperation, exclaiming, Li Qingran, I've been waiting for you for half an hour. Li Qingran, bewildered. What? Please don't tell me you're still asleep. If you are, I swear I'll strangle you. Zhao Yu shouted. Startled awake by Zhao Yu's piercing voice, Li Qingran hurriedly insisted, No, I'm up. I'll be there shortly. Zhao Yu skeptically queried, Really? You have 10 minutes to get here. Li Qingran cautiously suggested, How about you come to my house? I have plenty of snacks. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Yu reluctantly agreed, All right, you must have just woken up. I can't imagine how long I'd have to wait for you otherwise. I'll come find you. Li Qingran eagerly replied, Great. Hurry up, I'll be waiting for you. Zhao Yu retorted coolly, You better not keep me waiting. Li Qingran playfully protested, Oh, don't be so fierce. Zhao Yu scoffed before hanging up. Feeling threatened, Li Qingran rubbed her eyes and rose from bed, yawning as she knocked on Li Qingfeng's door. After a couple of minutes, Li Qingfeng opened the door, looking groggy and impatient. What do you want? Just a moment. Zhao Yu is coming over, she informed him. Li Qingfeng nodded. Just don't cause too much noise or bother me. With that, he began to close the door. Li Qingran blocked the door. Aren't you getting up? Let me sleep a little longer. You can entertain yourself. He yawned, then shut the door. Lamenting his laziness, she thought, he must have stayed up late playing games. 15 minutes later, Zhao Yu arrived in a flurry. As soon as Li Qingran opened the door, she greeted her with a cheeky grin. Chapter 210. Summer Vacation 1. Zhao Yu glared at her, her temper flaring. How can you still smile? Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you? Li Qingran promptly enveloped her in a hug. Oh, I'm sorry. It's all my brother's fault. I was preoccupied with his matters last night and lost track of time. After all, her brother was unaware, so she felt justified letting him take the blame. Zhao Yu eyed her suspiciously. Really? Your brother is home? What's going on? He's still asleep. It's about his lifelong affairs, Li Qingran replied. Upon hearing that Li Qingfeng was still asleep, Zhao Yu's demeanor softened, and she ceased her shouting. They both made their way to Li Qingran's room, where Zhao Yu unceremoniously plopped onto Li Qingran's bed and asked, Can I see your autograph? Li Qingran. Clearly, Zhao Yu had been eagerly anticipating this. She handed the autograph over, and Zhao Yu clutched it with delight, ultimately reluctant to return it. Cheater! Li Qingran exclaimed, glaring at Zhao Yu, who was refusing to relinquish the signature. Just one more second, Zhao Yu pleaded, her eyes filled with longing. After a brief tussle, Li Qingran finally reclaimed her signature. Oomph. Zhao Yu pouted, What about snacks? I abandoned my little Yuzi to find you. Li Qingran quickly retrieved a large bag of snacks, declaring, Here, it's more than enough. These were the snacks she had purchased with Li Qingfeng the previous night, and it seemed today they would be shared with Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu nodded in satisfaction. Now, that is more like it, and promptly tore open a bag of chips. Hey, has Mu Chenshi left? Are you missing him? Zhao Yu suddenly inquired mischievously. Li Qingran rolled her eyes, choosing silence. Zhao Yu continued her self-dialogue. You must miss him. Otherwise, why would you ask me to keep you company? Li Qingran snatched the snack from Zhao Yu's hands. Then you can leave now. Zhao Yu quickly reclaimed them, smiling. Don't be like that. Sisters aren't superficial. Unlike you. Moreover, she and T even had a chance to eat the vast array of snacks yet. Li Qingran merely replied, Oh. The two continued to chat idly in the room until noon, when Li Qingfeng knocked on Li Qingran's door, calling them for lunch. Responding in unison, they emerged from the room. Brother Qingfeng, I'm here to mooch off your meal. Zhao Yu greeted him politely. Not at all. You can come anytime. You're Xiaoran's good friend. Li Qingfeng replied with a smile. Zhao Yu glanced at Li Qingran, teasing, if I come every day, some people might find it bothersome. Li Qingfeng shot a knowing look at Li Qingran, assuring her, not at all. I'm still the one in charge. As Li Qingran sat at the dining table, watching the two converse without eating, she quipped, Are you two pretending to be long-lost siblings? Hurry up before the food gets cold. Zhao Yu, Li Qingfeng. Both shot her a simultaneous glare. As they continued their meal, Zhao Yu flattered, I could truly envy Xiaoran for having such a wonderful brother who can cook so well. Just as Li Qingfeng was about to respond, Li Qingran interjected, You can have him. I'm getting fed up with this. Li Qingfeng glared at her before loading a hefty serving of carrots into her bowl. Li Qingran grimaced, as she detested carrots. But upon noticing the look of warning on Li Qingfeng's face, she reluctantly forced herself to eat, regretting her earlier outburst. Chapter 211. Summer Vacation 2. Observing Li Qingran's defeated expression, Zhao Yu couldn't help but chuckle, giving Li Qingfeng a discreet thumbs up. Li Qingfeng raised an eyebrow in response. Remaining silent, Li Qingran watched their interaction with gritted teeth. After a while, Zhao Yu and Li Qingfeng resumed their conversation, prompting Li Qingran to discreetly pull out her phone. Seizing the opportunity while Li Qingfeng was serving Zhao Yu, she captured a snapshot. She sent it to Yi Kaiyu with a message. Take a look at why Zhao Yu abandoned you. She came to my house to see my brother. They've had a good relationship since childhood. Upon receiving the photo, Yi Kaiyu responded instantly, What on earth is this? Li Qingran. Soon, Zhao Yu will abandon you. Yi Kaiyu, where's your home? Just as Li Qingran was about to reply, she heard Zhao Yu leisurely say, Why are you eating while playing on your phone? Instantly, Li Qingfeng shot her a glare. Unexpectedly, Li Qingran did not retort this time. Instead, she calmly put away her phone and smiled enigmatically at Zhao Yu. Let us see how you'll dig your own grave this time. But you wouldn't let me reply. Yi Kaiyu waited anxiously for Li Qingran's response. But there was none. He messaged Zhao Yu, who also did not reply. Zhao Yu sensed an ominous feeling. Why did Li Qingran's smile seem so mischievous? Lunch passed quickly, and afterward, Li Qingran was sent to wash the dishes by Li Qingfeng. Zhao Yu stood at the kitchen door, relishing the situation, exclaiming, being a guest is so delightful. I neither have to cook nor wash dishes. Li Qingran shot her a silent glare, but said nothing. With Yi Kaiyu's persistent nature, she wondered how long Zhao Yu could continue flaunting her luck. Zhao Yu, noticing Li Qingran's lack of response, continued, I'm leaving now, off to find my little Yuzi. You just focus on your dishwashing. Li Qingran replied oddly, Go ahead. Yes, thinking about you. Zhao Yu felt something was off. Waving goodbye to Li Qingfeng, who was playing on his phone in the living room, she left cheerfully to find Yi Kaiyu. As soon as she reached the bottom of Li Qingran's building, she called Yi Kaiyu. Little Yuzi, I've just left Xiaoran's house. Yi Kaiyu replied nonchalantly. Oh, are you happy because you just met Li Qingran's brother? Zhao Yu, puzzled, glanced at her phone, confirming she had indeed called Yi Kaiyu, then asked, What is wrong with you? Your tone seems off. Yi Kaiyu responded, Nothing. Where are you? I'll come find you. Zhao Yu suggested. Let us meet at the cake shop we usually go to. Yi Kaiyu agreed and hung up. Filled with curiosity, Zhao Yu wondered what was bothering him. Was it just because she didn't go to the aquarium with him? That didn't seem likely. They had agreed on it yesterday. Naively, Zhao Yu had no idea she was being manipulated by Li Qingran. Upon arriving at the cake shop, Zhao Yu found Yi Kaiyu waiting. She cheerfully called out, Little Yuzi. Yi Kaiyu looked up at her, noticing her joy. Are you happy today? He inquired. Zhao Yu paused before nodding. Today was good, except for Li Qingran forgetting about me this morning and ditching me. But I saw Yang Yang's autograph and enjoyed a nice lunch. Yi Kaiyu, after she nodded, finally expressed his grievance. You're so happy now that he is back? Zhao Yu froze. Who is back? Yi Kaiyu clarified. Li Qingran's brother. He seemed so pleased. Zhao Yu retorted, What? Why would I be happy about that? It's none of my business. Yi Kaiyu immediately pulled out his phone. Then why didn't you reply to my message? I didn't see it. Zhao Yu admitted after a pause. What about this photo? Yi Kaiyu showed her a picture Li Qingran had sent him. Zhao Yu's eyes widened. What is this from? In the photo, Li Qingfeng was serving her food, and she appeared genuinely happy. But that was because they had been teasing Li Qingran, and seeing her flustered made them laugh. It was just a dish being served, Zhao Yu explained, but Yi Kaiyu was clearly jealous, observing, "You look so happy when someone serves you food." Zhao Yu countered, "What else did Li Qingran say?" Yi Kaiyu handed her the phone. "You can see for yourself." After looking at the phone, Zhao Yu gritted her teeth. Li Qingran. No wonder she looked at me so strangely during lunch. She was plotting against me. Just wait. I will have my revenge. She glanced at Yi Kaiyu, who looked displeased. Are you foolish? Why do you believe everything she says? We were just teasing her together with her brother, so she said that on purpose. Plus, being late, if someone serves you food, it's polite to smile back. Yi Kaiyu skeptically asked, Really? Zhao Yu replied earnestly, Absolutely, more genuine than pearls. All right, I'll take your word for it. Yi Kaiyu conceded. Just as Zhao Yu felt relieved, Yi Kaiyu added, But little Yu, I'm being faithful to you, so you can't mess around outside either. Zhao Yu shot back. Who is messing around? Li Qingran certainly knew that Yi Kaiyu could be a bit dense at times, yet she still said that to him. Yi Kaiyu, noticing Zhao Yu's silence, continued, Little Yu, did you hear me? You can only like me from now on and not anyone else. Otherwise, I'll get jealous, and the consequences will be severe. Zhao Yu sat beside Yi Kaiyu, speechless, listening to his endless rambling. Even her favorite cream cake didn't taste as good anymore. Zhao Yu realized she could no longer scheme against Li Qingran. She and Mu Chun were simply too cunning, always targeting weaknesses to retaliate. Knowing that she dreaded Yi Kaiyu's nagging, she would send him ambiguous messages to provoke him into lecturing her. It was baffling how Yi Kaiyu, who usually talked excessively, could drone on endlessly when he started. Zhao Yu sighed, covering her ears. She did not want to spend the entire afternoon listening to Yi Kaiyu's incessant chatter. Meanwhile, Yi Kaiyu observed Zhao Yu, feeling that she wasn't paying attention. After taking a sip of water, he removed her hands from her ears and continued, Little Yu, you can't do this anymore. Remember to check your messages. If you keep ignoring me, I will always worry about you. Chapter 212. Summer vacation. Li Qingran had just finished plotting against Zhao Yu and Yi Kaiyu when she couldn't resist calling Chun Xiaoma that evening. Montak, she greeted. What is up? Chun Xiaoma asked. Well, I just miss you. Li Qingran replied with a cheerful laugh. Chun Xiaoma felt something was amiss, sensing it wasn't that simple. Noticing Chun Xiaoma's silence, Li Qingran chuckled. Why don't you trust me? I'll come visit you tomorrow. I'm so bored at home. Where's Xiao Yu? Chun Xiaoma inquired. She just left my house after lunch. You can come tomorrow too. My brother cooks really well, Li Qingran said, knowing Zhao Yu was busy dealing with Yi Kaiyu and wouldn't have time for her. Chun Xiaoma hesitated, but I have a summer job tomorrow, handing out flyers for a tutor class. Jean is coming with me. Li Qingran pondered for a moment. Then I'll join you, but they only need 2 people. Chun Xiaoma pointed out. Then it'll be just you and me. Let us leave Nangongjin behind, Li Qingran insisted boldly. Chun Xiaoma exclaimed, surprised. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? You've already agreed to it. That'll make Jean unhappy, Chun Xiaoma added. Li Qingran continued to persuade her. Mo, are you really going to be like Xiao Yu, prioritizing romance over friendship? She just spent half a day with me before rushing off to find Yi Kaiyu. Chun Xiaoma remained silent. Besides, you know how my brother and I always bicker. Can you bear to see me suffer under his pressure at home? Sigh. My only good friends are you and Xiao Yu. She has already abandoned me. Now, you're going to do the same? Li Qingran faina tapiti futuna. All right. Chun Xiaoma relented. You've convinced me. Stop talking. I feel like I'm committing a grave sin. Will you join me tomorrow? Li Qingran immediately agreed after informing Ajin. Mo is the best. After Chun Xiaoma hung up the phone, she called Nangongjin, expressing her intention to go with Li Qingran the next day. Mentioning how pitiful Li Qingran was without Mu Chenshi by her side. Although Nangongjin was reluctant to part with Chun Xiaoma, he had to acquiesce. However, after hanging up, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. He had heard about the incident between Yi Kaiyu and Zhao Yu that afternoon, and he worried that Chun Xiaoma might return and quarrel with him. After some contemplation, Nangongjin decided he should make an appearance at least secretly the next day. On the following day, Li Qingran rose early and informed Li Qingfeng of her plans to work part-time with Chen Xiaoma before heading out. Spotting Chen Xiaoma from a distance, Li Qingran cheerfully called out, "Let's go in and grab the flyers." Chen Xiaoma, relieved to see her arrive, expressed her concern about Li Qingran possibly oversleeping. The two emerged with a hefty stack of flyers in hand. Li Qingran, incredulous, asked, "Do we really have to distribute all of these?" Chen Xiaoma nodded, "Yes. We must finish them to get paid." Gazing at the numerous flyers, Li Qingran gulped. It seemed overwhelming. Upon arriving at the designated spot, Chen Xiaoma shed her usual shyness and began distributing the flyers, while Li Qingran hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. "Xiaoran, why aren't you handing them out?" Chen Xiaoma queried after distributing several flyers and noticing Li Qingran still standing there. I feel embarrassed," Li Qingran admitted shyly. Chen Xiaoma paused, then reassured her. "There is nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just work. If we don't finish, we want to get paid." After a moment of biting her lip, Li Qingran stared at herself. It was her first time doing something like this, and she had naively thought it would be easy. However, the unfamiliar faces staring at her, some with hints of impatience, sapped her courage. Oh dear, is this what they mean by shooting oneself in the foot? Noticing Li Qingran struggle, Chen Xiaoma continued distributing flyers. After standing in place for a while, Li Qingran finally mustered the courage to approach a girl. "Hello, would you take a look at our flyer?" She mimicked Chen Xiaoma, then nervously lowered her gaze. To her surprise, the girl politely accepted it and replied with a thank you. Li Qingran looked up, beaming with gratitude, and turned to see Chen Xiaoma, silently cheering her on. Nodding in acknowledgement, she returned to distributing flyers. 2 hours later, both girls had significantly reduced their stacks. They rested on a nearby bench when Chen Xiaoma asked, "Would you like some water?" Li Qingran shook her head. "No, I need to save money. Earning it is hard." "Is it really that serious?" Chen Xiaoma replied. Just as they debated whether to buy water, Nangong Jin appeared, bringing them juice, which silenced their discussion as they gratefully accepted the drinks. "Are you tired?" Nangong Jin asked, looking at Chen Xiaoma with concern. "I'm fine, but Xiaoran might be a bit tired," she replied. Li Qingran almost protested her tiredness, but Nangong Jin interrupted, "As long as you're not tired. That's what matters." Li Qingran realized her decision to bring Chen Xiaoma along was indeed a wise choice. After some playful banter between Chen Xiaoma and Nangong Jin, Li Qingran finally interjected, "All right, you can rest easy knowing Mo is with me. You may leave now. We have work to do." "That is precisely why I'm worried," Nangong Jin muttered, pretending not to hear, and turned to Chen Xiaoma. "Let me help you with the flyers." He took a substantial portion of her stack. Li Qingran stared in disbelief. "What about mine? Is there no acknowledgement at all?" However, half an hour later, Li Qingran had to concede to reality. It was indeed a world where looks mattered. Those girls who had previously refused her flyers were now eagerly accepting them from Nangong Jin, their faces lit with delight and shyness, even approaching him to ask for more. His stack was nearly depleted. Li Qingran quietly moved closer to Chen Xiaoma and remarked, "Isn't it a bit unfair that your boyfriend gets to shine in front of so many people? Look at those girls, they're all grinning like flowers." Chen Xiaoma opened her mouth to respond, but Nangong Jin interrupted, standing before them. "Hand me your flyers. I'll help you." Suddenly, Li Qingran transformed, cheerfully handing over a hefty portion of her flyers to Nangong Jin, exclaiming, Mo, your Nangong Jin is truly capable." Chen Xiaoma watched, bemused by the swift change in her demeanor. Thanks to Nangong Jin's assistance, the two girls finally completed their flyer distribution by noon. "Xiaoran, shall we go get some lunch?" Chen Xiaoma suggested, noticing Li Qingran still clutching her 60 yuan payment. Lunch? After working hard all morning for such little money, I'd rather head home to eat. My brother is at home, so I want to be a third wheel," Li Qingran replied, shaking her head. Chen Xiaoma smiled. "Will you join me tomorrow to distribute flyers?" Li Qingran quickly shook her head. "Forget it. I'll behave and stay home to do my homework." Chen Xiaoma nodded, and just as Nangong Jin began to relax, Li Qingran added, "I'll find you to hang out once you're done with your flyers in the afternoon." Chen Xiaoma and Nangong Jin exchanged glances, both slightly exasperated. Li Qingran chuckled, playfully waving goodbye as she departed. When Li Qingran returned home, she found Li Qingfeng dining. Unable to resist, she complained, "Couldn't you wait for your sister?" Li Qingfeng glanced at her. "I didn't know you were coming back for dinner. I thought you were out with friends." Li Qingran said nothing, eyeing the 3 dishes on the table. Isn't it wasteful to eat 3 dishes alone? Can you finish them? Wasting food is shameful. Do you know how hard it is to earn money nowadays? Li Qingfeng raturta. You come back and act like a different person. Since you're back, I can finish it. Li Qingran frowned. Please don't waste food like this. Li Qingfeng. Yet when he actually reduced the portions, she complained he was starving her. This left Li Qingfeng speechless. After spending another several days in the capital, Li Qingran finally returned to Engshi with Li Qingfeng. Nangongjin and Yi Kaiyu applauded the departure of the third wheel, relieved they no longer had to worry about her stealing away their girlfriend. However, after just a few carefree days in Engshi, Li Qingran accidentally twisted her ankle while going downstairs, leaving her confined at home to recuperate. After posting a picture of her injury in their group chat, Yi Kaiyu quickly responded, Yi Kaiyu, with Mu Chenshi absent, no one will feel sorry for you. Li Qingran. Zhao Yu, is it serious? Chun Xiaomao, is it serious? Nangongjin, it can't be that serious. Otherwise, how could you find the time to send us pictures? Li Qingran, you all are relentless. Just because Mu Chenshi isn't around, you think you can bully me all day. Ye Kaiyu. Zhao Yu, Chun Xiaomao, Nangongjin. And then they all vanished. Li Qingran gazed at the replies from her mischievous friends, feeling an increased sense of gloom, coupled with a fervent anticipation for Mu Chenshi's early return. At last, over a month had passed, and the summer break was nearing its end. For the past few days, Li Qingran had been counting down the days until Mu Chenshi's return on her fingers. During this time, she had finally recovered her foot and returned to the capital. Li Qingran's brother, Li Qingfeng, had also left for university, while Zhao Yu and Chun Xiaomao continued to flaunt their affection before her, further intensifying her feelings of envy. Chapter 216. The return won in her longing. Mu Chenshi finally returned. As soon as he arrived home last night, he called Li Qingran, and they spoke for over an hour, eventually arranging to meet at Mu Chenshi's apartment today. Thus, this morning, Li Qingran rose early, rummaged through her wardrobe, and selected a knee-length dress, spending a considerable amount of time admiring herself in the mirror before heading out. After purchasing breakfast for the two of them, she made her way to Mu Chenshi's apartment, locating the key outside and unlocking the door. Upon entering the living room and finding it empty, she placed the breakfast on the coffee table and prepared to knock on Mu Chenshi's door, wondering if he was still asleep. Just as she reached the door of his room, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Mu Chenshi, who emerged with a towel in his hand, his upper body bare, clad only in athletic shorts. Li Qingran glanced at him and noticed he had tanned quite a bit, his hair cut short into a buzz cut. Yet his handsome features remained unblemished, exuding an even more pronounced masculinity. His physique had become more defined, with visible muscles and well-defined abs. Li Qingran couldn't help but swallow hard. The longing of over a month dissipated in an instant, replaced by shyness as her face flushed. What? Why are you not dressed? She stammered. Mu Chenshi remained silent, his gaze fixed on her as he approached, step by step. Li Qingran lowered her head, feeling her heart race with each inch he closed in. Ultimately, she found herself wanting to flee. His aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Just as she contemplated escaping, Mu Chenshi seized her, gently pulling her into his embrace. Inadvertently, her hand pressed against his firm chest, startling her into a soft gasp like a frightened rabbit. Mu Chenshi's arms wrapped tightly around her slender waist. Ran, I'm back, he whispered in her ear. Li Qingran paused for a moment, then wrapped her arms around him in return, and they remained in each other's embrace for an indeterminate time, when suddenly, the sound of her stomach growling broke the silence. Embarrassed, Li Qingran blushed and confessed, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Mu Chenshi chuckled lightly, and then, as if struck by an amusing thought, his laughter grew louder until he was leaning over Li Qingran, who struggled to support him. Hey, is it that funny? She protested, pinching his waist. He replied, squeezing her cheek. Let's eat first, little glutton. Li Qingran retorted. Who are you calling glutton? I simply didn't have breakfast. Mu Chenshi nodded affectionately. I was referring to myself. Li Qingran shot him a glare. Put on your clothes first. Don't think you can keep acting like a rogue. With that, the usually aloof Mu Chenshi burst into laughter as he retreated to his room to dress. As they dined, Mu Chenshi's gaze remained fixated on Li Qingran, his eyes openly revealing a possessive desire. Unable to bear it any longer, she exclaimed, Why do you keep staring at me? I don't have flowers on my face. Mu Chenshi smirked. You look beautiful. It's been over a month since I last saw you. I want to take a good look. Flushed with shyness, Li Qingran lowered her head, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to this side of Mu Chenshi, yet she found herself enjoying it. Chapter 219. The return for Did you miss a step? Mu Chenshi asked incredulously. Li Qingran, feeling guilty, nodded slightly. He could tell she was lying by her expression and pondered briefly before asking. Is it because you were playing on your phone while going down the stairs? Li Qingran halted. How did he know? It was mortifying. She had been watching videos while descending, which is why she had stumbled. Her brother had already scolded her for it. Seeing her guilty demeanor confirmed Mu Chenshi's suspicion, and he frowned. How many times have I told you not to use your phone while walking? Why won't you listen? Li Qingran lowered her head in silence. Frustrated, Mu Chenshi suddenly slapped her lightly on the backside, startling her into looking up at him. If you play on your phone while walking again, I'll punish you this way. Twisting your foot this time was mild. What if you fell seriously next time? He admonished. Li Qingran pouted, feeling wronged. I won't do it again. Mu Chenshi's face darkened. There will be a next time. With that, he delivered another playful smack to her rear. Li Qingran grimaced, covering her backside. Even her father had never spanked her. Yet Mu Chenshi had done it twice. Realizing he might have hit her too hard, Mu Chenshi reached out to soothe her, only to have Li Qingran block his hand. What are you doing? She asked. Mu Chenshi awkwardly withdrew his hand. Does it hurt? Did I hit you too hard? Li Qingran nodded, not in pain, but feeling quite embarrassed. Seeing her nod, Mu Chenshi assumed he had indeed struck her too hard and looked remorseful. Ran, I'm sorry. I was just too worried about you. If something ever happened to you, I wouldn't know what to do. Unable to contain her laughter at his flustered expression, Li Qingran finally replied, You're silly. It doesn't hurt. But please, don't spank me again. Mu Chenshi finally understood she was shy rather than hurt, and he sighed with relief. All right, I won't spank you again. The two lingered in the room for a while longer, and by evening, they prepared to go out for dinner. After selecting a restaurant, Li Qingran suddenly remembered something and asked, What about your summer homework? Haven't you written a single word? You need to sign up tomorrow afternoon. Mu Chenshi nonchalantly pushed the bee from his bowl towards her. No need to write it. I don't have summer homework. Li Qingran paused in disbelief, then bit into the beef he had given her, declaring fiercely, I'm not jealous of you. She quickly dismissed her earlier declaration about eating all the meat. After dinner, Mu Chenshi escorted Li Qingran to her building. Shall we have breakfast together tomorrow? He inquired. Let's skip it. I need to enjoy my last morning of sleep before heading back to school tomorrow afternoon. Li Qingran pouted. Mu Chenshi nodded and gave her a gentle peck on the lips. All right, go on up. Li Qingran waved goodbye as she bounded up the stairs, while Mu Chenshi turned, a smile on his face, and left. The next day, Li Qingran slept in until nearly noon, satisfied after a hearty breakfast. After packing her bag, she sent Mu Chenshi a message and prepared to head to school. Chapter 220. The start of school one upon arriving at school. Li Qingran immediately went to her new class after the reorganization. Following the division of subjects, there was a distinguished rocket class for the sciences, where Mu Chenshi, Yi Kaiyu, Nangong Jin, and Zhao Yu were all assigned to class 1 the second year, with Zhao Hong as their homeroom teacher. In contrast, the art stream had 2 rocket classes, and Li Qingran and Chun Xiaomao found themselves placed in different classes. Li Qingran was in class 8, while Chun Xiaomao was in class 9. Once Li Qingran settled into her new class, the new homeroom teacher, a middle-aged female instructor, entered the room. Upon entering the classroom, the teacher briefly surveyed the students before fixating her gaze on Li Qingran, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Li Qingran felt a sudden flutter of anxiety. What was this? Why was she being regarded with such intensity? Unbeknownst to her, she was the sole student in the top 10 of her grade who had opted for the humanities, thus earning the teacher's appreciative attention. Moreover, her relationship with the top student, Mu Chenshi, was well known among the faculty. They were regarded as a golden couple, a fact that everyone chose to overlook. Once all the students had introduced themselves, the homeroom teacher leisurely announced, Now, let us determine the class officers. I have heard from teacher Zhao that Li Qingran was the class monitor in her previous class and was quite responsible in her duties. Therefore, let us appoint Li Qingran as the monitor for our class. She then glanced at Li Qingran, seeking her approval. With such a statement made, what could Li Qingran possibly object to? Reluctantly, she smiled and nodded. The homeroom teacher, satisfied, turned her attention to the rest of the students. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone's gaze fell upon Li Qingran, and in unison, They declared no objections. After all, this was Li Qingran we were talking about. Everyone was aware of her academic prowess, her appealing appearance, and her status as Mu Chenshi's girlfriend. Initially, they had been disheartened by Mu Chenshi's extraordinary achievements. But they had since come to terms with the reality that differences among individuals do exist. Now, being in the same class as Li Qingran felt like a distant connection to the academic prodigy. In contrast, Mu Chenshi's class had already concluded, and he promptly made his way to Li Qingran's classroom. However, Li Qingran's class was still in session, and Mu Chenshi stood outside with a furrowed brow, waiting. The separation of classes was indeed inconvenient. Gradually, the students in Li Qingran's class began to notice Mu Chenshi frequently glancing out the window and whispering among themselves, occasionally turning to look at Li Qingran with expressions of envy. Li Qingran, too, finally noticed him and couldn't help but admire his composure. Amidst the throngs of onlookers, he remained unfazed, fixated solely on her. The homeroom teacher, clearly aware that the students were no longer inclined to listen to her, cast a glance at Mu Chenshi outside and at Li Qingran within the classroom, letting out a resigned sigh. All right, students, you may go eat now. We will discuss any unfinished matters during evening study. A chorus of excitement erupted, and the students clapped, rushing out of the classroom. As they passed Mu Chenshi, many couldn't resist stealing a glance at him, their cheeks flushed with shyness. Yet Mu Chenshi paid them no mind, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Li Qingran.